on the right sort of timing? Well, I'll tell you what makes that more difficult. Facing a Giants team that seems to have a little bit of momentum. I'll say this. I don't think the quote momentum that they have is real. And when I say real, I'm talking about like the talent is just better than people thought it was and were surprised by it. I don't think that's the case. I think they've just caught this a little bit of a high with putting Jackson Dart in a lineup in finding some positivity. But to their credit, the two teams that they've beaten are the Chargers and the Eagles. It is not nothing. And yes, they caught the Chargers on a day where they had a whole bunch of guys hurt and blah, blah, blah. The bottom line is they still found a way to win. But I juxtapose that with they lost against the Saints. So what about that? There's a whole bunch of different things that are kind of thrown into this ball here that I would say variables that are hard to account for. One is I don't know what type of player Jackson Dart is. Two, I don't know what teams look like with I was going to say a short week. It's not a short week, but it'll feel that way because of all the adjustments you have to make in coming back from Europe. So those are certainly factors. But here's the big one. I think this is what matters the most. The Broncos defense is so good at making teams uncomfortable that they should be able to chew up a rookie QB. That I think the number one equalizer to a whole bunch of different things that you might be disadvantaged to in a game is that you can sack the quarterback a million times. We've talked about this a lot. The idea that Sean Payton's number one thing that he looks for in prospective quarterbacks, and the reason why he was so in on Bo Nix was Bo Nix's sack rate was really, really low in college. And I do think that's a skill. You can have different things thrown in where maybe your offensive line is better and that's why the numbers look better, or maybe your offensive line is worse and that's why your numbers look worse. But to do that over 5 different teams in college and now 1 year in the pros, and then even last week, where I think we all sort of saw the Broncos' offensive line without Ben Powers was not the same. Couldn't run the ball as effectively. Matt Peart jumps in. He's now hurt. He's on IR, so they have to find somebody else to replace both Peart and Powers at that left guard spot. But even despite all of that, Bo Nix was sacked 1 time. And I believe, if I remember right, it was a few days ago, Bo Nix took the sack to keep the clock going. It was almost like not intentional, but once he found out that throwing the ball away would do them no good, he just kind of ate it. If I remember right, maybe I'm thinking of another week. He's very rarely sacked, though. The reason why sacks are so important is because for most teams, they don't have Patrick Mahomes, and they don't have Joe Burrow, and they don't have Lamar Jackson. So if you get sacked, it's a drive killer. It ends. What the defense does to opposing quarterbacks is basically end drives. And that's the one thing about playing against a rookie quarterback this weekend who, yes, is he having his nice little moment in the sun? And might he be a really good quarterback for the next 10 years? I think all of that's possible. Like Jackson Dart, he kind of gives me like Drew Lock vibes of some raw talent mixed in with some personality and spunk. Could that turn into something? Could. But for this week, the one equalizer to all the different variables that I think could hinder you is that your defense is just it's mauling. It doesn't give anybody an opportunity to breathe. Quarterbacks sit in the pocket, and it feels like they panic. And they should, for good reason. If I'm staring across my offensive line and I see Nick Bonito and I see Jonathan Cooper and I see Zach Allen and I see everybody else, JFM, staring me down knowing that, hey, it's 3rd and 8, this is a passing situation, they're going to be coming. It's a freaky sort of prospect. I don't think we quite understand yet how good this defense is. When Pat Surtain said before the season started, he believes this can be a historic defense. He didn't mean Broncos history. He meant NFL history. And for the moment, they're on pace for it. They average, through 6 games, giving up 254.2 yards per game. That's 2nd in the league. Somehow Atlanta is a yard better. Through the passing game, they're 3rd in the league. They give up 165.2. In the running game, they're 5th in the league. 6th in the league. Give up 89 on the ground per game. In points, they're 2nd. They give up 15.8. And then tack on top of all of that, they are on pace to shatter the NFL record for sacks in a season. And you can say, well, guess what, Brett? They got an extra game. An extra game doesn't make up for being on pace for 13 more than the leading team in NFL history. Again, the Chicago Bears in 84 had 72 sacks. That is the NFL record for a team in a season. You are on pace for 85. And this is not a small sample size. We're in week 6. That's over a third of the way through your schedule. If I told you somebody in the MLB was on pace for 100 home runs through 54 games, you would tell me that's a real number. And so this defense is just so elite at getting after the quarterback that it is the ultimate sort of bleep you to any drive that you want to put together consistently. Because you can't. You know how penalties are drive killers? I want you to think about this for a second. Penalties, like a holding call, kills you. 1st and 10 turns into 1st and 20. But at least it's still first down. You take a 10-yard sack, it's 2nd and 20. You're screwed. Unless the defense makes some big-time mistake of letting somebody run wide open in coverage or pass interference, there's really no way to come back from it. So that's why I think you could find another game this weekend that's going to kind of piss you off. Could be. Where it doesn't look clean. It's a little bit ugly. But the defense sort of carries you to a win again. I think that could be the case. I really hope the offense gets in gear. But if I'm trying to figure out, hey, which game feels like the one that the offense sort of returns to form and makes you comfortable again, is it going to be the week where the offense just really struggled and then came back and has to deal with all the other stuff? Probably not. I would be more than happy to be wrong about that. But it really is, when you think about it, the separator from knowing your team's a championship contender to being a pretty good team is just the offense needs to be a little bit better. It's frustrating because we've heard that before. But I also think with this team, it's way more possible than the others that you've had. Like those Broncos teams with Teddy Bridgewater just were not going to be very good on offense. They just weren't.
Nah, man, the formula for success is throwing 5 yards short of the stick on 3rd and long. That's how you do it, brother.
I wonder if Sean Payton is coaching. You know, he had that quote after the game where he was asked, is this a defensive team? And he said, it was today. I think he's fully aware that it's a defensive team. And I think that sometimes that permeates into his play calling. Like, why throw 5 yards short of the sticks on 3rd and 10? Because you don't want to put your defense in tough position. You know, if you punt the football away, that they aren't going to score points. I mean, again, Nelly, why run the ball with Adam Prentice on 3rd and 10? That's just a safety call. That's a call that translates to, I trust my defense to give up nothing. So screw it. You might as well punt the ball on 3rd down. So, I mean, I think that he recognizes it too. And at some point, you'd think they have to find a rhythm. The offense has been bad way more than they've been good this year. There have been times that they've been good, but they've been bad way more than good. The defense had one game. The Colts game was sort of an outlier of couldn't stop Jonathan Taylor on the ground. They kind of picked up first downs consistently. The Colts did. That's the one game that I'd be like, that's a little bit different from the others. So 303-504-0925. A lot more to get to with this. Broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious Lawyers for the Seriously Injured. We have Jared Bednar going to join the program at 8 o'clock this morning, but NFL Stock Up, Stock Down next. All right, do it every week following the NFL weekend. It is NFL stock up, stock down. We always start with the quarterbacks. Nelly, stock up. Drake May. Guess who is leading the AFC East as of today? It is the New England Patriots, and they're doing it in large part because Drake May looks to be really good. He has, when you have young quarterbacks, the consistency, can be a problem, but you want to see the pop plays. You want to see the throws that the guy makes that you go, wow, that's why we drafted him. Well, he's doing both. He's playing consistently, and he's showing plays like that virtually every week. So this last week was a 261-yard, 3-touchdown performance over the Saints in which he made multiple throws like that where you just went, whoa. He's got 10 touchdowns, 2 picks on the year. Again, they're leading the AFC East. Do you remember when all these people were picking the New England Patriots to be sort of the surprise team of the NFL this year? Then they had the 1-2 start. Lost to Vegas in week 1, beat Miami in week 2, and lost to Pittsburgh in week 3. And you go, yeah, that's not going to happen. Well, since then, win over Carolina, win at Buffalo, win over New Orleans. And you can say the Saints and the Panthers games aren't that impressive. Fine. You go to Buffalo and you beat them, it is impressive, no matter what. But in all of these games, Drake May has 4 multi-touchdown games. He's only thrown picks in 2 games. He's got quarterback ratings of over 100 in each of his last 5. He's just playing really, really solid football and doing exactly what they need him to do. Having a brand new head coach who's really, really good, and Mike Vrabel also helps. So all of these things kind of put into a ball. It's making him successful in New Orleans in a way that you hope Bo Nix starts to look. Is it offense? Is it play calling? Is it just the player? I don't know. But Drake May is finding some really, really nice success in New Orleans. He gets a stock up, quarterback stock down. I mean, you witnessed it. I don't think in my life I've ever seen a team throw for negative 10 passing yards. Net. Justin Fields, 9 of 17 for 45 yards, but 9 sacks later makes it negative 10. I don't know what you do with a performance like that. I said it heading into the game that I think Justin Fields has actually played better than people are giving him credit for. And then that happens. And so now I don't know what to do. It's part of the reason why I think Aaron Glenn was so defensive about him in the postgame, where they said, are you going to bench him? And he said he's really had one bad game. I think that's largely true. He is yet to throw a pick this year, but I don't know any quarterback that would have that happen. His biggest issue is this. We were just talking about in the first segment, taking sacks and how those are drive killers. Well, when you take 9 sacks in a game, and I went back and saw this chart of all the sacks that took place against Justin Fields. These were not Nick Bonito beats his guy off the snap and gets there in, 1.8 seconds, where there's nothing you can do about it. The average time to throw, in that game, was 3.95 seconds. You ask any coach in the NFL, the ball should be out at about 2.5. Or else you're going to have somebody who's 330 pounds jumping on your shoulder pads. Just how it works. You can't hang on to the football that long. And even when he did get time, he missed guys. Huge plays in this game to extend drives and put some pressure on the Broncos. He was missing Garrett Wilson on a throw behind him. He had a timing route where there's a miscommunication. They threw it to the wrong shoulder. And then even when he kind of makes a throw that's okay, end of the game, you need to move the chains. Hufanga goes in and punches the ball out of Garrett Wilson's hands because he had to slide backwards and try and keep himself in bounds. It was just a mess. A performance like I haven't seen in football really in my life from a passing perspective. Over the course of an entire game, 45 yards passing, but after the sacks, it goes to negative 10. Unbelievable. Non-quarterback stock up. Need you guys to pay attention to what's going on in Seattle because Jackson Smith in Jigba, or as my friend Mad Dog would call him, Nelly.
Jackson Smith Nagujuba.
Yeah. He has had 100-yard games in 4 of the 6. One of the other games that he didn't have a 100-yard game, he had 96 yards. Let's just round up, shall we? So that's 5 out of 6. He has taken such a leap for them, and he had to. It's one of those examples where maybe this was there the whole way, but when he first entered the league, he was sharing a football field with DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett. Both of those guys now out in Seattle. He's become the main dude, and he has capitalized on every opportunity. He's got 42 catches already this year. He's got 3 touchdowns. He is absolutely the thing that makes that passing game go. Without him, I don't know what the passing game looks like in Seattle, but Sam Darnold needed a target. One thing that we've learned about Sam Darnold over these past couple of years, especially this last season in Minnesota, if he has enough time to throw the football and at least one good wide receiver out on the field, Sam Darnold can make you pay for things. And he has found Jackson Smith and Jigba. He's sort of his comfort blanket. It's his sort of Cortland Sutton. Need to make a play on third down? Look around the field and find JSN somewhere because he's going to make a play for you. And Jackson Smith and Jigba is truly dynamic. He's got speed. He's got suction cups for hands. He doesn't drop anything. Entirely impressed with what he's been able to do in Seattle, so he gets a stock up. Non-quarterback stock down. This is one of those that I feel bad putting the guy on here because I don't think it's entirely his fault. But we've not only followed this guy's career for a long time, he has been rumored to maybe be a Bronco at some point if this season keeps going poorly, and that's Alvin Kamara. So he's 30 years old, signed a new contract a couple years ago. He is still, I think, a very dynamic back that can do a lot of things, especially catch the ball out of the backfield. But him running the football right now is just not the same. His longest run of the year is 18 yards. He's averaging 3.8 per carry. It's his 4th game this year with less than 50 yards rushing. And the reason I don't want to put this all on Alvin Kamara is when your team and your offense is as bad as what the New Orleans Saints is, when their quarterback is Spencer Rattler, you don't worry so much about the pass game. So maybe you go in there and you start to load the box and dare them to run the football on you, knowing that you got enough guys in there to stop it. And I think that's what's happening with Kamara. This game past weekend, he had 10 carries for 31 yards. I think that they're recognizing that that's a problem, and they're starting to use him out of the backfield more in the pass game. He's got 13 catches in the last 3 games. But bottom line is he's having a really, really difficult time finding space in the running game. And whether it's his fault or not, it's affecting his numbers. He gets a stock down. NFL teams stock up. Was just talking about JSN in Seattle, and I think it's the Seahawks. They just went from the top left corner of this country to the bottom right corner of this country, played a game in Jacksonville, and got a win against a really tough and gritty Jacksonville team. I think that Seattle has a lot of things that they're sort of the epitome of why I think the NFC has overtaken the AFC. They do not have the elite quarterback, but their quarterback is good enough. And then you look at the rest of their roster, you're like, dude, their defense is killer. Michael McDonald is a defensive mastermind. And for the most part, they have been holding teams to insanely low point totals. They had one exception last weekend when they played Tampa, but Baker tends to do this with a lot of different people. They're just really good. You talk about solid quarterback, really good wide receiver, really good running back room between Kenneth Walker and Charbonnet. Adding Cooper Kupp has really helped them in the pass game, having a veteran, steady presence a sort of go-to guy. You throw him the football, you know he's going to be open. He'll make the catch. It's one of the reasons why I wanted Cooper Kupp here. But Cooper Kupp has been another massive addition to that room. Seattle is just solid from top to bottom. And you look at the way that they play defense, the way that their corners are really, really physical. Tariq Woolen, not having the same kind of years he had the first couple in this league, but still a really solid player. Kobe Bryant is in that backfield, defensive backfield. They got guys that can rush the passer. Byron Murphy's been really good. Devin Witherspoon's are really good. You know what I mean? Like, they have a whole bunch of guys on that defense that are just really solid, borderline all-pro types of players. And they're a perfect example of why the NFC has built teams a lot better than what the AFC has, where the AFC feels like they're way more reliant on quarterback, which brings me to NFL team stock down. I think the Bills are starting to feel a lot more like that. Team with a really good quarterback that doesn't have a lot elsewhere. They had to offload a whole bunch of guys this offseason because the salaries just didn't fit within the cap restrictions. So they let a whole bunch of guys go. Yes, they still have Josh Allen, who is going to be the ultimate difference maker. Yes, they have a really good running back in James Cook, but you can see in that receiving room, they're still waiting for somebody to emerge. They want it to be their high-end draft pick from last year, Keon Coleman. That guy was drafted. It was like a pick or two in the first pick or two in the second round. They want it to be him. Hasn't quite made that leap yet. Josh Palmer is a guy that they added in the offseason, who I think is a good wide receiver, but when he was in L.A., he was always the third or fourth guy on the depth chart there. Khalil Shakir, again, another example of a guy I think is a pretty good wideout, but is he great? I don't know if he's great. And then you look at him defensively with the guys that they lost. Do they have some big names still? Yes, they do. I still think it's like they're trying to find their footing. In a lot of games, it's going to be Josh Allen's going to have to be incredible, or we're not going to be able to overcome the other issues. You look at a game like last week when they lost to the Atlanta Falcons, it's their second loss in a row. Josh Allen throws 2 picks, team loses. It's kind of like he needs to be stellar for that team to win. And Josh Allen, as good as I think he is, it's his third straight week turning the ball over and throwing a pick. I don't think it's any coincidence that 2 out of those 3 games have been losses. So they get the stock down. Let's go MVP stock up. I might need to stop this for a little bit, Nelly, because the MVP is really coming down to one guy for the moment, and that is Baker Mayfield. Every single week, Baker Mayfield does something else special, and he's on the highlight reels. Like, he's got such a likable brand of football that he plays, and they just continue to rack up points. But when you watch the play that he made last weekend, he somehow is wrapped up by 2 guys, escapes that pressure, rolls out to his left, sets his feet, and throws a bomb downfield to Tez Johnson. It's like, I don't know how many guys in the league can do that. And he's doing this every single week. So I don't want to sit here and say Baker Mayfield every single week. Maybe we'll drop this until somebody starts to emerge as a contender. But again, it's Baker Mayfield. MVP stock down. You know, for specifically people, it's probably Goff after last week. It's not that Goff played poorly, but a 13-point loss to the Chiefs hurts. I think you probably imagine this a little bit differently had he caught that touchdown pass, because maybe the game's different, or at least the play was allowed to stand. But this is an arms race right now. And Goff, to his credit, he's got 14 touchdowns and 2 picks, but losing football games kind of takes you out of that, and Baker Mayfield continues to rise up, so I think it's going to be Goff takes the step down. Best game of the week.
Oh, my God.
Couple of different ones that were really good. I actually thought Dallas and Carolina was a really good football game. But if you had to choose one, I do think Bears Commanders was a pretty fun watch. It was back and forth. Guys were making mistakes. It was, can you capitalize on it? They did. Both teams did whenever a mistake was made. So I'll give it to that one. I thought it was a really nice way to close out the weekend. A really tight game, came down to the wire. And you really had sort of edge of your seat, don't know who's going to make a mistake and who's not sort of feeling to it. So, yeah, they get the best game of the week, the worst game of the week.
Please stop. Yes, please stop.
I mean, there's no question, is there? What's the worst game of the week, Nelly? You tell me.
The Broncos and the Jets in London.
The one that we had to watch. God, was that terrible. I mean, you talk about a game. Again, forget the fact that one team had negative 10 passing yards by the end of it. There were 20 total first downs. Total. There was, as far as total yards, a team that had 82. On 57 plays, there was one touchdown scored. That's as brutal as it gets. And I'd be hard-pressed to find any, and I mean any, other game this year that you would consider worse than that one. That's how bad that game was. I mean, what was the number? You sent this out. I don't got it in front of me, Nelly. It was that Kendall Hinton had more passing yards than Justin Fields.
Yes,
right?
yes. Broncos legend Kendall Hinton passed for like 20 net yards in the debacle against the Saints in COVID. Justin Fields got negative 10 net yards. Worst performance than Kendall Hinton.
Good Lord. And that is NFL Stock Up, Stock Down. We do it every week following the NFL weekend.
And Brad, if I may, I'm never going to tell you how to live your life or how to do your own segments. But whenever I hear this music, I always just, it's like a Pavlovian response. I expect to hear, Jared Goff, he's going Goff the rails. Whoop!
Oh, yeah,
you know,
something like that.
Yeah, I need more clever nicknames from you for all the players.
It's 6:30 in the morning. That's not going to happen yet. You know what, Chris Berman, if you want to do that at 6:30 in the morning, be my guest. I'll trade. I'll trade spots with you. I'll do the 2-minute, what do they call it again? The fastest 2 minutes in football?
Fastest 3 minutes.
Fastest 3 minutes.
Drake, call me maybe. Whoop!
Yeah.
I need some of that out of you, Kaner. Come on.
Not going to happen, Nelly. So that's
Take
NFL
that L
Stock
on the way
Up,
out.
Stock Down. Jared Bednar joins the program at 8 o'clock. Stick around. See, now this one's good. This is a good text. Texter said, if I had to do the Chris Berman voice for the NFL stock up, stock down, he said he needs Chris Berman saying, Justin Fields takes a sack. Just do that 9 times.
Sack.
That's good. Hey, I love Chris Berman. Is what he does corny and cheesy? Yes, but he does it. If you're the originator of it, you can be corny and cheesy because you created the cheese. You're allowed. Anybody else tries to do that stuff? Tries to pull a Winnie the Pooh on me? Nuh-uh. That's Chris Berman's job. Nobody else's.
For the rest of my life. There's a lot of things I'll forget. I've already forgotten plenty of things, but one thing I will never forget is Dwayne Bowe when he played for the Chiefs, because we always used to get
over Dwayne
somewhere
Bowe.
over the Dwayne Bowe.
Yep. No, he was pretty good at him.
Even though my Chris Berman sounds a lot like Gilbert Gottfried.
It does. Yeah. It's got a lot of Gilbert Gottfried in there. I was going to say. It's not quite Berman.
I know. Hey, to your point, he is one of one.
Totally. Now, no games last night. Game last night as far as preseason, if you're into that kind of thing. Preseason game for the Nuggets last night. There's certain things when you watch the Nuggets in the preseason, like I don't want to take too much away from too many things. But in watching the way that they operate, it's hard not to get excited at the prospect of what the team can be. When Jamal drops 30 points in 27 minutes, I'm pretty happy. When you get a bench unit that steps in and holds things together, that makes me pretty happy. You know, Peyton Watson, Tim Hardaway Jr., Bruce Brown, Valanciunas, they all stepped in for about 20 minutes apiece, let's say, and kept the game level, which is what we've been begging for the last few years. One thing that I am curious about is Deron Holmes has not gotten a lot of run in these preseason games, so I don't know if that's an indicator of what's to come as the season goes along, if he's still got a long way to go in his recovery process. Like, I'm not sure. But a bench unit that looks like Peyton Watson, Tim Hardaway Jr., Bruce Brown, and Jonas Valanciunas is as good. Look, I'm no Nuggets historian, but it feels like it's as good as any bench they've ever had.
Yesterday, I was at the game, and I feel like preseason is more of a social activity. So
correct.
I was not watching, picking through with a fine-tooth comb, but there are a couple times where I would look over and I would see Valanciunas in the paint, and he would just set some blocks. So he would run right into his big European ass and knock him over. And I was going, oh my God, Jokic isn't on the floor, and we got a center that can play basketball. This is amazing.
But it's great. It's a true center.
Yes.
It's somebody who is actually 7 feet tall who plays that position. It's not, hey, we got Jeff Green who's 6'8", but he plays bigger than that, so we'll throw him at. No, it's not that.
Yeah, and there was another time where I looked, they were trying Jokic and Valanciunas on the floor together, and I think he set a pick, and then someone ran around it and passed it to Jokic, and I just went, oh. As Moser would say, me likey, Brett, that European wrecking crew,
yes,
I love it.
They said they were going to do that, and I really and truly believe, like, I'm trying to read between the lines here. What was the big issue that took place in the offseason surrounding Valanciunas and this Panathinaikos thing? And why was he so hesitant, seemingly? He says he wasn't. I mean, we all lived through it. We saw it. What was the hesitation of him just not jumping on board immediately and being like, are you kidding me? I get to play for a team that's going to compete for a championship? All right, cool, let's do it. And I think it's pretty obvious. He wanted to play. And coming to the Denver Nuggets meant he was going to be a backup center, and he's going to go from 35 minutes a game to a backup role. And it's something that he got a taste of recently in his career. He's a 33-year-old man. He started everywhere he's ever been. And last year, he gets shipped off to a team like Sacramento, and he plays for a team like Washington, and he's getting about 16 to 17 minutes a game. He didn't want to be a backup, especially not for a team that wasn't going anywhere. So when he finds out he's traded to the Nuggets, he goes, man, I could play in Greece. I could be the man on that team and play starters minutes in a place I'm comfortable with. Okay. So what do the Nuggets do? This is all speculation, by the way, but I'm just trying to read between the lines. How do you convince him to get here? First of all, you say, hey, dude, you got an NFL contract. That's not how this works. Second of all, NBA contract. That's not how this works. Second of all, you tell him this. Hey, man, we can put you and Jokic on the floor at the same time. Your role doesn't have to be just purely I enter the game when Jokic leaves. Because we all know that Jokic is going to get a whole bunch of minutes. Hopefully not as much as he used to get, which was last year, wasn't he getting like 38 minutes a game? That's insane. You can't do that. But if you put that number down to, I don't know, 33, 32, that feels like a sweet spot. So you'll get all the minutes that he doesn't play, so that's 15, 16 minutes. Plus, we'll give you a few minutes on the floor with him. And I think that sort of eased the tension a little bit of your role is not going to be purely back up to Nikola Jokic. You are going to be a big part of this team. But having veteran presences that come off the bench and give you real NBA minutes that you aren't nervous and white-knuckling the entire time, I think is huge. So it's good to see that last night. We'll talk to Jared Bednar at 8 o'clock this morning, get his thoughts on the Avs' good start to the year. What he sees from the power play, a whole bunch of different things. So we'll get to that in a few minutes. In about an hour. I'll say this about sort of where we're at in the NFL. That precarious position of nobody really being the standout team makes the season really fun. And it's what I think separates the NFL from most sports, is that every year, every team feels like they're a couple of plays away or maybe a dude away from being competitive. And I think virtually every team in the league, with the exception of a couple, feel like they have a real opportunity to make the postseason and maybe surprise people. Like the ones that you could say are out already are in the AFC at least. It's the Jets, Titans, Browns, probably the Dolphins, and probably the Ravens. I mean, the Dolphins aren't going to be in that category. Probably the Ravens, just because when Lamar comes back, their schedule gets a little bit easier. Maybe they can go on a run. Who knows? But everybody else kind of feels like we have an opportunity. The Cincinnati Bengals, who are 2-4, traded for Joe Flacco thinking if he can win us like 3 games before Joe Burrow comes back and Joe Burrow goes on a heater, maybe we can make a run for it. On the NFC side, I don't know if there's a single team that feels like they're out yet. Probably New Orleans. But you don't think the Giants have a little bit of life now over the last 3 weeks of starting Jackson Dart? The Giants win this weekend against the Broncos, which I do not think will happen. But if they do, hypothetically, they find themselves right back in the mix. Like, there is no team that has run away with this sort of crown of we are better than everybody else in the league. And I think that's what makes this sport in particular that much more exciting. You know the contenders in the NBA basically a month and a half into the season. You'll take a handful of teams, 6, 7, and you're like, these are going to be the ones at the end of the year that could have a chance. And then there's probably 3 of those teams that you're like, yeah, but one of these 3 teams is winning. You just know. The NHL is kind of like that, a little bit more, I guess, wiggle room for teams to kind of jump into that mix, especially when the postseason starts. Hot goalie can make a difference, blah, blah, blah. The MLB is a lot like that. Like, they have a whole bunch of teams that make the postseason, potential to get hot, but you look at the Dodgers and you're like, yeah, they're up 2-0. They're probably heading back to the World Series. The NFL just has, I mean, you ask 20 teams in this league right now, do you guys think that you can be a Super Bowl contender? Their answers are probably yes. Like the Bears, who started the year 0-2. They lost their second game. They gave up 52 points to Detroit. They're now in a position after winning 3 straight where they're like, yeah, of course I think we can compete. Carolina's 500 for crying out loud. Makes it really fun. So get back into this in a few minutes. You can always watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online and Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
It's hard to get in rhythm, obviously, with the pressure we generate and obviously with the coverage we have. But I've seen him instances, he was hurt a little bit, and I didn't really peep until throughout the game. It seemed like he was grabbing his ribs or something. But I just think that collectively as a unit, that's what we try to do. Is to create pressure and to create frustration amongst their best players. So.
Jared Bednar joins the program in an hour. We'll get an update from the Avs and good start to the year, see what his thoughts are 4 games in. Is the Broncos defense, do they make the team almost letdown proof for a game like this? You look at all the variables that you're going to face against what I think we all can agree is a better Giants team with Jackson Dart under center than Russell Wilson. You're dealing with that jet lag, the time zone changes, no bye week in between, and you think there's a lot of things that kind of set up to where you can have some struggles. But does the defense just erase those?
I think it makes you feel more at ease, Brett. That's for sure. It makes you feel more at ease because you can count on that side of the football, and you know what you're going to get on that side of the football. And that's the problem with the other side of the football. Yeah. You don't know what you're going to get.
Right. Think about it, though, Moj. If I give you the Tennessee and Jets games from the last 2 games out of this season, it's about as bad as your offense can play in both of those games. And it didn't matter because your defense just took over when they had to.
Am I taking the defense for granted? Am I they're going to be great every week, it's going to be no problem, they're going to hold teams down, the offense just has to grind their way to... it kind of feels like it's felt around here for some time. If you can grind your way to 20 points, you're going to win the game. Yeah. Is that what it feels like to you guys?
Yeah. I mean, the one exception is Indy. Indy picked you apart a little bit with Daniel Jones and Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah.
No, not a little bit. They did.
Yes, a lot of it. Yeah.
But I just feel like, I don't know. I don't want to take the defense for granted because I know they're going to give up some points sometime. But, man, oh, man, This team has such potential to be good because the defense is so good. They got to figure it out. I want them to figure it out, please.
The issue now is left guard. News yesterday emerged that Matt Peart was hurt during the game. And according to Mike Kliss, it happened on the 3rd play of the game. And he gutted it out. And here's a guy with an injured knee, came back home, got an MRI, and he's on injured reserve. Yeah. And he played the entire game with that knee. And it could explain why he had so many issues playing that game. But now you got to replace the replacement.
Yep. And I don't know who that would be. I mean, you got Palczewski running out there.
Throckmorton. I think it's going to be Throckmorton, I think.
Could
they
be.
Activated him anyway. Yeah, they activated him.
Well, they need bodies at this point now.
Well,
I don't know.
He could be a backup, too.
Yeah, I don't know if that indicates that he's going to start or they just need bodies to back people up at the same time. Can I say one thing about, obviously, him getting hurt sucks?
Hold on. Can I say the name because it's such a great name? Throckmorton.
Throckmorton's good.
That's as good as it gets.
Hey, and you guys know me. I'm a preseason nerd. I told you I liked Throckmorton when he was in the game in the preseason.
He had my favorite block of the preseason when he was pushing, and sealed off so that Harvey could get through. Really good.
Throck frickin' Morton.
There's one thing that I will say that with this Peart injury that I'm glad I don't have to deal with anymore, and it sucks that he's hurt. I don't have to try and guess his name anymore because nobody knows and nobody seems to care how it's pronounced, and everybody says it differently, so I don't have to deal with that when he's on injured reserve. It's the only good thing about him being hurt is that I don't need to deal with the name anymore because nobody knows. We all just need to make a decision for crying out loud. No, I mean, fine. If you want to say it like that, then let's just keep it that way. But Vic, you dropped a Peart on me, and I don't know if I've ever heard Peart before.
I'm going with everything just so we have it all checked off the list.
Just cover the whole gamut.
We did this with Bidet, right? We went an entire season. But with every name.
He said it once, and then everybody changed it to Bidet.
Bogdan, Big Don, Bagdon.
Peart, I think, has said his name, and we all just basically looked at him and said, nah, I'm
I
not
don't think
doing
so,
that.
man. Yeah, I don't think so.
Well, I'm going to call him Throckmorton.
Here's what I wanted to tell you guys, though. And if you remember, Nelly, see if you can dig this up. It was preseason. I believe it was with Kay Adams. PS2 said he thought this could be a historic defense, that they had the ability to go down in NFL history as one of the better defenses that's ever existed. And if that's the case, then you're a Super Bowl contender. If your defense is that good, you have that ability. I'll just give you, now that we're a little past a third of the way through the season, which, Moj, if I told you somebody was on pace for 90 homers in the MLB through a third of the season, you'd be like, okay, can they keep that up? I don't know, but it's a real sizable number. It's a sizable sample. Here's where the Broncos defense is at through a third of the way, a little over a third. In yards per game, they're second in the league. They're giving up 254.2. In passing yards, they're third, 165. In rushing yards, they're sixth. They give up 89. And in points per game, they're second. They give up 15.8. They're on pace for 85 sacks this season. That even if you account for the extra game that you get now as opposed to a 16-game season, you're still shattering the record. Shattering it if they continue that pace. To this point, PS2's probably right. This is a pretty historic performance so far. And it's the reason why, had they had just a normally good defense, I think I'm pretty nervous about this game against the Giants. And there still are things that I look at and I'm like, that's going to be difficult to deal with, and this could be a little bit of trouble. But I can't envision a scenario in which Jackson Dart comes into Denver against that defense and has a good game.
Well, it would be, I don't want to say historic, but it would be very, very, very unlikely that a rookie quarterback comes in against this defense in front of that crowd at that stadium and beats them. I mean, you're right, Brett. I don't envision a scenario. And not only that, when you look at the over-under of this game, do you know what the over-under is? Forget about the spread. Forget about that. What the over-under is for total points.
Is it like 39.5 or something?
29.
Yeah, well, it's 40.5.
Yeah.
Which is, for an NFL game, is pretty damn low.
Pretty low.
Anytime you get 40 or below, that's pretty damn low. That tells you that the, quote, betting public, they don't believe the Giants are going to be able to score a whole lot of points, and the bulk of the scoring will be on the Broncos side.
I just feel like that defense is, the one thing Sean Payton hates from his quarterbacks is when they take sacks, and Bo Nix just doesn't. But when you can force a team to take 9 sacks and it results in negative 10 net passing yards.
How mad would Sean Payton be if his offense had to play his defense? Oh, my God. Oh, he would be furious.
Well, he sees it every day in practice, I suppose.
I reckon he does, but not in games, not like this.
Hey, how do you think coaches' meetings go? Hey, everybody. All right, Vance. Yeah, your side of the ball is just kicking butt. My side of the ball is not moving the ball, and Darren Rizzi's side of the ball is very inconsistent. What do you do when the head coach is the actual play caller? How critical can you be in closed-door meetings?
I don't. With Sean Payton, I don't think you can.
You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you lob bombs at the other side of the field when your side of the field isn't doing its part? How do you do that?
Well, we've seen players do it. You mentioned this last year, Vic, where they had a whole bunch of games in which the defense did their job and the offense didn't. And Sean Payton was very reluctant to say the name Vance Joseph when things were going well defensively. And it's like he mentions everything else.
He'd be like, who? Who? Vance Joseph, your decoy. Oh, yeah. Oh, he's great. Yeah.
Did we really?
But here's the other thing. Sean Payton was asked a question in the post game after the Jets win. And he was asked, do you think this is a defensive team? Which obviously the answer is yes. And his response, you guys remember what it was? He said, right now it is. or this game it was. And I go, no, I think you know it is, and here's why. Everybody asks the question of, like, why do they throw everything short? Why is everything at the line of scrimmage in the pass game? I think that's kind of a direct result of him knowing what kind of defense he has. When I was so upset yesterday about 3rd and 10, you run it with Adam Prentice. What is that really telling you? I'm just going to do things where my defense is going to take care of us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so he's not looking for style points. He's looking for dubs.
Yeah, I think that's pretty obvious now.
Yeah.
Why is the offense not totally dynamic and super complicated and a whole bunch of stuff downfield and big plays? Well, it's because he feels like if he puts the ball in harm's way, it affects the one thing that they do really, really well, which is stop people on defense. And so he's going to play to it. That's at least what I'm saying. Why else would you run your fullback on 3rd and 10? Honestly, why would you? It's just because you trust your defense that much. And they should, because their defense is really, really good.
Yeah, I went back and looked at that play, by the way. I wonder if they checked into – I wonder if Bo checked into it, if he saw something he didn't like. I don't know if that was the original call.
I mean, you might be right. I think somebody yesterday mentioned that he thought that Nick's audibled into it, but why?
I don't know.
Yeah, why would it? Yeah,
because the play that was originally called wasn't going to work in his estimation.
Okay, fine, but it doesn't make it any better. I mean, whether Peyton called it or Bo audibled into a fullback running play on 3rd and 10 in your own side of the I don't know. I don't know why you would do it. If he did it, it's a mistake. I don't know.
We can all agree, by the way, one of the best coaches in the history of sports is Gene Hackman in The Replacements, right?
Yeah.
And he told Keanu Reeves, Shane Falco, winners want the ball. Because remember, Keanu Reeves checked into a run play at the end of a game, and he said winners want the ball, and I've always lived my life that way. So Bo Nix,
Shane,
3rd and 10, I'm going to be your Gene Hackman. Winners want the ball.
Best left-handed quarterback, who's the best? I've got Kenny Stabler, Steve Young. Okay, there you go.
Michael Vick.
Mike Vick. And
Jared
Shane Falco.
Lorenzen, the hefty lefty, baby.
No.
And Shane Falco.
Falco's got to be fourth on that list. He's got to be fourth.
He's certainly above Tua.
Did you say Steve Young?
Hold on.
You said Steve Young. Yeah.
I said Steve Young. Is he – hold on a second, though. This is critical. Is he Shane Falco or is he Johnny Utah? Which one is he?
He's Falco
Utah.
Because he actually played football in The Replacements. When he was Johnny Utah, he was this mythical figure. We never watched him actually play. It was a secondhand account. It was a secondhand account of him being a good quarterback, which, let's be honest, I've had people try and tell me Drew Aller's good. Okay? And I've watched him play. So I'm going to trust that Shane Falco's better. Was he a scab? Yeah, he was a scab. But you know what? He had grit. He had moxie.
You know another under-the-radar lefty that was pretty good? Mark Brunell.
Brunell was good.
He was really good for a lot of years.
Well, I mean,
he played a long time. Beat the Broncos here.
He beat the Broncos here in the postseason. Listen, man, Johnny Utah. I know. Where did Falco go to college, by the way? Where did Falco go to college? Do we know?
He didn't play
in the replacements. But Johnny Utah he was an Ohio State quarterback, dude. Special agent Utah. And by the way, how do you become a special agent and go sort of undercover when you played quarterback at Ohio State? I'm confused by that. Either way.
Wait a minute, Moj. Now we got a real problem.
Uh-oh.
Shane Falco was an Ohio State QB.
Yeah, he just said that.
So was Johnny Utah.
No, Johnny Utah is also Ohio State. So Keanu Reeves only plays Ohio State quarterbacks in movies.
When they tell him what college do you want to represent, it's always going to be Ohio State.
But here's the problem. I will say this. Falco had this. He had heart, but according to the bio of Shane Falco, I'm just going to read it for you guys. He's known for a disastrous performance in the Sugar Bowl that led him being nicknamed Footsteps Falco.
Oh, my God. Well, but he did not suffer an injury because as Johnny Utah, he had a bad knee injury that derailed his football career, and that's why he went into the FBI.
Vic, your life's on the line. Shane Falco or Tim Tebow to win you a game? Who are you picking?
I'll go with Tebow. He finishes.
Does he? Does he really?
He finishes. He doesn't start, but he finishes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He did one time.
He did for an entire season.
Did you watch the way Falco came back at halftime and win that game before all the real players came back? I mean, insane, Vic. Insane thing.
Someone says Shaden Falco was Florida State.
I'm telling you right now, I'm seeing a whole bunch of stuff that he was an Ohio State guy.
Okay.
Moj, you should take the time to go tour the Horseshoe there in Columbus while you're there. How far are you from the stadium?
Not far.
I've
already
never been to the
one
shoe.
time.
I heard it's amazing.
I've been to the campus one time.
Have you? How big is Columbus? Yeah. Is that a big old? By the way, Moser is in Columbus because the Avs play the Jackets tomorrow night.
It's not a big city. No, it really isn't. But if you recall, I told you I spent the night in the hospital one time here many, many, many years ago. Not pleasant. Nice people, not pleasant.
How'd your golf go yesterday?
83, 42, 41, not great.
Played by yourself?
No, I played with the doctor, Dr. Amit, and then we hooked up with a guy named Anthony who sells adhesive.
Oh, that's great. Altitude Sports Radio app is where you can listen to us anywhere, including Columbus, Ohio. If you sell adhesive tape, you can listen to us on the app. It's powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com.
Just hit the ball.
One thing I noticed from yesterday, as the only preseason game at Ball Arena took place for the Nuggets, and God, it feels good. We'll get to it next. Vic, Jamal gave him a show last night. 30 points, 27 minutes.
I tell you what, man, Nugget fans, for those who were able to watch the game last night, I watched it on League Pass, and I've noticed something after watching these preseason games. After 4 preseason games in which the starters, by the way, have played a lot of minutes. I did not expect the starters to play that much last night. They did. They played deep into the third quarter last night before giving way to the reserves. And Jamal Murray looks active. He looks energetic. He looks engaged. He looks physically fit. Jamal Murray, ladies and gentlemen, is ready for takeoff. He finishes last night with a game high. What did he finish with? 30
in 27
points.
minutes.
Jamal's ready to go, boys. He's ready to go. He's shooting threes. Remember, the big criticism was shoot more threes. Shoot more threes. He shot them last night. He was 2 for 8, but he shot them. And what it does when he shoots those threes, hell, he made a 3 last night off one leg, turning his shoulders. He did like a step into the ball off one leg, right leg. It was a really slow moving play, but it looked beautiful. The results did. Jamal Murray looks good.
Moshe,
I think what I like, Brett, is that he went to the free throw line 10 times and he made all 10 of them. That's an aggressive Jamal Murray. That's a guy who's obviously getting calls, but that's a guy who I like that number. He's not a big free throw guy. I mean, he doesn't get there a ton. In fact, anytime you see a Denver Nugget with double-digit free throw attempts, it feels kind of rare to me.
Yeah, here's the other thing, and I know it's preseason and you don't want to take too much away from stupid games that don't matter. The bench comes in last night. They all get about 20 minutes apiece, and they do what we've been begging the bench to do for about 5 straight years, which is, can you just keep it level? I'm not asking you to go out and extend a lead, just can you keep things together? And I can't tell you how exciting it is. And this is the difference, I think, between the Nuggets and the Avs. The Avs' problem over the last couple of years, it was injury issues that always plagued the team, and then you put on top of that inconsistent goaltending. The Nuggets had nobody you could trust coming off the bench. Even for the guys that were, quote, trustworthy in the coach's eyes, like they played Russell Westbrook a lot last year. How much did you guys trust Russell when he was on the floor? I mean, it was very hit or miss. You've got about 4 guys now coming off the bench where you're like, they're fine. Peyton Watson is now an established rotational player in the NBA where you kind of know what you're getting. Tim Hardaway Jr., you know what you're getting. Bruce Brown, you know what you're getting. Jonas Valanciunas is probably the best backup center in the league. I mean, that's 4 different guys of veteran NBA presences who have been there and done that before that you don't have to worry about. The one question I do have, Vic, is Deron Holmes not playing because of minutes restrictions coming off an injury, or is he just not really a part of the rotation?
That is a wonderful question, one which I cannot answer, and it's one that I'm going to – you can ask it, but I don't know if you'll get a straight answer right now.
Yeah, well, do me a favor, Vic. Figure it out.
Well, maybe he's just not ready.
Did you figure it out? I'm asking you to figure it out, please.
Ask my opinion, and I'll tell you the answer.
What is your opinion?
He's not ready.
Yeah.
We'll move past that.
I mean, he's playing as a rookie.
Yeah.
It's a rookie. He didn't play last year. He's coming off an injury, and he's not ready. And
ask me my opinion. You say, what is your opinion? He's not ready.
That's my opinion. You know, to play in this league is a leap. It's a major leap.
Funny. And
even though he's a second-year player, he really isn't. He's a first-year player. He did not play last year. And they've decided they go 10 deep. They have 2 units, right? And it's fun to watch. They have depth. And then their 11th player off the bench is not Deron Holmes. It's not Zeke Naji. You know who it is? Their 11th player, and they use him a lot. It's Spencer Jones. They'll put Spencer Jones in the game and say, sick him. And they'll have him defend an opposing player like all out.
Is the 10, are you putting Strother in with Watson,
yeah,
Hardaway?
He's on the second unit. The second unit, it's pretty, again, we've watched 4 games. We know the first unit, AG, Cam, Nicola, Jamal, Christian Brown. The second unit is Peyton Watson. It's Tim Hardaway Jr., Bruce Brown, Jonas Valanciunas, and Julian Strother. That's the second unit.
Yeah.
That's who's been out there. And then again, the guy that they'll bring out on occasion, Spencer Jones. Spencer Jones played more minutes than Jalen Pickett last night. Spencer Jones is a defensive specialist. That's how they use him.
To me, that feels like more of an experiment. Once we get into the regular season,
I don't think so. I don't think so.
The next time they play 11 players in a game, you let me know.
Well, when you say who comes in first, I thought that's what your reference was. That's what your reference, your rotational reference. If they need a defensive jolt, they're playing Spencer Jones. He's going to play. He is winning playing time, and he's doing it with just heart.
Effort. Yeah.
Yes, he's doing it defensively. I'm telling you right now, he's going to play. He has turned out to be a favorite of David Adelman's. And Jaron Holm is going to play. I have no idea. If I had to predict it right now, he's not going to touch the floor much. Unless injuries occur.
I think you're probably right. Yeah. And how great is this? Guys, I just want to reemphasize something. When Jaron Holmes got hurt in Summer League last year in that first game, it felt like a massive part of your rotation was lost for a guy that, first of all, never played in the NBA before. Second of all, we have no idea if he's even good or not.
Because this is what we do.
Well, no, Vic.
Because, no, Vic.
It's not
Vic,
because that's what we do. It's because you needed him last year.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Yeah.
It's because you're going, golly, we need to have a guy off the bench that we think can be reliable, some rookie whom we have no idea can even play the game, and we're all bumming out because he's gone for the year.
He's healthy and in his second year in the league, and we go, I don't even know if we have to play him or not.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Yeah. So it's a timing thing for him. You're right. Had he been available last year, he would have been accommodated with many more minutes.
Sure.
But this year, he's got dudes in front of him who are proven veterans.
Good. That's
And
a
they're
good
going
thing
to
for
play.
the Denver Nuggets and Nuggets fans. That's a positive, Vic.
By the way, did you guys see this?
Hold on. I'm hearing a lot of this. We announce, I come out and say how excited I am that Jamal Murray is really looking good. And a lot of snarky comments coming back. Oh, great that he's physically fit. I mean, hey, listen, we're not going to be able to change the past. But tell me you're not at least excited that he looks excited. Right? Tell me you're not at least excited for him and what they can do with an engaged Jamal Murray. Because he looks engaged.
Yeah, they can do a lot. Again, I feel it with this Avalanche team too, Brett, where that hunger is – it's just like kicked up a notch, and people will say, well, why weren't they hungry last year? Well, they were, okay? But a certain reality has to set in, and a belief has to be there, and it drives a lot.
Yeah.
And I think that's the same kind of story this year with Jamal Murray. I feel like he is – I don't give a rat's rip what you think about the past or how he's been since the championship or anything like that, but I think when you see it – and Vic, all it should do, forget the snark. Yeah. No snark. All it should do is buoy you to thinking, man, this team wants it and they're going for it hard.
Listen, Jamal
really
Murray's he's just wired differently. And you guys have seen some of his interviews and how he bristles, right? Can you imagine if we had Jamal on the show and you asked him right now, Jamal, you look a lot faster, a lot more fit, a lot more engaged. What's changed? What do you think he'd say?
I don't know if that was a question.
Honestly, what do you think he'd say if I asked him that question?
That he's always been engaged and fit, and he's always taken pride.
But he's also a pretty honest guy, Vic. He would say, I think he would say, you know what, I'm recommitted or whatever however you want to put it.
I don't even know.
I think he'd be a little bit honest.
He was asked this question in a roundabout way, and he said the stop with the Canadian team sort of took a lot out of him last year.
Yeah,
and that's why he wasn't ready to go.
Just quickly, because I noticed this the other day. I think Barkley was talking to, was it Dan Patrick? It was somebody. And they asked him about the scheduling for the Inside the NBA thing. Mm-hmm. And Barkley said, we don't know. And he doesn't think ESPN knows either. This is the tentative schedule that they have for Inside the NBA. Listen to this, Moj. So the season, I believe, opens up on the 21st. I think that's when teams like the Lakers and stuff, they get that opening night game. They aren't doing anything that night. The following night they are. The 22nd, they're also doing things on the 23rd. And then on the 29th, they'll be back. After that, it's not until November 12th. And then Moser, after they do a show on November 12th, they won't be back until Christmas. That's the next time that show's on the air. And then after that, it's January 24th.
Yeah, they take like a month off.
What's the point of having the show if you aren't going to have the show?
What are we doing?
I don't know. They don't have many appearances.
It's the best show on television. Why are they burying it?
Well, there's not enough room. There's not enough room. They have too many people, too many players.
For what? Room for what?
I'm just telling you what the facts are.
Moshe, I get this filet mignon, but there's not enough room on your plate. You're just going to have to stick with the grilled cheese, okay?
There's not enough room. I mean, it was an odd choice to begin with. I asked this question, and I'm going to ask it. Why didn't Amazon take on that show?
I don't know.
Amazon has nothing but open air. You know, there is no broadcast crunch. There's no scheduling crunch on Amazon. You could put a show anywhere.
Hey, guess what I would do?
I don't understand it.
Guess what I would do if they were on Amazon? I would watch pre- and post-game shows.
Yeah. It makes no sense to me how they ended up on ESPN. ESPN already has a pre- and post-game show. They already have a family of analysts. I don't get it. I don't understand it. When they made the move, I still don't understand it.
Me neither.
And you know what? Charles, deep down, he won't say it. He hates it.
Oh, of course. No, I think he made that pretty clear.
They all hate it. They all want to be somewhere else. They don't want to work there. Speaking of ESPN, congratulations to the Condor Fly. Eric Johnson announced that he will work as an ESPN analyst this year.
Yeah, we mentioned that yesterday.
I know, but for those who weren't here yesterday.
EJ's going to be so good at that. I think that they had that, what do they call it, Moj? The NHLPA player poll thing that they do towards the end of the year in the hockey season. One of the questions was which player would make a good broadcaster or something, and I think EJ was like second or third on that poll last year. Like even the players know.
I mean, he's comfortable and he's got personality. He knows the game inside and out. He's going to be great.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just texted with him a little bit yesterday.
What is his role? Is he like studio stuff, or is he calling games?
I think he's going to be a game analyst.
Oh, gotcha. Perfect.
You know, the other reason why I think the ESPN schedule for Inside the Game, it's hit and miss during the regular season, is because they put in a ton of hours during the postseason. They're working like every night during the postseason. They haven't announced a postseason schedule yet, so I don't know.
But on TNT, they did it once a week.
Postseason?
No, regular season.
Regular season, they did it once a week.
Yeah. I'm just saying, in the postseason, they're going to be there pretty much, you think, all the time. I don't know yet. I don't know.
Yeah, you'd think. Who knows? 303-504-0925. Jared Bednar is going to join us at the top of the hour, 8 o'clock today. Yes.
Did ESPN, quote, acquire that show so that nobody else could?
You know what? Now that you say it, that's a great strategical move. Not for us to let it shine, but so no one else can steal our audience.
But why bury something that's good? Like that's what I don't get. Like you acquire it, you already have it.
Know.
Put it on the air.
Because maybe you're paying people already. Listen,
you already have an entire crew doing that.
It's better.
But they're better than them.
They have.
I know, but
I know.
What do you want me to say?
Like here's the deal.
What do you want me to say?
Hey, here's my genius idea. You guys ready? We're gonna trade for Patrick Mahomes. I'm still gonna start Bo Nix, but at least we don't have to play against him anymore. What? You play him. That's what doesn't make sense. And I get it. Like people are saying, oh, they're burying the competition, but they aren't competition anymore. They're yours. They're teammates.
So, perhaps some insight why Amazon didn't get the rights to that show. When Amazon stepped in to get the NBA rights, Turner tried to sue Amazon. Turner was trying to sue everybody. Remember? Trying to sue the NBA, trying to sue ESPN. They just put on their sue hat. We're going to sue everybody.
Well, I wanted to be a part of it because I love that show, and I don't want that show to go away. So, yeah, you want class action? Sign me up. I'm in.
You know what's sad is that
I can't believe that show is not a normal thing now. I can't believe it.
The sad thing in all this is that TNT puts together what I believe to be a very good sports product. Last night, for example, I was watching 3 things at the same time. 2 of those things were on TNT. I watched Brewers-Dodgers. They put on a great broadcast. And I watched the USMNT. I watched the U.S. men's national team at Dick's Sporting Goods Park against Australia. That was on TNT.
Can I say something, by the way, because you bring up the Dodgers, and I had it on mute last night, so I don't know if he was on the call then. But during the Tigers-Mariners game, that Game 5 closeout, Moj, there's a lot of people, and I'm sure you get this all the time in your business, where you don't really compliment the play-by-play guy. It's more like you just say the play-by-play people that you hate. So I'm going to highlight somebody I really like. Adam Amin is really good.
He is.
Like, incredibly good.
He is. In fact, he usually does the Bulls games.
Yeah.
And he wasn't there last night. His replacement was because he was doing that TNT game.
He made what was already a fantastic game in that Game 5 between the Tigers and Mariners even better with his call.
Totally agree.
And few times people point that out. Like, he's really good at that.
Do you agree with me on this? And this is what's sad about TNT losing the NBA contract. I love their broadcasts.
Yes.
They bring a big boy broadcast. It feels big when they do it.
100%. Like, I noticed that about, you guys remember they were saying that about the finals the last couple of years, that ESPN, it just felt like
small market.
They were treating it like a regular season game, and you know, there wasn't the pomp and circumstance necessary.
Yeah. Too many commercials. The halftime show was like 15 seconds long. It just, No, I mean, listen, it's abundantly clear here. The preference is one thing, and we're getting another. That's just the way it is. Mark and I work in television. I understand how this works. The economics of television is crazy. Sometimes it dictates your creative control. You want to be creative. You want to be good. It's not going to happen because the money runs the show.
Hey, I got an insult. You know, we played yesterday. Mike Tomlin called out somebody, an executive within his own division, by name in a press conference. Lane Kiffin's not scared of that either. He said something about coach he's going to be facing here, and we'll get to that audio in just a second. Stick around.
I'm going to say 2 words: erectile dysfunction. Don't be embarrassed by it, dudes, if you're dealing with it. If you're over 50, maybe you are. But the good news is, for the first time, look, you can get it taken care of. And maybe you've tried before, but the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is the best. Their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. Is it impacting your life, ED? Well, if it is, do something about it. Don't be embarrassed. Don't slough it off. Say, you know what, I'm going to take care of it. They've got success rates well over 90%. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range in Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So if it's affecting your intimacy, if it's a problem, do something about it. Schedule a consult today. The initial visit, only $99, includes the medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, TNPSA test, and if medically advised, to test those there in the office. Now, if that doesn't work, your appointment's going to be totally free, but it's going to work, and you're going to be very happy. 5 locations in Colorado, from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado 7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Jared Bednar is going to join us in 15 minutes. Stay tuned for that. If you guys remember from yesterday, Mike Tomlin had a quote in talking about the in-division trade between the Browns and the Bengals of Joe Flacco. And he called out Andrew Barry, the GM of the Browns, specifically.
You know, to be honest, it was shocking to me. Andrew Barry must be a lot smarter than me or us because it doesn't make sense to me to trade a quarterback that you think enough of to make your opening day starter to a division opponent that's hurting in that area. But that's just my personal feelings.
He had no problem calling somebody out. Mm-hmm. Lane Kiffin also doesn't have much of an issue, Vic, and
never has.
Never has. Will never be one to bite his tongue. So they got a big game. They just come off this really weird game in which number 4 team in the country playing at home is playing against Washington State, and they have to, barely hang on to a win.
They were losing late in that game.
So this week, they're playing against Georgia. They're doing it in Georgia. And somebody asked them about, hey, both you and Kirby Smart move around a lot on the sidelines. And asked a follow-up.
Off-the-wall question, you and Kirby, probably some of the more demonstrative coaches on the field. Who do you think burns more calories in a game, you or him?
I don't know. That's a good question. I walked by the TV and saw his press conference today, so it don't look like he's burned too many calories.
Oh, that's so good. Oh, my gosh. That is so good.
He's such a Richard.
I love it.
He really
You're fat
is.
guy, go worry about that.
I love it.
I do too.
A lot of you guys don't love it. I love it.
Only Lane.
Moj, do you love it?
It sounds like something
I would say.
that I would say. Of course I love it. I love it. I love all that stuff, man. Honestly, it sounds like this show. When he's talking, it's great. I love it.
I walked by the TV and saw his press conference today, so it don't look like he's burned too many calories.
You know what I hate about that? There's one thing I do hate. That's an actual funny quip from a head coach, and none of the media laughed when they overlaugh at everything that a coach says and does. Not a single even hee-hee.
Let me be the regular media in front of a coach at a news conference. Say something, Brett.
Okay.
Clever.
Well, ask me a question.
Do you
Hey,
think
Coach.
go
Go ahead, Vic.
Coach, do you think you can beat Georgia tonight?
Well, tell you what, I can beat a bulldog for sure.
Oh, my God, Coach. You are just the funniest SOB west of the Mississippi. Oh, criminy.
Hey.
Anyway.
Hey, I'm. This show is fair. If anything, we're very fair. Don't think we don't do that too. We do the fake laugh on this show when we have guests on all the time.
I never fake laugh.
Oh, my God.
I always real laugh.
Listeners. Next time, I want you to keep track of that.
We've been guilty of it.
It's just sort of part of the process.
Hey,
it's a,
what
it is?
No,
Moj,
no.
It's a courtesy laugh.
Hold on a second. I will say in our case, in radio, it's an audio thing. You can't see. I know people watch us on TV and YouTube and Twitch and all that stuff, but it's an audio medium. I think the sound has to be necessary radio-wise.
Brett, do you know how many courtesy laughs I give Moser on a daily basis? Just to get the show moving, to make him feel a little better about himself.
I'm an audible laugher, though. I am just an audible guy. If I think something's even a little bit silly, I'll give you a...
You guys make me laugh every day on this program. I honestly get tears in my eyes on this program every single day. And when Beds comes on here, when's he on in an hour?
Should we all really overlaugh at something he says?
Whatever he says, if it's serious, just turned out we're not playing any of our usuals tonight. They're all sick. That's great.
I like
my
it when
ranch. I lost my ranch down south. I went bankrupt.
I like it when the reverse is true. When Moser says something like, "Hey, Coach, I just bought a new pair of cargo shorts," and then Betsy goes, "Ha ha ha ha."
Yeah, you're right. Again,
he gives the.
Dude, you're so right. You know, Betsy, a lot of time, we have guests on this show. Remember the time we had Michael Malone on and Moser said something and he didn't know what to do? He didn't give a courtesy laugh. He just paused for a while because he didn't know how to react.
I know what that was. Nelly, see if you can find this. It can't be that hard. We barely talked to Malone. I mean,
so what? That's how you feel that time, Brett.
No,
you're
but
uncomfortable.
But what happened was I said something like, "Hey, Coach, thanks for the time. Hopefully, we'll talk soon." And then Mojo goes, "Yeah, Coach," and he said one more thing. And then there was a pause because you asked him a question. It was like you got one more thing in, and it was a question, and Malone just pauses and he goes, "Guys, good to talk to you."
Yeah, it was like an eternal pause, too. It was an eternal pause. I was like...
Like 9-month pregnant pause. 9 months.
So, Moj, that's part of human interaction. Everybody listening to this show, next time you're at the office, next time you're next time you're at the grocery store. By the way, I made a trip to the grocery store yesterday. It was one of the most awful experiences of my life. That's for another day. The courtesy laughs occur everywhere in life. Yeah, see? See? It happens.
I actually have this one saved from a while ago. This was a good one from Moj. You gave that one to Bradley Van Pelt.
I'm not laughing anymore. I'm not. I'm just. There's no. Nope. Nope.
It's all right.
I'm gonna. That. You know what? That's actually a great segment.
I tell you what. You get nothing. Absolutely zero from now on.
I'm going to start looking for courtesy laughs. I'm going to start. I'm going to make an effort.
Dude, even if you, I swear to God, if somehow Dave Chappelle
really
invaded your body and made funny after funny after funny, I'm going to bite my tongue. You are not getting a damn thing from this point
on. All right,
I
challenge you. I challenge you to go All right. Here's the challenge. It is 7:53 a.m. in Denver, Colorado. Go the rest of this show without laughter, without a single peep.
No problem. All you got to do is stare at your face, and I will not laugh at all.
All right. Let's see if you can do it. Great. I like it.
Hey, just quickly, we'll get to Bednar in a few minutes. What are the Broncos going to do at left guard? And how big of a concern is this? You know what? Before we do that, go ahead, Nelly.
Well, Coach, congrats on the win last night. Appreciate the time this morning. And a texter makes a really good point. He says, after the big new contract, you take a night off right away. Glad to see you worked in some PTO on that new contract.
That's right, man. You know, always working. Find a way to get it in.
That's right.
Thank you, Coach. I guess when you're booted out, maybe the Coors Light tastes just a little bit colder, right? That's all good stuff.
Guys, great talking to you, and I look forward to speaking to you again.
All right, Coach. Thanks, Coach. Appreciate it.
Oh, that was so awkward. Oh, my God. I was like cringing there. My hands are sweaty.
Hang on. I got to hear the end of that again. Please.
That's right, man. You know, always working. Find a way to get it in.
That's right. Thank you, Coach.
I guess when you're booted out, maybe the Coors Light tastes just a little bit colder, right? That's all good stuff.
Guys, great talking to you, and I look forward to speaking to you again.
All right, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
Appreciate
Coach
it.
Malone.
He did not know what to do. Our boy put him in a pretzel.
I know. The ultimate, how do I respond to that? Yeah, Coors Light, good. Guys, as I said, good talking to you.
Guys, great talking to you, and I look forward to speaking to you again.
Meanwhile, in the back of his mind, he's like, how many times do I have to say goodbye?
Well, Vic, Glass House is over there with Bob Kravitz.
I know. I admit it.
Goodbye.
I admit it.
Jared Bednar is going to join us in just a couple of
look at my
minutes.
face. Do I look like I'm laughing?
Because the joke's on you there. You never laugh with us. You know, that's your problem. When I do something stupid, I laugh at myself. You got to start. You have to learn how to laugh at yourself. You take things too personally. Seriously. Yes, you do.
No, I do not.
Yeah, I saw you curl up in that mood. As soon as we started playing that, you were in that defiance mood. I saw that.
I'm trying to not.
You just did.
We got him.
It is.
It took 3 minutes.
I'm trying to not engage your bullcrap. Dude, shut me off. I laugh at my own stupidity all the time. Stop it.
No, shut him off. Shut me off.
It took 3 minutes after his decree of I'm never laughing again. It took 3 minutes. So you failed. Jared Bednar joins us next.
Sabres stacking up in the neutral zone. Aegis in. Drops it off from McKinnon. A lot of ice out there now. McKinnon shoots and scores! Nathan McKinnon walks in through the top of the circle and rips it past Lyon for his second of the game. And the Avs have a 3-1 lead. McKinnon is on fire.
I hope you're enjoying the show, folks, because this is outstanding. Watch Marty Nate just enter the zone. Just dangle-licious, sweet little drop pass right there to Nathan McKinnon.
Jared Bednar is going to join us here in just a moment. All conversations with the coach are brought to you by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado's hockey team. So the Avs start this season much differently than last year, that's for sure. 3-0-1 to start. Still some questions about some things that could be improved upon, but I think all in all, I guess a acceptable start for Avs fans who have high expectations this year. And we go out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Joined as we are every Wednesday at 8 o'clock by the head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar. Coach, how are we doing this morning?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Doing good. You know, for 4 games into the season, how would you assess the team so far in this 4-game start?
Yeah, I think we've been all right. You know, like it's good training camp, good exhibition, and yeah, we're playing with a pretty good conscience here right now on the defensive side of things. And, you know, I think some nights more than others, we've been a little bit more dangerous on the offensive side. So still putting it all together. But I would say effort's been good. Competitiveness has been good. Yeah, and just kind of trying to build their game and build their identity here.
Especially when you compare the start from a year ago, polar opposite here. Hey, Coach, it's Brock Nelson's 34th birthday today. Happy birthday to him. How scary was it with his wrist, and where does he sit right now? Is it all good?
Yeah, it is. We got lucky there. Yeah, it's scary whenever you see a skate come up like that and then a guy like sort of hustling off the ice. I mean, we've seen some bad ones before. This one he got lucky, just a flesh wound, so all the reports on him have been good. He went in the room, got stitched up. Docs like what they saw wasn't no tendons or anything like that cut, so got stitched up, wrapped up, and came back out, and that seems to still be the case here after a day. So dodged a bullet on that one.
How does the skate get there? Like, How does it find that part of the skin to cut up?
Yeah, like I don't know. Their player got tripped up a little bit. It's going down forward, and his skate comes up. Came up pretty high too, about chest high. Brock was the guy checking him, and he just kind of turned the skate out of that contact or confrontation, and the skate on its way back down caught him on the wrist. It's you're seeing it. Skates come up with the speed of the game and the physicality and guys trying to make plays in tight. You're seeing it like a little bit more often here, which is why the cut resistant, underwear, padding, all that stuff sort of coming into play now. Pretty tough to cover, like right down there by your wrist. I mean, you got elbow pads and shirts and wrist guards, and that it's just, each guy kind of has his own preference on what he wears and what he feels comfortable in. And this one just found some flesh, and yeah, again, though, pretty lucky to get out of that with just a flesh wound.
After the Landy cut and now Brock Nelson, have you guys considered banning skates? Yeah, go ahead, Moser.
I think they're doing everything they can do with the underwear and cut resistant stuff. And so it's just like the guys have kind of seen a bunch of different products. We have it available, and some guys wear it in different places. And you just got, I guess we are wearing those on our feet, so it's part of the game.
All right, listen, I've made a point on this program now, Coach. I'm not laughing anymore on this show. So when Brett says something incredibly stupid like banning skates, you don't even have to give him a courtesy laugh. You don't have to do anything. We're going to be absolutely real from this point on. Is that cool?
Sounds good. He caught me by surprise on that one, so I laughed.
I bet you've never been asked that question before, Coach. It's journalism. No laugh. See, that's what we're looking for right there.
Good. Perfect. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Coach, hey, listen, let's talk about your top line. I mean, I'm not sure you could have asked for a better start to the season out of 3 guys all working together. I mean, does it make your heart feel full to just watch those guys come together the way they have and produce the way they have?
Well, I like what I'm seeing, yeah, and on both sides of the puck too. Like, I think they're doing a nice job. They're building their chemistry. Like, it's you got Marty, who's skating really well right now. Mac is like, he's been heavy on pucks and determined to win battles and come up with pucks. He's like relentless when it comes to 50-50 battles right now, and we all kind of know what Lecky does, right? Like, he gets to the net, he gets his stick on everything, he's super disruptive. He's awesome in like 50-50 battles of like getting the right touch on a puck and putting it into the right area to keep plays alive. And so they've been super dangerous on the offensive side of it. And then on the checking side of it as well, like they're not giving up a lot at the other end of the rink, and you know, like, so when it comes to like building habits that like can win on a nightly basis and long term, I think they're doing a really good job out of the gate, playing with a good conscience and still being like really dangerous. I thought like the Dallas game and again in Buffalo, they were just outstanding, and so it's the type of performances you want and need from your top line, and they've been giving it to us.
How would you assess the second line?
I'd say it's just been okay. I think they're still finding their chemistry a little bit. We've seen some flashes and some shifts of just how difficult they can play or can be to play against. And so I think that one that could use a little bit of time yet. But I do think like Val started, like I think Val had a little bit of a rough start to the year when it comes to like playmaking and his skating. Like he just, like even though he looked really good in training camp, he feels great. He's had a good summer of training. It looked like he hadn't put his hands and legs together yet in the first handful of games, and he's gotten better and better here over the Dallas game and Buffalo game. So I expect that line to kind of find its groove and take off a little bit. But responsible checking game so far, but like I like to see a little bit more out of them offensively. So, but they've had a good start. They've had some tough matchups in the first 4 or 5 games, and we're bumping McKinnon away from other teams' top lines, and they've been creating the offense. And Nelson's job sort of had a heavy checking load.
What is the update on your goalies right now? Because Wedgie's been taking the bulk of the load, obviously. When is your prime goalie coming back? When's he going to be available to play for you?
Yeah, not sure just yet. Like, he's getting close, though. Like, we left him back off the road trip again. He took a conditioning assignment to the Eagles in practice, like getting him in game situations and practices, and so he's not thinking about his every movement, like getting in more like reactive mode to make saves and get explosives, kind of the key for this week. And it seems to be going really well. I got a report yesterday said practice went extremely well, best practice yet. So he's got to be getting close here. We got one more tomorrow against Columbus, and then we get home off the road, and then we'll all get together and have a chat on exactly what the plan is for him and which game we can get him back in. But he's getting close.
I don't get concerned about the power play, Coach, because you've got so much talent. Does it bother you when people get a little bit concerned about it, or do you get concerned about it? How does that work?
It's like a hot topic in our organization a lot, just because a couple of the guys that we got on there. You got to Cale Makar, you got to Nathan McKinnon. It's all about sort of, for me, same as our 5-on-5 game, building the habits that we need to be successful on a nightly basis. When it's easy going, when it's tough going, how do you stay productive? I'm not concerned about our power play right now because I go through all the chances that we create. Like, what does it look like? We've had some power plays this year that are ineffective, and we've had some that are like super dangerous and haven't got rewarded for them, and then we've chipped in a couple of goals. So it's about like being dangerous for me, creating quality scoring chances out of like all types of situations. And I've seen some really good sort of foundational things that I like from our power play at the beginning of the year. Because the power play is not sitting at 40% or something like that doesn't bother me. It's not the power play like to me, it's the power play you have at key times. They scored some key goals at key times this year. And it's work in progress, right? Need a little bit of a new group, a little bit of a new plan, some fundamental things that we're trying to put into it. And special teams have been solid to start the season, as is our 5-on-5 game, and we just got to keep building it from there.
I don't know if you heard Nathan McKinnon. This was after the Dallas game. He was talking about the fans booing during the power play. He said this.
I thought it was really good tonight. Really good tonight. A lot of great chances. I know we were getting booed. I guess they don't really know what a good power play looks like. We had a ton of chances, and just nothing was going in, and we finally got one. So I guess they got to boo us more.
Do you think the boos can fuel a power play, Coach?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think the power play's hungry and wants to score every time it goes on the ice. And part of the messaging from the coaches is like, hey, that power play wasn't great. The next one's going to have to be really good, right? And then they go out on a power play and they get 4 scoring chances and 3 high danger, high quality chances, and either they miss on them. A guy gets a block on one, the goalie makes a big save on one, and you don't score on it. It's about sort of the rhythm of it and how they produce those chances, and eventually you got to finish them off at the right moments. Couple of those games, like I said, we came, power play was ineffective and then really good, and you come up empty, and then they go get one. I've seen some good things, getting dangerous off the rush attack, like mixing that into our bag of tricks, so it's not just set up and play ozone play time. Like it's they've taken some cracks off, and smart, calculated risks off some of the rush attacks that have led to goals, that have led to scoring chances to keep the other team off balance. There's a bunch of things that we're working on. That's just kind of like one example. Shooting off one face-off and getting dangerous immediately on the power play. Marty Neckesh gets one like that the other night. So, I think it's all those things that we'll keep drilling into them that will help them, get dangerous and stay dangerous throughout the course of the year. But I can't agree with them. I thought we had some power plays against Dallas that were super dangerous and could have had more than one. But I thought Ottinger had a really good night, and he's got something to say about it as well.
Coach, you may not want to hear this because you coach game by game, but we're only 4 games in. You realize it's going to be you and Dallas again. It's going to be you and Dallas. How important is it going to be to win the division?
Well, it's a goal of ours, win the division, win the conference, kind of set yourself up for, your best chance at success in the playoffs. I mean, that's, in every aspect. So that's home ice, hopefully an advantage, against, a team that finishes further behind you in the standings, the habits you build and the way you play and the commitment that you play with on a nightly basis. It's just trying to make everything, give yourself the incremental advantages come that time of the year. So to us, it's important. We go in that we thought we had played really well at home in the playoffs last year. We played pretty good on the road too, but it's, you're facing, an opposition crowd and refs that, tend to call it a little easier on the home team, I think. So every advantage that perceived or real that we can get for ourselves, that's what we want.
Coach, it's a bummer about Sammy G. I hope he's going to be okay, and we'll see him here on a week-to-week basis. But you got Sloviov coming in, and I think he's acquitted himself quite nicely. Talk about the new guys, if you will, a little bit. 4 games in with Brindley and Burns, and whether they're young or old or anywhere in between and what they've done. And also, is it good that you don't have to really tinker a whole lot right now? Is that a good thing for a coach?
That's always a good thing. I think you want to be as healthy as you can just because you have experienced, high quality players, guys like Sam, you want them in the lineup. But, that's one of the reasons why we picked up Ilya on the back end is we feel like he's worth a look and a take. I don't know him real well, but I think he came in, played decent in his first game and played even better in his second game. He's a big guy with decent hands that can make some plays, and we're going to get a good look at him here now. that moved Sam Malinsky to the right side, and he's played really well over there for us in the past, had a really nice game in Buffalo. Burns is fitting in nicely in 5-on-5, special teams, just a veteran guy that's really can be hard to play against with his skating, size, and length. Brindley to me is he's like the young kid that's got a lot of talent and some offensive upside, and he's playing in a fourth line role, but still adds some skill to that line. But he's a relentless, tenacious guy that's on pucks. He's already scored once. So the new guys to me are fitting in nicely. I like the way our team's coming together and gelling. We've done some team building stuff already on the road a couple times, and they're getting to know each other. Chemistry seems to be good. Attitude seems to be good. Work ethic seems to be good. So, it's always a work in progress, and we just got to, keep focusing on the right things as we go day to day here and game to game.
Talking to the head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar. All conversations with the coach are brought to you by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado's hockey team. We saw years worth of this chemistry of the duo between McKinnon and Mikko. And now it's McKinnon and Marty Necas. Can you just give me, what does Necas do differently from Mikko that makes these guys as effective, if not more?
Yeah, so different players in a lot of respects, both super talented guys. But, one of the strengths of Mikko's was packing the puck down low in the offensive zone, a defender's on his back. He's still able to handle the puck, get his eyes up, find the open man. Really good in traffic because he's so big and strong. Just, an elite passer and an elite shooter, right? And then you got Marty, he's a great transporter of the puck, a little bit more dynamic with his movement, through the neutral zone, out of the D zone, carrying the puck into the offensive zone, getting set up. I would say historically a little bit more of a perimeter guy in the offensive zone. So we're working on some tendencies with him to try to get inside and use his shot more. I talked about him deferring a little bit, when he was in scoring areas last year and even through training camp this year, where he's deferring a little bit to, say, Mac or Lecky or Kale, whoever's on the ice, where I think he should be taking some of those shots. So finding a balance of being a passer and a shooter. Because when he gets into scoring, or if he can score from distance, a lot of guys can't score from distance, and he can, and Mikko could as well. Where I think that the growth is going to come from their line, and we're seeing it now, is he has just naturally a lot of tendencies that are a little bit the same as Mac. They like to head to the same areas of the ice a lot. They like to get the puck in the same areas of the ice a lot. And, so I think they got to find some different space, some depth and width to their attack in the offensive zone. And when they do that, good things seem to happen. Last year we saw when they started playing together, they were bumping into each other a lot and kind of heading to those same areas. Now they're starting to spread it out a little bit, get more dangerous, read off each other. It's just chemistry, time together. So I'm encouraged by what I'm seeing. If they keep kind of learning from one another and having the right conversations and communicating when they're on the ice, on the bench, in the room, I think they can only, they can go up from where they are right now, and it's pretty effective start to the season.
Good stuff. Last question from me, Coach, and it comes from our colleague DMac. He wants to know about Monday. Of course, Monday was Columbus Day / Cabrini Day / Indigenous Peoples Day / Canadian Thanksgiving Day. Did you as a team celebrate Canadian Thanksgiving after the game?
No, we did not.
So you don't have any interest whatsoever in Canadian Thanksgiving is what you're telling me?
No, I do if I was in Canada, but I don't celebrate two Thanksgivings, So I live in the U.S. It's home for me, so I celebrate American Thanksgiving. If I was in Canada, or if we were on a road trip in Canada and it's a holiday, then we'd celebrate that. But we are not, so I don't.
I got to be honest, Coach. Yeah. If I was in Timbuktu during the 4th of July, I'm lighting a firework off.
Yeah, well, you're American. Yeah,
exactly.
It's the same thing. I celebrate that weekend, 4th of July weekend, but I don't have a big party on July 1st.
Last thing for you, Coach. When was the last time you picked up a wooden hockey stick?
It's been a long time.
Well, I had one in my an old Bauer Supreme that I had taped, I don't know, in 1998. It's been in my closet since then. I packed it on this trip with Donnie.
In your closet.
Okay, stow it. and I packed it with Donnie. So we're gonna go over to practice today, and some of the righties are gonna give it a tryout. You want to check it out?
I feel like that stick sort of probably fits your skill set.
No, that's funny.
No use getting all the technology if the skill set's not there. You might as well just use a 2x4.
I'm even friggin' broom handle. Exactly right. I'm out of here. You know what? No, I'm
stop taking his players' practice time for your little games that you want to do.
No, it's after practice.
We're going to play Monopoly next? What's next?
All right. Coach, tell them after practice they just screw around anyway.
We'll see how they shoot it with that thing.
Yeah. Coach, always appreciate the time. We'll talk next week.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar. All conversations with the coach brought to you by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado's hockey team. That was an actual great joke.
That was funny.
Might as well use a 2x4.
I was keeping track. I've keeping track the entire interview. That interview went 21 minutes long. That last thing was funny. He roasted Moser. However, there were some things that were not funny, things that were just fillers, right? The chuckle is a filler. My total, Brett, you lead the league. You had 5 courtesy laughs.
I do it all the time.
1 courtesy chuckle. Bedsy had 3 courtesy laughs. Moser was stoic. Moser had 1 that entire segment. 1. So, Moser, I'm going to give you credit. You held yourself. But Brett, you are the most guilty of all of us.
I'm a chuckler. I don't know what to tell you. This isn't like out of character for me.
Yeah,
I
but
do
I
this
think
all
it's
the time.
done out of. I think it's nervous laughing. It's like filler, is what it is. When you start paying more attention, you'll notice it.
He's right. You're an idiot.
See, there it is.
That was fake.
Oh, but it sounded
real.
real.
All the time. I do it all the time. This isn't something new. This is who I am. Either you like who I am or you don't.
No, I love it. You're mistaken. I love it, but what it is a filler.
No, but that is. See, we're over on time. This is an accusation that you're making that I'm doing it and it's fake, but it's not fake. It's what I do all the time. So
I'm
how
not
is
saying
it? That's
it's
real.
fake. It's built into your personality.
That is true.
Rather than saying "oh" or you laugh.
Let's go to break. Thanks, Dude Spanish. I want to talk to you guys about Circus Sports because it's the best on the market. No doubt about it. And whether it's the NFL, college football, the NHL season now kicking off, and also, how about the ALCS? Game 3 tonight. Blue Jays, Mariners. It's Bieber against Kirby, and the favorites are Seattle 2-0 lead already. Minus 127 on the money line tonight. You can also bet the series prices. You can bet the odds to win the World Series, which right now the overwhelming favorites, as they should be, are both the Mariners and the Dodgers. So that and so much more, the best odds in the game. Download the Circus Sports app right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brock Nelson's 34th birthday today. Happy birthday to him. How scary was it with his wrist, and where does he sit right now? Is it all good?
Yeah, it is. We got lucky there. Yeah, it's scary whenever you see a skate come up like that and a guy like sort of hustling off the ice. I mean, we've seen some bad ones before. This one he got lucky, just a flesh wound. So, this one just found some flesh, and again, though, pretty lucky to get out of that with just a flesh wound.
You're indeed brave tonight, but the fight is mine.
Oh, had enough, eh?
Look, you stupid bastard, you've got no arms left.
Yes, I have.
Look!
Just a flesh wound.
Flesh wound is a wild way to describe injuries. Did you get sliced? Yeah, just a flesh wound, though. Just flesh.
Do you like seeing
flesh? Hurts.
What? Do you remember the first time you saw open flesh? Like, how old were you when you saw open flesh?
What do you mean?
Like, one time, I think I was 8 years old, my friend Gino Amato tried to climb over a fence, and he got caught on one of the fence links.
How do you remember these things?
It's so vivid in my brain, it just sits there. And I remember he cut the inside of his thigh. He was wearing shorts, and he cut like 7-8 inches inside his thigh. And I saw the open flesh wound, and it looked like the inside of a bell pepper. And I remember looking at that saying, that looks like it hurts.
Okay, great. Can I ask a question about the Broncos and strategy? The Broncos have done this a couple of times this year. It looks like they're getting more and more frequent with this, but it's being aggressive. They obviously did that against Philadelphia when they could have kicked the field goal to tie the game up with 8 minutes left, an extra point, I should say, with 8 minutes left, and they decided to go for 2, and they got it. There was a 4th and 5 that they went for last week, and they got it. I almost think they should do it more. You got a good defense. Why wouldn't you be aggressive? We were talking about earlier, I think sometimes they play it too conservatively because they're like, hey, if we punt the ball and we give our defense good field position, they'll be able to hold. Well, why not just take more opportunities in the game when it's 4th and 4, at the 50-yard line? Don't even consider anything else. Keep your offense on the field. If you don't get it, you got a defense you can trust. I think they should be hyper-aggressive. I think they should go almost Detroit Lions-style aggression on things. You have the defense to make up for it.
I don't disagree with you one bit. And yet, I'm reminded of this, and I just posted it. Somebody brought it up, and I say it again. Do you realize the one play that was the difference in the outcome of that game? There was one play, and we overlook it like it wasn't that big a deal. But when Hufanga knocked the ball away from Garrett Wilson on 3rd and 8, do you understand if they complete that pass, the Jets likely win the game?
Yeah. I'll tell you what, I know that play too, Vic. I went back and rewatched it. It's another example of what a bad game Justin Fields had. That's an out route at the boundary. That's a timing route.
Yeah.
And he waited until Garrett Wilson had to stop at the boundary to throw the ball.
Yeah. Still had it in his hands.
That gave Hufanga a chance to come in and blow it up. Yes, you're right. But it gave Hufanga a chance. If he times that right,
yes,
Wilson catches it
and puts it away.
Toe tap, run out of bounds.
He didn't have a chance to put it away. It was still in his hands, and Hufanga saw that. Great ball skills and knocked it out of bounds. But I'm telling you right now, Broncos fans, we're singing a completely different tune today.
For sure.
If Hufanga doesn't make that play. Because at that point, it's a 1st down. The Jets can milk clock. They're closer to a game-winning field goal. The Broncos can't answer. It's over.
Yeah. What's up, Mosh?
I sit here today. I sit here in Columbus, Ohio. And I can't believe how close the Denver Broncos were to losing that stupid football game.
I know.
I sit here and I look at the box score, and I've poured over it time and time again. And I look at Justin Fields and negative 10 yards passing. I look at less than 100 yards totally rushing as a football team. And the Denver Broncos were this – you're right, Vic. They were this close. They were a Hufanga missed deflection away from losing that stupid football game. It's unacceptable. And don't give me this, well, anybody can beat anybody on a Sunday. Your expectation for the Denver Broncos should be this is a good football team. They should put teams like the New York Jets out of their misery with regularity. You don't let ridiculously dumb football teams hang around like that. You don't. Good teams don't anyway.
Well, Moshe, to your credit and to your point, this is the NFL. You don't blow teams out by 30 points every week. I understand that. But when you gave up 82 yards of total offense to your opponent and they threw for negative 10 net passing yards in the game, that's a blowout. That has to be. That
Should
can't
be a
nail biter.
Yeah.
Can you get a stop at the end of the game situation? Can't.
How many other teams in the league, Vic, if their defense did that to the New York Jets, would blow them out?
Well, I mean, Buffalo would, obviously. Kansas City would, in my
The
opinion.
answer is like everybody. Like you're a professional
Tampa Bay
football team.
would.
You hold a team to 82 yards, you should win that game by at least 14 points. And I don't think there's really much question about it.
You know, I never even thought about looking at what is. Let me look. Let me see how quickly I can use the internet here. Let me look at where the Broncos rank offensively in the National Football League. Here we are. They are right in between the Chicago Bears and the New England Patriots. Yards per game, 337. So the Cowboys have, in yards per game, they're the best offense in the league, followed by Atlanta and Buffalo. And the Broncos are middle of the pack. They are middle of the pack offensively. So they're not as bad as we assume. They're not. Now,
Coach, your cell phone's as bad as the offense right now.
Scoring-wise, where are they scoring-wise? They are toward the bottom of the pack. They're averaging just over 21 a game.
The issue, though, Vic, and this is where the numbers can get a little trippy.
Mm-hmm.
They've had, like, I think Sanford said this before, they've had 4 good quarters of football where they've been able to rack up some points in a hurry.
Yeah.
That has made the other stuff, it's kind of been this sort of flex-all for the rest of that time where you aren't doing much.
You're right. I was thinking about this yesterday. All right, so they've played 6 games. All right, 6 times 4 is what?
24.
So of 24 quarters played, I went back and did the math. 24 quarters played. How many of those quarters did the offense perform above par, do you think? 24 quarters played.
I think it's 4.
It's more than that. It's more than that. There's 8 quarters among the 24 where the offense looked good.
The Cincinnati game.
The entire Cincinnati game and most of the Indy game. And there have been moments here and there. The fourth quarter of the Philly game.
It's not enough is the answer. Yeah.
It's not more than half is the answer, right? Less of you need more consistency. You need more consistency out of the offense. You can't fall asleep at the wheel for that much of the game offensively.
So, by the way, I looked up the last time that a team finished with a negative net passing yards was the Chargers in 1998. Whose quarterback was?
Stan Humphries.
No.
Ryan
Leaf.
Ryan
Leaf, who was 1 of 15 passing in that game for 4 yards.
Wow.
Played against Kansas City. He finished with negative 19 net yards. The Chiefs won 23-7. But Natrone Means, God, I love that guy, ran for 162 or 165 yards in that game. So they had some kind of offense going, and the Chiefs still won by 16 points. And keep in mind, in that game, Rich Gannon, who was the quarterback for the Chiefs, was 10 of 29 throwing the football. Not much better. But if you hold a team to negative 19 net passing yards, you should win by at least 2 touchdowns. And that's sort of the concern that you face right now, because, Vic, you mentioned it. It's more than half the time the offense is on the field, it's going poorly. And you just need way more consistency.
Where is that game? You're not going to believe this, but Ryan Leaf had a game here in town against the Denver Broncos.
Well, he looked good.
He looked like a totally made pro quarterback.
I remember that game.
I'm trying to figure out what it was. 311 yards, November 19th, the year 2000. That's what it was. Hell, he was only he was only 13 of 27, but he had 311. He went crazy that day with the long passes.
Fellas, I look at now I turn it around. I look at the defensive statistics in the National Football League, and the Broncos are ranked second behind Atlanta in total yards per game. It's just percentage points there. But if you factor in all the other yards, rushing, passing, points, the Denver Broncos far and away have the best defense in football. They do. They have the most dominant defense in football. The numbers prove it. The eye test proves it. Their defense is solid. So, what's
it's not solid? It's great. It's not. It's great.
Yeah. So what's the third branch of the government here? It's special teams, and they fall right in the middle, smack dab in the middle, special teams statistically. So defense, dominant. Offense, middle of the pack. Special teams, middle of the pack. And somehow you're leading the division at 4-2. If you get those other two branches to pick up their game, you'll win the division. It's that simple. It's really that simple.
And they got a game against a maybe not hot Jets team, but revived Giants team. Giants team. Since Jackson Dart has taken over as the starter, and we'll get to more of this with NFL True False next. All right, it's time for a little NFL True False. Start with the Broncos, expand out from there. So we'll start here. Very simple question. True or false? The Broncos offense is bad.
True. True.
Yes. It's probably not the word I'd use to define it. Inconsistent.
Yeah, it's
the
not,
word.
Yeah, that's the word I'd use. But when it's bad, it's really bad. You know what I mean, Brett?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not good.
Yeah, it's not good.
Poor choice of words, Brett.
No.
Yeah, it was just a dumb
Why is it a poor
choice
choice
of
of
words?
words?
Yeah,
Because it doesn't fit the bill here. It's just ridiculous. It's amazing.
So that would be false. The game's not that hard. If you don't think that's right, then it's false.
Then say inconsistent.
No,
say true.
the Broncos' offense is bad. True or false? What do you mean? This isn't hard.
Fix your mouth.
If you guys say I don't think they're bad, then the answer would be false.
Fix your mouth.
I don't like your mouth. Yeah, your mouth. I don't like it.
Bo Nix is at best the 4th best quarterback in his class.
Oh, that's
need a longer body of work. I'm not there yet.
It's just a true false. What do you mean?
Okay, I'll say false. I'll say
false.
false. It's just hard to assess. It's not. I don't have a body of work that makes me answer that question, because if you compared last year Bo Nix, take that entire body of work and compared it to Drake May, he blows him out of the water. He blows him out of the water. Is Drake May playing better this year? Yes, but
he blows Michael Penix out of the water.
Yeah, figure it out, dude. Fix your mouth.
This is just a very simple concept of the game. If you guys don't think it's right,
Vic is correct.
Yeah,
Can I say this though? Let me say this.
I am not making a declarative opinion. I'm just asking a question in a statement
Well, Vic
form.
is correct. Your mouth is dumb. Please move on.
The Broncos will rush for 100 yards this weekend. True or false?
True. I think they'll get back on the train. Yeah.
I agree with that. I think that because they're inconsistent, they're due for a good game. They're due for a good week. This is it. Yep.
The Broncos will look as if they suffer from jet lag. True or false?
False. Not
true.
now.
I think true. I think there'll be moments. I think that just stays in your body. I mean, you can have all the sleep specialists you want. You can have them all. Show up at my house next time I go to Europe. You can have them all. Moj, you remember those few days coming back. You remember what those are like.
Yeah, they stink. The first couple days. But then, look, these guys are pros. You get to the end of the week, you're back on your schedule.
They're pros. They're also humans.
You have some Red Bulls.
I love how people, because someone is a professional football player, how you just take the human element out of it. Like, oh yeah, jet lag doesn't apply to football players. They're good. They're tough. You just don't. You can't scheme your way out of jet lag.
Agreed, but their bodies.
There's nothing in the playbook.
They're young studs. Their bodies recover quicker.
True or false?
Really? Because my daughter is young, and she kept sleeping until 4 in the afternoon for a week.
But she does that anyway.
That's a good point.
True or false? The defense will have another 5-sack game.
Hell yeah. True.
With Jackson Dart back there,
they're gonna get all over the kids. They're gonna get all up in there.
Yeah, this is great. A rookie quarterback coming into town. Well, not rookie, but yeah, he is a rookie. What am I talking about? A rookie quarterback. Get him.
Jackson Dart concerns you. True or false?
Another one of those words. Another just. You got. I mean, some of the stuff coming out of that mouth.
Yeah,
today.
define concern. Wow. I mean,
concern has a definition. Worries.
Geez. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
I feel like
he doesn't. He does not concern me. No, Jackson Dart does not concern me.
So the game would be false.
False. Okay. False.
Yeah, I refuse to answer the
question.
Hard. Based on the word.
Cam Scattaboo will run for 65 yards. True or false?
False. They're going to stuff that little sack stater right down in a hole.
Again, I can't wait for Hufanga versus Scattaboo meeting head-on about 5 yards down the field. When he takes one of those pitches wide right, and here comes Hufanga to fill that hole, that's going to be fun to watch.
Vic has a point there too, Brett. Scattaboo, he seems to seek out contact. He's like a little bowling ball, no-neck, heat-seeking missile. He likes it.
Did you guys ever see
his...
the meme of, it's from The Sopranos, when Tony's talking to, is it his dad, I think, right? Or no, it's his uncle. His uncle. And
Uncle June.
It said Cam Scattaboo when he's in his 70s. And it's Jackson Dart is playing, his son is playing the role of Tony Soprano. He goes, hey, you and my dad used to run this town. And he goes, I did? Great. It's just no memory. That's how Scattaboo plays. He's just going to bash his head against somebody as hard as he can for 60 minutes. This game will come down to the fourth quarter.
Hold on. Please let him do it. Vic, describe the head to the shoulders thing for Cam Scattaboo again. Thank you.
True or false? This game will come down
By the
to
way,
the fourth.
Brett, you put me in this mood today. You put me here. The non-laughing. You did it. And you did it. Both of you did it. Go ahead.
True or false? This game will come down to the fourth quarter.
False.
I say true. I say true, and there's nothing to be upset about if it does, because, again, a team had 10 days of rest. Another team's coming off a game in Europe. I don't think there's anything to apologize. The Broncos could still win by 2 scores if it comes down to the fourth quarter. Yeah.
Brett, I'm going to say false, and I'm going to say it in this regard. I just think, again, we're talking about the inconsistent Denver Broncos. They're going to. I mean, they have moments of greatness on offense. They have moments where they just look absolutely beautiful. I think this is one of them. I think they're going to porpoise for a little bit here. I thought it was behind us. It's not behind us. I think they'll porpoise, but I think this is a week that they're going to be okay.
True or false? The Chiefs win the AFC West.
True.
Oh, man. I'm going to say false. I'm going to say false. I think the Broncos can get it done. I'm going to say false.
True or false? The Patriots are a playoff team.
Well, they currently lead their division. They lead their division.
False.
True.
False.
True or false? The Jets finish with 1 win or less.
False. They'll figure something
False.
out.
I think they'll win a couple games. They'll probably win 2 or 3 games. Probably right around there.
True or false? Joe Flacco will get the win against the Steelers tomorrow, much to Mike Tomlin's dismay.
False.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Joe Flacco will get the win against the Steelers tomorrow.
Okay, what did I tell you in your Lay It Down segment about Flacco and the Bengals last week? I said there's no chance they lose by 14 to the Packers. I'm all in on Flacco right now. I think after a week of work with that team, I'm going to call it right now. Yeah, Flacco wins.
True or false? The Colts beat the Jets this weekend. The Colts beat the Chargers this weekend.
Where's that game?
I believe it's in L.A.
True.
Why'd you ask where it was if you were just...
I'm just curious, because if it was in India, I'd say for sure true. I mean, so is it in Europe? What if it's in Europe?
So it doesn't matter where the game is, Vic. You're picking the Colts anyway. It could be on Mars. It could be on the moon. It doesn't matter.
Where was the location I could give you that would have changed your mind?
Yeah.
If I said Mars, does that change your mind?
Antarctica.
No. I mean, if you would have said Parker, Colorado.
You got a Penguin offensive line for the Chargers.
Moj?
Oh, me. False.
True or false? Baker Mayfield's luck runs out on Monday. They play Detroit. In Detroit.
True.
And
Lions are a good
it's not
football
luck.
team, dude.
It's not luck,
Yeah.
by the way.
Well, yeah.
Again, your choice of words is abhorrent today. Abhorrent. It's what you're doing to the English language and what you're doing to this segment. It's nasty work.
Say,
they're going to get beat.
Okay,
they're going to get beat by. They're going to get beat by a better football team, is what they're going to do, Brett. It's not luck running out.
You can't say that there's no luck involved in like 5 last-second wins this year. There's a little bit of luck involved.
You do it 5 times, that's a trend, baby. You do it 5 times, that ain't luck anymore. That's a guy that knows what he's doing.
Brett, if you recall, because I guess your memory is very, very short. If you recall, they were about to cover against the New York Football Jets, and they had a field goal blocked for a touchdown.
Yeah.
And I got completely backdoored. I mean, the worst kind of backdooring. And then they drove right down the field and kicked the game-winning field goal and won the dang football game. That wasn't luck. That wasn't it. I mean, they were the better team by a mile. They just had a stupid field goal blocked for a friggin' touchdown and ruined my whole lay-it-down weekend.
True or false? The Chiefs are the best team in the NFL.
I'll say true.
Gosh, I hate that question only because It's so. I'll say false.
Who is?
I don't know, but I don't think it's them.
I think Tampa's at the top of everybody's power rankings, but I don't think anybody would tell you they think Tampa's the best team in the league.
No,
I don't
Buffalo's
think
got to pull their head out, and they're it. I think Buffalo, if they pull their head out,
I don't know if they have the
if
defense
Josh
to
Allen
be it.
does.
I don't think defensively they have it. Can you imagine Buffalo with Denver's defense?
Oh, my God.
True or false? The Eagles lose their third straight game in Minnesota.
Man, there is
False.
some unrest in Philly right now. There is some team, let's say, they're disjointed on that team.
Mm-hmm. I'll say false, though. I think they put it together.
I think they view this game as save the season kind of game. Otherwise, it can go downhill in a hurry. I agree with you, Moj.
This will tell me two things. True or false? The Carolina Panthers playing at home keep it within a touchdown against Buffalo. Panthers are a
False.
500 football team, by the way.
No, I think I'm going to lay it out like this. If Buffalo doesn't win by double digits, then there's a problem. They should be when does Carolina play Buffalo?
Oh, is that next weekend? Yeah. My bad.
See, all right, well, there's
Carolina's got
just stop. Just stop the fight.
Carolina's at the Jets this weekend.
Sorry, it's
Stop
next
the fight.
weekend. I was looking at
Can't
Buffalo's
get
schedule.
words right. Can't get
Looking at Buffalo's schedule.
This segment has officially.
I thought it was fantastic.
They're on a bye this week, are the Bills. You know what, Brett? And
I was looking
officially,
at their schedule.
Well, you suck.
Nelly.
It's a mistake.
Nelly,
Mistakes are made.
Turn his microphone off. And
Just turn him off. Turn him off. Shut him off.
Shut him off. Shut me off.
Shut him off.
Please. Anyway. Look, the game wasn't. I will own this. One mistake at the end. You guys not understanding the English language earlier in this made it more difficult. It's a very simple question. I ask something true or false. You guys say, what do you mean by that? Find a dictionary. I don't know. You should know words.
I didn't want to be like this today. I didn't. I mean, I woke up in a smiling mood. Going to go to practice a little bit later on, do my little goofy little thing with my wooden stick. See how that goes. See who breaks it.
Yeah.
I'm guessing probably Josh Manson's going to be the one to blow that pig up, and I don't care. It should be blowing up.
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
I have something
it's a
for
27-year-old hockey stick. I didn't want to be this way, but you guys made me this way, and you own that. Just wear it. Own it.
Shut
Please.
up for a second. People who think that no matter what age you are, you can defy human nature and you can defy jet lag. Someone writes in, Vic, these players are a third your age. Stop saying that they're going to have jet lag coming back. I don't know what to tell you. I was 20 and I had jet lag. I was 10 and I had jet lag. I'm 56 and I have jet lag. It doesn't go away based on your age. It doesn't just hide. It doesn't say, oh, look out, this guy's 18. I ain't going to touch him.
Moser, you can't cover up your laugh. That's illegal.
You think being young, you
He's going
defy...
to say something that's going to make me laugh.
You think you defy everything? I was young once. I know what that's like. I am.
I agree with you. I don't think that this is just like, hey, they're young. It doesn't affect. It affects
the dumbest response ever.
Anyway.
You're young,
hey, dude. If they were flying in from London on Friday night, that'd be one thing. Okay, they flew in they landed on a Monday morning. They're going.
I know, but
to
it
be
affects
fine.
your prep during the week. Is all I'm saying. It may not affect them on Sunday. You're correct there. On Sunday they'll be full go. But don't tell me it doesn't affect them today, or yesterday, or tomorrow. It does. It does.
303-504-0925. Shump Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this.
Dan Caplis Law is the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. They win, and Dan Caplis Law wins. Wins in record-setting ways. Did you hear about that case in Glenwood Springs? A $205 million jury verdict that he and his firm won the other day. It's big. He wins big cases. It's a serious firm for those serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need Dan's help, call him today, 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551, or hit him up, dancapleslaw.com.
I'm not concerned about our power play right now because I go through all the chances that we create. Like, what does it look like? We've had some power plays this year that are ineffective, and we've had some that are like super dangerous and haven't got rewarded for them. And then we've chipped in a couple of goals. So it's about like being dangerous for me, creating quality scoring chances out of like all types of situations. And I've seen some really good sort of foundational things that I like from our power play at the beginning of the year.
Head coach Jared Bednar joined us earlier in the program. You can find that on the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane talking about the power play. And Moj, I think that both from his answer, from Nathan McKinnon's answer after the Dallas game.
I thought it was really good tonight. Really good tonight. A lot of great chances. I know we were getting booed. I guess they don't really know what a good power play looks like. We had a ton of chances, and just nothing was going in, and we finally got one. So I guess they got to boo us more.
And textures are saying, I don't know why you guys keep playing that. The fans were booing Duchesne and Mika. Okay, whatever. McKinnon thought you were booing the power play, so that's why he said that. The bottom line is, I understand why this is such a hanging point for the fan base, Moj, because they kind of tie that to why your season ended last year is the power play wasn't good. So when you look at the numbers aren't great right now. Maybe it looks better, it feels better, but you can't finish. Okay, fine. That's why it's such a big deal. It would be the equivalent, if I may, of we all think that the Nuggets bench is better, right? We think having Bruce Brown and Tim Hardaway Jr. and Valanciunas and all those guys, that it should be better.
Heck
What
yeah.
What if for the first 8-9 games of the year, the bench doesn't look better? You'd be freaking out a little bit, right? You would be.
Yeah, I guess a little bit. Yeah, I guess. But it's such in the early going here, Brett. I mean, I look at some of the teams around the league whose power play is crap right now in terms of numbers. The Toronto Maple Leafs have 0 power play goals on 31 chances.
Yeah.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
They're a really good team. I mean, they're a good team. Carolina Hurricanes are a really good team. They're 1 for 25. Okay, it's just it's the early going, so it everything is magnified a little bit more, right? That's what it is.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, they are. I am completely wrong on those numbers. They have 0. They have 1 power play goal. Sorry, 1 power play goal.
Out of how many?
Oh, I don't know. I was wrong on the chances.
Okay, so ignore everything you just said a second ago?
Ignore everything I just said.
What? Point is, it's very much something that's contentious.
Maple Leafs have 0. Yeah, 0 power play goals at all.
I don't know what you just said 3 different numbers, and I don't know which one.
Okay, forget about the 40 and 31. They have 0 power play goals. The Hurricanes have 1 power play goal. The Capitals have 1 power play goal. It's just the early going. Now, if we get to November and the Avs power play is hovering around 17%, then I'm going to be concerned, yes.
Yeah, and I think you should be. I mean, it's not going to make people feel any better. It was their sticking point heading into this. You know, it's kind of like with the Broncos. If you were concerned about their offense and then their offense doesn't play well, you could say, yeah, but long season, talk to me in December. Well, no, because I'm seeing it now, and I was concerned when we started the year about this.
Yeah, for sure. But I look back at the Dallas game. They did have a power play goal in that game. Imagine if the Avs power play was clipping along like Minnesota. Minnesota's winning because their power play is going insane. They're
Aren't they at like 40%?
Yeah, 48%. I mean, that's simply ridiculous.
Yeah, but you always can't rely on that, though, right? Wouldn't you rather have it that your 5-on-5 is better than your power play?
I mean, yeah, you always want to be, yes, Vic. I mean, but listen, 5-on-5 and winning 5-on-5, that's how you're going to have to do it most of the time. But we saw last year in the postseason when the power play went just over 13%. That was the difference in the series.
Sure.
It feels like having a bad kicker. Like if you're a good offense, but you have a bad kicker.
What'd you think about Bedsy's reaction when I asked him, hey, you realize it's going to be you and Dallas again? I mean, look at the standings already, and I know it's very early. But, guys, it's going to be the Avs and the Stars. May the best team win. I mean, whoever gets to the finish line first is going to get that 7th game. and it's going to be.
I really hate this format.
I
know that I've been on
here we
record
go
saying
again.
it before, but I really hate this format.
Just
I
fast
really
forward
do.
to April, and it's going to be the Avs and the Stars, and then we'll see who gets the 7th game at home.
I understand why they have it.
Wait a minute.
Executive. Yeah.
Wait a minute, because there's a chance, and then if you still win the division, you may not have to face the Stars. So what am I talking about?
Well, no, you will eventually.
In the second round.
Yeah, in the second round, yeah. Unless the Stars drop down to, let's say, 4th or something like that. I mean, I don't envision that happening.
Mm-hmm.
Do you?
No, I mean, barring injury.
Right.
Barring injury. You know, it just reminds you, though, when you see both teams, how loaded their rosters really are.
I mean,
did you see that feature
really
that Emily Kaplan and ESPN did with Ottinger about when he got benched?
I did.
And he was just and you could see what it did to him.
What an insane thing, by the way, for a goalie who's that good. Because what was it, Moser? Was it 2 shots into the game?
Pete DeBoer did it, yeah.
And at that point, at that point, DeBoer, didn't you know that he sort of he knew that it was going to cost him his job.
It's almost like he knew that he was out anyway.
Premeditated.
I don't know. He's like, look, man, I've got nothing to lose here by benching Ottinger. The whole thing to me was bizarre because I think that was a really good hockey team, but screw them. Sorry. I guess I shouldn't say it like that. It doesn't affect my life.
Can I bring something up that has been look? It's been out there for years now, but something that happened last week has cropped all of these discussions back into it. What do you guys think of the NFL was in it for the Chiefs last week thing that they went through? They were a desperate team. They were 2-3. If they lost to Detroit, they would have made them 2-4.
Yeah, I don't believe in that crap.
Okay.
I don't believe in the league.
I mean, I don't either. I don't either.
I think it's dumb. I think it. I mean, if a shred of that were true, it would ruin the league. It would ruin the basic credibility of sport.
Let me phrase it another way. Not that the league is like on the take for the Chiefs, but that the Chiefs are the beneficiaries of calls in moments like that a lot. I mean, that's what NFL Twitter has been pointing out, every micro detail from that game last week. But the big one was this. The touchdown that was taken off the board on the throw to Goff, that is not a reviewable play. And I don't know how this works because, Moser, they're now doing the New York is buzzing into people's ears and saying, hey, the guy's foot was out of bounds, like call this back or something, right? They do that. But they are not allowed, I guess, to do that on penalties. And so Dan Campbell was on, he does a weekly radio hit in Detroit. This is on 97.1 The Ticket. Here's what that sounded like.
I want to ask you one, and I want to go back to it. I don't want to harp on, just like we had talked about earlier, but when we asked you, did that call come from New York about overturning the Goff touchdown? Are you guys inquiring as to why you were told that, or inquiring as to what happened in that situation, why they went back a minute and a half later and threw the flag?
Yeah, we asked on all of that. We asked on all of it, and I can't tell you any of that.
But it was an official that told you it came from New York?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, I mean, just to say it came from New York.
Sorry, that's a real.
There's nobody.
He's all surly and
the
busy.
saddest.
It's so good. Yeah.
There's nobody sitting in New York saying, "Hey, it's the Chiefs. We need them to rebound, give it to them." There's nobody doing that. It drives me
counterpoint you,
crazy
please?
when I read the NFL is scripted or this is that. It drives me nuts. It's like if you guys want to keep entertaining that, if you want to keep throwing that narrative out there, what are we doing? Why don't we just go follow wrestling then? What are we doing? Sports really doesn't.
But Vic, you would be the first one to admit that in the Lakers' heyday, they were the beneficiary of calls because they were the Lakers.
Yes, you can benefit from calls based on your aura, based on your past, based on.
May I please?
Yes,
counterpoint you.
But to say that a league fashions it that way on purpose is just false.
Okay, but the league could go a lot further in getting rid of that narrative if they just did things like call a friggin' penalty on Kansas City. Vic, you realize they went the entire game without a penalty called on them at all for anything?
It's wild.
Oh, you do you? Oh, you do you? Why don't you acknowledge it then? Oh, do you really?
So
They
are
had
you saying?
Hold on a second. I agree with you. I don't think there's a conspiracy, but I think that these guys get the benefit of the friggin' doubt at all times, and it drives me absolutely insane. And it's probably because 15 is like, hey, he's late hit, all this kind of crap. All right. I'm telling you, I think it gets into the psyche of these officials. I'm not saying the league is
but
scripting
it's not
anything.
the league. You're right.
But how do you?
Officials are human. The officials are human. Human nature's at play. But the league is not pulling strings. And if you're one of those who believe that the league is pulling strings, I don't know what to tell you.
Hold on,
Do you understand what it would do to the sport?
Hold
you know
on,
what,
though.
How it would topple the sport entirely?
Agreed, but they had 0 penalties called on them in the
It has
football
nothing
game,
to do
Vic.
with the league.
Then what is it?
It's human nature.
Well,
I
then
just told
fix
you
it.
what it is.
But let me ask you something, though. If that actually happened, if the refs got together after that touchdown, and the reason why they did that is because somebody from New York buzzed into them, that is not allowed. They can't do that for penalties, and that is a problem because that's not a subjective thing where you're in the moment and experiencing the aura. That is the league sort of interfering in a situation that they shouldn't. Now, the other thing is, like I would say this about Kansas City. I'm totally with you. I don't think there's this grand conspiracy to let the Chiefs win. But all I'm saying is I've never seen the Chiefs lose a game from a leverage penalty. Never seen that happen before.
Yeah.
Dang right.
Do you think the league has it out for the Broncos then? Because they seem to have a
No,
penalty
I don't
problem.
think they have it out for the Broncos, but I think call it whatever you want to call it. Kismet, the universe, human nature, whatever you want to call it. You can't go a full game without a penalty being called on you. When there could be a penalty called on every damn play of the football game, okay? I just find that hard to believe. Now, some teams are disciplined. I get all, okay, fine. But not one penalty? Come on, man. Yeah. Come on.
I mean, that is true. That subtle, whatever that sound was that
he
Dan
didn't want to
Campbell
say it
made.
either. He didn't want to say it, but he had to.
But he did. That was him saying the league interfered with a call.
Mm-hmm.
But it was an official that told you it came from New York?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that is him saying the league interfered.
I will say this when it comes to the league in competition. One thing the league does control, okay? Especially like in the NBA and in NHL where there's a lot of games, it controls how you schedule games, how many back-to-backs, length of road trips, where you're going, who you're playing. Are you playing this team with no days rest? And when you look at that schedule, a coach might say, look what the league did to us. That is in their control.
Correct. That it is. Absolutely. Hey, as we before we get to break, can I ask you guys a question? Want to identify something for me for the listeners out there who can't see? What's that?
A comb?
Beef jerky?
What is this?
Oh, it's a razor. Yeah, put that on your face. You'll have cuts everywhere. You'll be
That is a
bleeding like
hotel
stuck
razor.
pig.
I left my razor at home before this trip. I had to use one from the hotel in Buffalo, and I got to use this one from the hotel in Columbus. This is not a razor. You think it's a razor. Vic has identified this as a razor. This is not a razor. This is a Face Killer 2000.
Yes. It will.
And I don't care how much shaving cream you put on your face. I don't care if you've got the Edge gel. I don't care if you've got the moistener. When this touches your face,
you might bleed out.
You are going to lose. Yeah, I'm going to need plastic surgery after this. I promise you.
I will say though, they've made a lot of improvements from the. What'd you call it? What's it called again?
Face Killer 2000.
Oh, well, the Face Killer 1000 was way worse. At least they made some improvements on the 2000.
God, never
Can't wait for
forget
the
your
3.
razor at home, dudes, ever, because anybody who's ever used a hotel razor, whether it's a gal or a dude, you realize that these blades, I think they got them out of the dump.
By the way,
and just
Moshe,
stuffed them in here. Yeah.
You just remind me. Guess what I got in my email box just now during that last commercial break? Guess what I got 3 months after the fact? Turns out I got a traffic citation in Sorrento just sent to me out of the blue from my rental car company.
Mm-hmm.
You got one
every
where?
time I.
Was it the photo ticket?
No, it doesn't even say. It just says you owe the rental car company, and then you owe the city. You owe two people.
It's an absolute scam. Every time I go to Italy, Brett, I get an email saying, "Aha, you crossed a line in Florence What do you mean crossed a line in Florida?
I think it is
you
a
drove
scam.
over a line you couldn't drive over. My butt.
I think it is a
Italians
scam.
are trying to rip me off.
Can somebody let us know? See, I'm getting my dual citizenship, so I don't want anything to get in the way of my dual citizenship. But at the same time, I don't believe these people. I think they want my money.
I'm just going to say this to all the people listening. If you are involved in politics, if you're involved in our government or in law enforcement, I want you to hear me. If you don't pull me over and hand me a physical ticket, there should be no tickets. These little camera things that you guys are doing, don't buy it. Think it's lazy? You can't do
Brett,
it.
3 months after the fact? 3 months after the fact. Oh, by the way, surveillance says at this time dude, I don't know where the hell I was. I'm trying to replay this in my mind. I don't remember anything about that night.
There's a real like tree falls in the woods, but no one's around to hear it thing going on with these rules that I think there needs to be a physical presence. You need to witness me committing a crime. If I'm doing something out of sight of any sort of law enforcement, I don't get a ticket.
So, Moj, just to collaborate our issues here, did you get the email from your rental car company?
The Bear did. I don't know. I'd have to look at it. I'm
Can
like,
you
that's
please
a bunch
send me
of,
yours?
that's a bunch of crap.
I want to compare and contrast because ain't no way I'm sending Local Auto €25 and then responsible for whatever fine that the city's. I think Local Auto is local in the head. There's no way. Ain't doing it.
Wait, so are you alleging that this is one of those, like, I get those texts from, hey, your 470 account is overdrawn and we're going to repossess your car unless you give us $8 billion?
No, I'm not even saying that. I think this is legit the rental car company saying, dumb Americans, send them something.
Yep.
3 months later, they'll pay it. That's exactly what's happening.
Every time I go to Italy,
happening.
dude, I get an email saying that I have it. Some bullcrap thing. It's a joke. Anyway, and I got to go scrape my face off. I'm having a day.
Asher says, Vic, my mom got one in the mail from Italy 9 months after the alleged infraction.
One person says the rental company we used says we were involved in a collision and we owed them $1,400, which never happened. We pushed back, prepared to go to court, and suddenly let it go. I'm going to send something back. I'm going to just write it in Italian, and I'm going to tell them what to do with this ticket, and I'm going to see what I get back.
Hey,
That's
you know,
awesome.
on those Avs Ticket Tuesdays that we have winners on every show, obviously. We also have a winner on the website.
I now hate Italians.
You're just like Brett then.
Good to have you, Vic. We also have a pair of tickets that we give away on altitudesportsradio.com/Avs Ticks. The winner this week is Jake Campbell. Congratulations to Jake. You got a pair of tickets to that game against Boston Saturday night. Stay tuned for our next Avs Ticket Tuesday coming up on when? Tuesday. So 303-504-0925. Back after this.
When we asked you, did that call come from New York about overturning the Goff touchdown? Are you guys inquiring as to why you were told that, or inquiring as to what happened in that situation, why they went back a minute and a half later and threw the flag?
Yeah, we asked on all of that. We asked on all of it, and I can't tell you any of that.
But it was an official that told you it came from New York?
Yeah.
Okay.
So perfect. Oh, that's good.
Excellent turnaround, Nelson.
Wait.
Hey, where's our the last 2 days? He has been brilliant.
Fergie yesterday. Fergie.
Yeah, it was the. Do you still have that, by the
All right,
way?
hang on.
DJ Nelly, man.
Well, I actually do have to shout out the 303-880 for the assist on that one.
So hang on a second. Nelly, do you still have the Dangalicious Deaf one?
Make them boys go loco. Yeah, let me go find it.
Yeah, find that. I want to play these side by side. I think both of these are perfect. The Campbell one fits so brilliantly in there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
it really is good.
Dangalicious
It really is good.
Is also really good. So as Nelly looks for those, just an update here, guys, because
Can I say this to our listeners, though? Thank you for being with us every day. We really appreciate it. You're the best. More and more people coming to the program every day. But also at the same time, you're welcome. Okay? That was brilliant by Steve Nelson. Okay? So you get that for free. There's not many. You're going to go to lunch today. You're probably going to pay a bunch of bread for whatever you're going to get, your chicken Caesar wrap crap or whatever it is you're going to have. You're going to be paying for everything today. That was absolutely free.
Did you say chicken Caesar wrap?
Yeah.
I will house that every day without issue.
Good. Great. Go ahead. Do it.
And I have a long-standing theory with food. Anything in a wrap is better. I don't know what it is. You put something in a wrap makes it better. It's just the truth. You okay there, Vic? Did you drink some chew spit over there? What happened?
Moser, did you spit in my coffee cup?
No, but I'd like to.
Nelly, can we hear it? I mean, that, and then play the other one. Now let's put them side by side. Which one's better? Yep, let's hear Dan Campbell's version now. It's so perfect, though.
God, that's a tough choice, man.
I mean, those are two really good ones.
Those are two bangers.
Really
oh my
good.
God.
I mean, I like the up tempo of the Fergie, but
I think I gotta go with Campbell though. I'm gonna go with
Fergie.
Dan Campbell.
I'm a dancer.
Okay.
But Campbell
I'm a
sounds
tiny
like
dancer.
Campbell sounds like it's part of the song.
I know.
And Nelly, as well as you edited as well as you could have with the Danglish. It's just the timing is just a tick off, a tick. It's Riker's fault. He should have said it faster.
He should have.
Hey, just a quick update here for those who care. I've said during the offseason, and as we led up to it, I've heard things that Walker Monfort is going to do business a little bit differently than his dad did, and that there is an encouraging start to this. So he lets go of the GM. They're going to look outside the organization. Here's 3 names that people know the Rockies have talked to. One is James Click of the Blue Jays. So he's the VP of baseball strategy. He was also the former Astros GM when they won the World Series.
Mm-hmm.
So a proven pedigree of somebody who's been there before. Another is Scott Sharp of the Royals. He's been there for 19 years as their assistant GM and senior vice president. So he was there when the Royals did that thing of we're good for 2 years, and then we're bad for 3, and then we're good for 2, and then we're bad for 4, and then we're good for 2.
Which is probably what the Rockies, ideally, it's probably what they are. It's probably what they should be.
Yes.
Good for a couple years, and then stink, and then be good again.
And then the other is Matt Foreman, who is the he's of the Guardians. He's an assistant GM in Cleveland. And I said when they were looking for a GM, I think they got to find somebody who's been able to have success without a ton of money. Now, James Click, I don't know if he's part of that because he's been in Toronto where they have a ton of money and they're willing to spend it. Now, the Astros did that too, but if you remember, when the Astros were building up their team, that was homegrown stuff. That was George Springer and Jose Altuve and Bregman and all these different guys that came within the organization that they built towards and then had to pay them.
It was good drafting and development. That is correct.
Correct. So all three of these that they've talked to those three guys, I think is exactly what they should be doing, is talking to people like that have built teams without having a ton of capital that they can spend in free agency.
Why would Click, though, why would he want to leave a VP job to come back and be a GM for the Rocks?
Maybe
I can see why. I can see why guys who are assistant guys and that kind of thing, and they get an opportunity. But why would he want to leave a big time role with a big time power, wealthy team?
Money.
Yeah,
money, me.
Money, and you have the power. You don't have to. I mean, you're the GM. You go out there, you pick the groceries. I'm assuming if they give somebody of his stature a job like that, there's not going to be any guys overhead, right?
Where are you getting this?
This is all from Christian Says of DNVR. So those are three chats so far, but they're the exact kind of guys I was talking about. The people they need to look at are guys who know how to draft and, more importantly, develop players. And I think development's been a bigger problem for the Rockies than anything because guys just feel like they're the same dude the second they enter the league with them. How many guys have gotten better since starting with the Rockies? You know, like even a guy like Ryan McMahon. McMahon's kind of been the same guy every year that he's been here. You haven't seen like a upward trajectory with him. Brendan Rodgers was somebody that had a whole bunch of talent. Did he ever get better? No. Now, injuries probably didn't help him either, but there's just a lot of examples of guys when they enter the league, they're one thing, and then they're that thing forever. And that needs to get better. So,
well, it does, but it's all about the arms to me, man. Vic, you're right. Just stockpile arms and plow through them. Just do it. Do it. And then get guys who hit the ball all over the yard, man. Get guys who just bomb. At least entertain me. If you're not gonna be a very good baseball team, then at least entertain me. Make it a bandbox again.
So I had to talk my daughter off the ledge a bit yesterday. Tell me what you guys think about this situation. So, this is my daughter that lives in L.A. No, this is my daughter that lives in L.A. and her soon-to-be husband at some point, whenever he pops a question, get it over with, right. Dude. What are you waiting for? Yeah. He's a big Dodgers fan. Huge Dodgers fan. Huge.
Of course he is.
You know how I feel about that.
Total dork.
And my daughter calls me and says, what do I do about this? I go, what? She goes, Sam was so mad watching the game and got so nervous. There was a moment during the game. He broke my brush that I just bought. I go, huh. She goes, this is ridiculous how mad he gets during the games. It's not acceptable. And I said, honey, you have to understand that sometimes sports fans do irrational things during sporting events. Don't you remember the time that we went on a family trip and I wouldn't let you, Mommy, and the rest of the family watch the game with me and I forced you to leave the hotel room? That was a similar situation. Things happen. Brushes break. Give him some grace.
No. Here's the proper response. Well, Alexis, it's your fault for dating a loser. Who's a Dodgers fan? What do you want me to tell you? He's also a Lakers fan. He probably shouldn't even be allowed in the family. You know what, Vic? The fact that don't you have any pull in your family whatsoever?
Listen, I'm trying to take control. Have you ever done anything that perhaps not scared, but shocked your significant other, your sports reaction to your team or whatnot? Because I've had many moments like that. Many.
That shocked
me. Yeah, I've shouted,
what?
Yeah.
Yeah, like she wants him to go do anger management. I said, it's a broken brush. Big deal.
You know what? This guy sounds like a real problem to me anyway. Because why is he breaking brushes if he's a fan of first of all, the Dodgers? But they got the biggest payroll in baseball.
Ignore the team for a second. Ignore the team.
I'm not ignoring crap.
I'm trying to get you to focus on the emotion of sport.
I don't think I've ever done something like that, but I was at a buddy's house. He was a Vikings fan, and they were playing against Detroit. This is years ago.
Yeah.
And he goes, hey, you want to come over and watch the game? I'm like, I usually don't. Okay, fine. So I went to his house. He's getting after it. He's toasty.
Mm-hmm.
The Vikings have Dalvin Cook tear his ACL in the middle of the game, and they're losing to a bad Detroit team. And I can just tell he's bubbling and bubbling. And his daughters, they're like 4 and 6 years old, are playing on the ground in front of him. And they throw a pick. And the first thing he says, the girls are silent. They're playing by themselves.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, "Girls, go clean your room."
Yeah. Yeah.
Just wanted him out. Out of his presence for a second.
Dude, I've told you guys this story already. It just happened recently last year during the national championship run. Notre Dame's playing Georgia. I'm at my brother's place. We're in a big group. There's like 20 of us watching the game, and it's intense, right? And somebody, I'm not even sure who this lady was, comes in and starts talking during the most intense moments of the game. You know, talk.
Yeah.
And I just got up and just stared. I was like, no, you can't talk during the game. Talking's not allowed here. Talk out there.
Listen,
Plenty of
sure
space.
Is that fair? Is that fair?
Yeah, that's completely fair. And I'm sure he's a wonderful guy. I'm sure your daughter loves him deeply and he treats her well. I know that to be a fact. And that's really good. But anybody who hand wrings over the largest payroll in baseball, I got no sympathy for, and I don't have any time for, okay? It's a $245 million payroll, dude. What do you want from me?
You're focused on the team, and I knew you'd do that because you can't help yourself. I'm focused on the reaction. Kyle writes in, "That's nothing, boys. I've broken 2 recliners and multiple remotes."
Recliners?
How do you break a recliner? What? Seriously, how do you break? I mean, you just shift that into fifth gear too fast? What are you doing?
I've never broken something. I've never broken something during a game.
They used to have those. Remember those foam bricks? You could throw a foam brick at the TV. Remember those?
Yeah, Vic the Brick Jacobs he's the guy who started that. He preceded me in Austin, Texas. He was a sportscaster there and then went on to L.A. They did that
Vic
for
the
Monday
Brick
Night Football.
Jacobs?
Vic the Brick Jacobs was his name.
Sounds like a real wonderful guy.
In fact, when I worked in Austin, people said, "Are you Vic the Brick? Do I look like Vic the Brick to you?"
Please, do me a favor. Tell me more about Austin, Texas. I can't wait. Please. I'm all ears. Call me after the show and just tell me.
I've never broken anything either, to be honest with you. I've never broken anything.
Vic the dork brick guy. Well, come on, man.
I've glared at people. I've gotten into arguments with people. I've told people to shut up. I've told people to leave. But I've never broken anything during a very intense game.
No.
You know what? I got to be honest with you. Last year, golfing with my wife, I threw a golf club.
Come on, dude. Really? It wasn't even.
I know. I've moved away from that over the years.
Mosh.
But I did throw a wedge.
Me and Vic both witnessed you at Meridian.
Yes, we did.
Throw your putter that took a side hop and almost fell into the water.
Yeah.
It actually went into a bush.
Watching somebody, by the way, take the walk to pick up the club they just thrown is the funniest walk in the world.
Especially when, like, if somebody throws a club and it's lodged in a tree or it's barely in the water and they just automatically regret it and they're like, I got to get to this.
Wait, didn't Rory do that at the BMW last year? Didn't he chuck his driver in the water or something like that? Do you guys remember that?
He's thrown a couple things in the water over the years. Kid in high school one time.
9555 writes in, and this is where I want to. This is where I disagree with 9555. Getting that worked up. What?
I'll just go get bent. I'll see you. I'll see you later.
I'm telling you, Vic is a cat with a laser pointer about that text line. Moser was in the middle of speaking, and you just pretended nothing was happening, and the most disrespectful interruption I've ever heard in my life.
I don't value his content.
The most "my time is more important than yours" interruption I've ever heard.
I'm sorry, Moj. I'm sorry.
Never seen anything like it.
That is not satisfactory. I apologize. Meantime, shut up. 9555 writes in, getting that worked up over sports is a mental illness. I just so disagree with you. It's part of being a sports fan, being that emotional and that angry. It's if you're not let me tell you this way. If you're watching sports and you have no reaction to the outcome, I don't even consider you a fan. You're a mute. What are you? If you're not emotionally invested in the outcome of a game and you don't have any type of emotional reaction to it, what are you? A tree? What are you?
Don't forget, we talked to Jared Bednar earlier. You can check out the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Fact checker next. Wait, didn't Rory do that at the BMW last year? Didn't he chuck his driver in the water or something like that? Do you guys remember that?
He's thrown a couple things in the water over the years. Kid in high school one time.
9555 writes in, and this is where I want to. This is where I disagree with 9555. Sorry, Moser. That was bad. That's my bad.
You know what? I admit it. Let me say this. I realize on this program, especially when I'm on the road.
Texter writes this at.
I'm in Columbus, bro. I'm a hood ornament. I get it. I dig. So I'll just sit here and be a hood ornament the rest of the program if that's cool with you.
It was just that topic that got me fired up, I guess, and I'm getting more text. So
I reckon it did.
4409 says, Vic, as usual, you give a false dilemma. Either a fan is a mute or they throw remotes. There is a middle ground. You can be emotional without destroying things. Obviously. I didn't say you can't be. I just said, but you have to show emotion. That's all I'm saying. If you're not emotional, one way, and it doesn't have to warrant destroying things. It's just an example I gave. If you are unemotional watching your team play, I can't watch a game with you. I don't know who you are. What are you? You a robot? Are you a mutant? What are you?
By the way, this day 18 years ago, the Colorado Rockies beat the Arizona Cardinals in Game 4 of the NLCS to advance to the World Series.
They beat the Arizona Cardinals. What was the final score?
Arizona Diamondbacks. Sorry.
That's the one, I think I tweeted it, where Tulowitzki goes across the diamond and Todd Helton really stretches to get that final out.
Yep.
And then waves his glove in the air. Felt like yesterday. I cannot believe that was almost 20 years ago. Can't believe it. I just, time is stupid.
Hey, Moser,
someone's got to investigate it.
Just curious what you think of this, because I was reading this off of Bleacher Report, that there was a KHL ref who is now banned for life after making the wrong call in a game. It's banned. Get out of here. Never come back. Does that stuff happen in American sports? Is there a league that fires refs and tells them you're not allowed to do this anymore?
I don't know.
Vic, does that happen in the NBA? Do they fire refs in the NBA if they're bad?
They probably do it behind the scenes.
Yeah, they probably do. Not that I know of, though. I mean, look, baseball is notorious for not getting rid of bad umpires.
Yeah, Angel
Hernandez. That guy.
Did they finally fire him, or did he retire? I can't remember.
I don't know, but it was a forced exit. Everybody knows it.
Go ahead, Mush.
It didn't come easy.
No, it doesn't happen that often, I don't believe. It's got to be incredibly egregious. What this guy allowed? What did he do? He allowed a goal that wasn't a goal or something like that?
What happened? He allowed a goal that went through the side of the net.
Oh, the side of the net. That's correct. He allowed that. That's correct. He went through the side. Yeah, the netting on the side.
But they just said, enough.
The F's before,
you're gone to the gulags.
Pierre Lacroix one time, Valerie Kaminsky scored a goal that went. They used to have, Brett, on the bottom on the inside of the goal. They had this padding, and the puck went in underneath it and came back out, and they called it no goal. And Pierre Lacroix, rightfully so, lost his mind it was in the postseason. He absolutely.
They didn't have review back then, right?
No, they did not. No, but it went into the net and popped back out from that padding. Unbelievable.
I mean, these days that's why review exists, especially on goals. They'd fix that in 5 seconds.
Yeah,
totally.
Again,
I wonder if we could go back over time with instant replay in football and hockey and everything else. We just did it the other day. We were talking about the skate in the crease in the 99 Stanley Cup final, Game 6, triple overtime when Dallas beat Buffalo. And Brett Hull's skate was in the crease, but they allowed the goal to stand. And because we were in that building, right, and we were playing the Sabres, we had a flashback. That's why we did it. Nobody's glossing Dallas. Everybody's saying it shouldn't have counted, for crying out loud. So just everybody settle down about that. But But, I mean, how many calls in the history of sports would be reversed?
Yeah.
If you could just go back on all these controversial calls and reverse them over time and change the outcome of games.
Yeah,
That'd
but
be
there's
interesting.
something innocent about that. There's something I cherish about that. I mean, hell, the 76 led the 77 AFC Championship game, Broncos and Raiders. There was a fumble by the Broncos late in that game, and it was a fumble. They didn't call it that, and the call stands. It's no replay, no review. It is what it is. I can go to Notre Dame, Miami, the 31-30 game. Cleveland, Gary, did he fumble? Did he not? He didn't look like he did. There's so many calls in the history of the game that could have been overturned, but were not because we didn't have the technology. And part of me is like,
Can I bring you one story before we get to Fact Checker? And this is from John Calipari, who is now the head coach of Arkansas. He said this about transfer stuff. He goes, on top of a larger thing that he mentioned, that's why if someone puts their name in the portal, I say you're not coming back because it's not going to be transactional. So he's talking about, like, he will retire before he becomes, quote, a transactional coach. And I thought that John Calipari's entire career was being a transactional coach. Isn't it? Is he so offended by the this is essentially one and dones or transfers, right? He's been doing that his entire career. He's made an insane living and successful resume off of being a transactional coach.
Sure.
Here's the transaction. You come here for a year, probably get paid, and then you go to the NBA. Is that not a transaction?
I guess you can define anything as a transaction.
It just seems wildly hypocritical that he would be like, I'm not doing the transfer portal thing when the one and dones is a transfer portal.
Hey, did you see what Joe Mazzulla did, the Boston Celtics head coach?
No.
He set up a basketball game between the assistant coaches in Boston.
I guess he does this every year, right?
Does it every year, but this year they actually put the score up there and they showed video of the game. He gets the local media that covers the team in a game against the coaches. And it's brilliant on his part. It's his way of basically saying, yeah, you guys, you think you know what you're talking about. Come play. And they got beat. He showed the score. I think it was 57-4 at one point. 57-4 assistant coaches. And I'm here to tell you, if you're going to laugh
they could have used a little Mosey buckets.
I'm here to tell you that if you assembled the Nuggets assistant coaches and had a game against the local media here, we would lose just as badly.
Bro, there's professional basketball players on there.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. And I'm trying to think of the best basketball players among us in the media. And even former, I don't know if we get a shot off.
Jared Dudley and J.J. Barea played in the league for a long time.
And you don't even see some of the games after practice between the development coaches that they go hard, man.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at this saying, God, if you put me in that game, I'd cry.
There is not a media assembly that you could put together in a local market that would compete with a NBA team's assistant coaches. Maybe if you go like to a national outlet, ESPN, I'm sure, could put together some sort of former basketball player analyst now that could compete.
Hey,
you know what I mean? Like
I played with all those ESPN guys. When the NBA finals were here, all the local, all the media, all national, we used to play basketball. We played at Gold Crown, we played all the time. You could take the best collection of media. They would lose to any
No, but I'm saying, like, when J.J. Redick was an analyst and now you have, like, those guys, I mean, they could do it. They are former players.
Schematically.
I mean, what do you think, Moshe? You put together John Michael Lyles, Riker, EJ counts now, right? John Mitchell, all these different guys that you got in your rotation. If they played a 3-on-3 tournament against the assistants for the Avs, I'm pretty sure they'd do all right.
I think they'd win.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. You know, I've often thought this about Jared Bednar. You know, he was a pretty rugged defenseman back in the day, and the league didn't have as many teams. You know, there's a lot of guys now that have jobs that wouldn't have had it 30 years ago. What is so funny?
I know Vic wants to cut you off so bad, so go ahead, Vic.
It takes me back when I used to do a show with Gary Miller, and we used to talk about what if you were a hockey coach, and hockey coaches have to skate. What if you're a hockey coach, you didn't know how to skate, so you had a walker on the ice? and you're coaching your team up with a walker. You're just walking around the ice on a walker, but you have no ability to skate.
Yes, you had to be there. Oh, a putter throw. We haven't had that in a while. Nelly, fact checker.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Today's going to be a choose your own adventure. Do you want to hear Bednar making fun of Moser's old wooden hockey stick, Vic not paying attention to his own show, or Moser getting a ton of statistics wrong about power plays? Which one do you guys want?
You're running the segment. You choose.
Well, in the interest of time, let's just go with Vic not paying attention to his own show.
Wait, didn't Rory do that at the BMW last year? Didn't he chuck his driver in the water or something like that? Do you guys remember that?
He's thrown a couple things in the water over the years. Kid in high school one time.
9555 writes in, and this is where I want to.
To be fair, that wasn't Vic not paying attention as much as he just wholly did not care about anybody else in that moment.
It's almost like Brian writes in, I guess Vic didn't care for Brett's conversation on the one and done story.
Yeah. Just grab the wheel. Yank it.
Oh, and all of you who keep texting in, we know you guys would lose. You're not very good, this and that. Why don't you get out and play a little ball once in a while? Get off your couch.
Right, yeah. Find the podcast, iTunes, Spotify. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane have a wonderful...
I just broke my computer.
No.
I'm not even
call
kidding.
my daughter.
I can't believe it.
Did you really? Did it crack?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep.
It cracked.
Oh, that's so good. You're so emotional, Mose.
With that so emotional. He actually broke his computer.
That's awesome. No computer for the rest of this road trip.
And with that, have a wonderful Wednesday. Talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
What's up, Mile High City? Welcome to the Morning Sprint, coming to you live from the Baxter Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. I am Mark Burtnell, filling in for Alex Ryan. That is the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson on the ones and twos. We're going to talk some sports here over the next 2 hours.
It's going to be a blast. We're going to sprint. We're going to be sprinting.
Okay. Yeah, let's go. 0 to 60
Berto,
in.
Berto,
4.640, baby. I'm with you.
Berto, you gotta change out your flip-flops, and you got to put on your Asics,
man,
with your insoles for your old man plantar fasciitis, and get ready to sprint.
I am one of those dudes who will wear flip-flops 365. You know, I'm one of those dudes. There's a feet of snow out there. I will throw the flip-flops on.
Not me.
I am that lazy.
Not me.
Nah?
No, because I always have to be on a field.
Oh, that's true.
Guess what happened? You want to know what's happened to my toes over the years?
Oh, are they like Dion's? Are they like Primes? Where they just like...
They're not great.
He's missing some, right?
Yeah, I still have them.
You
can't kill me.
I've gotten stepped on by offensive linemen, coaching behind the huddle, coaching behind the offensive line of scrimmage, and all of a sudden there's a violent pass rush happening, and I'm in the way.
Yeah,
right
300 pounds
and
right on your foot.
I get 322 pounds right on my big toe. And so my toes are, I haven't had the ability to grow functional toenails for about 18 years.
No, man.
You ever been stepped on that many times?
No, you know what? You are like one of those, because there's a bunch of like NBA players and NFL players that they hold their hands up and none of their fingers are right. You know, they're all
there's 90-degree angles the wrong way.
You're like, what the hell is going on? Like, none of your hands are right, man.
Hey,
never.
I got an update for you, man.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
What you got?
I got my ballerina on last night. I got to see the Denver Nuggets preseason basketball game, which, by the way, man, I was shocked. You got to see some serious Denver Nuggets last night.
Yeah.
It wasn't just a G League exhibition game.
Yeah, well, they started the starting five you're going to see here next week when the regular season gets going.
We had a chance. Oh, Jamal looks different.
Right? Doesn't he? He looks like,
he looks like he worked out in the offseason.
It looks like he's going to start this season like he's shot out of a gun. And normally he has those slow starts, but no, not this year. I bet you he comes out on a tear, man.
Yeah, it looked like he wasn't actually just hanging out on tour with Drake the entire offseason and just vibing.
Yeah. Jamal's going to have a career year coming up here. I don't know if it's enough to get him into the All-Star game or something like that.
Aaron Gordon looks like he didn't have a calf injury.
Yeah.
He had some spring in those legs. You know what else? My man Cam Johnson. What you immediately notice about him when you just watch we were up in the suite. By the way, how fun was last night for all of our really loyal listeners. I'm just going to tell you, Kevin Shockey, our program director, had an awesome idea for everybody who got 60 out of 60 entries in during the summer when they had our Nuggets ticket giveaway. They had a chance to be up in the suite with me and DMac and Steve Nelson, and it was a blast to get to know some of our people that we've seen on the Shop Mazda text line, on the Twitch, Safeway Twitch feed, just to be around awesome families. It felt like an Altitude Sports Radio family. So what I'd tell you, if you're listening, 303-504-0925, it pays big time to be a loyal listener to Altitude Sports Radio. But what I noticed at the game, Cam Johnson, length, real length. And I know Michael Porter Jr. is taller, but there's something about the way that Cam Johnson runs the floor, gets into these little pockets, the way he plays. He looks long.
Yeah.
Plays long. I'm excited about that player.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, I'm excited about this whole team and to see what we're going to get when they start the season up. But, man, I mean, it's going to be a war all year long in that Western Conference. It is going to be a war. There's going to be teams coming for you, and there's teams on the – like, I was looking at the standings from last year and then what the teams did during the offseason, and I'm trying to find a Western Conference team that fell off, that got worse, and I can't find one. You know what I mean? Maybe the Utah Jazz or somebody like that, but
how about that Eastern Conference? There are a few that fell off.
Yeah, that's
Pacers. Who else had a major injury? Was it the Knicks or the Celtics?
What the Philadelphia 76ers? Right, well, there's three teams that are going to have stars out because of those Achilles injuries. Boston's one of them. Indiana's one of them. Who else am I forgetting? Who's had the third? Because I forgot, right, Damian Lillard got his Achilles too. So, yeah.
Was it Tatum?
Yeah, Jason Tatum's out. It's crazy because Tatum's at
Halliburton,
practice. Like, he's
Tyrese?
putting up shots, but he can't play for another 5 months or something.
It's Tyrese, too.
Yeah, it's Tyrese, too.
So those are the big three on the Eastern Conference. Really nothing on the Western side.
Now,
Shea
unless
Gilgeous-Alexander
LeBron James Sciatica or whatever it is.
Yeah, who cares? I don't take the Lakers. I'm not going to say it.
See,
I'm biting my tongue.
I do take him seriously, but not because of LeBron, but because of Luka. You know what I mean? Luka is still. Luka's the second or third best player in the NBA, man. You can't convince me otherwise. I love SGA.
Scorer. I think he's the second or third best scorer in the NBA.
Oh, okay, man.
But
see,
I don't know about all the little things.
That's the problem of getting Jamal into the All-Star game. Jamal might have an All-Star season, but in the West, because it's the guard position, you have SGA and you have Luka and you have Devin Booker and you have Anthony Edwards and you have Steph Curry and you have James Harden. So it's hard to break into that. Like, if Jamal makes the All-Star game, it's going to have to be one of those, like, as a reserve. Like, the coaches are going to have to pick him because the popularity contest in the West at the guard position, I don't know if he can break into that unless he's the NBA's leading scorer the first half of the season or something. Like, he really gets going, really starts to cook. But I don't know, man. I think we're going to see the greatest season we've ever seen out of Jamal. I don't know. Joker's going to do Joker things. I'm excited about Cam. AG looks healthy.
Okay.
And you know what? The guy who might be the most improved, like he was last year, is Christian Brown. Like, if Christian takes another step like he did last year, remember how he went from the bench to a starter role, and he took that step, and you're like, oh, man, he was ready to do it.
Do we feel like we're watching the real life transformation of a Walter White from Breaking Bad happening with Christian Brown? Think about Christian Brown, the rookie.
Yeah.
You know,
now that he's got the
rosacea.
shaved head, you talking about?
Oh yeah. He's gonna have face tats here soon. He's all dieseled up. I think he got a tan.
Yeah, Christian Brown, man. He's gonna be walking around. I'm the one who knocks.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen Joker was rocking one of those? What can Brown do for you? With Brown. Yeah, I was like, yeah, let's go, baby.
You know who
so
else?
Christian's gonna have a big year, right?
Okay, so I thought about it last night. I went to an exhibition or preseason, Nuggets game a year ago, and it's kind of. I remember watching it, I'm like, yeah, a lot of these guys are guys that aren't gonna play, and like, this is. You know what I noticed about this year's Nuggets team is when you get past the first rotation, you've got real NBA players in the entirety of the second rotation.
Yeah.
I'm out there looking at Jonas Valanciunas, who huge.
Yeah, he's a big dude, right?
You know what he looks like? With the perfectly coiffed beard. He looks like what Abraham Lincoln would have looked like if he was able
hella swole.
If he was able to get his hands on whatever Tyler Polumbus has his hands on. If he was able to weight train in a way that.
No, you're right.
Dude,
Abe would have been, he'd rip you in half with his hands. Yeah, he would have been massive because that dude was already 6'7" or something, right? It's a big old dude. Yeah, everybody says that, and I've heard both these guys talk about it. Valanciunas gets confused for Travis Kelce all the time.
Yeah.
And people are like...
I'm more of an Abraham Lincoln guy because the beard is uncanny. Mm-hmm. He's got that really long face like Abraham Lincoln did, almost a bit Marfan's syndrome-ish. It just dawned on me. I'm like, man, should I do my beard that way? Should I go with the Valanciunas beard?
Well, you know what I was thinking just the other day? Because you were saying something, and I was looking at you, and I was like, man, what would Sanford look like without the beard?
Oh, I mean,
because I don't think I've ever known you without the beard.
I look like I'm 18.
Right. So, how long have you had the beard?
It's kind of a Colorado thing, man. I was a.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, if you go, not that you would ever do this, and I don't recommend you doing it because it's scary out there. Just Google my name. You'll see a lot of pictures without a beard.
Well, I'm doing it now. I don't care. I'm doing it now, man. I want to see what this is all about. But yeah, I've never known you without the beard. I want to know what that looks like. You're right. You probably look like a. Ooh.
Whoa! What was that? You said ooh.
I didn't realize there was a Mike Sanford who played for the Boston Bruins back in the day.
I had no idea about that.
Oh, one of the first things that pops up is, where is Mike Sanford coaching now?
Where in the world is Mike Sanford hiding?
Oh, you know where? Your name also pops up under who is the winningest coach at Boise State football. Ooh.
Not me.
Ooh, let me see these images.
I might have the best.
Young looking coach, brother. Young, man. Look at that one. Look at that one. That was when you were at CU. You weren't even that young.
Yeah, that's not that great. That looks like I found IPAs here in Colorado for a couple months.
That's good stuff, man. That's good stuff, brother. So anyway, yes, the Nuggets.
Looked like I was suffering from what Jamal Murray had suffered from the 2 years prior to this year, which is some serious inflammation.
Yeah.
The anti-inflammatories, man.
And now he's locked and ready to rock. Yeah, Jamal's ready for that season.
Yeah, he was on that Tyler Polumbus plan too.
But yeah, that bench, when you see like Tim Hardaway Jr. and Bruce Brown and JV, and you're like, oh man, that bench is going to be
kind of fun, man.
Yeah, it's going
to
cause some problems
crazy,
for
like,
other teams.
The 9th and 10th players are guys that potentially were in the starting rotation with injuries last year. Peyton Watson, right?
Yes. Even like, let's see, who got minutes last night? Julian Strother, Deron Holmes.
Yeah, like your 9th and 10th players are P. Watt and Julian Strother. And so just the complexion of this team feels so different. It does. Like, you can say that I'm it's a glass half empty. I'm sitting there watching the game and I said, whoa, when you get a bench rotation, there are legitimate guys that I'm excited to watch play on this court right now. And no offense to DeAndre Jordan, but not DJ out there.
Right.
And not depending on Peyton Watson as a 3-point shooter. Like, oh, really?
Yeah.
Now he can go be just a slasher, go kind of bang, get down in the paint, get around the rim, and just be a freed up athlete. Because that's who he is, man. Let's just call it like it is. Peyton Watson is not a known scorer. Quit trying to make him that. Make him just a long athlete that can make plays in and around the rim and run the floor.
I hate to say it, but maybe you try to Kawhi him, because when Kawhi joined the NBA, he was all about defense. He was not an offensive player at all. His offensive game was limited, but he was such a monster on defense. You had to have him out there. And then the more he played, the better he got. And the next thing you know, he's an all-star, then a superstar, then, whatever, stealing money from the Clippers or however you want to put it. But I think it was Tim Hardaway Jr. that said in camp what Adelman and the coaches would do. There was times where they play 5-on-5 starters versus bench. And Hardaway was like, listen, we didn't win that matchup, but he's like, but we gave them all we could handle. He's like, and it felt good, like the bench guys going after the starters. And he's like, we started to feel like that rhythm in the flow. He's like, I was like, okay, man. I like there will be times, and there was never this in the past, where all 5 starters for the Nuggets are out of the game. You know what I mean? And that never used to, because you're like, well, listen, man, you have to keep Jamal in there with those, or you'd have to throw AG in there, or you'd have to have, you know what I mean? You'd have to have one of those guys in there to do it. But yeah, the Nuggets are they're gonna win a lot of games this season. But once again, we're gonna have to figure out. Look at him without that beard. Looking young and driven. What is this?
That was at
just when you were at the Hilltoppers.
Yeah,
bro.
that was at Conference USA Media Day in Frisco, Texas. Funny story. I was on vacation with my family, and my sports information director never communicated to me when Conference USA Media Days were. So we're down in Florida.
Just hanging out.
In the Panhandle right next to Panama City in a place called 30A. Really cool area. And my sports information director said, hey, your flight leaves tomorrow morning out of Nashville. And I'm like, I'm in Florida. So I'm like, I don't have a suit.
So how'd you do it? What'd you do?
So we changed our flight to leave out of Panama City Beach straight to Frisco. It was just a 24-hour thing. Really, it was 12 hours. I need to really be there.
Yeah.
And we went to TJ Maxx and slapped together the worst suit ever.
That's it right there. TJ Maxx suit right there?
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, my God.
And it's a shocker I got fired at the end of that season. My word.
That's awesome, man. But how do you break that news with the wife when you're in Florida like, hey, baby?
Oh, she was not happy.
I was about to say, man.
She was not happy.
I'm about to say.
You know how many of those moments we've had in our lifetime?
How many?
Hey, honey, I forgot to tell you about this, but I got to be gone for the next 48 hours.
Right.
Wait, what?
I feel like you might be doing that a lot more than she's ever done it to you.
I don't think she's ever done that to me. But hey, let's be honest. Kind of hard to juggle.
Yeah.
All the things.
Right. Also, this is the kind of stuff, just an email or a text to help you out. Like, listen, this is coming up here in a week.
You know what happens though? The email or text sometimes, then the next week is going to be the worst. I'd rather have a good week.
Right. And then just be surprised by it.
And then just an awful 48 hours.
All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to check out the injury report powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos, because there are some things going on with the Broncos injury list, and we'll get to it next.
Welcome back to the Morning Sprint on this Wednesday. We're halfway through the month of October, so I hope everything is going all right, getting ready for Halloween and the start of the NBA season. And the Avs, who'll be in Columbus tomorrow, will be back home, I think, this weekend to get it on with some teams. But the Denver Broncos are set to take on the New York Giants. The Broncos coming off a win. The Giants coming off a win. The city of New York is starting to believe in Jackson Dart and Cam Scattaboo and the crew. But we got some interesting things to talk about. First off, with the injury report, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos, is the fact that Matt Peart is on the injury list now. Matter of fact, Mike Kliss yesterday tweeted out it's believed that he suffered a knee injury on the third play of the game and then stayed in and battled away. So he's
wow.
Yeah.
That's a curveball I didn't wake up thinking about.
Mm-hmm. That he was that Peart got hurt early and then stayed into the game with that knee injury, and then
that might have explained some things.
Maybe he. Well, you know what? I don't want to.
With the modern technology of iPads on the sideline or tablets and watching the film, why was a change not made in that game?
I don't know.
If he doesn't look healthy, he doesn't look right. Like, isn't that Zach Streif's job, offensive line coach, to be like, hey, coach, he doesn't look right. This is not materializing the way that I saw it working.
Mm-hmm.
Why not put Alex Palczewski in there at left guard?
Can he just go to Coach Payton and say, hey, we're pulling him?
Yes. Or at least at least get the go ahead. Hey, coach, I'm just going to tell you right now, Peart doesn't look right. And I want to pull the plug. And there's been times in my lifetime I've done that after a series.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where you're just like, somebody doesn't look right.
Yeah, they don't look good at all. Like, there's been a tight end that's a little bit off. I'm like, dude, this is not. And you try to either they get hurt in that game and it's something that you see and you're like, you keep talking to them. I'll tell you what has happened to me. And I'll just lay it out there. I'm up in the box. University of Minnesota, I'm the offensive coordinator up in the press box. We're playing against somebody, like a bad team.
Yeah.
Our quarterback gets hit early. This team blitzed us back to the Stone Age. I think it was Bowling Green. They blitzed us and we were like 32-point favorites in the game or something.
Mm.
Our quarterback gets hit early in the game, and it happened in the first two series. And I remember very, very distinctly getting on the phone. You get on the phone with him in between series, and he wasn't himself.
Mm.
I tell everybody, hey, could somebody take a look at our guy?
My guy, he's not right.
And it was like, it fell on deaf ears down on the sideline. I felt so hopeless. And then I'm calling a game, watching a quarterback that has lost his ability to process. And I'm like, it almost looked like I was being like almost somebody who had some mental health problems up in the box. Like, hey, somebody seriously needs to check on it. Like, this is not right.
Yeah.
And people are like, oh, yeah, Sanford's just calling a bad game.
You're like, no, man.
So then we lost the game. Awful. Worst, probably the worst. That was the worst loss of my career.
Oh, wow.
Worst loss of my career.
Wow.
20 years. I see him the next day at, like our post practice or post game morning practice, just kind of a flush run. And I see him like throwing a football, and he is a zombie, like a blank stare. And I go, hey, bud, did you get one last night? He's like, no. And he nodded like he did.
Mm-hmm.
I said, you need to tell somebody, because that's not safe for you. Yeah. Most importantly, your life. And I don't know, man. We had a buy or something, whatever. But I just didn't. I thought it was I thought it was the stupidest thing ever. I'd rather play with a backup, even with his full. More importantly, I'd rather have my guy be healtly for his life.
Right. Not out there with a concussion or a minor concussion or whatever.
Whatever it is, where you're not processing, then that probably means that you're going to be exposed to some potentially life altering hits.
The other problem is these players are never going to say no. Like, if they went to Peart and said, how you feeling? Are you okay? He's going to say, I feel great. Let's go.
How long has Matthew Peart been waiting for his opportunity to be a starter?
The whole time, man. The whole time.
I mean, and you look at this as a window of opportunity to put together tape that now it projects for you to be a starter elsewhere. Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, hey, Matthew Peart, the very super tall offensive tackle, he can play guard too. And Peart's agent's probably all fired up. Man, this is a great opportunity. And, of course, you don't communicate it to him. So, as coaches, and if you're listening to this, you're a coach at any level, any sport. Our job at times is to protect our athletes from themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And I wish that Zach Strief would have protected Matthew Peart from himself. Now, I'm not saying that's a major knee injury. It could be just a knee sprain.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, in protecting him from himself, guess what else you're doing? You're probably enhancing the product that's out there on the football field.
Right. Unless you have no other option. And I only bring that up because during the offseason after they traded Michael Porter Jr., Mike was talking about how he played injured in the playoffs. And they asked him, like, what percentage were you in the playoffs? And he said something crazy. He's like, I don't know, like 12%. I was at 12% or something. I was like, what? And he's like, but that was the best option we had at the time was for me to go out there and play like that, play without one shoulder even working. Like one of my arms is basically not working. I can't lift it up over my shoulder. And he's like, but that was the best option for my team at the time. I mean, yeah, you're probably right. But now, I mean, when it comes to the Broncos, Pert's not your only option. Matter of fact, I think they're going to promote Calvin Throckmorton. Isn't that, KJ, is that right? Is Calvin's going to take his spot on the 53?
That is correct.
So, I mean, listen, your offensive line is one of your strengths, is one of the strengths of the team, right? You've kept Bo upright. How many sacks has Bo taken this season? He took one in that last game. But I think
he's averaging. Is it
one a game? One a game?
It's really low.
And he's not even getting hit a lot, right? He got sacked once. He got hit 5-6 times against the New York Jets. That's great. But now you got injuries to that offensive line, and you got issues. But hey, KJ, answer me this: when am I going to see Greenlaw, brother? When am I going to see him? When am I going to see him? Ask me that.
That's the question of the day.
Because the weakness of this team, if you have any weakness at all, it's the line. You know what I mean? Like, if Greenlaw, a fully healthy Greenlaw in that Broncos defense, there is no doubt then that's the best defense in the NFL.
So Bo Nix has been sacked a total of 6 times this year.
Man, that's nothing.
Okay, you want to hear how many? Okay, there are players that haven't started anywhere near every one of their games that have more sacks than Bo Nix does.
How many sacks does Cam Ward have?
He's number 1 in the National Football League with 25.
Oh my goodness.
But how about this list? The Broncos have essentially faced everybody in the top 10 because they've done it to them.
Because you're right. You're in the top 10 because you played the Broncos.
Cam Ward, number 1. Guess who's number 2? You just saw him.
Oh, is it Justin Fields?
Justin Fields, he's got 19. And you handed, how many of those did you hand to him?
Oh, 9.
You handed almost half of them to him. Okay. Number 3, tied for number 3 is Jalen Hurts with 18.
Yep.
Hey, how many did you give him?
How many
6 of them. 6 of them bad boys.
6 of them?
A third of them.
Wow.
Just handing them out. Oh, the guy that makes all the good decisions in the world at number 6, the most sacked quarterback in 2025. Justin Herbert's got 17, and I think you gave him 5 of them bad boys.
Wow.
Gave him 5 of them.
Man.
Okay,
so
let's see who else.
Yes. But did they get to Daniel Jones in Indianapolis? Because that's the only team. You're right. They got to the quarterback for Cincy, Philly, the Jets.
Is impressive, man.
The Tennessee.
Dude, Daniel Jones has fewer sacks than Bo Nix.
Oh, really?
He's got 5.
What is going on in Indianapolis in that offensive line, man?
Well, he's also, Quentin Nelson's a pretty dang good offensive guard, but he's also being coached right. Don't you feel that way? When you watch what Daniel Jones looks like, the synergy right now between Shane Steichen, who is a very good offensive play caller. He was a part of Phillip Rivers' trajectory as a Charger. And then he was a part of Justin Herbert's early success. He's a part of Jalen Hurts going to the Super Bowl. Shane Steichen is a good play caller, and he knows how to help quarterbacks know their outs and not take sacks. And I think Sean Payton does too with Bo.
Yeah.
That's one thing that we know Bo does really well.
Yeah.
Okay, so
avoid the sack.
there are quarterbacks in this list. Okay, Russell Wilson, who has only started, 3 games?
Yeah.
He's got 2 more sacks than Bo Nix.
Oh.
And Bo Nix has started 6 games.
He's also on the trade block. New York wants to get rid of Russ. If you got a quarterback issue, you can call the New York Giants because they want to get rid of Russ.
Do you feel like J.J. McCarthy's even played this year? At all?
It feels like he had remember that amazing fourth quarter he had to lead that comeback? But that's the only thing I remember J.J. doing.
For how few games he's played, he's got 3 more sacks than Bo.
Man. Yeah. We got to give. I guess I've not given the Broncos offensive line enough.
Dylan Gabriel just started playing.
Yeah, he's got 2 games under his belt.
He's got 2 more sacks than Bo. It's crazy.
I know. No, they've been great. I mean, and they are a little bit banged up, but now you're gonna have to ask Throckmorton to hop in there and do what they do.
Dang, man, Tyler Huntley, he's got almost as many sacks as Bo Aiming. Played the.
It's nothing but good news if you're a Broncos fan.
I got some bad news. You want some bad news?
Not really, but go ahead and hit me with it. What is
For
it?
all of our listeners out there that are descendants of Sacramento, California.
Oh, that's right. I just saw this.
You have got to deal with the Russell Westbrook experience.
Listen, man, me and KJ were just breaking down the Kings roster
Next
going,
question.
what the hell are they doing signing Russell Westbrook? Because that roster is like, KJ, am I right or are they wrong? Where are they going to put Russell Westbrook in that roster? Not only that,
He's
I don't know
not
what
gonna
the
be
Kings
starting,
are
is he?
doing. Yeah.
Is he going to start?
No. Dennis Schroeder will start, right? And then we were talking like, who's going to be the backup? Malik? Nah, it's going to be Russ, and then you're going to make Malik play shooting guard as the back. So here's their depth chart right here. Nah, man, you got Dario Saric on this team, and now you're adding Russell Westbrook. This is going to be Nuggets West or something. But yes, you got Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan leading the way.
Talk to me about Keon Ellis. I know very little about Keon Ellis.
I mean, he's been in the league for just a little while. He's out of Alabama.
So do you think Russ is going to be gunning for some Keon Ellis minutes?
Oh, sure. He's going to be gunning for all these minutes.
Russ is gunning for everybody.
Why is Westbrook going to Sacramento? Are they the only team that won it?
Yes.
Russ needs one thing and one thing only. That's a title.
The problem is all the teams that have a chance to go get a ring, all they do is just look at what happened in Denver.
And like, no.
And
we're not
he is the ultimate tease because he endears himself to the local fan base because when maybe everybody else's energy is down, he's like, oh yeah, this is my opportunity to win over the fan base. And he's thumping his chest. I'm Russell freaking Westbrook. You guys watched me 15 years ago. And then he goes and he shoots all of the volume. And he misses so many shots. And he does so many stupid things with the basketball.
This is a janky roster right here, Kings.
It's perfect.
This is a janky roster.
It's a perfect place for Russell Westbrook because they are all buns.
I really thought that Russ would take his talents to the Eastern Conference and get one of those and just join like Cleveland or whatever, or Toronto to try to maybe sneak or
They watched the film this past year.
Yeah, maybe that's
they all you got to do is a quick Google search of Russell Westbrook and the Denver Nuggets and see that ultimately it was a net negative. And I would argue that last year it felt like a massive net negative.
There were times, yes. Listen, man, I'm never going to hate on Russell Westbrook because that dude's a madman, and I love that kind of.
I'm going to hate
chaos.
on because if you like chaotically giving the ball to the other team and turning it over in droves,
yeah, man,
or shooting terrible volume air balls and just keep shooting your shot.
There were some times during the playoffs that I was like, oh man, here comes Russ. Although Adelman used him a lot less than Malone used him before Mike got. Matter of fact, Russell Westbrook might be one of the main reasons that Mike Malone
That's what I felt.
A head coach in the NBA anymore.
I was like, hey, Malone, I think it might be in your best interest to not go with the old adage, veterans are better than young players.
Yeah.
Not in this case.
Yeah.
Because you're a veteran, you're counting on to make smart basketball plays, and he's doing the exact opposite consistently. Do you not see that?
No.
But he plays hard on defense. Does he really? Or does he give the illusion that he's playing hard and he picks his spots to go dive for loose balls and then stand up and get everybody fired up?
You can't fake the effort of Russell. Like, he is flying around,
You
right?
want to know what Russell Westbrook felt like to me?
What?
It felt like late career Russell Wilson.
Ooh. So he just
pomp and
wait,
circumstance.
try hard guy. Just
yeah, it's like it's high knees on the airplane.
Yeah.
You know what it is? It's a blowhard thing, man.
Maybe.
And I am watching the game last night. I am so glad Russell Westbrook is not on this basketball team. So glad.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably a better. Well, it definitely is a better team.
Tell me, I would love to find one person to text in at 303-504-0925. Just let me know. I miss Russell Westbrook on this Denver Nuggets basketball team. I'm looking for one person that really can say that and means it.
Okay. All right. I'm down with it. Maybe
that was a frustrating year.
I just say that this certainly isn't the answer. What the hell, whatever the hell this is in Sacramento, this ain't the answer.
They stink.
I don't know what they're doing.
And you know what? They stink so bad. They at this point in time, they're thinking about ticket sales.
Maybe you might be right. Maybe that's it. Maybe they're just like, how do we get more people in this arena? Because Sabonis ain't gonna bring him in, or DeMar and Zach ain't gonna bring him in. So let's go get. I don't know, man. That's crazy.
Where did DeRozan play before?
He played in Chicago.
So Levine and DeRozan.
Yeah. Wait. Well, DeMar was all over the place, right? Hey, KJ, how many places did DeMar play for? Did he play? Click on DeMar real quick. Where? Yeah. Also, why is he listed day to day? I didn't even realize that DeMar's going through some things. But let's see how long he's been in the league. Man, he's 36. How many different teams? Toronto, San Antonio, Chicago, and now Sacramento.
The perfect text on the Shop Mazda text line.
What's it
one
got
price,
to say?
one person,
What's
1
it
hour.
say? What's it say?
Somebody came at me with, I miss Russell Westbrook on this Nuggets team. Sincerely, a Lakers fan.
I wonder if Russ tried to get back to LA, either the Clippers or the Lakers. There's no way either one of those teams would take him. Absolutely insane. All right, let's do this. We got to talk about the NFL trade deadline because both the Broncos and the Giants are part of those rumors, and we will get to that next right here on the Morning Spread. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint on this Wednesday. I hope your week is going well. If you want to be part of the program, the Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, is 303-504-0925. All right, Coach, I want to talk NFL trade deadline. It hits on November 4th, so it's coming up here pretty quick, and there are some interesting teams who are looking to make deals, including both the Denver Broncos and the New York Giants. Before we do that, though, I do want to ask you one question. Did you see there's currently a court case going through the courts in Ohio that might just decide whether
down in Ohio
high school football players get NIL money? As a high school football coach, how do you feel like, because I mean, you've dealt with NIL in college. There is now a court case in Ohio that's trying to figure out, like, hey, can high school athletes do the name, image, likeness, and get paid to play high school football? How does that make you feel?
Well, I think I'm in a pretty good place if
yeah, you know what? I didn't think about that. You're like, yeah, go ahead and win that case.
Yeah,
go ahead and win it.
I'll just kind of sit by, just bide my time. And no,
yeah, there's a wide receiver in Ohio playing high school football who's like the number one recruit in the nation or the number one wide receiver recruit in the nation. And they're trying to decide whether high school players should be allowed NIL money.
It's funny. Like, realistically, I'm thinking about where I coach high school football. And, of course, like, the perception exists. Like, there'd be so many opportunities. You still have to go find.
Yeah, players.
Well, no, you still have to find people that are going to actually pay the coffers. Like, it's not gonna, like, it's,
you got to find that money.
It's not going to be other kids' parents,
right?
That are bringing in a superstar receiver to make sure their son's now a backup.
Yeah, no, that's not going to happen. You're right.
So
at
the end of the day, no matter where you're at, say like a coach would have to create relationships with, I don't know, restaurants.
No,
businesses,
you're right.
Companies.
You'd have to find you a Nike, like an Oregon, or a or a T-Boone Pickens or somebody like that.
At Valor Christian, we wouldn't have Phil Knight. We would have Bill Knight.
Bill Knight.
But he's the knockoff version, man.
It's crazy.
Instead of giving $7.2 billion, he's going to give $7.200.
There's like the best high school players in the country might be starting to get paid. Like you're 17 years old and a senior in high school, and they're paying you to play high school football, which is we'll see how the court case plays out and what happens. But all right.
There it is.
Listen, man, if any state was going to do this, I didn't think it would be Ohio. I thought it'd be Texas or Florida or California.
Hey, man.
Ohio's like, we want to pay our high school kids too. That's crazy. Both the Broncos and the New York Giants are part of the NFL trade deadline. And the NFL really doesn't get as crazy as I would like around the trade deadline, mostly because it happens so early in the season. But we have some names here, Coach. Like I said earlier, the biggest weakness on this Denver Broncos team, outside of some of the skill positions on offense, is probably the linebacker position, right? But that's just because I'm waiting for Greenlaw. As soon as Greenlaw, all those problems might go away.
What is the word on Dre Greenlaw?
I don't know. Is he available to come off this week?
Yes, he's available.
Yes, he is available. Today is
available
the first day
to come off.
So
today's the first day he could practice.
So we should know later today. We'll know whether he'll practice or not, right? After today, and we'll get an updated injury report tomorrow. But so is there a position group that you think the Broncos should target? Because PFF named as possible trade designate the tight end out of Baltimore, tight end out of Cleveland, a linebacker out of New Orleans, Jacoby Myers, and a couple of wide receivers. And that's basically the Giants list as well. The Giants are looking for wide receivers for Jackson. And they're also trying to get rid. They're like, hey, anybody want Russell Wilson? Come and get Russell Wilson. Because the Giants have the worst cap situation in the NFL right now. Or they only have like a couple of $100,000 to spend. You know what I mean? To sign anybody else to that team. And if they get Russ off the books, that's $2 million. That's $2 million that they can use. But who's going to take Russell Wilson out of New York? Who's going to do that?
Done anything dangerous?
Who's going to be like, I'll take that. Yeah, give me that $2 million and Russ. Let's see what he's got. There's no way they get rid of him off that.
He's
right?
done.
Yeah, he should retire after this season's over.
He's done.
I just don't.
I also am not convinced that Jackson Dart is the actual
truth. Yeah.
I can't wait for Sunday. Because I think I'm going to be able to give everybody my entire offseason take. I fell for the trap of Jackson Dart, both at USC when he was there. Do you remember when Jackson Dart played at USC?
No, I don't remember before
he was
transferred.
a big-time national transfer or national recruit out of high school, out of Corner Canyon High School in our neighboring state. Our friendly neighbors to the northwest that knock on our doors from time to time. They're in Corner Canyon, Utah, in Provo. I think it's Orem, maybe Orem, Utah.
How do you end up at USC?
Draper, Utah. Well, I mean, that's the same school that Zach Wilson went to. Same school that there was another USC quarterback from that school. Oh, I'm drawing a blank on him. Ended up at Pitt.
Kenny Pickett?
No, Kenny Pickett's an East Coast guy, but so he's one of those players that, at his best, he's awesome and he's fun and he's got a good demeanor. He to me feels Drew Lock-esque.
Okay,
where it's like at the best, you're like, oh man, this is exciting, this is fun, this is different. We've never had anything like this. Gosh, this, and then all of a sudden he can get into a funk.
Well, he's never, not ever in his life seen a defense the likes of which he's going to see this weekend. Not ever.
The Corner Canyon quarterback history, it includes Keaton Slovis. So they have Keaton Slovis, Zach Wilson, Jackson Dart.
Man.
I don't know if you remember Slovis, but obviously Zach Wilson was big talk of the town when he was a BYU Cougar. And Keaton Slovis, national recruit, goes to USC, has a moment under the sun that was very positive, and then
yeah.
It's weird about Corner Canyon quarterbacks, man. They're kind of system quarterbacks that are good athletes that can throw some sweet balls from time to time, but it's almost like their high school program was so good they didn't learn adversity.
Okay, yeah.
They don't know how to operate when it's not easy.
Yeah. We were having this. The blitz is unhinged nowadays. I was screaming at Springer last night, and we were trying to decide, like, what's the difference between a system QB and a game manager? Or is that just two different words for the same thing?
Discussion.
So for you, what does that mean? Because once again, we were arguing about Bo Nix. But what's the difference in your mind between a system QB and a game manager? Or is there a difference?
I would say that a system QB has a chance to be better than a game manager. I know it might sound strange, but the talents and gifts of that quarterback fit a system perfectly well, and the system fits that quarterback perfectly well. Mm-hmm. So it's like a two-way street.
Okay.
It's like Jalen Hurts at his best.
Yeah.
I would say with Shane Steichen as the play caller, and then also even a little bit with Kellen Moore. I don't think he was great, but Jalen Hurts is a great system quarterback, and as a result of that, the quarterback-driven run game, the tush-push, the play-action pass game, the RPO game, that all made him, in my opinion, a top 7, top 8 quarterback, and the system itself highlighted some of his unique skills and gifts as a runner,
right?
As a quick-release passer. So he was better than a game manager at the time.
Okay.
Whereas a game manager, and I would say Brock Purdy.
Yeah, that was one of the names thrown around last night.
He's a great system he's a great game manager. And that's a little bit less about the actual system and more about the surrounding cast. Who's around you? What's your defense like? Do you just make the requisite play and get the ball simply into the right skill players, plural, hands in order to optimize their gifts and talents? But there's really nothing about you, even inherently gifted, from a gifted perspective, that just puts you above the Mendoza line of quarterback play in the National Football League. I would put Brock Purdy in that space.
Yes.
And it's almost like your unique skill set as a game manager is to do exactly what the game requires, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
And there's part of that I think Bobot is. But man, I think that Bo could be a really good system quarterback, and I don't use that in a negative connotation.
Right. So, but what kind of system? What's the perfect system for Bo? Is it what Sean's doing right now?
It feels a little bit like some of the stuff that Jalen Hurts is doing. I know people are going to think I'm crazy. Like Jalen Hurts is squats 600 pounds. Man, have you seen Bo Nix's lower half? Have you ever stared at that thing?
I haven't stared at it, but I've seen it. I've glanced at it. It looks pretty stout.
That man could be a tush-push guy. He could be a quarterback-driven run game guy 4 to 7 times a game. And you know what that would do? It would highlight some of his giftedness. Obviously, the screen game. I think he could be. I think he is an elite RPO thrower.
Why? You're right. So why, if you have that talent in the toolbox. How come the head coach doesn't go into that toolbox and use it more?
He does from time to time, but his comfort level, man, in the time of crisis, we all go into our stress behaviors, right? For me, as a play caller, man, back-to-back weeks of stress behavior when we lost 2 games. I go back to you fall down to your level of experience and preparation and what you called in big moments in your career, as opposed to what does this guy do well? And it was hard because I personally was making some decisions about only what the quarterback does well, and there's times where I'm like, man, there's some things in my system that I would love to run right now, but necessarily that quarterback that he doesn't necessarily do that as well as maybe the system would require, but he does this really well, so I'm going to call it. And so my stress behavior at times goes almost over the top to say, what does that quarterback do well?
Right.
And I think for Bo or for Sean, his stress behavior goes to the point of saying, I want to run what I've run, what worked with Drew. When Drew was spinning that pill for 352, 4.5 touchdowns per game, that's what I want to do. But that ain't Bo. That's not Bo. I don't think so. And I'm not convinced yet that it is. So Sean needs to learn more of Bo rather than Bo learning more of Sean at this stage of his career.
Yeah, I get you.
And that's a mic drop.
All right. Well, you know what? Walk it off.
This is Jamal Murray, and I made a shot.
That's not Bo. I don't think so. And I'm not convinced yet that it is. So Sean needs to learn more of Bo rather than Bo learning more of Sean at this stage of his career.
Yeah, I get you.
And that's a mic drop.
All right. Well, you know what?
Jamal Murray made a shot.
That's old school. I hadn't heard Anthony Davis drop that line in a while, man. That was what? That was the bubble? Was that the bubble?
No, that was just the 2023 playoffs.
Was that the 2023 playoffs?
Yeah.
Okay.
23 season, 24 playoffs.
Okay. So it's closer than I thought.
It was a year and 4 months ago.
Wow. Okay.
Yep.
Man, you guys did that quick. I would assume. Yeah, I thought.
Well,
that was like
when you don't fill your body full of substances that alter your ability to comprehend.
We talking about coffee or the banquet beer? We talking about the banquet beer?
Either way, man. My body is a temple over here, and I keep it right.
No, we just saw some pictures of you in the younger days, man. Were you keeping it clean back then? I couldn't tell. You without the beard look like you're trouble. Without the beard, you look like you're about to start some trouble. Look at that man. And KJ, am I right or am I wrong? That man looks like he's up to no good.
That is a face of trouble right there. That's a face that just left trouble.
That, man. You know what that looks like? That looks like the guy that's I look like the elder at the church that's collecting the
No.
Yeah,
No. Not in that TJ Maxx suit. You look like a gangster. You look like a pimp, man. Yeah, you look like you're about to take over New Jack City or something.
Everybody here at this congregation today know that I have made great decisions this weekend.
Preach. All right. So when last we left you, we were talking Broncos and Giants. Now I want to talk about the actual game, the actual game between the Broncos and the Giants, because we have yet to do that this week. So let me ask you, how do you feel about the 2-4 New York Giants right now coming into this game against the Bronx?
I think they're a very confident bunch, which is scary. I believe that team without Malik Neighbors is going to be challenged to find separation anywhere for Jackson Dart against a team that plays predominantly man coverage. When you got a Jackson Dart coming in the National Football League and not much of a scouting report against him, I see him similarly to Bo Nix, where if you give him free access throws, that means corners are playing 5 to 7 yards off, and you're playing a lot of cover 4, which is quarters across the board. It's zone with match principles, or you're playing cover 6, which is quarter halves, or cover 2, cover 3, spot drop, zone coverages. Jackson Dart, he can get after you a little bit. But if you're pass rushing that fool, like you've been pass rushing all these fools, and every single victim that the Denver Broncos have faced, minus Daniel Jones, is a top 10 most sacked quarterback because of that awful day against the Broncos defensive front. But you combine that with a defense that is philosophically aligned to play tight man coverage, take away easy throws, and make the quarterback beat you with precision accuracy, throwing the ball under duress, throwing the ball on time. That looks like a recipe for a disaster for this is the 4th start for Jackson Dart? 3rd?
Is this his 3rd or 4th? I think it's his 3rd, actually. I think this will be his 3rd start, right? Because Russ started 3, and he started 2, and this is, maybe I'm doing, because this is their 7th game, right? Math is hard. And so, I don't know. We'll just wait for KJ to tell us. When we say something stupid, KJ will just correct us here. You let us know, KJ, whenever you figure it out. But do you think, the Giants put 34 on the Eagles, man. They put 34 on the Eagles. And I know but it's still the defending Super Bowl champs. Cam Scatterbo rushed for 3 touchdowns in that game. He had
Let me ask you this. Yeah, what do the Eagles do defensively? What's Vic Fangio known for?
Well, yeah, he's
structurally, schematically.
Well,
what did
do you
Broncos
think he was trying to take away the passing game from the Giants and it didn't matter?
He's playing quarters. He's a cover 4 guy. And you know what? Look at the stat line there. So we're looking at now, this is his really 3rd game playing that what he did against Philly. He was 17-25 for 68%, 195, 1 touchdown against predominantly cover 4. Predominantly cover 4. That's what Vic Fangio runs. Did Bo Nix have a chance to get going in that game against the Eagles?
Yeah.
He did, didn't he? What did the Jets run? You remember?
Yeah.
A lot of tightly contested man.
Yeah, they probably should have done that, dude. Well, against
not great.
That, not great.
Not bad, but not great.
If little Jordan Humphrey comes into this city and torches the Broncos, I'm going to be angry, man. If
that happens,
Jackson Dart and little Jordan Humphrey go off, but once again, I guess, they just faced a Vic Fangio defense, and I'm not going to make fun of a Vic Fangio defense. But this is going to be the nastiest defense they faced all season this week, right? When Jackson Dart rolls into the Mile High City to take on the Bronx. But still, I mean, I find 34 points against that Eagles team to be fairly impressive. And holding them to just 17, I know they got some wonky things happen in Philadelphia, but it's still Philadelphia, man. It's still the defending Super Bowl champions. So, I have no idea how to properly judge how good the New York Giants are going to be when they come in here with only 2 wins on the record, but the confidence is high. KJ, do you know what that spread is? What's Vegas got on this game so far? Is it a close one? I guess I can just look myself. Broncos, it's Denver minus 7.5. That's a little bit more impressive than I thought. I thought it was going to be, so Vegas likes what the Broncos are going to bring this weekend.
And it was also factored into that. Want to shout out the text line for this. The Giants, they have not won on the road this season.
Oh, yeah, they're 0-3 away from.
So I think that plays a huge part into why there's so much confidence in the Broncos right now. They just don't believe in the Giants when they leave MetLife.
Okay, this was an interesting stat coming off of 2 performances from Jackson Dart going into the game against the Eagles. So this did not include the Eagles. Right? And the Eagles, what did I tell you they play? What kind of defensive coverage did they play?
Man.
Oh,
cover 4.
You
cover
don't
4.
listen.
My bad. I was
It's
listening.
zone.
It's
I
zone?
didn't know yes, cover 4 is zone. It's quarters. That means you're dividing the field into fourths, and you have the area. That's called zone.
We talking about Philadelphia again?
The Eagles. But before the game.
Yes.
This was the preview of Jackson Dart going into that game. Across Jackson Dart's 60 pass attempts, once again, before he faced the Eagles, all zone, he has targeted a receiver with less than 1 yard of separation just 4 times for 0 completions. Dart's 6.7% tight window throwing rate is lower than that of all qualified quarterbacks in the NFL. Ooh. The Eagles defense has forced a tight window rate of 24% of pass attempts this season. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. It wasn't great because they play a ton of zone. Jackson Dart got going against the Eagles and had rhythm at a 68% clip, was plus 4% completion percentage over expected, meaning he was good. He made some tight window throws, but he got in rhythm because of all the zone coverage that he was able to see. Now, the one thing that scares me just a hair about Jackson Dart, you realize that he's rushed for over 50 in all of his starts?
Oh, I did. I know he rushed for like 58 last week. Like he was their second leading rusher behind Cam.
That man right now is running the rock, and he is.
So what's the game plan for each side of the ball?
Jackson Dart.
If you're
5 games played, 3 games started, 167 yards rushing with 2 teeters.
That's not bad.
And his rushing yards over expected is plus 1.7. And you know what I say to that? Hit that man, hit him early, hit him often, keep the pressure coming at him, and make sure you don't allow him to get to the edge. Remember what I said about Bo Nix? Bo Nix is really good when he's able to get the edge on the naked and bootleg game.
Well, who's the left tackle for New York? I think it's Thomas. They were talking to him this week, and they asked him directly about Nick Bonito. They're like, listen, what are you going to do about Nick Bonito, man? And he praised Bonito, and he said something. He said, yeah, he's like, you know what the problem is with Bonito is he is so fast. He is so fast that he'll beat you with your speed, but then you think you're dealing with a speed rusher, and he'll overpower you. And he's like, it's hard to deal with those guys. He's like, I'm going to try, but it's not the easy. Because and he used a word that you use with Bonito all the time. It was the first thing he said when they asked.
Was it bendy?
Yes, it was bendy.
I love that word,
yes, he said he's like bendy, man. He's bendy.
Remember the very buzzword that I used yesterday about wide receiver play when I was talking about Pat Bryant?
Oh, what was it?
Remember, he plays off his insteps.
Insteps, that's what it was. Yeah. You're dropping the instep.
Yeah, big instep guy.
Yeah, but Thomas dropped the bendy. He's like, Benito's really bendy. And then the problem is he's really quick. And then when you try to play him as a speed rusher, he'll just overpower you. And he's like, it's just going to be a problem all day long.
I'll tell you this, man. Cam Scatterbo, he's been a problem. He's been really good. He's really fun. Saw Sean Keeler's article in the Denver Post yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, and it talks specifically about how fun the Broncos would be with Cam Scatterbo right now as opposed to RJ Harvey. Because you had that opportunity, and you could actually waited 2 rounds.
Yep. Yeah, you could have.
To go out and get Cam Scatterbo. You could have gotten a receiver.
Yeah. I wonder, it'd have been interesting to know what the Broncos scouting report on Cam was compared to all the other teams. Like, I'm sure he's like, the one thing about Cam is, hey, man, that dude's a football player, right? And that's what coaches love those guys. Coaches love those guys who were born to be football players. It felt like, he was a football player at 1 year old or whatever. But at the same time, there's some limitations to what he can do, and how he plays is reckless. I love it. I don't know how long it's going to last, but embrace it while you can. But you're right. Cam Scatterbo could have been a Denver Bronco. Do you think, here's what's crazy. Here's what's crazy to me. Here's what I'm thinking. I think the Broncos defense is getting closer and closer to its peak. And if you can get Greenlaw back, you might just very well knock Jackson Dart out of this game and get stuck with Russell Wilson playing against you here in town. How about them apples, Gilmore? How would you like Russell Wilson in Giants blue taking on the Denver Broncos this weekend? Just because Jackson can't last a quarter.
It would be fun. But unfortunately, if you're the Giants, would you put Russell Wilson out there after how panicked our guy Brian Daboll looked when Jackson Dart was in the injury tent? I think you probably go with Jameis.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, it's Jameis. Jameis is the third string.
Is Reverend Winston coming to town?
Yeah, I think he is.
Is he gracing us with his presence?
Matter of fact, the Giants are literally calling every team saying, somebody, you want Russell Wilson? Come and take Russell Wilson. They would love to have Jameis as their backup quarterback because that meant they trade Russell Wilson to whoever, to Cincy or whoever.
So our guy, Cam Scatterbo, all I'm going to say to this, and I don't even have – so his high school, he played at Rio Lindo High School, basically in Sacramento. So he's got a chance to watch the Russell Westbrook experience, at least from afar in his hometown and maybe in the offseason. So good luck, Cam. Enjoy that. His only Division I program that offered him a scholarship was Sac State. You know why Sac State probably offered him? Because they had a chance to watch him play in person.
And was like, how do you end up at Arizona State then?
So he's at Sac State as a freshman. Okay, got a couple carries. Who's this crazy white dude, man? Let's give him the ball. Let's put it in his belly a few times. He only had 57 carries, 520 yards. So he basically had 10 yards per carry and 6 touchdowns in his freshman year. So next year, 1,382 rushing yards, threw for a touchdown, and returned an onside kick for a touchdown. Okay. What? So then, of course, Arizona State's like, yeah, I like that dude. What does he do at Arizona State? He completes. How about this? Week 4 of the 20. Remember they were using him as a Wildcat quarterback? Arizona State did not have a quarterback. 11 wasn't there yet. They had a quarterback that was out for the season. Jaden Rashada was a bust.
Cam do some work?
Cam was out there throwing the ball, man. He was 2 of 3 against the University of Southern California for 42 yards, rushed for 111 yards his first year, and also hauled in 79 receiving yards and a touchdown against the Trojans.
Man, that's not bad.
Trojans.
That wasn't my vision.
Finished the season as his first year playing big boy ball. 783 rushing yards, 9 teeters, 286 yards receiving, and a receiving touchdown. Incredibly versatile player. Next year, finishes his senior season with 293 carries, 1,711 yards, and 21 touchdowns, and then 45 catches for 605. Let me ask you this. Is there, at some point, do evaluators got to look at players like Cam Scatterbo and say, well, he doesn't necessarily look or run his 40 like the NFL running backs that we think.
Right.
How in the world at every level that he's ever played, he's been versatile and dominant?
Yeah, versatile and hostile. Matter of fact, the NFL scouting report before he joined the NFL listed as his number one weakness. This is a crazy weakness to me. Cam Scatterbo's number one weakness on his NFL draft report
pigmentation.
Was heavy involvement in punishing collisions. That's his weakness. That's what they said.
Sorry.
And it's like it's going to impact his durability. So heavy involvement in punishing collisions is a negative for Cam Scatterbo.
Which is why we need to see Dre Greenlaw.
Yeah, man. It'd be so much better. Although they list my man Cam Scatterbo's vertical jump at 40 inches.
Dang.
Yo, man. 40. That's
Where they have his 40 at 4.7.
Oh, they don't have. They have got zeros listed as 40.
Probably because he didn't run it. No, that's a lot of guys don't. They choose not to.
I mean, his athleticism score is 73. I don't know what that means. Well, he was sick. He was the 16th most athletic running back at the combine.
So Cam Scadaboo allegedly ran at his pro timing day, 4.57.
Oh, that's
fine.
That's Mike Sanford speed.
No,
brother.
I'm 4.68. Remember?
Oh, that's right. You're
4.68 in my prime. Right now, I'm like more like a 4.6, probably 4.67.
So Cam Wood,
I got faster,
just a little bit faster than you, just a little bit.
4.67. I got a little 6.7 on with Rocky last night.
Well, really?
Yeah, we did the 6.7 handshake.
Oh, nice, man.
Yeah, my daughter said that's a massive air ball, Dad, which is apparently new. And you know, what I said I'm a dad, right?
Right. Yeah,
It was meant to be humorous, right?
Yeah.
It's called the dad joke. So it's not an air ball, young lady.
Yeah, it's full dad on that one. All right, let's do this. Let's take another time out. When we come back, it is KJ's NFL News and Notes next. Men want to be him. Women want to be with him. It's KJ Granderson, and it's his NFL news and notes. All right, KJ, what you got for us first?
By woman, you mean that's a singular.
Oh, just his wife,
woman.
right? Just one woman.
Thank you.
Whoa, man.
I mean, I was about to say,
as in, whoa, man.
Thank
whoa,
you.
man, chill out.
Coach with the assist right there, baby, because
Hey,
I was
man, I'm
about to say
always looking
those freaking papers was going to be drawn up before the end of this segment. Had this guy
we don't
kept
need that.
keeping it
We don't
up
need
over
that
there. I
for
was
a
like,
guy,
good
man.
grief.
We don't need that, especially in a week where Jameis Winston's returning to the triumphant spot of pick sixes
That's
being
what I'm
prayed
saying.
away.
That's what I'm saying, man. And if the Giants do their job, we'll be hearing from our bishop later this week, man. So I'm looking forward to it. Let's focus on some celebratory news here in Denver because history was made for the first time in Broncos history. 2 defensive players have won back-to-back Defensive Player of the Week honors. Last week, it was Nick Bonito after his 2.5 sack performance versus the Eagles. And now Jonathan Cooper in Week 6 with his 2 sack performance versus the Jets is the Defensive Player of the Week. And here's another stat per the Broncos. Jonathan Cooper's 28 sacks in his first 70 NFL games is the most by a 7th-round pick since the NFL draft was only 7 rounds. Have the Broncos become the poster child for why you should pay pass rushers early rather than late?
Yes.
Yeah.
They did. I mean, they did this thing perfectly.
This is working out great for
the,
them.
The only one that they missed on in the George Payton era, and it didn't end up hurting you that badly, was Randy Gregory.
Okay. Yeah, there's a name I haven't thought about in a while.
Outside of Randy Gregory, and that was like 2022, and he was hung around. He had some off the field issues, had some health issues. Man, they have evaluated front 7 talent better than anybody in the National Football League.
Because if Benito he's going to get to like 25. He's going to break the NFL sack record. And can you imagine? And then at that point, you probably have to pay him Myles Garrett money or something, right? And that's not what you have to do because you paid him early. But then again, part of the greatness of Nick Bonito this season might be the fact that he got paid and he now has a sense of well-being. You know what I mean? Like, worrying about money ain't no fun. Worrying about money, I don't care how much money you make or don't make or whatever. Like, worrying about money ain't no fun. And it might, you know what I mean? You take that off his mind, and now it's just like all you got to do out there is go out there and kill quarterbacks, and that's what he's been doing.
We're feeling pretty good here in Denver about our guy, Nick Bonito, and certainly Jonathan Cooper. Big time
Although,
congratulations.
I thought Cooper might be the best player from that game this weekend. But you were saying you think it was probably was Zach Allen? Is that who you were talking about? Who you're talking about? Like defensively, just tore up what New York was trying to do and help those guys.
Yeah, it gets those guys home, man. There's no way that you can truly double team just a Jonathan Cooper or just a Nick Bonito because you got Zach Allen, John Franklin Myers to deal with, and namely, it's Zach Allen and his get off. He's terrifying as an interior pass rusher. But Nick Bonito, number 1 in the National Football League, but only has that lead by half a sack. I don't know if you knew that.
2.
And that is Byron Young of the LA Rams.
Oh, really? The Rams.
An outside backer. And then how about this? You only have a lead of 1 sack on New York Giant, Brian Burns.
Ooh, I didn't know that either.
You have 15 combined sacks coming to town in this matchup here at Empower Field.
Interesting.
Not to mention another top tenner. And right now in the National Football League, number 8 in the NFL is also a Denver Bronco. Jonathan Cooper has 4.5.
Yeah.
Wow, is that cool? That is good.
If you're a defensive coordinator, or no, excuse me, if you're an offensive coordinator and you're taking on the Broncos, how do you even go about slowing down that pass rush? You know what I mean? Because the Broncos are going to get to you, and it's not like they have to bring extra. They're not going to blitz you. They're not going to like bring the house or anything like that. They can get to you without that. Like if you're an OC, how do you even try to mitigate what the Broncos can do to you and when
get the ball out of your hands quickly like Daniel Jones did, right? Daniel Jones got that ball out. He was still getting hit. Everybody was saying, that man was getting peppered.
All right, KJ, what you got?
Well, you guys been annoying me today.
You know what? Let's continue to celebrate here. The Broncos 2015 Super Bowl team will be celebrated this coming weekend versus the Giants at halftime. And that is only part 1 of the celebration. Part 2 of the celebration this weekend will be the late, great Demaryius Thomas being inducted into the Broncos Ring of Fame. and it will happen in 3 parts this weekend. But first off, we just want to just say congratulations on behalf of the morning sprint. Saturday night will be a banquet where his mom and dad will officially accept his orange jacket and Ring of Fame ring. Sunday morning will be the unveiling of the Ring of Fame pillar in the plaza. And then at halftime is when they will officially unveil the banner for DT.
Yeah, that's going to be special, don't you think?
It's going to be very special. So special that I'm looking to answer this question. With how quickly DT got into the Ring of Fame here in Denver, do we expect this to have any influence on how the NFL views him as a potential Hall of Fame candidate?
Yeah, I think it's a great take.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And it's going to be, I think this is going to be a highly emotional ceremony.
Because you're going to have the 2015 here. You're going to have the no-fly and all the crew here. And you're going to put Demaryius in the ring. So, yeah, no, that's going to be a special weekend. That's going to be a special weekend, don't you think?
How long ago did DT pass away?
I don't know.
Was it 4 or 5 years, or was it more than that?
How long ago was it? I mean, he was such an important part. Like, everybody loved that man for good reason. I mean, that was so. Yeah, it's going to be.
He passed away just less than 4 years ago, man.
Was it less than 4?
It's been basically 3 years and 10 months. He passed away December 9th, 2021, at just the age of 33 years old in Roswell, Georgia.
Wow.
And it was, I mean, man, you want to talk about a really just a tragic death. I know we've, certainly a lot has been made about it, here on the Denver airwaves, but it's going to be emotional. It's going to be emotional. I mean, Demaryius Thomas died of a seizure. I think he was just in his own complication of a seizure disorder in his own shower.
Oh, man. Yeah, well, I mean, Demaryius, obviously, I would love to see him in the Hall, but I don't know. I mean, he played 10 seasons, something like that, right? What was his 10 years in the NFL? I don't know. And at this point, I don't care. As long as the Broncos honor him and that team, I'm good. And if the NFL gets around to it, that's just icing on a cake. Just a little bit. But you're right. I'd forgotten that this was both the 2015 and the Demaryius into the ring this weekend. Yeah, that adds a little something extra, a little something special. Because now you've got this Broncos team, this young Broncos team, with a defense that they think is as good as the 2015 no-fly, the best defense we've had since then. You know what I mean? And I'm sure these young guys want to impress these super vets, these guys who made a name and won a Super Bowl and is considered probably one of the top 10 defenses in the history of the NFL. Yeah, it's going to be a special weekend. It's going to be a special weekend. All right, KJ, what's next?
Well, you guys been annoying me today.
Well, Mike Tomlin, I can understand why they've been annoying you, because you make some comments this week that was very fiery. And not only did he make some comments, Cam Hayward, their captain on the defensive side of the ball, he made some comments about this being deemed the icy hot bowl.
Ooh.
Between Aaron Rodgers and Joe Flacco.
I did not heard that.
And Aaron Rodgers, he responded to those comments. So here's a little bit of Mike Tomlin from this week, and then here is Cam Hayward and Aaron Rodgers kind of having some fun in the locker room.
To be honest, it was shocking to me. Andrew Berry must be a lot smarter than me or us, because it doesn't make sense to me to trade a quarterback that you think enough of to make your opening day starter to a division opponent that's hurting in that area. But that's just my personal feelings.
Oldest quarterback's playing this week. Let's go. Woo! Icy hot bowl. I love it.
Great for all the old guys, I know that when I watch other sports, maybe it's because I'm the older guy, but I tend to pull for the older guys to win championships. I've been friends with Steph for a long time. Steph is one of the older guys in the NBA now. So anytime the Warriors are playing, I'm always pulling for Steph to ball out for them to win. But it's great.
Man, you don't have to cheer for Steph. He's a Hall of Famer, brother. He's fine. Don't worry about it, Aaron.
Yeah, and even then, Steph doesn't feel as old as you, Aaron.
No, right.
Gosh, man.
Steph's like 37. That's like 4 or 5 years younger than Aaron.
Yeah, Aaron's like 52.
I mean, and that game's tomorrow. You can hear it on, I believe, on 950 tomorrow, since the Avs have an early game tomorrow as well. You can hear on 92.5. But yeah, Steelers-Bengals tomorrow. Pittsburgh is slightly favored in that game. It's in Cincinnati, but yeah, it's old man QBs left and right. How about this? Do you think, are both of those guys going to make it through that game without getting knocked out? One of them getting knocked out. Yeah, you think you're good?
Both guys have actually done a fairly decent job this year mitigating sacks. Now you know why.
Yeah.
We know why neither of them have gotten sacked a ton. You know why.
Right.
What's the reason?
Because they're smart. They understand what the hell's going on.
Because neither of them have faced the Denver Broncos.
Oh, that's true. That's true. That's a
we've learned. Hey, by the way, I just did a little research. Not that hard, but top 40 sack leaders in the National Football League. Denver Broncos have how many?
I don't know.
5.
5? They have
Nick
5?
Bonito's number 1. Number 8 is Jonathan Cooper. And then rounding out within the top 40, Justin Sternad is actually in the top 20.
Oh, wow.
And then you have John Franklin Myers and Zach Allen also in the top 40.
Man,
in the NFL.
What's the most team sacks in NFL history? You know what I mean? Because the Broncos are going to blow that number out the gate too. Let's
72.
See. Woo! That's by the 80s Bears, by the 84 Bears. Yeah. Yeah, look at it.
Midway.
Oh man, look at the
Chicago
2022
Bears.
Philadelphia Eagles with 70 sacks. Yeah, so they're just 2 off the record. The 22.
What do the Broncos have right now?
Well, the Broncos got 20 whatever. Man, you just said it and I can't remember. What was it? 25? How many? KJ, do you remember?
Are you okay? Are you going to be all right?
It's going to be all right, Berto. 25.
25. I knew I was right on the money. There you go. Yeah, and they have 11 more games to go. Oh, they're going to crush that 72 sack record by the 84 Bears. They're going to blow right by it, right? Oh, yeah. I bet you there's some quarterbacks already looking ahead. Like, oh, man, we got to play Denver in 3 weeks. Oh, you're right. I better I'm going to get loose. I'm going to start stretching now because I'm going to take some hits, man. That's interesting. All right, KJ, what's next?
Well, you guys been annoying me today.
Anyway, someone else who was annoyed was Lions head coach Dan Campbell. They cannot seem to put to rest how they lost against the Chiefs. And here's what I mean.
Wait. Broncos have 30 right now, guys.
They have 30 sacks right now?
30 through 6.
Well, I'm looking up here right now. They're talking about Nick Bonito right now it's the NFL Network. I think they're talking about Bonito and his sacks.
30.
30. That's ridiculous. Guess what? 72. They're gonna get 80 something sacks if it keeps going like that. Now I get
100.
You get one extra game. Oh, you getting real cocky asking for 100.
Why
But I'm with you, coach. I'm with you. Okay. I want 100 sacks from this team this year. 100 sacks, which is like 30 more.
30, man. Golly. Are there going to be teams that don't end up with 30 this year?
Oh, probably. I mean, I'm sure there's teams right now with just a handful, right? How many sacks? Well, Tennessee's got Simmons, so he's probably I don't know. Who's the worst defensive team in the NFL right now? Who's just getting torched, man? Can't get to the quarterback, can't tackle anybody.
The Colts only have this is how many they've given up. The Colts have given up the fewest at 5. And the Broncos are second.
That's
how
6.
about the sack differential for the Denver Broncos?
Right.
It's 24.
You're right, because Bo's only been sacked 6 times, and they put 30 sacks on the opposing quarterback. Yeah, that's stupid. Dumb. All right, KJ, what's next?
Dan Campbell has his coaching
that's right.
show.
We're talking Dan.
Yeah, we are. Dan Campbell has his coaching show in Detroit on 97.1 The Ticket, and they got into why exactly did the league office decide Jared Goff's touchdown was called off on the quote-unquote illegal motion that was in the first quarter. It was the play that Jared Goff caught the touchdown, and here's Dan Campbell kind of talking about that on his coach's show.
I want to ask you one, and I want to go back to it. I don't want to harp on, just like we had talked about earlier, but when we asked you, did that call come from New York about overturning the Goff touchdown? Are you guys inquiring as to why you were told that, or inquiring as to what happened in that situation, why they went back a minute and a half later and threw the flag?
Yeah, we asked on all of that. We asked on all of it, and I can't tell you any of that.
But it was an official that told you it came from New York?
Yeah.
Okay.
Man, they told Dan to not talk about that at all, right? He did not want to have that conversation
So
about
the problem
the officiating.
was putting your hands under center, right?
Is that what it was? And then going into motion and then trying to...
It's the National Football League wise that you simulate that you are a quarterback ready to take the snap.
Okay.
When hands go under center, you designate yourself as a quarterback.
And that's what they're telling Gamble right here?
Correct. And that's the NFL stands for the no fun league,
I was about to
right?
say
So look, okay, so it was the slap on the rear.
Only that. That's the only
Slap on the
difference
rear.
in the wow.
Well, that play, I know Dan Campbell's upset, but that play could have been a disaster.
You don't well because you're talking about picking it off and going the other way. Because
Did you see that
pass,
ball like just lingering right in front of the
yeah.
Chiefs defender?
Well, when you don't have the QB tossing it, you got some random dude who's never in that. But I don't know, man. I love plays like that. I want more of it. But you're right. That was dangerous. They could. I mean, they lost the game anyway. So, but I don't.
I'll tell you, it would be very dangerous. Is that if at Empower Field, Mr. Danger himself played for the New York Football Giants.
He very well might, man. I bet you they sacked Jackson Dart 8 times. They sacked Russell Wilson 3, right?
To 11?
Yeah, 11 total
I think
sacks.
we'd be on track for 100 then.
Oh, all right, KJ, what's next?
Well, you guys been annoying me today.
Well, I think what will potentially be the game of the week coming up here in week 7 is Colts versus Chargers. But before we get into the analytics and what we expect from Herbert and Daniel Jones, I want you guys to take a look at their uniforms they're pulling out this weekend. This is the LA Chargers.
The yellows? They're bringing out the yellows?
They're bringing out the Charger Power Threads this weekend.
Will you click on the left picture? I want to see the helmet. Is it white or is it all yellow?
Oh, it's white. Yeah,
clean,
it's white.
Crispy.
Yeah, you know what?
Chargers have a sweet look.
Usually I don't like the solid colors on the tops and the bottom. You know what I mean? But this looks pretty good.
It's pretty
yeah,
crispy.
It looks pretty good.
Chargers have arguably the best looking. When they moved over to that lighter blue, that Columbia blue, and then that bright yellow, it's just that logo, man. The bolt. It's pretty sweet, man.
Yep.
It's pretty
San
sweet.
Diego.
Superchargers. San Diego. It's my dad's old place of employment. San Diego Superchargers.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was a wide receiver coach there from 1999 to 2002.
Wow. Listen, man, I can't believe that San Diego it's supposed to be like the nicest place to live in the country, and they ain't got a team. They lost their team, suckers.
Let this breathe for a second.
All right, we'll let it play.
Come on. Give it to me. Yeah. Hit
Oh, what would we call this? Is this funk? Is it soul?
It's P-Funk.
It's P-Funk?
It's the P-Funk All-Stars.
All right. Superchargers.
San Diego.
Superchargers. I want one of these songs for the Broncos, people. I mean, like even that lame kid in Indianapolis with that Colts song. I like. I want a supercharger. I want a Broncos song, man. Somebody bring me a Broncos song. There's got to be talented musicians in this city. Let's get this done, people. Also, thanks for listening to Morning Sprint. We'll be right back.
Hey, Colorado, Coach Mike Sanford here, and this is a tremendous time of the year, especially if you like to wager a little something on some sports, and you've got all kinds of sports action. A great weekend. It started last night, college football, and of course, your Denver Broncos hosting the red-hot New York Giants here at Empower Field. So the thing I love about Circa is you can download the app here in the great state of Colorado. It's one of the few states that Circa is involved in outside of the state of Nevada, where you can visit their unbelievably awesome property to watch football games at Stadium Swim, the largest outdoor sports book in America. But also, you can download the Circa Sports Colorado app and utilize that to be able to make bets like an absolute pro, because that's what Circa Sports is all about. Tight money line splits, customer service that treats you like the VIP that you are. So check out right now, Circa Sports Colorado, wherever you download your apps. Great odds. This is betting, not the gimmicky, all these different ads and opportunities to get free bets. At the end of the day, all that's doing is changing the odds. But at Circa Sports, you get the real odds. So check out Circa Sports Colorado on the App Store or circasports.com today. And as a reminder, you got to be 21 years or older to engage in this Circa Sports betting app. Also, if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Let's
72.
See. Woo! By the that's by the 80s Bears, by the 84 Bears. Yeah. Yeah, look at it.
Midway.
Oh man, look
Chicago
at the 2022.
Bears.
They're the monsters call the Midway.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I need a Bronco song like this, man. I need a Bronco song like this. Like, I want it.
I like the Colts. I like the Colts guy.
Yeah, the text line is angry that I call him the lame kid in Indianapolis.
Yeah, I love him.
He's the Quinn says I'm pretty sure he's slow.
You're slow. I'm slow.
I'm pretty slow too, bro.
I love the kid.
I mean, does he do that every week? Because I've only seen the Bronco once.
He's always ripping.
He's like, all right, here we go. Another week, another banger.
I like it. You know what he does? He shoots a shot, man.
Yeah, hey,
that man keeps shooting a shot. He's the Russell Westbrook of online team music.
Listen, man, Russ. Now, if you missed it, Russell Westbrook signed with the Sacramento Kings. Russ is now a member of the Sacramento Kings.
Have fun, Zach. Yeah,
I care
right.
though.
Yeah.
I kind of care about 20 turnovers, man.
Fun to play. You know what? Yeah, get ready for those. Circle those games against the Kings and go ahead and hammer the over because it's going to be chaos.
Yeah, 18 seasons. This will be his 18th season. I wonder if he makes it to 20, or if how much
David
longer he's
Allen's
going to
looking forward to having. Are they in the same? Like I don't even know.
I mean the same conference, but I mean divisions in the NBA mean nothing.
No, I know it's so weird.
Nothing.
It's
And it's the exact opposite in the NHL where they're trying to push the division rivalries, push it. It's once again why the Avs are going to play, a really good team in the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs because they're just pushing it. But yeah, in the NBA, man, I can't even remember the last time I cared about the division standings in the NBA. They are used for tiebreaker scenarios, like the third or fourth tiebreaker, whatever. But it doesn't matter. So we got ourselves. Well, there's college football tonight, but we got an NFL game tomorrow. We were talking about it. It's Steelers and Bengals. And then coming up on Sunday, KJ, you're most fascinated with the Colts and Chargers game this weekend. That's the one you're locked into at SoFi when the Chargers host it's the 5-1 Colts and the 4-2 Chargers. And you want Indianapolis to win this game, right?
You do.
If you're a Bronco fan. Push the Chargers to 4-3.
We have serious invested interest in this game, for the AFC West. Because if the Chargers lose and the Broncos win, they take over the AFC West crown as far as number one for now.
Mm-hmm.
For now.
Mm-hmm. And you still have one more game against the Chargers. Yeah, I don't know, but do you think? How about this? Do you think Daniel Jones and the Colts can roll into SoFi and beat the Chargers?
Yes.
Yeah.
Chargers are a bit of a shell of who you saw, 4 weeks ago? Denver Broncos. I mean, there's been some injuries starting to accumulate. Barely survived in that game against, who did they just beat again? It was a wild game.
The Dolphins.
Yeah. One of
Yeah,
the most
that's
dysfunctional
because
outfits in football.
the Dolphins were going to win that game if Justin Herbert didn't just Superman it and break through all those tackles and find on that fourth down play or third down play, whatever it was.
What's their guy, number 15?
Lad, McConkey, right? Yeah, McConkey caught that bad boy and then took it. Woo! And then they just held on for the field goal and won that thing. But yeah, I mean, I guess I'm still just shocked that the Colts are sitting there. I'm expecting Indianapolis to come back to earth at some point. But at this point, we're 6 games into the season. They're still rolling. Their next 3,
team.
They got the Chargers, the Titans, the Steelers, the Falcons.
Jonathan Taylor's on a ridiculous pace right now.
Is he still leading the NFL in rushing? Or has somebody surpassed him in the last couple? Because I'm sure he's still in the top.
Bijan is cooking right now.
Yeah, Bijan put 140 on the board. Or no, 170 on the board, right? 170 rushing yards this week. Let's see where it's at. There. No, yeah, he's still. Ooh. Pop-ups in your face. There we go, right there. So Jonathan Taylor at
Bijan's
603.
Dude, look who's number 4 in the NFL in rushing.
Javonte Williams.
Oh, my God.
Listen, man, I still talk to family in Dallas. They're not too happy about Javonte despite those rushing yards. It's crazy.
He's just a guy.
I get it. He's just a guy, but he's got you 476 yards.
Dude, Rico Dowdle's number 5 in the National Football League.
You can't stop Carolina, man. You can't stop the Panthers.
Where did our guy J.K. Dobbins drop down a bit, didn't he? Go down to complete leaders there, KJ. I bet he's number 9.
Oh, yeah, you're
JK's
close.
number
He's
7.
7.
All right.
7.
Travis Etienne's been the toast of pro football.
I
He's
guess
6th.
This one
with Bo
surprises
70.
me a little. My man,
Ashton
I
Jensen.
thought Ashton was going to go crazy in his rookie
You know what,
season.
though, man? Being
But
number 9 in the NFL. I mean,
Isn't bad as a
he's
rookie?
right. Well, I mean, how bad that offensive line is, how bad Geno Smith's playing. He's the only thing redemptive right now going on for that squad.
But look how many carries he has compared to the guys around. Well, I guess it's not that much different, but it's still.
He's got the 4th most carries in the NFL. Who's that down that McCaffrey? Golly.
How much is
Christian McCaffrey's got? He's 20th in the NFL.
But how many touches has he got?
He's got 108 attempts and he's averaging 3.1 yards per carry.
Wow.
And only 1 touchdown. Now, think about Christian. You got to look at those receiving stats. Those receiving stats are nasty.
Yeah, because he could do
he's
it all.
He's number 8 in the National Football League in reception yards receiving.
There's my man Puka. What's up, Puka?
He's second.
Wow,
Christian McCaffrey
he's
is
right
second.
below Puka.
Dude, McCaffrey's second in the NFL right now in receptions.
Yeah, that's crazy
That's
too.
insane.
Coach, didn't he have a game early this year where he had 10 receptions out of the backfield?
Yes. They're just lining up and like, hey, we don't have anybody else.
Let's just throw it to Christian.
Let's throw it to C-Mac Murder. See what he can do.
Let's see what he can do.
Coach, I've been waiting to ask you a question we got into at the barbershop.
Let's get weird, man.
Let's get weird.
Speaking of which, I need to get my wig split, don't I?
Man, it's time.
You
baby.
see my edge? My edges are struggling.
A little loose, man.
Yeah, getting loose.
Loose.
Remember when Shador needed it? He got that cut?
Yeah, but he cleaned that up the very
got
next
it right.
day.
He was listening?
The very next day.
I think he was. Somebody sent him the clip. So let's go back to Ashton Genty. So
let's go back to the barbershop and we'll continue our conversation. Go ahead. Tell everybody what was going on at the barbershop.
I'm telling you right now, Emeka Egbuka obviously is probably number 1 for Offensive Rookie of the Year, and then probably number 2 is Tyler Warren. Can Ashton Genty do anything to leap over those two?
Yeah. I think play the long game because Tyler Warren was a toast to college or pro football himself also. But now he's 17th in the NFL in reception.
Yeah, those first couple of weeks he
went off against the Broncos. So
yeah.
our eyes are telling him he is the guy.
I love me some Barron, but I wouldn't have mind if they'd taken Tyler there instead of him.
What's happened to our guy Brock Bowers?
Well, he's been hurt, right?
He's been hurt a lot.
He's dealing with he was playing hurt, and then they were like, "Yo, we suck."
Emeka Egbuka, he's got 27 catches, 469, they had 5 touchdowns. He's the leader in the clubhouse, in my opinion. Tyler Warren.
There's our man Cortland.
He's only got 2 teeters.
Cortland right behind Ladd and Travis Kelce.
So our wide receiver number 1 is 28th in the NFL with 27 catches.
Is that why the Broncos are talking to teams about maybe trading for a wide receiver?
Would you take Jacoby Myers right now?
Yeah.
Jacoby Myers number 17 in the NFL.
There's
29
no way
catches,
the Raiders give you that, right?
329 yards and how many touchdowns do you have? Is that 5? Go up.
No, that's pretty. Yeah, I'd take Jacoby, absolutely. But once again, just because Cleveland and Cincinnati did it doesn't mean that.
He's got 7 explosive catches, no touchdowns. Geno Smith's been terrible. Awful.
Well, I mean, they should have expected that. I don't know why they were
man.
I don't know why. I mean, Pete Carroll gave this talk the other day because they were asked, did you expect, is this what you expected from your team? And he was like, no. No, he's like, it might have been crazy, but I thought we were going to be much better than we are right now. I thought we'd come out and play a lot better football than we have. Do you think? Did you think the Raiders are going to be better than they are right now?
I did. I thought Geno Smith would put up big numbers, but I was looking at the skill players: Ashton Genty, Jacoby Myers, Brock Bowers. I was like, I got some dudes. Michael Meyer.
Yeah. You still got. Let's see. When do the Broncos play the Raiders? You still got
good ball this year. Is Jackson Smith and Jibba.
You play them twice in the second half of the season, first in November and then early in December.
Is JSN the best wide receiver in the National Football League right now? Look at those numbers.
I know.
42 catches is 5th, but then he's got 700 yards. He's averaging 16.6 per.
Nah, it's Puka, man. It's Puka. Puka's probably the best wide receiver in the NFL right now.
Amon-Ra's got the teeters, though.
I can't believe Cincinnati is as terrible as they are, and Jamar's still in the top 5. I can't believe that, man. Does that speak to Jamar or just the Cincinnati being just like, we got to get that dude the ball no matter what? I don't care. Let's get it to him. Get it to him. Jake Ferguson. Well, Jake Ferguson is up there because the Cowboys' offense is on. I mean, they're putting up more yards than anybody right now, right? The Cowboys have more offensive yards than
anybody. Throwing that pig around, man. George Pickens is 14th in the NFL.
Woo! Trey McBride. Let's go. Look, we got 2. How many tight ends are in the top 10? 2? We got 2 tight ends in the top 10 in receiving yards.
6 in the top 25.
Man, the Broncos need to get one of them. Broncos need to get one of them
Come on,
as soon as
Evan.
they possibly can.
We're waiting on you, Joker.
All right. For the coach, Mike Sanford, for KJ Granderson, for Alex Ryan and me, I'm Mark Burton saying thanks a lot for tuning in. We'll talk tomorrow. PhD is next.
Well, welcome back, Tyler. Back in the mix on this glorious day.
Well, I appreciate it.
With the Giants staring right in front of us, we'll get to that. And the Nuggets in their final preseason game had some fun with David Adelman last night. A way to humiliate media people. Get to that in just a little bit, too. We got Jared Bednar talking about the power play. How about the that was a fun moment today. The morning show played Nate McKinnon's comments.
Don't you dare boo our power play.
Yeah, they played him for Jared Bednar, so that was kind of cool. Baseball is, it's just inevitable. The Dodgers are going to win this thing. Mariners going to be like the Rockies in 2007. It's going to be unbelievable. First time there, town's excited, and then they're just going to get smashed by the Dodgers. But that's that. Looking at the Giants, though, man, boy, they are an interesting team, man. It is hard to figure out what this team really is all about, but it is going to be one hell of a game for your reunion. I don't know if things are getting going without any of that stuff. I think there was some sort of event yesterday.
Yeah, there was an event at the Boys and Girls Club, which I was originally planning on going to, but went up to the mountains for a couple days, didn't get back in time. So, but yeah, they did that, and then Friday night we will do a dinner at Shanahan's.
Nice.
Which will be great. So that'll be for the Super Bowl 50 team.
Wow, and, the whole team there at Shanny's?
And Ring of Famers.
Very cool.
So they'll be there as well.
Very cool.
And then Saturday, we get to go out there for the walkthrough practice. And so I'm taking my pops to the walkthrough practice in the morning.
All right.
And then they've got a get-together at I'm trying to blank on what bar it's at in the evening, but we got a get-together Saturday night, and then Sunday we got the game. So we'll do the induction at halftime for DT.
Okay.
It'll be awesome. It'll be really, really good. I've heard that there's going to be like 40-some guys from my team that will be there, so really good turnout from the fellas.
Wow.
And bringing my youngest daughter to the game, so I'm doing a little bit of a family affair, do different events.
What where are you guys at during the game? Is there like an owner suite or some sort of ex-players lounge or something?
I'm actually not even sure where we're going to be. I haven't looked into that, but got us. They got hotel rooms for anybody that want them, and I was like, well, why not?
You're taking a hotel room?
Yeah, I want to hang out with the boys. So
That's a riot.
Yeah.
That's a riot.
Yeah, I mean, all the fellas are going to be there, so I figured I might as well take advantage of that and hang out with them as long as I can.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
Is Payne going to show up, you think?
I bet he will.
Oh, it wouldn't be. Yeah, I got to imagine, right? My gosh, especially with the DT thing. I mean, listen, the reunion is the reunion, and it's awesome. But the fact that it's honoring Demaryius is,
that becomes a special.
Right? It's all good. I mean, it's all incredible, and you should have it no matter what. 10-year anniversary, it deserves it.
So who's a guy that you haven't seen much since 15 that you kind of look forward to seeing? Have you thought about that?
Well, there'd be a lot of them. I mean, the offensive line, I was one of my best buddies is Evan Mathis. So Evan's coming into town, really looking forward to that.
We had him on the show a couple years ago.
We did. He was a riot, wasn't he?
Yeah. He's very good.
He's like the Dos Equis most interesting man in the world.
No, he's good.
Yeah.
Didn't he start some sort of company? He's doing something? Or?
Yeah, he's done a lot. Evan is he started like it's called Cards here because he was always into the trading cards and everything. So it was like a big conglomeration of every site in America for cards. You could look for it all in one place.
Oh, huh.
And yeah, so he did that, and he's got Pink Door cookies. Yeah,
well, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Who's doing the most interesting thing, like that you can think of off the top of your head from that
Well,
crew?
I mean, there's guys that are in finance that like you're just like you look at your teammates and you're just like, you know what? I knew you were smart, but now you're like managing other people's money.
like
Benny Fowler's one of those guys.
Okay,
he's in the finance industry. I don't know though. I mean, there's a lot of guys I have no clue what.
So a lot of catching up.
Yeah,
a lot of catching up. Well, man, that is awesome. It's going to be, and the weather's supposed to be spectacular, by the way, right now, according to Steve Jobs. I don't trust. I mean, I do trust Chris Bianchi. I do. I mean, he did kind of nail rain the other day.
Yeah.
Not during the game, but, during the day.
During the day.
but it's supposed to be spectacular. So everything should be great. And now the only thing we need to work out is the game itself. And that brings us to your New York Giants with Jackson Dart. And I can't tell right now if they're a reckless team or an awesome team.
I don't think they're a very good team. They've got a spark plug right now at the quarterback position that's been really fun, right? But Jackson Dart, I'm not convinced he's a great quarterback. I think he's a fun quarterback. The guys are having a blast rallying behind the energy of it, right?
DMac coined it the Delta House from Animal House. So they're the Delta House fraternity right now.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. I'm not scared of the Giants, though. Obviously I missed the last couple days. You guys recapped the Jets game. I don't need to go into too much detail of it, but I'm kind of tossing that game out with the bathwater. And look, I expected it to be weird. I expected the London game to it was not going to be some dominating game. It was not. Obviously, it was a bad performance. That'd be one of those games as a coach. I'd just be like, ghost film. It's gone. It's gone. Let's move on to the next game, which is the New York Giants. And the more I look at the Giants, I see a team that if you let them catch their energy, they can be dangerous. But I don't think that they faced off against a defense like we got right now. And I'd be shocked if Cam Scatterbo had 60-plus yards. I'd be shocked if Jackson Dart had a day.
Okay, well, with Jackson Dart in it, I'll tell you what you can throw out the window is any film with Russell Wilson as their quarterback. That team is just different.
Gone.
But they carry over some weird numbers, like they're terrible offensively in the red zone overall. But again, you got to throw out, the first
the key
3
is
games
you got to look. Are they on a 3-game or 2 out of 3?
It's interesting. First of all, they beat the Chargers, which was like, wow, that's your first game ever as a starter for Jackson Dart, and you beat the Chargers? Okay.
For Chargers' first loss.
The next week, they got the Saints, and they got the Saints on the ropes a little bit, but then in the second half, they turned the ball over 5 times. And there were a couple of picks and like 3 fumbles, including a scoop and score that Scatterbo dropped and the Saints ran in. Really, being -5, they probably should have lost by a lot more than 12 points, but I mean, that was the difference in that game, and they did have the lead in that game. And then you have the game against the Eagles, and man, oh man, if you want to see a team that has energy, excitement, like a lot of fun stuff going on, and then you look over the Eagles, holy cow, the Eagles look like they were ready for the retirement home.
Yeah.
They just look like old and plodding and slow, and Jalen Hurts running the ball compared to Jackson Dart. I mean, it really is like an old man over there doing that. So what's the real Giants team? Who are they really? But don't forget, they also give up big plays left and right in all 3 games. In all 3 games, they give up dynamic big plays throughout the course of the game. So they're like a teenage. Well, it's like a fraternity house. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
There's a lot of potential there. There's a lot of cool things, but that party might go sideways, and you got to call the cops at any moment.
The key to the Giants, though, they live off energy. So if you give them energy, all right, you might be in for a battle. But if you suck that energy dry out the gates, don't let Cam and Jackson Dart do their little touchdown celebrations, well, they're probably going to be struggling. But then again, I don't know, man. Our offense just got to be better.
That was a bad offense.
Bo's got to be better. Our offense has got to be better, else we're not going to beat anybody.
The good news is they're going to give you chances. That's the good news with their defense. And they got Thibodeau's a good player. Abdul Qadir, their first draft pick, is a good player. And Burns, of course, is right there with Benito. He's got 1 sack less than Benito. He has more than half of their entire sacks for the year, Brian Burns. So there's enough danger. And guess where Burns likes to come off from? Over the left guard. And what are we doing there?
Yeah.
So, great. And that's a new development we heard at the end of our show yesterday during Nate and Andy that
Hurts on the IR.
Peart's in the IR. However you say his name. And you got Throckmorton that you signed. And you're just like, all right, are we going to be all right with the left guard? But, one way or the other. But then I'm watching the Giants today, and I'm watching Brian Burns just eat up the Eagles' left guard. I'm like, oh, my God, that's not good. And I don't know what they're going to do there, Tyler. Got any ideas?
Well, I wonder if they had something unique that was game plan for the Eagles, because he really shouldn't be lined up over the guard very often. He should be. He's a willed linebacker in a 3-4 scheme, right? So he should be an edge rusher. But they do change it up in nickel packages, and we used to do that all the time with our guys, where we'd line Vaughn up over the guard and play games and do stuff like that. So that's a weakness that the Broncos got to figure out. I mean, Matt Peart did not play very good football, but you look at it and you're like, all right, well, you got hurt in the 3rd play of the game. how much factored into that, and now you're down to your third string left guard.
You know what's crazy too about the Giants? They are they lost Malik Neighbors, huge loss.
Yeah.
And
would that change your thought on this game if he was still playing?
It would help them massively. You know, their best receiver last week was little Jordan Humphrey. They got this little pixie dude, Glendale Robinson. I call him Glendale. It's actually Wandale, but it's more fun to call him Glendale. They got a bunch of nobodies, seriously, or hanging on by a threaders. Their talk is we got to get a receiver. We got to trade immediately for some sort of receiver, which you could make the argument the Broncos may be thinking about too. Who knows? Or a left guard. I don't know how the market is for left guards on crappy teams these days.
You know, you don't see offensive linemen traded very often. Unlike other positions where you see a lot of trades, O-linemen don't get traded midseason. But they're ironically, I think Adam Schefter said both of the guards from the Browns are going to be available for a trade right now. So if you want to look at Joel Bitonio, he's going to be out there. Miles Teller, he's going to be out there. So there are a couple options. But when you make a trade for an offensive lineman, it's complicated because now you got to accept a salary. You're like, well, are we committed to Ben Powers long term or not? And then you got two guys that you got to be committed to.
Well, I don't know if they're going to have a hard time getting off of Matt Pert. I think that's going to be easy. But, yeah, Ben Powers is a whole nother conversation. I don't know, man. I think the Broncos probably squeak one out here. You know, they have the top defense. They do. The numbers on defense are incredible.
Well, let me ask Tyler the same thing I asked leading in sacks, leading in red zone. I mean, this is a very, very freaking good defense. I mean, we saw that when they're, Jets got all they could do is pick up a first down. They can win the game, and they get sacked for 12 yards, right? But how many games left on this schedule the Broncos are you going to win if you can only score 13 points?
Not many. Ironically, the Giants might be one of those games that you could.
Maybe.
But there's if
you take away their excitement.
Yeah. I mean, listen, Jackson Dart he's not exactly lighting the world on fire. I mean, of his 3 games, he threw for 111 yards, he threw for 195, he threw for 202. He's just doing okay. He's been all right. This might be one. But to your point, moving forward, there's not going to be many.
Here's what Jackson Dart has.
Cowboys scoring 13?
No.
Here's what Jackson Dart has done, though. He keeps plays alive. Very dangerous. Exposes himself to all sorts of issues. But this is what you got in a young buck, right? Like, you'll run around. By the way, he's like a hot nerd. Like, he's a good-looking guy.
I'm sorry?
But he's a nerd. Do you know why he keeps a big smudge mark, like eye black, like just one smudge?
Because it looks cool. Or he's got a body.
He's a Star Wars guy. And it's in tribute to Anakin Skywalker from the Sith movie. Whatever, the Revenge of the Sith. Is that it? Seriously, I'm not joking. He is so into Star Wars and specifically Anakin Skywalker that he feels like that's his spirit. He's a hot nerd. How many hot nerds do you actually know?
Didn't Anakin Skywalker turn into Darth Vader?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, because Luke Skywalker, Anakin Skywalker turns into Darth Vader.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of a badass, I suppose, if you want to turn into Darth Vader.
In
right?
one sense, yeah. One sense,
Anakin, you're right. Anakin Skywalker turns into Darth Vader, but young Anakin is, just kind of
cool, happy.
Yeah, he doesn't. He's not walking around with a face mask, deep breathing,
sleeping with princesses.
I don't know what he was doing in his younger days. I mean, again, he was pretty good.
Did you ever watch the movies, or did you just go for the highlight?
Dude,
clips?
The Revenge of the Sith, it passes me by. I'm good with The Empire Strikes and the Ewok movie. But if you want to I cannot tell you storylines from the other 6 movies. I seriously can't.
But the previous 3 set up the middle 3 that came out first.
Tyler, can you,
No.
Yeah, I can't either. Dan, are you good with the storylines of the other Star Wars movies?
So.
I guess.
Are you?
Yeah. Guess me and Jackson.
Rock
on, Jackson.
Are you calling yourself a hot nerd?
I know Anakin's obsessed with Natalie Portman. That's the main storyline.
Who wasn't in the day? I mean, she did go to Princeton and stop acting for a while, go to Princeton, get her degree at Princeton.
You think that was turning on Anakin, knowing that?
Well, I mean, just she ain't no dummy.
All right, wait. What was her name in the movies?
Oh, Queen
Abdallah.
Queen Amidala?
Something like that, yeah.
That sounds right.
Queen Capazzo?
Leia.
Leia?
That's Leia's mom.
No, Leia was
Tyler.
a child.
Get it right.
That was.
Wait, that's Leia's mom?
Yeah, that's Leia and Luke's mom.
Queen Amidala?
Amidala, something like that, yeah.
And Anakin's the father, Darth,
and they were making love. They weren't supposed to because he was a Jedi, and Jedis are supposed to stay away from women.
Really? Like a priest?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
But
he went to the dark side.
They end up having an affair before the dark side. She was pregnant before he actually went to full-on Darth Vader.
See? And that's a storyline I had no freaking clue about whatsoever.
Really?
None. Zero. Yeah, no, I'm out of that loop. I know he shot down the Death Star, and I know the first movie was the fourth movie.
Yeah.
But
that's pretty good.
And then there were Ewoks somewhere along the line.
Those
were my people.
Sixth movie.
That was the sixth movie, which was really the third movie.
Big Jar Jar fan.
The second movie was
Jar Jar was the fourth movie, but was the first movie, correct?
I don't know.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's why he wears that crap
and
on
you
his
find
face.
out that Anakin Skywalker is Luke's dad in the second movie,
Guys,
which is the
Spoiler,
which is the fifth
seriously.
movie.
Seriously, spoiler right there. Really.
They just had their 30th anniversary.
What do you do?
Yeah, what do you do?
Too soon.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll dig deeper into.
All of us nerds know that.
We'll dig into more hot nerd talk and other stuff. And meanwhile, Scattaboo is clearly just Blutarsky from Animal House. 0.
Yeah.
We should just call him 0.0.
Yeah.
0.0. There's no confusion about it. That's just who he is.
But we still say it would have been a nicer draft pick here.
I think so. But we can dig into it. We can talk about obtaining a left guard and everything going on. There's a pretty funny moment from the Nuggets game last night, though, that you could be central to. And you don't even know.
Duh.
Okay, that's next.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
All right, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, talking about low T. If you just don't have the energy that you used to have, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can get you going in the right direction, that's for sure. They focus on this for years and years and help tens of thousands of men. You start losing that T kind of in your mid-30s, and you turn around, you're like, well, what happened? Well, listen, you can get back in the game, get back in the mix, just start feeling better with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take that low T quiz. 10 questions, yes or no, just takes a couple minutes. Schedule a consult, draw your blood, have your results within 30 minutes, and then you go over it with a Colorado licensed medical provider. It's only $99. Get the consult T and a PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of the appointment, it's free, so why not? Why not? Most men wait a year or longer. This does not have to be you. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock location spectacular. Colorado Springs. Call today, 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
That stops the Denver Nuggets 3-0 run. And here comes Aaron Gordon. Gordon has it between the rings. Throws it off over to Jokic. Jokic alley-oop. Dunk right-handed. Aaron Gordon. Nuggets lead it by 21.
Fun game last night for preseason. We had a bunch of listeners. We do these keyword contests, and these were like uber listeners. Like I guarantee you they're listening right now. They focus their lives kind of like on listening to the radio station.
Smart people.
It was really cool, and they were so thrilled to be there at the game and hanging out and all that sort of stuff. And so I actually had to kind of go back and watch the game a little bit because it was kind of chit-chatting me and Mr. Social. But afterwards, like, all right, game's over. I'm not bothering the locker room or anything, you know.
Did it go down to David or anything?
Yes, went down for David. I hope we get this coach's show going with David.
I do too.
Okay.
Because I think he's really good.
I think, yeah. He's really good. We'll get to some of the funness in a little bit. But first, what's the most noticeable thing you guys see about the Nuggets? Right off the bat. Just like, it's obvious.
Jamal looked good early.
Jamal.
30.
It's 10 for 10 at the line, preseason game. Taken to the hoop. How about that?
Yeah. How about how many free throws you shoot in a preseason game? Them officials. Oh my God.
By the way, NBA, new rules for preseason. Fourth quarter running clock and no reviews at all in the entire game.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get reviews and challenges. Forget that. It's just the call is the call, and let's just go. Live with it. And yes, running clock in the fourth. And we're just going to play the 15th and 16th guys on the team, which both teams did.
Yeah, because they went with the 15 to 16 guy. Denver went from up like 21 to winning by 7.
Yeah, I know. So we don't need that.
Yeah.
We just need to get home at that point. If you want to take the game serious, which they did basically for 3 quarters, then, cool, fine. I'm good with that. Afterwards, here's Adelman on how fit they are.
He was running hard.
Biggest thing he was asking, the challenge he put out at the end of last year was this right here. Am I wrong?
Yeah. No, he said that in his presser when they gave him the job officially. He said, I challenge the guys to be in shape when we start.
Well, I think for Jamal, there's a huge difference this offseason. I don't know. Maybe it's just pure motivation, but, playing for Canada, you just don't have the same time to reshape your body. I do think you got to play basketball to be in basketball shape, so I'm not taking that away from it. But when you're playing so much basketball, you just don't have the time to reshape your body in the weight room like you can when you've got actual downtime.
It'd be funny to ask Jamal, hey, man, you were in such better shape than last year. I bet he would deny it. I bet he would say, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
But that's Jamal. But it's clear.
I will say this, and tying in what Tyler just said. If you remember the year before, he finished the season hurt. He did not look good in that Minnesota series. And then he had 3 weeks to kind of rehab and get ready. And now all of a sudden you're playing for Team Canada the rest of the summer. I don't think he ever got right. And I think it played an effect into the start of last season. Because if you remember, gosh, I think he missed 20 games out of the first 50 or something like that, right? And I just don't think he was ever right last year until late in the season.
Well, Coach did say the number one priority at this point, and I know they have a preseason game in Oklahoma City, which frankly, if they play nobody, that's
probably what's going to happen.
Fine. Because the season's right around the corner. And you were going to be wherever you were. And I think last night was like a nice little test. By the way, I don't know what the official attendance was, but that place had a ton of people in there for a preseason game. So
I actually just read it. It was 16,567.
That is bananas. Bananas, there's that many people there.
Yeah.
So either there are a lot of free tickets given away, or the passion for this team is or
a lot of Bulls fans, which are a lot of Chicago people here.
Maybe, but maybe. But I didn't notice that. I didn't feel that last night. Like it was like a Celtics game or something like that, or a Chicago game. That does happen. No, I think just the excitement with this team is It's going to be incredible when this thing gets rolling. By the way, Deron Holmes, I hope he enjoys Grand Rapids because that's the only way he's going to play basketball this year. And Jalen Pickett maybe, get the MVP of that Grand Rapids team too. Because I don't know how either one of them gets on the court for the Denver Nuggets.
Hopefully you win games by 20.
Okay. All right. Well, that's a long way than we thought they were going to be. That's for sure.
You and I talked about this yesterday during the break, one of the breaks, and I brought this up with Tyler during this last one. The guys that seem behind a little bit as far as in rotation primarily are Calvin Booth guys.
Okay.
Zeke Naji
I guess that makes sense.
Was re-signed by Calvin to a big deal.
Zeke, Grand Rapids Zeke. Grand Rapids Pickett, Grand Rapids Deron Holmes.
Pickett, which we understand might have been one of the first real consternations between the old coaching staff and the front office. Deron Holmes, which, we were told, this is a backup for Joker. This guy's a small forward.
Are you kidding me?
He's a small forward.
He's not. No, it's not a fit because you got Hardaway Jr. and you got Bruce Brown, okay? So that takes care of your guard situations if you need it.
Well, if you notice, Peyton Watson the last couple of preseason games been really, with that second unit, has brought the ball up a lot more than ever before.
Yes, and Strother's going to get his shine, and Valanciunas is going to be the best backup the Nuggets have ever had to Jokic.
Not even close.
So, and Jamal's going to play with the second unit a lot, which is good. That's going to make sense. It's going to be a big relief. It is funny because Adelman was comparing the team to a football team because he is trying things out. And the funniest thing is clearly Jokic and Valanciunas. And he explained it. That's pretty funny. It looks weird.
But think about what he's saying.
You got to play games.
What's the bigger picture of what he just said? That they actually got pieces that he is going to be able to experiment with.
Yeah.
Last year, there was no experimentation, was there? Was there any ability to sit there and say, what if we tried this? And what if we do this? And
I felt like last year was all about trying to blend Russell Westbrook with the team. I thought that was the whole season was dedicated to that one thing. One guy.
Russ signs with the Kings, by the way. Is that a weird signing to you from Russ's perspective? That seems weird to me.
Well, it's closer to home for him. It's an hour, flight.
But what's the one thing missing for him?
Championship.
Yeah.
He doesn't care about that. He just loves hoop, and he's in great shape. I don't think he really cares about a championship. I really don't. I think he's a good guy.
Well, he might not. And who knows? It might have literally been his only opportunity, and so you just take the one opportunity you got if you want to play ball. But
I thought Boogie Cousins was a good guy. I think there's a lot of good guys that suck oxygen out of a team, and they don't even do it intentionally. They just are who they are. But last year, you can't base everything around one guy, and that's what they were doing. They were trying to make this one freaking guy happy, and he had moments. But your guy is Jamal Murray, not Russell Westbrook. And we're all talking about this one guy. The whole year we were talking about this one freaking guy.
That's true.
And it was like, oh my God, that is not going to happen this year.
No.
It's going to be about the team and combinations of things and how we're going to do everything. And Jamal, hey man, good for Jamal. Man, you took it seriously. You got yourself in better shape. And, if it's going to be about anybody, it should be about Jamal and Jokic. I think Cam Johnson's going to be interesting because I think there's going to be a lot of games where we're not even going to realize he's there on the team. But there's
Michael.
Yeah, and there's going to be some games where he's the best player on the floor. Not a lot, but a few. He's going to be kind of
like Michael.
Yeah, kind of. And there's going to be a lot of games where he's not even out there in the last 5 minutes.
Like Michael.
Yeah, because you're going to have better defenders with Peyton Watson and Bruce Brown and maybe even Tim Hardaway Jr., frankly.
Did I not tell you that I like that signing?
he's actually bigger than I thought he was.
Right.
I don't know why I thought him as such a small dude, but he really isn't.
Because his dad's a small dude.
I know. I think I'm just thinking of his dad like that, which is ridiculous because he's been in the league forever.
No. Tim Hardaway Jr. is a grown man. I mean, he's legit 6'5", 6'6".
Yeah, so Cam Johnson's going to be on the bench. I mean, he's going to be MPJ all over. I think he's going to be a little bit better of a defender. He's probably not going to be quite as impactful on the inside as MPJ was when he chose to be every now and then. So I don't know. I think it's kind of a wash. Financially, I think it afforded them to do other things, so I guess that's better. And he's not going to suck.
It afforded him to get Valanciunas.
Yeah, and he's not going to suck energy away. But Michael didn't do that either. Mike was a good dude. Everybody liked Mike. It's better overall, but it's not going to be. It's all about Valanciunas and Jamal, and it'll be great. It's going to be great. We're going to have an unbelievable year here. But there was a funny thing. Did you see the Celtics? What the Celtics did? Tyler, did you see what the Celtics
did?
Did?
No.
Okay. They told their media, "You guys are going to play each other on our practice court."
I did see this.
Wasn't in the Boston Garden,
I
but it was
did
on the
see
practice
this.
court.
Yeah.
Okay. So then the coach there, what's his face?
Who I really like.
Yeah, I do too, but he's a weirdo. But okay, that guy.
This was a statement. That's what this was. This was you guys don't know ball.
I'm blanking on his name. Dan, it's Celtics. Oh gosh, I can't believe I can't remember his name. That guy. He comes out and he tells the media, "Oh, you're not playing against each other. You're going to play against our assistant coaches." Joe Mazzulla. Thank you, Dan. Joe Mazzulla. So they line up the assistant coaches of the Celtics against the local media for the Celtics.
It was like 54-4.
It was 3-2-1. A Celtics coach lines up from the logo and drains a three-pointer at the buzzer to make it 57-4. And the Celtics coaches pressed the whole game.
That's great. I
The
freaking love that.
The media people said we might have got the ball over half court 10 times in an entire game. Maybe. Somehow they scored 4 points. So afterwards, I threw this out at Adelman.
One more.
You see the Celtics assistant coaches took on the Celtics media?
I did see that, yeah.
So how do you suppose we would do in that situation?
No comment. I don't know, man. I got a lot of former NBA players on my staff, but no, that would be interesting. It'd be fun. Yeah, I don't know. I think we do okay.
Hey, don't worry, DMac. We've got media training camp coming up in a week.
Yeah, there you go.
We're going to put Hastings in the middle.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
We'll play the coaches. You just get to go through drills.
My comment, if you couldn't hear it, was we'll put Hastings in the middle. And I got a game plan because taking the ball out is going to be hard. So here's the deal. You just stop at half court. You don't have to play any defense whatsoever. It's not going to matter. They're going to score at will no matter what. But we're going to have problems bringing the ball up. So we need you to do two things.
Flash to the ball.
We need you to be in the middle, somewhere in the middle of the court. And Tyler, you too.
Okay.
All right? Forget about defense. Both of you guys.
As long as I don't have to dribble.
You don't have to dribble. This is awesome. The two of you guys just stand at midcourt as we inbound the ball, and we just throw the ball to you guys, hoping to God that one of you catches it. Whoever doesn't catch it just goes under the basket. And then our entire team just throws you the ball again under the basket. And we take our chances with that offense.
I think they got a couple of big guys, though.
If we were to do that, how do you think that game would go against...
we would score more than 4 points.
We would?
Yeah.
Are you including are you guys, we here with the media? Are we weeing here?
Listen, I know my skill sets. My skill sets do not translate to basketball very well.
Yeah, but you're 6'8".
You're
6'8".
You got a new body. You now have
that is true.
Right.
I could run a little bit better.
You now have a power forward body.
Yeah, that's true.
That's
true. That's a good point.
And one of them little guards.
I did get a severe knee injury on a hike yesterday.
Oh dear.
Really?
Yeah.
Fall down.
It took me an hour and a half to go down about a quarter mile.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
But again, the whole thing is you just standing there with your arms up. You're kind of like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, Chief in that one, like Chief did in that basketball game. So you just stand there.
Don't even dribble, just hold the ball.
Yeah, because like J.J. Barrera, he's, obviously unbelievable, but he's not even 6 feet tall, is he?
No, but can I say something? He would kill absolutely every single media member in town.
We're just going to let him score. There's nothing we can do to stop him scoring.
Well, we can put Big Tyler downside.
No, that's one thing I can do.
We can be enforcer in the middle.
Yeah.
We no
Would
layups.
that be a better plan? Just play defense?
Hey, the media's game plan is no layups.
See, I think you just let Scott cherry pick on the offensive end. Just
and you
leave
cherry
me
pick on defense?
Yeah.
Okay, well, but we need help in bounding.
But
Where's
maybe
Dempsey and Wingy?
See, I actually think I might be the inbounder. Because if
you just throw it to Scott?
Yeah, like I'm just gonna throw it over the crowd.
And then we need one more big guy. Wingy and Dempsey are they going to be any good?
Well, Wingy can spot up in the corner and make threes.
Okay,
Dempsey will be good until that knee swells up.
Vic would be going after it.
Vic would try, but JJ Beret would probably kill him.
Well, that'd be a fun battle to watch.
Yeah,
though.
because he would challenge him. Vic ain't going to back down.
Now, I'm going to tell you this: I don't need a primary role in this game. I don't.
Coach.
No, I'm not coaching. What are you talking about? But
Scott just said he doesn't want you on the court.
I got it. I understand. The time's going to be limited for me. I understand. I get it. I'm just going to tell you this: as soon as I touch that ball, it's going up. As soon as I touch it, it's going to be back high school varsity DMac. If I touch it, I better shoot it because I'm not going to see it again, and I'm going to be on the bench soon enough. I am going to be Facu Campazzo for the Denver Nuggets, for the media. How many points in a 10-minute game or 15-minute game, how many points do you think we could actually score?
In a 15-minute game?
Yeah.
Probably 8 or 9.
See, I feel like I'm good for 4 points off rebounds.
But we would do better than the Celtics.
But they're only coming off rebounds.
We'd have to be able to get some shots up so you and I would have a chance on the rebound.
Right.
Yeah, that's what the Celtics media didn't have. 6'10", 6'8". They didn't have the Twin Towers down low. The scribes for the Boston Phoenix or whatever were a little, it was a little challenging. Do you think this will happen?
No.
Okay. All right, when we come back, more on the Broncos and the Giants, plus Jared Bednar. Jared Bednar was played Nate McKinnon saying the fans are booing us in the power play. You'll hear it coming up.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether you got a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Pick up the phone. Call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. Call them today. Guys, nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, fantastic at what they do. Matter of fact, guys, they believe in what they do so much, they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
All right, we'll get to the Broncos and the Giants here in just a little bit. And during the commercial break, we were just figuring out other offensive strategies and defensive strategies to beat the, I don't know, to beat the Nuggets coaches, but I think it's a good game plan. Rests a lot on YouTube, by the way. So, I mean.
Tyler throws it in.
Yeah.
Gets it to a quick point guard that can have the ball.
That's
Vic,
probably
maybe.
Vic, yep.
I lay somebody out who's trying to pressure him full court. I mean, I just drop him.
You got an assistant coach you'd like to?
No, I don't know.
Okay, just
they all seem
curious.
very nice to me.
Now Hastings wants a piece.
I roll to the top of the key.
Mm-hmm.
Tyler runs straight to the underneath for rebounds. We got Wingy and somebody else in the corners. Boom, we take our chance.
Yeah, and Scott just hucks it up because if you hit the three, cool.
See, no chance Boston media had a game plan. You got a game plan.
We got a game plan.
They couldn't get the ball over half court. That was the problem. I mean, if the Nuggets assistant coaches are just going to let us take the ball up the court, we might win the game.
Well, now here's another thing we got to look into. Scalabrine, former Nugget or former Celtic, who does do their broadcasts. I guess he didn't play on the media team.
I didn't see him out there. I would have noticed him.
Yeah.
Have you seen those clips of him playing street ball?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
oh my
hysterical.
gosh, it's great.
Yeah. Well, the funniest, I mean, I've seen that, but I've also seen him when he took on the two radio guys, which was hysterical. Like just two schlumpy guys. I know him actually, Fred Tutcher and Rich from the Sports Hub, and it was hysterical. It's just embarrassing. You really just don't know how good these guys really are. We sit back in our chairs. Well, you know, obviously, but the general fan, we're quick to criticize these athletes about this, that, and the other thing. It's like, okay, here's the ball, son. Let's see what you can do.
Yeah.
I mean, it's next level stuff. It's just everybody playing the next level stuff, so it looks a little bit more even. That's all. But it'd be fun. The Avs, Bedsy today on the Bedsy Show. So they are struggling on the power play. They're 3-0-1, but they're struggling on the power play.
What I tell you, they're 3-19 to start the season.
Yeah, not great, obviously. So this is pretty funny, man. This is cool. Brett did this. McKinnon went off about, the fans. Like, our power play is actually good. You just don't know what you're watching. Maybe you should keep booing us. All right, Nate, welcome to the season. 79 more to go at the time. 78 now. So here's Bednar's response to it. And they're going to play the Nathan McKinnon stuff for Beds.
Oh, I don't know. I think the power play's hungry and wants to score every time.
All right, so just to correct it, this picks it up afterwards. They did. You got to trust me. Well, here's what McKinnon said.
I thought it was really good tonight. Really good tonight.
They were 1-5 that
game. We were
game.
getting booed. I guess they don't really know what a good power play looks like. We had a ton of chances and just nothing was going in, and we finally got one. So I guess they got to boo us more.
So they did play that for Bedsy, and then he said,
"Oh, I don't know. I think the power play's hungry and wants to score every time it goes on the ice. And part of the messaging from the coaches is like, hey, that power play wasn't great. The next one's going to have to be really good, right? And then they go out on a power play and they get 4 scoring chances and 3 high danger, high quality chances, and either they miss on them. A guy gets a block on one. The goalie makes a big save on one, and you don't score on it. It's about sort of the rhythm of it and how they produce those chances, and then eventually you got to finish them off at the right moments. A couple of those games, like I said, power play was ineffective and then really good, and you come up empty, and then they go get one. I've seen some good things, getting dangerous off the rush attack, like mixing that into our bag of tricks, so it's not just set up and play ozone play time.
All right, so he goes on about the specifics of how we're going to get better and says they're okay. Also,
so you're saying he took a funny bit and just went full coach style on it?
He went all coach style on it. But what he's saying too, though, because he's taking it serious, is that we're going to be all right. We're going to be okay in here. And also, like the second line, as intimidating as it looks, Landeskog, Nelson, and Nichushkin, they really haven't done a whole heck of a lot right now. And again, he was like, well, be patient here. It'll click in here.
Well, there's going to be a lot of attention paid to the power play this year.
Well, that's right.
Based off the way the season ended. They were really good in the regular season in the power play, and then they were terrible at the end of the year. And then your power play, your special teams coach ends up getting fired.
That is correct.
So fans are going to be well aware of what the issue was at the end of the season, and they're going to want it to look better.
And they've started 3 of 19 on the power play.
But they're 3-0-1. You know what I mean?
That's true. They haven't lost.
They got 7 out of 8 points, and last year at this time they were 0-4. And it was like, what is going on with this team? They play tomorrow night in Columbus, and there you go from there. They're playing Saturday against the Bruins, and that should be a hell of a game at Ball Arena. Another question, though, for you. They played on Canadian Thanksgiving. Do you guys know there was a Canadian Thanksgiving?
I didn't know Pilgrims went there.
Me neither. I don't know what the roots of Canadian Thanksgiving are. I don't know what the traditions of Canadian Thanksgiving are.
It's Scandinavian gefilte fish.
I know it was on Monday. So here's my question for you guys. Because they asked Bedsy about, did you guys celebrate Canadian Thanksgiving? But before I play it, I want you to think for a second. If you were in a foreign country and an American holiday happened, would you celebrate that American holiday in a foreign country?
Yeah. Maybe, depends on the holiday.
Christmas is celebrated by everybody, so we take Christmas out of it. There's only two that really stand out. 4th of July.
And Columbus Day.
And Thanksgiving. 4th of July and Thanksgiving. So I guess I'm asking very specifically about those two holidays.
I definitely light some fireworks on my neighbor's house on the 4th of July.
No matter where you were.
Yeah.
You could be in
England.
I love the 4th of July, especially if I'm in England.
Oh,
are you kidding me?
Little victory dance.
Yeah.
Little check out the receipts.
Little taunt.
Yeah. Nanny boo boo. Okay. Would you? What about Thanksgiving? If you were in...
I would celebrate Thanksgiving no matter where I was.
You're in Toronto with the Nuggets.
And we would celebrate Thanksgiving there.
You would?
Yes.
Yeah, I would.
Okay. You guys didn't hear this morning, did you?
No.
Okay. What do you think Bednar said? And the vast majority of the team is Canadian, by the way. The vast majority is Canadian. What do you think he said? And they played a day game, which means they had a lot of time the rest of the night and the whole thing. What do you think he said?
Well, we just went off and got home, and everybody ate on their own.
Tyler?
I bet they did something.
Okay, so you think they did, and you're like...
Yeah.
Last question from me, Coach, and it comes from our colleague DMac. He wants to know about Monday. Of course, Monday was Columbus Day / Cabrini Day / Indigenous Peoples Day / Canadian Thanksgiving Day. Did you as a team celebrate Canadian Thanksgiving after the game?
No, we did not.
So you don't have any interest whatsoever in Canadian Thanksgiving is what you're telling me?
No, I do if I was in Canada, but I don't celebrate two Thanksgivings, So I live in the U.S. It's home for me, so I celebrate American Thanksgiving. If I was in Canada, or if we were on a road trip in Canada and it's a holiday, then we'd celebrate that. But we are not, so I don't.
I got to be honest, Coach. Yeah. If I was in Timbuktu during the 4th of July, I'm lighting a firework off.
That's my guy.
Yeah, well, you're American. Yeah, exactly the same thing. I celebrate that weekend, 4th of July weekend, but I don't have a big party on July 1st.
I think what he's sneakily saying there is Americans just, we do American things. Yeah. Isn't that what he's saying a little bit?
Yeah. Of course you'd celebrate. You're American. What do you expect you to do? Are you kidding me?
That is a fair point, though. It is two of the same holiday. Right?
It's two of the same holiday.
I think that changes it. If it's a totally different holiday that is not celebrated.
Well, I get it. You live in America. You're grateful for being in America. Thanksgiving is about being thankful. I guess that all makes sense. But you could just celebrate Canadian Thanksgiving and, whatever on the American side of things. I mean, you are originally from Canada.
Yeah, but nobody's proud of being from Canada.
Yeah, you got it. Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go watch South Park. Yeah, I'd have to look up when this Canadian Thanksgiving do they go? Well, these Americans take this day and they.
It's a great question. Was it a holiday of envy?
A holiday of envy.
Meaning, look at what the Americans are doing. That's a good idea. Let's do it too. Do they have Mother's Day in Canada?
Oh, I think that's worldwide, isn't it?
Is it? I don't know that.
Well, I don't know. When was the first American Thanksgiving? Anybody have any clue?
Holy cow. Wow, I do not know.
Probably the first year they were here.
The first Canadian Thanksgiving, formalized as a national holiday at least,
When?
was in 1879.
Oh, we definitely had Thanksgiving. We had to have
Right.
Thanksgiving before.
Had to have.
Look that up. We had to be 1879.
Yeah.
And we got pilgrims in like the 1600s.
Just a bunch of copycats up there.
So we were
Find your own holiday.
We were grooving with Thanksgiving like 150 years before they caught on.
I don't know. Well, let's find out. Dan?
Researching.
Well, this one right here, according to AI Overview, began with English explorer Martin Frobisher giving thanks for a safe voyager in 1578.
Whoa!
And evolved through French and indigenous harvest celebrations and various dates being declared for public. It became official Canadian holiday set by Parliament as the second Monday in October in 1957.
1957?
Yeah.
They've only been doing this holiday since 1957?
Well, officially.
Okay, so it was formalized as a national holiday in 1879, though its date shifted over time, and they finally settled on the final date in 1957.
No, I mean, this is embarrassing for them, isn't it? I mean, this is just kind of humiliating.
No, we don't want Canadian. We want American.
American Thanksgiving.
1621.
1621 America.
Yeah, pipe it, Canadians.
Gobble, gobble. It's PhD on 92.5. Tyler, you out for the past couple days, so let's catch up on a couple of things. How do you feel about fans as your CU Buffaloes beat Iowa State? Great game.
Yeah.
Awesome. Julian Salter figured out how to throw a football and looked great.
Julian, that was
What did I say? Caden? Did I not say Caden Salter?
You just merged the two QBs. It's
close
all
enough,
right.
right?
Yeah.
How do you feel about rushing on the field? Because I do have an update for you guys that you may not know, but we have an update on that. But how do you feel about it first?
I'm very pro fun. So if you are anti-fun, you can complain about Colorado fans rushing the field after every win we've ever had in our program's history. But if you enjoy fun, then you are pro rushing the field, and I am pro fun.
All right, where was Vic on this? He seemed to get upset that week because he was.
He said it was beneath CU because of their grand history.
Oh, right,
and
right.
they shouldn't be celebrating a meager win over a team like Iowa
Like
State.
he's not against fun, but you should have more pride, and you should be embarrassed that this is a big deal.
Or we are where we are, and that was a hell of a win. Good job, boys. We finally beat a top 25 team. We probably could have won 3 other games this year. It's crazy how well they played against top 25 teams. 4 games that they played really well. They lost 3, obviously. You finally get over the hump on this one. And the reality of your program is that was an enormous win for you. So I say rush the field and have fun. Hell yeah. Now, the locker room was interesting, right? Because the locker room was like, did you see all the videos coming out of the locker room?
Yes.
Now, that looked like a blast. It did.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the day, I'm going to land on have fun, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think sometimes it can be different from the athlete's point of view versus the fan's point of view. And they were celebrating that win like they just won the Super Bowl, which, you know what? At the end of the day, videos, fun, things like that, it recruits. It does. And you're an 18-year-old sitting in your living room, 17-year-old sitting in your living room, looking at those kids having a blast in that Colorado locker room. You're telling me that doesn't look like a fun place to be?
It looked great. I mean, Sean Payton brings in Club Dub with the fog machine and the music. You're shaking your head.
Yeah, that is stupid.
Yeah, it feels a little cringy, doesn't it? It feels a little forced. I mean, sometimes in the NBA, the NFL, you win a game, you win a game. Like, this is what we're supposed to do, right? Like, hey, yeah, we're all in a good mood and way to go and rah-rah.
I don't know. Every win felt awesome. It really did. Every last one of them felt awesome to me.
Smoke machines?
That's a little aggressive.
Smoke machine awesome?
It's a little aggressive.
I'm not saying don't celebrate and be happy. I mean, go for it. Smoke machines?
I think it's all because of what was the
Did he bring
coach
a smoke
at
machine
the time,
to England?
the interim coach at the time that was lighting up cigars and
Antonio Pierce
in for the Raiders.
Yeah.
And it went viral like every national thing takes it. It's like, hey, look, we could get viral. We can get a lot of people to watch.
Yeah.
No, because nobody can see you.
Well, actually, Sean was doing this a long time
was.
before Antonio Pierce. He was doing this down in New Orleans.
It was a New Orleans thing. The Big 12.
Why don't you throw out beads and have your coaches take their shirts off?
Oh, that sounds fun.
Stupid.
The Big 12 has told Colorado that Colorado, quote, executed its field storm management procedures. And because they executed their field storm management procedures, who knew they had them, they will not receive a fine for the fans rushing on the field.
You know what's ironic about that? Did you guys see the video of the kid getting pinned underneath the field goal post?
I did not. That we talked about, like, the whole reason you'd have a fine is for liability and insurance reasons. I did not see
they did their best. They got that thing down quick, but fans were rolling. And there was a fan that got pinned underneath it, and he did sneak out of it on his own, but he was buried for a quick second.
Yeah. Well, we speculated like that's what it's all about. But who knew that if you execute your field storm management procedures?
I think it's stupid for any conference to fine any team for their fans rushing the field. Like, what the heck are you supposed to do about that? I mean, seriously, what as a university, what are you supposed to do? You're going to fight us $50,000 every time we do this thing? How am I supposed to stop that?
Well, how many times are you going to do it?
This all still stems back. There was a co-ed or some kid that remember they used to get on and try to break the goalpost down, right? The one of them fell, snapped, got I think a serious head injury to one of the students, and the liability and all the stuff that comes off that's why they invented the collapsible goalpost, and then some that retract into the ground, right, and all the different stuff. So it's still a liability issue is what they're thinking about.
Yeah, I'm sure. So maybe what it is they've got a policy so that they could defend themselves if something went wrong, But at the end of the day, they also have the flexibility to just say, okay, whatever. So they're protecting themselves, but they're still going to let you have fun. Because if you executed your field storm management procedures, it didn't work. Whatever it is, I mean, it was fine. Have you guys ever? Actually, I didn't ask you. Have you guys ever been on the field when the court when it's been stormed?
Yeah, for sure.
What's that like?
Cool. Blast. Sometimes it's annoying because you get stuck in there and you can't get out. But yeah, it's a blast. I mean, it happened to be twice my senior year. We beat number 3 Oklahoma. They rushed the field, and then the final game of the season, we crushed Nebraska. They rushed the field then also.
Oh, that feels a little bit different.
2005, a student was killed when a goalpost fell.
All right. Well, now we're having a bad time. Now we're all
that's
bummed
what they're trying
out.
to get it.
Yeah. You beat number 3 Oklahoma, and you beat a 100-year rival.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not quite beating that Ames, Iowa team.
Was also on the field one time when they rushed the field after we beat Kansas in triple overtime.
Okay. So it was cool. It was fun. Wait, you were on the court getting stormed? Scott?
No, I stormed.
No, not you storming, but getting stormed. You were in the middle of the you were on a team and it got stormed.
I'm trying to think if it was stormed. I know there's a lot of people.
Well, I mean, how many fans does it take to officially call it a storming? It can't just be one drunk moron.
I never had that I can recall. Because anytime you had a big moment that you won a game late or a last play, an interception, a touchdown, a goal, a basket, you usually are mobbed by your team.
What happened when the Pistons won? Were you guys on the road?
We were supposed to.
Well, that's actually a good, no dumb question. I don't know if it's the same in basketball, but why are they able to effectively crowd control in the NFL? Like, you've never seen the field rush in the NFL.
Never.
Why could they effectively crowd control in the NFL, but they can't in college?
I can't speak for the entire NFL, I suppose, but I just know at Empower Field, that is a leap.
Not really. It's really not.
You got guys jumping up.
I mean, it's like
at Empower Field. I mean, I guess, but that's a big jump.
It's like maybe a 5-foot drop.
Oh, it's more than the South Stands. That's way more than 5 feet.
8 tops.
Maybe. Yeah, all right,
8 tops.
Okay, well, that's almost twice as much as 5.
Well, you get over the edge hanging, you got about 3-foot drop.
I got you, but you're going to have like more than 10 people. I mean, who's going to do that?
Well, I think a couple things. One, I think there's more money being spent in security and pro
there's
games
so much security
than
there.
college. A and B, they find your face, and if you're a season ticket holder, you will not have a season ticket. And for a case like the Broncos, for example, I mean, you got 10-year waiting list for people that will say, can't storm the field, but you want these tickets? Yeah, sure, I'll take them.
That security, like in the AFC Championship game, that 10-year anniversary, the whole thing, it was bonkers. It was insane what the security was.
Well, think about some of the baseball World Series in New York with the whole outfield being
that
lined
would be easy to theoretically. Yeah, they got tons of cops
they
there.
bring all those horse patrolman guys out.
Well,
there.
the number one easy thing to storm would have to be a basketball court.
They tried to stop me from bringing my family down to the Super Bowl because I went over to the side and I saw my family and I'm hollering at them to come down. They're like, "Sir, they can't come down on the field." I'm like, "The hell they can't! I just won the Super Bowl." So I'm picking up my family and bringing them onto the field. But there was a guard for like 30 seconds that tried to prevent
Giving
it.
you a hard time.
And he finally just let it go.
And he was doing his job, but the security has gone just way, way up in that department. Anyways, there you go, CU. You're not going to get fined, as it turns out. Would you rather trade for a left guard or a wide receiver too?
You need both. You really do. I think it's a good question.
Why do you need a wide receiver too?
Because you don't got one.
We got 3 dudes that are supposed to fill that role.
Do you got one?
Mims, Bryant.
Tell me who it is.
Evan Ingram.
Well,
tell me who it is.
Evan Ingram.
Troy Franklin.
Really?
Well, Ingram's a tight end, though.
But he's become pass catcher too. He's slowly becoming PC
hold
too.
On. Is there a difference between a pass catcher too and a wide receiver too? I don't think you do. Like, I can't believe one of these guys, wide receiver too. I mean, why do we have these guys on the team?
Well, all I know is you don't have a stud. I mean, Troy Franklin has been a nice evolution. That's been fun to watch. Marvin Mims ain't the guy. We figured that out last year. We figured out that the year before.
He'll have moments.
He's going to have moments in the game, and you can scheme up effective football plays for Marvin Mims, but you got to scheme them up. Maybe Troy Franklin's going to continue that evolution, but as it stands today, man, you're lacking some offensive firepower, and we've got a quarterback who is struggling. Why do you do it? Well, you just bring more weapons to the table, and you say, listen, if we're going to throw under 10 yards all day long, maybe we could have a more effective number two who could actually turn a 10-yard play into a 25-yard play.
And that's where Evan Ingram can be your PC2.
Well, you got to look at some dog butt teams right now because the trade deadline's not that far away.
Who was the one guy you were trying to get a year or two ago? T. Higgins.
Well, he ain't going anywhere. You'd have to pick up his salary. He's making $30 million a year. You can't do that. You can't do that. I don't think you can do that. I mean, it would be great to have T. Higgins on the team, but I don't know if he'd be wide receiver too. I think he'd be your number one guy if you got T. Higgins here. Who isn't doing crap, by the way, for the Bengals right now. I mean, that thing is just a sunk ship.
Oh, I know I have
so here's the wide receivers that are allegedly on the market. And I do say allegedly because it's just people like connected dots, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jacoby Myers from the Raiders. Basically every wide receiver on the Saints roster. So Chris Olave, Rashid Shaheed, and Brandon Cooks. I would take either one of those two dudes between Olave and Shaheed. I'd take either one of those dudes. Yeah. I mean, that would bring some speed to the team. And that's about it. You got to get creative after that. You're not looking at any household names by any means, but you are talking about a number two player. And then you look at other teams like the Miami Dolphins. Okay, well, what do teams do when things are folding? They start resetting, right?
Mm-hmm.
They've got a wide receiver room that is insanely expensive. Maybe Jalen Waddle would become available.
What about OBJ? Yeah, 6-game suspension.
God, what? Huh?
No.
You stupid.
So no one OBJ?
No.
You stupid.
A texter actually suggested that one. You can call him.
The guy is drunk.
This is Josh Lalamont. You put his first and last name there.
Make sure we get them both.
Well, if you're going to call him stupid, I mean, Okay, Nate. All right, well.
Would you trade a Franklin for Olave?
Oh, my God.
I mean, I do want to hold on to Franklin.
Yeah, wow.
I'm not trying to insinuate I don't have any hope for Troy turning into like a special player for the Broncos because he has had a nice evolution from year one to year two, and you hope that continues. But right now, man, the reality is our offense is struggling, and when you're struggling, you start looking for answers.
Well, I said this yesterday and got poo-pooed on by when we did the crossover stuff. I just don't think they have anything special on the offensive side. I don't think they're right now through 6 games. You can't sit there. Well, that's a special guy. You don't have a Amon-Ra St. Brown. You don't have a
Cortland Sutton's been pretty special in a couple games.
He's been really good.
I think he's been special.
But you've said before in the past he'd be a number 2 wide receiver on a real good team.
I think DMac said that. I've always been a huge Cortland fan.
I'm a huge Cortland fan too, but he's not special.
All right, let me.
He's not a special number one. That's fair. I mean, he's not a special number one, but I do think he's a number one.
But he's real good.
Yeah.
Before we go crazy, let me just. And by the way, you know who wants this too? The Giants in New York. This is what they're talking about because they've had injuries to Slayton, who's got a hammy, and Neighbors, who's out for the year. Let me give you the wide receivers, and I'm taking Slayton out of it. Wandale Robinson. I'm just going to call him Glendale Robinson. Bo Collins.
I love Wandale.
Jalen Hyatt. That's it. Those are their wide receivers right now, guys. Oh, and Little Jordan Humphrey. Sorry. So Little Jordan Humphrey, Glendale Robinson, Bo Collins, and Jalen Hyatt. And they just put up 34 points with a rookie quarterback on the Eagles. Are you sure that's what we got to be focused on? Or would it make a hell of a lot more sense to find the best guard out there?
What if their 3 no-name wide receivers are better than your 3 no-name wide receivers?
So here's the only challenge I see with trading for a guard, and I would love to trade for a guard because when you get down to your third stringer, you got problems, okay? The backup isn't as good as the starter. The second backup isn't as good as the first backup. So we got big problems there, and I would love to address it, but it's very difficult because Ben Powers is the type of guy that I know he's out for the year. I know maybe he's not out for the year.
2 months for Ben Powers.
Yeah, but he might be out for the year. You never know with the biceps and injury.
Correct.
You're still going to be committed to him long term. So there is one guy out there that I think is interesting for the Broncos to look at the guard position, and it's Joel Bitonio from the Cleveland Browns. He's a good football player, man, and the reason why it might work out well is that he's on a one-year deal. So if you brought Joel in, it'd be on a one-year deal. If he balls out, okay, you're willing to take the cap hit on Ben Powers and you just move on and you give Joel a new deal. If Joel's not that much better than Ben Powers, then you just got a one-year rental out of him.
I'm trying to think the last time anybody traded for a guard.
It doesn't happen very often, not midseason, because teams don't give up on linemen.
Right.
Wasn't Reisner a late signing?
And you want to know the other reason why offensive linemen don't get traded? I'm being dead serious. Because unlike wide receivers, unlike A.J. Brown, we don't make noise. We don't complain. We're not headaches. We're not problems in a locker room. Like wide receivers get traded all the time because A.J. Brown can't shut up or whatever. Tua's complaining about his own guys. You don't hear about problems with offensive linemen.
It is kind of crazy that you're in a situation where you lose both guards that you use in basically back-to-back weeks.
After going a whole year where your starters stayed together.
By the way, we probably should have been nicer to Matt Parrott. Apparently he hurt himself really early in that game.
And played.
Yeah, so heart of a lion offensive
played three,
lineman.
they said.
Yeah, kind of crazy, right? So now you could say, well, hey man, why don't you tap out here? We got to have somebody better, but then again, who's going to do that?
Didn't Schofield do the same thing that one game? And it was
you talking about Khalil Mack?
14 or 15, but he
was he hurt in that game?
Yeah, and against Cleveland, hurt his shoulder real bad.
No,
but basically,
Khalil Mack, he gave up 5 sacks.
No, you know who you're thinking of? You're thinking of Ty Sombralo.
Oh, that's right.
Sombralo, that's exactly who it was. Who got hurt early in the game. They had no replacement. He stayed in and played, and then basically went on the IR for the rest of the season. After that.
You know what happened right after that? They brought me in.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but he played the rest of the game. And didn't he go on IR the rest of the season?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. It never was the same, really.
No, and then he went to Atlanta and did all right, though. But, yeah, that's a good memory on that. Well, this is the situation the Broncos are in. I would hope if you're going to do any kind of deal right now, actually it would be to reinforce the offensive line. I mean, the reason why the Giants are having success is because I get you with Jackson Dart. Maybe he's not the greatest, but I think he's got a pretty strong arm. I mean, I've definitely seen him throw the ball into some tight spaces. And this guy takes chances too, which could be good and could be bad. But at the end of the day, I'm having a little envy here because I'm wondering, when does Bo Nix start running around a little bit more? And, how about you get the first down and you go beyond the first down and we're not sliding before the first down?
Maybe he's afraid to get yelled at.
Do you think that's what it is? What do you mean, Do you think that's what it is?
Did anybody listen to the show yesterday after talking to Brock Huer? Do you think that has anything to do with it?
I wasn't here, so what are you talking about?
Brock basically said that he talked about footwork and Bo's got to get better and the happy feet or whatever you called it, the chaotic feet that he had right there. And Brock talked about that a little bit too. And then we talked about pressure and how much pressure before the season. And he said something. I think there might be something to it that as much support as Sean gives publicly, behind the scenes he is dogging him and he's super hard on him.
Meaning that Bo's not playing loose and free. He's wound up. It's uptight. It's stiff. Whereas when you look at the Giants right now, that ain't stiff. That is it's a keg party.
Listen, Dayball's trying to save his coaching career, so he's going to go in with the chaotic and happy in the Delta house.
Dayball is yanking him out of the blue tent to go get back in the party.
If there's a Dean Werner, that belongs to Sean Payton.
That ain't That's right. Dean Werner is Sean Payton. It ain't Dayball.
It ain't Dayball.
Dayball's the ex-president of the fraternity who's coming back to make sure Delta House is rocking.
Yeah, he's the dude with
He's got a photo on the wall, though.
He's got a photo on the wall in the Delta House, no doubt about it. Dean Wormer is Sean Payton. Mrs. Wormer's not going to be happy.
Hey, Dan, have you ever seen that movie?
Animal House?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a classic.
Dean Wormer is Sean Payton. Yeah, Sean. Yeah, that's Star Wars, but Star Wars was the one movie, not the
there's
the
9 of
6 other.
And there's about
come
4
on.
or 5 spin-offs that have been
Are those
fantastic.
really Star Wars, or Star Wars
Yeah,
just
no.
the one movie?
Yeah, because the characters are so strongly developed that you got even more in the universe.
Now we're on Disney Plus.
Okay. You watch all that crap?
Just about, yeah.
Do you really? Like the Manchurian, all that stuff?
Oh yeah, I watched all that. Yeah.
So is Jackson Dart like your hero here? Like he's a good-looking
No,
guy.
that's his Animal House. They didn't have a sequel.
There was not a sequel to Animal
There
House.
was even a sequel to
That's-
Caddyshack.
That's pretty funny.
Right? There was a bad sequel to Caddyshack, but Animal House never had a sequel.
What is this? Is this Star Wars? Oh, we're going deep on Star Wars? I'd rather go deeper on Animal House. Yes, Jackson Dart does wear a smudge on his eyes because of Anakin Skywalker. He's a hot nerd.
Thought it was because there was only sun on the left side of the field.
It is not. I didn't know why he was wearing it. I'm like, oh, he's one-eye black guy. Like, quirky guy. But you look at the blonde hair, you look at the attitude.
Why does he wear the chains?
That is a great question. He is iced out.
Is that
I don't know.
Is that a Star Wars thing?
I have. That's I do
they
not
blinged
know.
out?
We should look that up.
Darth
but
Vader got some sweet shit.
He wears
chains
some
on.
serious ice on his neck.
That's the new generation.
Dude, you got to snatch that chain, don't you?
Where's Akib when you need him?
Totally. Well, Akib will be on the sideline.
There you go.
Wouldn't that be a riot?
Stay on the sideline, Akib.
For the anniversary?
Ooh.
If Akib just goes up and snatches Jackson Dart's
Let's
chain.
go. Hey, you know what? I'll bring it up to him.
That would be a riot. Hey, Akib, go snatch his chain. Come on, man. Just for old time's sake. What do you say? Then you can beat him up in the offseason. What do you think, Akib?
When I see Harry in Atlanta, I'm going to beat his ass.
You got the same agent. We'll come back with No Dumb Questions with PhD on 92.5.
I said if he wear that chain in front of me, I'm going to snatch it off.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, there's only one dealership in Colorado you need to go to. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, they've got the best prices, the best inventory, the best customer service, and you're probably going to become a customer for life. Listen, I think relationships matter. That's why I recommend Phil Long Ford. I've been going there since my rookie year. If you're anything like me, after you buy that first vehicle, you'll probably become a customer for life. Guys, Phil Long Ford has got it all. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle, you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. You're going to get the best price. They're going to respect you. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And you're just going to walk away a happy customer. And keep in mind that Phil Long Ford has got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to check them out online at phillongford.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, we got you on Twitch, on YouTube, text line, wherever you want to reach us, 303-504-0925. There was no sequel to Animal House. However, there was a short-lived TV sitcom called Delta House.
Yep, I remember that.
No Blutarsky, but a character who was his brother. I do not recall that at all. This guy says, I'd rather go deeper on Animal House. Okay, boomer.
I'd rather go deeper on Animal House.
I think Animal House, if you don't have Animal House in your bag.
Repertoire.
Yeah, you're just, I don't know what to say. I don't think that.
Well, but the people that say that that's too old would say, well, you're not having Star Wars in your repertoire.
Which Star Wars, though?
The whole universe.
The 9 of them?
And the breakoffs.
I think if you don't have the first, which was the 4th Star Wars, A New Hope, that's as nerdy as I'm going to get to actually know the name of that one. You got to have that one in your bag. Other than that, I don't care if you know anything about any of the other Star Wars movies. Maybe a little Empire Strikes Back, but, give me the other more important Star Wars movie than A New Hope, the very first one. Really, seriously, what other one matters?
I mean, listen, my knowledge here,
question.
it's pretty shallow. How much is a memory worth to you guys? A good memory.
How much is it worth?
Yeah.
Well, it used to be better
Let's
than it is
put
now.
a financial figure on it, maybe bodily injury figure on it. Went to the mountains over the last couple days. Took my daughter up to St. Mary's Glacier, which was great. I've never done that before. You guys ever done that hike?
I've been up there, but a long time ago. I mean, like more than 20 years ago.
It's a great hike for the kids because it's like
St. Mary's Glacier. You're going on I-70. It's just after Idaho Springs,
correct.
right?
Yes,
Okay.
correct,
All right.
correct. But it's a great hike with the kids because it's a straight vertical climb, but it's about 20 minutes, right? It's a tough 20 minutes, but that's about it, right? 20 minutes, you're done. You make it up to the lake. It's cool. There's the glacier. Lots of people were going snowboarding and skiing still.
Oh, wow.
On the glacier.
Cool.
But they got cliff diving there. So I'm like, it's October.
What does that mean? They have cliff diving?
Well, they've got cliffs that you can jump off of.
And this is a known thing?
Well, I didn't know until I got there.
But there were people jumping off the cliff.
So my daughter, she wore her swimsuit because she was just determined she was going to get in the lake. I had no intention until I saw the cliff diving going on. So I see this. We decide to go jump off the cliff. It's fun. By the way, my dog, you want to talk about a good dog? Like, my dog saw us jump off this cliff. We've got this whole thing on video. He loses his freaking mind. He's whimpering, he's crying, he's screaming, he's barking. He thought we were dying, so he's on a leash. He's trying to go get us. He couldn't go get us. Anyways, I jump off this cliff. Sounded like a great idea. Made a great memory with my daughter. It's fun. Got the whole thing on video.
How high?
I would say
Exaggerate.
18. No, I mean, being legit, 18 feet, maybe somewhere in the ballpark, right? Nothing insane. But we jumped off this thing. I lose an Apple Watch to the bottom of the lake, which I don't realize till afterwards. And the reason I knew for a fact I lost it was because I zoomed in on the before photo at me at the top and then zoomed in at the after photo, and I don't have my watch on me. So there's a watch in the bottom of the lake.
Did you jump in with the phone?
No, just my watch.
Oh.
I mean, the watch is waterproof and everything.
And your daughter jumped in too?
She did.
Okay.
Yeah, she did. And it was cold. I also somehow managed to hurt my knee during this experience.
On the jump? I
don't know.
But it's
the only thing that logically makes sense is that maybe I landed weird in the water, lost an Apple Watch, hurt my knee, but I made a memory.
Did your daughter smile and give you a hug afterwards?
We had a great time.
Did you fake like you weren't hurt?
I couldn't even fake it, dude. On the way down, I mean, I was walking slow.
Are you playing for the Broncos this weekend?
Incorrect.
Okay. Then it's absolutely worth it.
Okay.
Because you'll recover from your injury. You can buy a new Apple Watch if you need to. But having that moment with your daughter, as long as everybody is physically okay, is irreplaceable.
Yeah. It was good. It was a good memory. It was a good time.
I feel set up there. I feel like you already knew the answer to that one.
Well,
wouldn't that be funny? You said, "Yeah, my daughter hugged me. She said she loved me," but I'm like
if you buy
that Apple Watch.
if you buy a new Apple Watch, it's a solid like $500-$600. You know, like was that worth one jump off a cliff?
Yeah, man. If you're doing it by yourself,
no,
and that's just dumb. But if you're sharing it with another person, yeah, okay, that's worth it.
Yeah, if you're willing to put your daughter in danger, as long as with yourself.
Dude, so
I am wondering about that.
There was another cliff. I'll show you guys the photo of this thing. We saw some teenagers jumping off it. I'm talking a legit like 60 to 70 feet. Like,
that's stupid.
That seems insane.
This thing was a beast. My daughter's convinced she's going to do it, and I'm like, all right, if you're going to do it, I got to do it. So we hike all the way up there. We get to the top of it, and I look down. There's like 5 feet of water underneath this thing, and there's like boulders and all this. I'm like,
forget that.
We are not jumping off this thing. Like, I will absolutely die on this.
I can't believe you're jumping in mountain lakes, period.
Oh, it was fun. It was fun. And I really was gonna jump off this thing until I saw there was 5 feet of space. But some dumb teenagers did it in front of us. They survived. Fortunately, good for them.
Yeah.
They're not 6'8".
No, you made the right choice there. This is kind of correlating. No dumb question. Say, because you're in this ridiculous shape now, despite your knee and your Apple Watch.
Thank you.
Say Palczewski, for the sake of argument, moves inside to guard, and they just need that eligible tackle for 6 plays. 6 plays. Tyler, right now, could you do it?
Yeah. I think I could do 6 plays. Yeah.
6 plays, that's it.
For sure I could.
No problem. I mean, how much?
Without a holding penalty.
Did you ask me if I was going to be effective at the job?
No.
Well, like Palczewski is. I mean,
No,
I guess anybody could stand there and get knocked over.
I might be completely delusional here.
6 plays.
Maybe.
You are.
Really?
Yeah.
Brent Burns is
6 plays? Like
6 plays.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like if you give me 6 reps, I'm going to lose 1 or 2. Okay, because I'm not that delusional. I think I could win at least 4 of the 6 reps.
I didn't jump out of my delusion that I could still play in the NBA till I was 50. So you still got a good decade to understand your delusion.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking 6
Aaron
plays.
Rodgers is still playing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, and
Joe Flacco.
He never stopped for 8 years.
Yeah, but Joe Flacco is Joe Flacco.
Yeah, but like, what do you have to do as the eligible tackle? Like, what are we really doing there? Aren't you just getting in the way for like 3 seconds?
Yeah,
isn't that what the offensive line does anyway?
But no. But there's a push with the interior. You got to push for. You got to exert.
No, it's the same thing.
It is.
There's nothing different about that. About being on the outside.
You're just the extra guy on the outside. You're going against.
There's nothing different.
Who are you going against?
It's the same job as you would have as if you're playing tackle.
It is.
Yes.
It's just as hard.
Yeah, for sure it is.
I just got the impression it was a little easier. You're way on the outside. You're just the extra guy. Maybe you go out for a pass.
Maybe you go against a speedy 4-4-5 defensive end. So what?
But he's going the longest way around you. You are literally the longest sort of, extra thing out there. I figure you just have to trip him. Just dive at his knees or something.
So, yeah, get a 15-yard penalty.
Yeah.
I don't know. So 6 plays.
No, I could win 4 out of 6.
You can win 4 out of 6 and not get a penalty.
Ooh, I might get beat on 1 and reach. Yeah, there might be 1 penalty.
How's your back?
Good enough for 6 plays.
How's your shoulder?
Not ideal. My knee's currently throbbing a bit.
Listen,
it's just 6 plays.
I've never had a knee injury. This is the first.
You still got your iPhone. Set a 10-year anniversary. Call me in 10 years.
Okay.
And then say, you know what, I was delusional.
That is a hell of a thought, though. It's 1 game. It's a weird situation for the Broncos. They're going to move Palczewski inside to play, theoretically, or Throckmorton or whatever, and they just need the 1 guy. 1 dude. This is the Disney story right here, Tyler.
Mm-hmm.
You give him a call. You've been working out like a maniac.
I could do it.
You're arguably in the best shape you've been since you've been playing, maybe even better, actually, overall physical shape than when you were playing, because you ain't fat whatsoever. You're probably strong as. Are you as strong right now as you've literally ever been in your life?
There's a few lifts that I'm actually stronger. There's a lot of lifts I'm not in the ballpark.
Well, which of those lists matter and which of them don't matter, I suppose.
The
is the
ones
question.
that matter, I am not in the ballpark.
Oh, okay. 6 plays.
See, here's the funny thing.
That's a hell of a movie
I've
right there.
never seen
6
somebody
plays.
jump into a former athlete's delusion as quick as you have.
Me?
Yeah, because
I think the story is unbelievable.
There is a gene that every athlete that ever played, especially at the pro, forget that. You know, guys, high school level, college level, that still think they can play.
Well,
we all have buddies. Of, man, if the coach would have liked me, I guarantee you I'd have gone. No, you couldn't.
No,
this
Uncle Rico.
So every ex-jock, there is a delusion gene in there. It's just how soon does that finally reality kind of supplant that? And
Tyler
you realize
hasn't
no.
played in years. He's an unbelievable
It's
shape.
like riding a bike.
But you suggested he could go in there and play at an NFL level right now.
6 plays
is you have no true respect for the
Oh,
NFL.
come on.
You have no respect
Come
for
on.
NFL linemen.
Scott, you have no respect for how good I am.
No, I do. I know you play.
Wow.
I know. Listen, I hope you get a chance, Paper Lion. That'd be great.
You know, Marshawn Lynch owned one of those like Arena Football League teams. I forget what the name of the league was, but it was one of those secondary startups. I'd been retired for like 5 years. I think I was doing a show with DMac at the time, and he called me up and he was like, "Hey man, you want to come play?" I was like, "No, I don't want to come play." He's like, "No, just one game. I'm coming out. I'm going to play in this game.
Oh, that's
will you come block for me?" And I'm like, dude, like I'm like 220 pounds right now.
Yeah, you
like,
got skinny. You
Like,
got
like
really
I
skinny.
had no muscle at that point. I looked like a twig.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can't do that, Marshawn.
You know, we all do know a guy that did do this, by the way. Doc, David Diaz-Infante. He was working at KOA. We were in the building at the time. Well, I don't know if you were still there or not. Were you there when Doc did that? He got called by the Broncos while he was doing like...
Was that to be like backup center and long snapper?
Snapper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tyler, I think you could be a long snapper right now. I think if you put some time into it, you could be a long snapper.
I appreciate that.
That's the one position on the offensive line you can play
here.
forever.
Yeah.
We're getting there?
Yeah.
Okay. We have Jeff Legwold. We'll ask Leggy about Tyler playing for the Broncos. Who knows what's going to happen next? Jeff Legwold is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Live from Dove Valley, back from England, it's Leggy. First, let's just start there. How are you feeling at this point in the week? Because that was a big decision the Broncos had to make in terms of you could have had a bye week here, but they chose to play on. How are you feeling as you've done the same travel as the team, essentially, Jeff?
Well, I bet my flight wasn't quite as nice as theirs. But, no, I'm all good, ready to roll. I don't need a bye. I'm fine.
All right, so do you think that's pretty reflective then of the team itself? That, you know, you've had enough time, it's the recovery is fine, the sleep is fine, we're good to go?
Yeah, I mean, they say the science, you know, Peyton is a big believer in the sleep studies he's been given and, or, you know, the information he's been given by the people they consult with, and the general consensus is from them to the Broncos has been get back, and by Wednesday, which is today, everybody should be, you know, mostly back to normal. And, you know, practice looked normal today. You know, they weren't taking any special ramp-up procedures or anything. This was just another Wednesday, and I think that was probably their goal, was to make it look like just another Wednesday and get back to it. And I think most of the coaches in the league know this could be a fact of life in the NFL, whether you like it or not. And at some point, I think most people feel like every team will play an international game every season.
Wow, every team?
Yeah, that's the goal. They said that on the broadcast too. I heard that, Jeff. They were touting that on the broadcast.
Everyone I know at the league says eventually that is what they want this all to look like. And that air travel, and it's all improved enough that they think they can do it. And the fact they're doing so many now without buys tells you that they don't want that challenge of putting a schedule together down the road of having to have every team on a bye after they play internationally. So, and I think that's mostly, you know, European games and South American games. I don't think we're talking about the eventual Australian game. I don't think they're going to play that one without a bye.
Yeah.
How about is the talk of moving a franchise to London or somewhere in Europe? Is that still being talked about?
Yeah, Scotty, I felt a stronger chatter about that maybe 15 years ago. I don't hear that as much anymore. I think because they've been able to expand the number of games so quickly now that, you know, there's sort of enough content headed that way that maybe they don't feel the necessity for that anymore. And I think the challenges of, you know, money, time zones, off season, I think all of that is pretty daunting when they sat down and thought about it. But I still, you know, I don't know if it'll happen in my lifetime, but I think London or some other huge financial center of the world will eventually flex enough economic muscle to compete for a Super Bowl.
Jeff, what's your takeaway on Jackson Dart? Is he just an Energizer bunny and that's why it's working, or are you a little bit nervous about the ability as well?
Well, I think, Tyler, the mobility, that's always a wild card for a young quarterback, because you can turn a bad play into a good one, you know, like even when the defense did everything right, you can still turn that into a good play for you. I think he takes way too many hits, but I thought that when he came out, that was, you know, my objective view of him. And I don't, you know, objectively, no one cares what I think, but I mean, I don't think he was ready to play necessarily right now, but I think this is the world we live in for these first round guys. So I think this week will definitely be his biggest challenge, his first real introduction into being a starting quarterback, playing the Broncos here. I think it's going to be a difficult proposition for him and any other quarterback.
DMac has kind of named the Giants right now the Delta House with Dart and Scattaboo. They have brought, and I think probably good for the Giants, this kind of crazy energy that everybody around the league kind of is following and watching, and you can't get on social media without seeing Scattaboo take his shirt off or something like that. But does that transcend into a reemerging of the New York Giants football brand?
I mean, Scotty, I think they hope so. I mean, they're playing 3 really high-profile rookies right now with those 2 and Abdul Carter. You know, that's a pretty big investment in rookie talent, you know, right out of the gate. And I think certainly they hope, you know, whenever you take a quarterback in the first round, an edge rusher in the first round, I think you're hoping those are the foundational position guys that move you forward. You know, I don't think their talent level right now overall is, you know, that they're suddenly going to be far more than they were than the team that made the quarterback change. I don't think they're suddenly more talented because these guys have more energy. I think they've done a few more things right, and, you know, people didn't know what to expect from Dart, but eventually people are going to go to school on him, and he's going to have to adjust because they're not going to give him the things he got in those first couple starts. You know, but you can't deny, I mean, if the Broncos are going to say the Eagles win was a great win, you can't deny that the Giants win over the Eagles was pretty good for them too.
Starting left guard for your Denver Broncos on Sunday is?
Yeah, that's a good question. Palczewski makes the most sense, but it does impact other things because he's playing an awful lot of snaps in another role too. So, you know, you can't tip plays and sort of move them back and forth and all of that. So I think there's a lot to consider there. But
well, Jeff, we got Tyler figured out for that. We thought the same thing. Palczewski goes inside. The Broncos signed Tyler Polumbus for 6 plays as the tackle eligible.
I'll win 4 out of the 6, Jeff. I'm probably going to lose 2, but I'm good for 4.
You're on board, Jeff?
I'm on board for that. Bring it on, Tyler. Come on.
Yeah. And I'm saying he's still young enough to have the delusion that he can still play in an NFL game.
Nope. I'm good for 4. Good for 4 wins. What's any updates with Dre Greenlaw?
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, the clock can start this week, and, you know, I would expect them to take a look in some fashion. But, you know, I personally, I've said, I've not put my own eyes on him on the practice field too much in the last few weeks. So I'm holding out, saying anything definitive until I can see him move around for a couple days in a row. But I would think they'll get the clock going on that. But that'd be a pretty good add to the defense if they can do that in the next week or so.
Hey, we talked about this week also. Just for this team, this Denver Bronco team, right now, not 5 years from now or 7 years from now or even 3 years from now, who would be a better fit as a running back, an R.J. Harvey or a Scadaboo for this Nuggets offense?
Broncos
offense.
Yeah, you know, I think Harvey can, you know, he's not the high contact runner that Scadaboo is, but I don't think that's necessarily a good attribute for an NFL running back over the long haul. But
I'm not worried about long haul. I'm worried about this year.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't get suckered into the, you know, I think it's too easy to say, you know, he had a couple games and it was going great, but, you know, we've seen that a lot over the years. And I think mostly Harvey has been he's just been a tentative runner, and you certainly would say Scadaboo has not been tentative in anything he does on the field right now. I think we will see more of Harvey's talent as he sort of leaves that behind a little bit. But right now, the guy, you know, there's no question Scadaboo has decided they put me in the lineup and I'm going to make the most of it, you know, every second of every carry.
All right, last one. It's the 10-year anniversary. Big ceremonies for Tyler and his crew from the 2015 team. Well known for the defense, obviously. Jeff Legwold.
Honoring DT.
You've covered both here. Better defense. The 2015 defense or this defense right now, and you're allowed to put Dre Greenlaw on that team right now. You get to put him in there. Which team has a better defense?
Well, you can't. I don't know that you can make that doesn't seem like apples to apples to me because we're 6 games in. You know, if this defense gets to the end of the year with the ring, then I think you have a really cool argument to make. But I always defer to the unit with the ring if that's what we're talking about. So that's how I would go at this moment.
All right, fair enough. Hopefully that is the comparison.
But you can compare them, I guess, since they didn't get a ring with the Orange Crush defense.
The Orange Crush defense had a great name, and they had one Hall of Famer.
Yeah, but they also allowed, 1 year they allowed like 11 points a game.
Did they really?
Yeah.
Is that right, Jeff? 11 points a game? Is that right?
Yes, and they should have 2 Hall of Famers. Louis Wright is a Hall of Famer in every sense of the word, but I'm not sure he's ever going to get in.
All right, well, this boy, I don't know off the top of my head. What did the 2015 team allow for points per game, Jeff? Do you know?
Not off the top of my head. I mean, they had a few games where we all forget as the years go by, but they had some games where they allowed some points. But it was the postseason run that was
special, yeah,
ultra special about that team.
All right, Jeff, we'll let you go. We appreciate it, and we'll look forward to this week. Welcome back, by the way. Glad you're good.
Thank you.
All right.
See ya.
See you, Jeff. Jeff Legwold, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Well, let's get to that with the big question of the day, because I'll tell you where the Broncos defense stacks up now, maybe compared to the 2015 team, and is that enough for the rest of the season? With the Giants coming to town, it is PhD on 92.5. When it comes to the Broncos and the Giants, what matters, what numbers matter, and what doesn't matter? I want to go through the teams by the numbers. But let me just ask that question for you off the jump. What do you think matters and doesn't matter the most in this particular game?
What would matter? I don't know how this is not a tangible, right? But what matters to me is that if you give the Giants life and you let them be a spark plug of energy, they might be a dangerous team to deal with, right? So I think that's real, and you have to acknowledge that. So defensively, man, you just got to play sound football and not let them get that spark. I don't know, Scott. What?
Well, I think energy is going to be big, and I thought you said, but it's every game. You never want to allow momentum for the other team, and their momentum is, running you over, slapping you around, doing all this, blah, 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 jump, and yeah. So I think you got to control the run game, and see if you, and that includes Scatterboo and Jackson Dart. And let's see if Jackson Dart can beat you under the pressure he's going to see. And like you just said it best, he hasn't played anybody that's going to bring pressure like these guys.
Well, let me give you some numbers then. And you're right about that. In terms of the defense, there's a stark difference. But the offenses, it's actually stunning. The only big difference between the Broncos offense and the Giants offense is sacks allowed. The Broncos just haven't given it up. They're second in the league in sacks allowed, meaning they protect Bo and Bo avoid sacks better than just about everybody else. But the Giants offense and the Broncos offense, check this out. They're both -3 in giveaway takeaway.
Wow.
Both. Yards per game. The Giants are 19th. The Broncos are 15th. It's practically the same. Yards per play, 5.0 to 5.32 for the Broncos. Practically the same. Points per game, 20.2 for the Giants, 21.7 for the Broncos. Really close.
God, we suck.
We do. Rushing yards, 130 for the Broncos a game, 126.2. The Broncos are still one of the better rushing teams, but the Giants are right there. Well, what about throwing the ball? Broncos 16th, the Giants 17th. And it kind of just goes like that all down the line for every single metric. However, the Giants are the worst or second to worst team in the league in red zone scoring. So for whatever reason, remember how great the Eagles were theoretically in red zone scoring? The Giants have really stumbled. Now, you do got to split their season up in part A, the first 3 games with Russell Wilson, and part B with Jackson Dart. And they're clearly stronger with their combination now, but it's something they've struggled in.
Well, listen, it's no surprise to me to see that our offense looks similar to theirs. Anybody that's got eyeballs is going to see a Denver Broncos offense that is struggling. And that's what I've told you, with Jackson Dart. I'm not convinced he's a particularly good quarterback. Not yet. I mean, he's been a great spark plug for him. But where it's going to get radically different, I'm sure you're about to do it.
Yes.
But now do defense.
We'll
and it's going to be radically different.
Radically different. Who do you think has more rushing yards? Jackson Dart in 3 games or Bo Nix in 6?
Probably Jackson.
I would hope Bo.
It is Jackson Dart, 167 to Bo Nix, 124.
Yeah.
He is the intangible.
And that's why their rushing attack statistically looks pretty good. Their actual running game itself that does not involve the quarterback, I think it's kind of pedestrian. It's not elite. It's definitely not bad, but it's just middle of the road.
Cam Scatterboo is much more about energy than actual production. However, if it's designed for 3, he might get you 4.5. It's something like that. He doesn't give up on runs, and it's that sort of tenacity.
Can I just say this? And I'm not trying to knock Cam Scatterboo because I love watching Cam. It's just that's what football's meant to be played like, right? Like I love everything about the dude. If we don't lock this dude up, I will be very disappointed. He's not that good. He's not that good. He's not that explosive. He's not that talented. If our defense is as good as it's supposed to be, we should lock him up. I'm talking less than 50 yards in the game.
All right. Well, he will not go out of bounds, and he will shorten his neck till it's actually inside of his shoulder blades voluntarily. He will do that. So you got to contain that. But he's small. You're right. He's a bulldog, but he's not that big of a guy. And
yeah, because Mike Allstott was big.
Yeah,
right? He had some size, he was 240 something.
But here's what Scatterboo obviously has. He has just incredible balance, and he does not go down easy.
That's the advantages of being the little guy.
That is the advantage. And he can catch the ball too, and they're not afraid to throw it out there to him either. So, and there's an energy with him that's kind of, obviously.
Young football teams love.
Yeah,
they probably need.
I heard Al Michaels and Kirk, what's his face, Herb Street. They actually said Cam Scattaboo looks like football.
Yeah.
Well, that's what Tyler just said, basically.
A pretty good comment, right? Like, you look like football. That's a hell of a compliment. So that's him. But you're right with the numbers. The numbers with Scattaboo aren't crazy. You want to look like a guy whose numbers are crazy right now. Let's look at Bijan Robinson for the Falcons, who's winning games like kind of, on his own, which is crazy. But defense, that's where we were going. Guys, it's stunning how good this Broncos defense is. Second in net yards, first in yards per play, second in points per game. The Texans are number 1, by the way, only allowing like 11 point something, which is like they're coming down the road. The Texans defense must be pretty special. Rushing yards, 6th, third in passing yards. It's the takeaways. They aren't getting the takeaways. It's crazy. They only have 1 interception on the year, and they only have 3 fumble recoveries. 4 takeaways for this defense. That's going to change, isn't it? When you're the first team in the league in sacks, you're the first team on third down, and you're the first team in red zone. You're an awesome.
Well, the reason why that surprises me is because what really creates turnovers in the passing game? It's not the defensive backs. It's your edge rushers. It's the presence of human bodies that are right in front of a quarterback, whether you're actually hitting the quarterback or you're tipping the ball, whatever it might be.
Or forcing a guy to step up and throw it off schedule and off balance.
Exactly.
And stuff like that.
Isn't it a
and
miracle?
our defensive line is got to be the best overall group in the NFL at getting after the quarterback. That surprises me that they haven't caused more turnovers.
Although the Broncos don't lead in scoring defense, but they're second to the Texans. I think it's really hard to make an argument they're not the best defense in the NFL right now. Guys, turnovers got to be coming. And against the Saints, once they were pressed a little bit, once the Giants felt a little pressure there, the ball started slipping out, being picked off, mistakes were made left and right. What was impressive was that against the Eagles, they corrected all of those mistakes and didn't turn the ball over at all. But it was a lot of Jackson Dart running around. And I think it's pretty clear right now the Broncos' defense is far superior than the Eagles' defense. I think the Broncos are going to win this one. Oh, and then there's another thing. Go
ahead. You thought they were going to score 34 last week.
Not this week. I think the Broncos might win something like 20-16. I mean, the Eagles, and by the way, this Giants defense
going up against, that's an interesting prediction. I mean, we're going up against the 28th total defense in the NFL, and you don't think we can score on these guys?
I kind of got to see it.
Right in the waves, baby. Right in the waves.
I got to kind of see it.
I'm just out there on the surf.
I'll tell you this, though. If you get 3 turnovers, which is not crazy.
Look at that wave.
Well, I'm just looking at how it presents itself right now. Tell me I'm wrong. But I will tell you the Giants defense will present big plays. They'll allow big rushing plays, and they'll give you some throws over the top. I just don't know if I got the confidence in Bo and this offense to hit on those plays. That's all. And you just did struggle against a horrible Jets team in defense. They suck. And you really just were at wit's end on how to handle it.
Where are they defensively? Because you didn't
terrible.
They didn't move the
ball.
The
Jets, they're not like the worst, but they're like 26th, 27th in the league defensively. And now you're going against a team that's got Thibodeau, Abdul Carter, Brian Burns. I mean, you got some dudes over there with the Giants. Quentin Williams is okay, but you don't have dudes over there with the Jets. The Giants
are 20th.
Jets are 20th.
In overall D.
Probably after last week, they had to go up a little bit.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure that helped.
Yeah. Real fast. Mike Allstott, what did he play at?
What
260?
Are you asking weight?
Yeah.
I'll say 240.
Yeah. 6'1", 248.
Okay.
Peyton Hillis.
235.
6'1", 240.
240.
Scattaboo.
5'8".
228.
5'11", 215.
215.
Yeah,
that is a big difference.
Yeah, I'll guarantee you that dude ain't 5'11" either.
Well, but that weight wise, for playing the way he plays, that's a big difference from two. Not afraid to bump into you guys that I remember, right?
Well, let me back up. You see the Broncos handling things relatively easily then?
I think they should. Yeah. I'm like, I was always worried about London. I was always worried about it. And as bad as that game was, I am so tempted to just not even analyze it. I'm just so tempted to just throw it out. You got the win. You got home. Thank God. It's just one of those situations that I knew was going to be difficult. You're handling the transition time, all that. And so I'm going to toss that one out with the bathwater and pretend like it never happened. Maybe naive of me. You're going up against a Giants team that I'm not scared about Jackson Dart. I'm not scared about Cam Scatterbo. And they've got a bad defense. I think the Broncos should handle their business relatively easily.
Their best receiver right now is little Jordan Humphrey.
Let me give you guys an over and under, which would
you guys are way higher on Cam than I am.
But let me give you just because he's fun. I just like guys that play like that.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's any good. I like guys playing like that.
You like him because we're at the fraternity house.
He's like Mark Navarro except tiny. That's what I like. Before he had kids and babysitters.
Yeah.
Over under 6 punts by Crawshaw. That's going to determine how many points are going to score.
I was going to give you one more number. That's crazy.
I'll take the under on that.
Okay, then you got him scoring a few more points.
Yeah,
I should have said like 5.5.
Yeah.
So 5.5 over and under Crawshaw punts. If it's over, they ain't going to score a lot of points.
Correct.
5 punts?
I can even go 5. Yeah, I'll go 5.
Oh my God.
Probably. If you got them over,
5's a really good number.
Probably over.
If it's over, then they're not going to. I mean,
you know what else?
I only got them scoring 20 points.
Can I just tell you this? If you're over on that against this defense, you know what else is over? Your hopes and dreams of winning the AFC West, because your offense really just sucks. And it's not an outlier. Like, I'm trying to convince myself that Jets game is an outlier for all the various reasons. And if you can't score on this defense, you are not going to win the AFC West. Like that, it's over with. So
that game was not an outlier.
That means that was not an outlier. Correct.
Well, the rubber meets the road. By the way, the Broncos did make a move. Not only was Garrett Wallow, we'll see you at the reunion, goes on IR. They signed J.T. Gray, who's a special teams guy that's connected to Rizzy and Peyton with the Saints, of course. The Broncos are the worst team in the league. The only category they're worst in the league in is kickoff coverage. And the Giants got this Oleski guy. Great first name. He's Gunnar Oleski.
Wait, can I ask you a no-dumb question? I don't know if you know the answer to it. But if we're worse in the league at kickoff coverage, do you know the average starting position for our opponents?
We give up 29.3 per. 29 is our average.
All right.
Including giving up a 72-yarder the other day.
Well, that means you're still keeping them underneath the 35. The only reason I was asking was, does it say we should actually put the ball in the end zone? Which it does not say.
That's exactly where I was going. Where you're catching the ball like the 3 or the 4. So the ball's essentially coming out to the 35, but because you're not kicking it through the end zone, they're so bad, that's got to be a point of conversation this week, frankly. That's where I was going to go. Like, if you risk giving up 40-yard returns and 70-yard returns for the, handful that you keep under the 35, but for every 5 kicks, you're going to let one go past midfield?
Well, assume they catch the ball on the 1 or 2 yard line every time. That means they're getting the ball on about the 30 to 32 yard line.
Yeah, but you run the risk that they're going to get it over midfield or even bigger.
But I mean, the stats actually say that the majority of the time we're keeping them underneath that.
They
so you got to go with the stats.
They also say you're the worst team in the league at this.
Yeah.
I think, listen, this is a ridiculous kind of conversation because theoretically.
I guess to really answer your question, I would have to know how many returns have we given up that ended up past the 40-yard line.
All right.
Well, according to this right here, again, just Jets, I haven't looked in for the whole season. You know what the Jets' average starting position was according to this? 43.
Yeah.
To your 24.
We are this close to considering, because of how bad the special teams is, to just kick the ball through the end zone. And we got to be one of the only teams in the NFL that would even have that conversation because it's dumb to have. But that's how bad the Broncos are. And that's it. And that would be one lousy way to lose a game, wouldn't it? That you just can't do something that basic and you give your opponent such a huge advantage. Let's football go with Dan Tanner coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, man, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Having an okay experience, that's not satisfactory. Have an amazing one at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's a given that better medical practice leads to better outcomes. This is what the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic figures out. And if you've got ED, you certainly want a good outcome, not only for yourself, but for your partner. Avoid the stress and anxiety. Get with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatment success rates are well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. So check them out. For nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men, they could do the same for you. Simply schedule a consult. Phone number is 720-440-7900. You'll get a T and a PSA test with that consult. It's only $99. If it doesn't work, the test dose in the office, that visit is free. Like a lot of men, you could possibly be having sex the day after your appointment. So again, contact them at 720-440-7900. Visit one of their 5 locations, especially that great location in Castle Rock, and visit them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. So Queen Amidala was like, so you're Ivy League, huh, Anakin? Impressive. All right, come on. Brought to you by Rocky Mountain High Appliance. They're not Rocky. Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. They're the best. Dan, you ready to go? Are you ready, Dan?
I'm ready, boys.
Let's football go.
All right. CBS Sports has one trade candidate for each AFC contender. They have an offensive player in mind for the Broncos. Do you guys, first, let's just start with, do you want to guess what position group on offense they have the Broncos in this potential trade scenario trading for?
Well, I would guess it's a guard, but I don't know how up to date this is.
Yeah, if it was written an hour ago, it might be a guard. If it was written yesterday, day before, it's probably a wide receiver.
It was written this morning.
Oh, it should be a guard then. I think.
I'm gonna go with running back.
Nope.
Could be linebacker.
Offensive player.
Offensive player.
Wide receiver
Offensive
then.
player.
Oh, well, we're just name every offensive position.
They have the Broncos in this mock trade trading for Mark Andrews, the tight end from the Baltimore Ravens. They say Bo Nix has been up and down. He's got 9 passing touchdowns, 4 interceptions, and the Broncos are lacking in the tight end spot. They don't have the value that would be going back to Baltimore, but they do have the Broncos potentially trading for Mark Andrews, who's on the final year of his deal. Would this make sense for you guys?
Hell yeah. I would love to have Mark Andrews. It depends a little bit on what you think this year is going to be. I mean, if Sean Payton still thinks he's got a Super Bowl team, then hell yeah, I'd love to have Mark Andrews. It doesn't make a lot of sense if you still think you're in a building foundation phase of your football team. But Mark Andrews is as talented and well-rounded of a tight end as it comes. The dude can block, he can catch. The dude's just a baller. And it makes sense. I mean, we still have tight end issues.
And it had an uncharacteristic bad drop in the
why you got to go there?
AFC Championship.
I don't know, man. Isn't Evan Ingram coming along at this point? Like, you're not getting what you need out of him right now?
Evan's not a complete tight end, though. Mark Andrews is.
All right, but I don't know, man. I feel like there's other needs. Well, listen, I'm all for dynamic players. Awesome. I mean, they got this guy Theo Johnson there with the Giants.
You don't like anybody that just blue collar and does work, do you?
No, I do. What are you talking about?
I think you just don't like blue collar people.
I like blue collar people. I love blue collar people.
I think you don't like them,
dude. What are you, nuts? I'm all about the blue collar.
I see you spend a lot of time. Oh, Tyler, I see him spend a lot of time with white collar and never hooking up the janitor.
Blue collar phobia.
What the hell are you talking about? I was doing some blue collar work last night. Let me tell you, hanging out with our great fans up there in the suite doing blue collar things.
That was
because
you
the white collar
you were
guys
grinding having to meet our fans. Huh?
No, I wasn't grinding at all. It was awesome. It was great.
The white collar people told him to be there.
Mm-hmm.
Can you be blue collar in a suite?
No.
We were last night. I'm telling you that. It was blue collars you get.
Don't say we pale face. No.
Pale face.
Yeah.
I had a great time last night hanging out with those truck drivers I love. What do you mean blue collar? Of course I like blue collar.
I just wondered.
What the hell are you talking about?
You don't like Mark Andrews. It's as blue collar of a tight end as there is.
It's hard to ride the wave with blue collar. That's
what the hell's Adam Troutman? What's Adam Troutman?
Oh, you're a big Adam Troutman fan?
No. All right, next story, Dan.
Proving Scott's point.
I know he's fine. If we get Mark Andrews, get Mark Andrews. Sure, I'm all about having dynamic playmakers.
My opinion is you could get Mark Andrews. I'm not sure that Sean Payton's offense and the way he calls plays ever going to get him involved anyway.
I'm up for getting anybody that's going to make the offense better.
You'd say that about any offensive player, though.
But blue collar, I want a guard.
I'm talking to Scott.
All right.
Relax.
Next story.
Let's
All
go
right,
to play calling.
One more thing here with the trade possibilities for the Broncos. Now, the Broncos aren't mentioned here specifically, guys, but Jeremy Fowler of ESPN is reporting that multiple teams believe that the Raiders could be willing to part ways with wide receiver Jacoby Myers. Would that pique your interest at all for the Broncos? And if so, what do you think it would take for the Broncos to go get Jacoby Myers out of the division?
I have no interest in that. I think you just got to get Bo moving a little bit, and you got enough wide receiver talent to do the trick there. I think that's not your problem. I'm not interested.
Well, he's got more production this year than any of our other wide receivers not named Cortland Sutton. So would he be an upgrade to Troy Franklin? Would he be an upgrade to Marvin Mims? Yeah, he probably would. Let's see. Jacoby is – how old is Jacoby?
31.
You been in the league that long? I mean, I guess my only point is that factors into it. I don't know the answer. I am interested in upgrading the number 2 wide receiver, though, to answer your question.
Well, this as soon as you tell me your quarterback coach is going to start calling plays, and give me some offensive people. If not,
Boy,
don't
I
worry
tell
about
you what, man. If Sean Payton's
28, that's still pretty young.
I know some of them muggles listen to our show. I challenge them to ask Sean Payton, and he's going to talk here momentarily. Just ask him flat out. Is there any scenario in which you would consider giving away the play calling duties to focus more on the team or whatever? Have you thought about it?
And if you want to get around that, so where would you rate your play calling so far this year?
Okay.
Is that harder?
I'd just be more direct. I would just flat out be more direct. You did it in the preseason. Have you given consideration to allowing somebody else to call plays?
All right. So you're Sean Payton.
Just ask it like that.
You're Sean Payton. Keep that question.
Okay.
Follow up. Sean, how would you rate your play calling so far this year?
Listen, well, relative to previous years that we had, we were in a groove with Drew Brees, and it was a little bit
Were
easier.
you in a rut or a groove?
We were on the same page, and we're just thinking the same. So there's a lot that goes into calling relative
to the situation
of previous years, and I think that we're heading in the right direction.
Follow up.
What the hell's wrong with your offense?
Well, you're supposed to ask would you see us?
Oh, and that's mine's the follow-up?
Yeah, yours the follow-up.
Oh, would you ever consider having somebody else call the plays?
No.
Is there any scenario, Coach, which you would allow somebody to call the plays?
Is he still in here?
Okay. Next story, Dan.
No, I don't need an opportunity at my press conference.
All right, guys. Looks like Travis Hunter is going to be having a bigger role on offense for the Jacksonville Jaguars starting Sunday in London. Liam Cohen, the head coach of the Jags, said today that they are making it a priority to design and call more plays in which Hunter is the number 1 option to take advantage of his speed and athleticism. Cohen says scheming him open is part of it, as he is our number 1. Are you guys looking forward to seeing Travis Hunter get more involved in the Jags offense? And we're through 6 weeks. How do you think he's looked so far in the NFL?
Where'd you say the game is?
London.
Yeah, I won't see it.
It'll be available upon replay.
Yeah.
I'm with Scott. I'm not getting up for that.
Dan, I will be up for this particular game as I cannot get enough football. Rise and grind. Should they be designing more things for Travis Hunter?
Yes.
Hell yes. They've been confused, to put it lightly, how to handle him, period, in Jacksonville. Yeah. So, yes,
bring
is the
some
answer.
Dynamic, yeah.
Yeah, how do you guys think that's gone so far?
Not great.
Do you think that the Jags are just going to have to force Travis to choose one side of the ball or the other?
They need to lean into what he can do, and they haven't. They've been so cautious with him. They seem to be they think he's going to break or something.
Jacksonville's like the Barbie movie.
Dude, it's ridiculous. And they go to all these other options at Jacksonville. I don't know if you guys have really watched a lot of what's going on there.
I've seen a couple of games.
But they're avoiding him, it seems.
Yeah.
But they really do. It feels like they're afraid he's going to get hurt at any second because of everything else they're doing. He's not going to break. He's a big, strong guy, man. He'll be great.
He's only got 20 catches on the whole year.
How many targets does he have? I'd be curious. I don't know the answer, but it doesn't feel like they're even trying to get him the ball. Not
31.
Enough. 31 targets in 6 games? So you got a number 2 overall.
That's actually not terrible, DMac. I mean, for a guy that's probably the number 2 wide receiver on your team right now, averaging 5 to 6 targets per game.
All right.
How many catches does Cortland have?
That's not terrible.
Cortland's up and he's all over the place. I mean, he has 1 catch here, 8 catches here. It's
2.
Yeah, I mean, it's not great with Cortland. You got to. Yes, there's problems there with the Broncos offense. For sure, no doubt about it. I can't wait to see Travis be more involved with whatever they're doing, man, because it doesn't feel like it's been worth it. I don't know.
Cortland Sutton has 27.
Targets?
Catches.
All right, next story, Dan.
Lastly, guys, Jeff Hafley and Joe Brady have emerged as leading candidates for the NFL head coaching cycle following the Titans' dismissal of Brian Callahan.
What about Mike McCoy? I thought he was going to get the job.
Well, the Titans said the Titans said that this is sort of his audition, his tryout, his audition for that. What do you guys think about Vance Joseph's potential to be in the 2026 head coaching cycle, especially if the Broncos defense continues to dominate like they have been?
I think VJ is a great guy, and if he wants that again, then good on him. I wish him the best on it. I think some guys are head coaches and some guys aren't. I don't know. Wade Phillips was not a head coach, but he was a great coordinator. Vic Fangio is clearly not a head coach, but he's a great coordinator. VJ is killing it right now.
I know what you're saying, but I do think that it's a little bit early to define Vance Joseph as that type of guy.
Then go for it. I hope he gets a job if he wants it. He's a great guy.
By the way, I mean, as a coach, are you going to be interested? Are you interested in $15 million? Yeah, I am.
Of course. He wouldn't turn it down, no doubt about it. Yeah. What is your question though? Do
you think he'd be mentioned? Leggy just said it an hour ago that Vance Joseph, if this defense keeps playing like this, will be looked at in the offseason.
When you are a coordinator of either the best offense or the best defense in the NFL, you get interviews. Ain't no doubt about it. It happens every single year. So I guess the answer would be yes. It'd be stupid for him not to if this happens traditionally all the time. It feels hard for me to believe after watching the Aaron Glenn experience there. I don't know, man. It just seems like such an offensive league now that everybody wants that offensive slant on everything. It seems hard, Tyler, to come from the defensive side to be the head coach. Not impossible, obviously.
How's
but
Mike McDonald doing?
Yeah,
good first couple of years.
He's 4-2 right now.
Got D'Amico Ryans in Houston.
I get it. I get it. Hey, listen, if you could figure it out, figure it out. I think the best coach, frankly, in all honesty, is a guy who can manage the team like Dan Campbell, giving him some props, and let other people call the plays. And then just manage the whole thing. I actually agree with you a little bit on this, Scott. I think it's a lot to handle, calling the plays and running the game and everything. It's a lot going on, man.
Well, then what does it matter if you got an offensive or defensive guy?
I guess it really doesn't. But it just seems to be the trend in the NFL that everybody leans that offensive way. You're probably right. If you're a great manager of other coaches and you can inspire men to do things that they normally don't think they can do, you're probably going to be one hell of a coach.
And the only people you're going to look at is guys that have been coordinators or a head coach at one time because they've got a track record of at least handling the half of the football anyway, right? Vance Joseph is handling the linebackers coach, D-line coach, edge rushing coach, cornerback coach, safety coach. He's handling all that, right? So
the first time around, I think you got to give VJ some grace, man. It was stupid. He wasn't given any autonomy.
He wasn't given any autonomy, and he wasn't ready.
Probably both.
Probably both, yeah. You're probably right. Because as the head coach, you've got to have a philosophical direction that you're going to lay the law down, and it's going to be your way, and he probably wasn't ready for that. I mean, they did wacky things to him, like trading TJ Ward when he didn't even know that was going to happen. You want to talk about an embarrassing moment. Telling your team, like, TJ isn't going anywhere, and then there's Troy Rank on the field saying, how do you feel about being traded? To, like, TJ Ward is like, walking off the field. You want to talk about a moment like VJ lost a team. Well, I'll go back to that time, amongst others.
Random thought, but did you guys see the shot that Mike Tomlin took at Andrew Berry?
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday.
That was pretty epic.
We just said that I guess there's a personal issue between Tomlin and Berry. Like, why else does he care?
I think what he was really saying is I respect Joe Flacco, and that now you've made my life that much more difficult by putting him on a good team.
Okay, you're giving him some. To me, it just felt like a personal shot. Like, I hate Andrew Berry for some reason. Because why would he issue any comment at all? Why does he care? What does it matter?
Maybe he hates Andrew Berry.
Yeah, it felt more like that. He just hates Andrew Berry.
Yeah.
And they're on their high horse right now, Pittsburgh, man. They're
No, stop. Just because you hate Aaron Rodgers, why are they on their high horse?
They're feeling cocky because they're doing so good.
Can I say something? When was the last off-the-field Aaron Rodgers story you heard? What is the last off-the-field Pittsburgh Steelers story that you heard?
I gotcha.
Aaron Rodgers has fit in perfectly. Like, he's fitting in like glue on that team right now, and he's making no headlines.
Yeah, no kidding. It sucks.
By the way, did you guys see what they're calling that game?
I'm not
Correct.
sure. I'm not sure he did at the end of Green Bay time, and I don't think he did in New York.
Right.
Dude, he's probably got another 3 or 4 years left, too. He'll play till he's like 46. Why wouldn't he?
Well, that would be
They
6
start
more
kicking
years.
field goals.
How old is he? Just 40?
I think so.
Just.
I think he'll play till
You know
he's
what? He's still at the age that he thinks he can. Oh, never mind.
He's doing it. The ayahuasca.
Well, the
train.
delusion says he's. Well, didn't Tom Brady say he was going to play till 50 at one time or something like that? How old did he make it?
He made it to 45. That's crazy. Dan, what were you saying there? Sorry.
Have you seen what they've dubbed the Steelers-Bengals game between Flacco and Rodgers? It's coming up
Yeah,
tomorrow
the
night.
Battle of the 40-year-olds?
It's the Icy Hot Bowl, is
Icy
what they're
Hot-
calling it.
Oh, that was Cam Hayward. He said that too about it.
All right. Do dynasties make you enjoy a team that you would normally hate? Details on that coming up next. All right, guys. Do you root for dynasties?
Appropriate song for what I think you're about to talk about.
Okay. Well, that's true. That's definitely a part of it. Ain't no doubt about it.
I think the way you phrased it, no. But do dynasties intrigue me? Hell yes.
Well.
Like, am I intrigued every single time Tom Brady is playing football? Yep, I'm watching.
Mm-hmm.
Am I intrigued every single time Patrick Mahomes is playing football? Yep, I'm watching. Am I rooting for it? That's a different question.
Here's what I think people don't like. Pretend dynasties that fail. Like, at the end of the day, people got sick of the Buffalo Bills losing in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But do you get sick of the Kansas City Chiefs from a objective standpoint winning, or Michael Jordan winning in basketball?
Yeah.
You know, you get sick of it.
Tiger Woods dominating golf for
You
10
got
years.
sick of that?
Well, no.
Really?
I
never got sick of that.
I can always appreciate, even Kansas City, the dominance and how they played. That being said, in golf, I don't have a dog in the hunt. Like, I don't have another team on the PGA that I'm going, go Phil Mickelson. I won that. So I did appreciate Tiger. That being said, people were tired of him winning and dominating for a lot of years. And when he could fall from grace, they pounced on him like stink on a skunk. But everybody else, Chiefs, I got somebody to point for. Yeah, I'm sick of them. Dodgers.
Well, you see where I'm going.
I kind of like the Dodgers, but I got to meet Tommy Lasorda and knew him, and I went, okay, Tommy Lasorda is a pretty cool guy.
Well, I just grew up my entire life hating the Dodgers. And then I get here, and, they're in the same.
Brooklyn?
No, ironically, I thought those Dodgers were amazing. No, I grew up like, I don't know, as a Red Sox guy. You just didn't like the Yankees. You don't like the Dodgers. You don't like those type of teams. Then you get here, and you see the Dodgers 10 million times, and you see millions of Dodgers fans. But I got to tell you, this Dodgers team, holy cow. I am such a big Dodgers fan right now, and I know this is bad because I'm rewarding with my fandom and rooting for this team, just a team that's just obscene with how they spend money. But look at the players they have. And what you're seeing right now, you realize Shohei Ohtani's been terrible.
Yep.
He's been terrible. They are rolling through these playoffs. And while everybody's really in love with the story of the Mariners and the Brewers and all these, yippee-skippy other teams and, Red Sox, Yankees, quietly, the Dodgers are just plowing fools.
Right.
And what you saw...
Now they're doing it with starting pitching those first 2 games in Milwaukee.
It's the first time, like, in 8 years or something, a pitcher's, gone a full, complete game. But it's just not that. What's crazy is you've got Snell going 8 innings, and then Yamamoto, am I getting that name wrong? I think I'm close enough, right?
Sounded great.
Yeah. He gets a complete game. Gives up 3 hits. One of them's a home run. So, there's a run on the board.
BTW, the 8-inning Snell pitch, he only gave up 1 hit in those 8 innings.
He gave up 1 hit, and he picked the guy off. And he had thrown 103 pitches, and they easily could have stuck him back out there for the 9th, and he probably would have been okay. But this is Glasnow is another incredible pitcher. So not only are they not getting any offensive contributions from Ohtani, they don't even really need him for pitching. You want to talk about like a dynasty in the making. You got to look at the Los Angeles Dodgers right now, and I think the Mariners are going to get to the World Series, and just like the Rockies in 2007, it's going to be unbelievably exciting. It's your first time there, and then you're just going to get your clock cleaned in 4 straight games.
Mariners have never been.
They've never been to the World Series.
Wow. They had a little run there where they were exciting for a while.
Well, they're exciting. They're hell of exciting right now, but as were the Rockies, though, in 2007. But you get there, and the Rockies faced a Red Sox team who had just won the World Series a couple years previous, and they had a little semi-dynasty going on of their own right now. And you're landing into this Los Angeles Dodgers team, which is crazy. My question, not to go too deep on baseball, but do you like it? Do you root for it? Do you think it's good for a sport to have teams that are so dominant?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I
Why?
do. Because it's like radio. You can either love us or hate us, but either way you're watching. That's what dynasties are.
When the Pistons
so you're listening?
Won the back-to-back championships, and they went to 3 straight finals, and I think they went to 5 or 6 straight Eastern Conference finals. It was kind of a cool story to start with, and then you realized, we hate these suckers. and it becomes fun to cheer against them at the end. The Dodgers, like I said, I was reading on them today and what their starting pitching is doing. And listen,
It's unbelievable.
You and I talked about in the regular season with them. They were beating jokers with their bats all season long. And now all of a sudden, starting pitcher shows up, and you said their weak point is relief.
Relief pitching,
Well,
yes.
Guess what? You only need 3 outs from relief pitchers in the first 2 games of the National League Championship Series.
Yeah,
You only need 3 outs.
It's crazy, and they almost blew it. In the Snell game, they almost blew it. And Yamamoto yesterday was unbelievable, and their bats are crazy. Their lineup is insane. What they have, they could clearly just beat the snot out of teams in some sort of hit fest too.
Well,
but their
guy
pitching is unreal right now.
I know a guy in the front office, and I think he has part of the ownership of the Dodgers. So I'm buddies with him. I respect him.
I know Magic too.
And I was a fan of Freddie Freeman in Atlanta. So
How can you not be a fan of Freddie Freeman?
Yeah, I think he's a cool dude.
And you look at him, he's not even a Dodger. He's a Brave. He just plays for them. I look at Mookie Betts. He's a Red Sox. I look at Dave Roberts. I still think about him stealing second against the Yankees. I look at Shohei Ohtani, and I just think, I don't even think of him as like a player on a team. I just think of him as a player. Then they got Max Muncy. You like that refrigerator box? Teoscar Hernandez.
Who used to just kill the Rockies. Muncy just was a Rocky killer.
You just look at these guys, and it's hard to, I don't know, man. I'm struggling right now because I should not like the Dodgers. But I'm pulling for them. And I'm like, is there something wrong with me?
Well, who did you cheer for when the Red Sox swept the Rockies?
That sucked. Because of my kids. Because I was disappointed at the end of the day because of my kids. Because my kids don't like the Red Sox. Why would they like the Red Sox? I'm not a dad that corrupts their children. A lot of dads do that, by the way, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Like, why is that 8-year-old wearing a Cubs hat that lives in Littleton?
Yeah.
No, my kids were Rockies
I'm all for
fans.
brainwashing, actually.
Well, I noticed when your daughter was in here, she was wearing her Redskin stuff.
There you go.
Well, I know your son's a Seahawk. You're
I've
kind of all over
I've
the
got
place.
one team loyal to my 3 main teams. My son is loyal to the Seahawks because he was born when I was out there. Lydia was born in Ashburn, Virginia, so she latched on to the Redskins. And then Kenzie's my Broncos fan.
Who's going to the reunion stuff?
Kenzie.
There you go. That makes sense, right?
Yeah.
She's the Broncos fan.
I got a daughter who I FaceTimed her the other morning to see the grandkids off before school. And she's sitting there in her couch, and I didn't really say anything, wearing her Kansas City Chiefs sweatshirt.
Yeesh.
She's married to an Army guy. They're stationed in Leavenworth.
That's tough.
She went to KU.
Oh, all right.
They've been stationed in Kansas twice now in their 15 years.
Okay.
And I'm like, her favorite cousin lives in Kansas City.
Okay.
But I'm like, it was nothing but Broncos in her first 18 years of life.
You can evolve. You can switch, I suppose. Because I don't think there's anything wrong with being loyal to where you live, and what makes your community better. There's no doubt when our teams do better here, our community is better. There's no doubt about it.
No doubt.
And we have the Broncos in first place, tied. You have the Avalanche, who are, they got to be in first place, I would assume. And the Nuggets are going to be, are they going to be a steamroller this year. It's going to be awesome. So we have a time period. Well, let's help the Bucks get things together too, right? Like, let's make it interesting.
They might try to make it interesting. I mean, I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means in terms of postseason, but
Utah's a tough challenge, man.
All I know is they played 4 top 25 teams really well, and they finally got over the hump. We got Andy in the room.
But we said it, and I think Andy said it on his show. He might have even said it in one of these crosstalk things. I'm not sure that this Buffs team's not even way better than that team last year. They just don't have a wide receiver and a quarterback like they had last year.
They got wide. They're a good team with a bad QB, period.
Yeah.
You think Salter's still a bad QB?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He had a moment, though, didn't he?
Look, I like the kid. I hate saying it, when it hinders me in this part of the job. When I see those guys that have their helmets off, you realize how young they all are. I don't want to be bagging on this kid, but look, you got a nice paycheck to come here. Sincere Brown's a hell of a receiver. That dude is constantly just smoking fools, and they can't get him the ball. Omarion Miller's a really good receiver. Draylon Miller's a really fun player. The offensive line, if they would add this offensive line with just Shedeur, you would take Travis out of it. Just Shedeur. A lot of things could have been different last year,
Well,
too.
I'd make the argument if Shedeur Sanders was the quarterback of this team right now, you might be undefeated.
Oh, yeah, there'd be a lot going on. The hype train would be
I mean, I really think,
down the
I mean,
tracks.
you think back on the games that they lost, obviously BYU, TCU, I think you win both those games. The Houston game, I think you win. And then what was the first one? I'm trying to blank on the other one.
The one they lost?
Yeah.
Georgia Tech.
Oh, Georgia Tech.
Right.
Georgia Tech,
Right.
yeah.
Oh, their run fits. I've learned all about run fits. Between Chad Brown and Coach Barnett, I now know run fits, and I know what the hell we're talking about here. But, yeah, Coach Barnett, the eye candy at Georgia Tech was a monster challenge that I frankly didn't take really seriously enough. But all the stuff they do to get your linebackers going the wrong way, because I still remember the game-winning touchdown standing in the end zone. Our guys just cleared like the Red Sea, and the quarter's like, thank you, I'm out of here, and ran right up the middle. For
Hey, we haven't asked you this. Did you get plowed when the fans rushed the field?
No, I was on the other end, thank God.
Oh, okay.
But you got to remember, it's one of those times where I'm down 20. I might need it back if they don't quit doing that.
Good for you, by the way.
Last
That's
year,
awesome.
what game did they rush? It was either last year or 2 years ago. College kid found out what fat man strength is. I'm not the guy to run into.
Hey, buddy, come on over.
When I was unknowingly running about 250, don't run into this guy. I'm
That's
a little
too funny.
solid. College kid. Did you see the kid grabbing onto the helmet of Chase Soul?
I did not.
He played her so well. He played here for a couple years. Some kid's on the ground trying to rip his helmet out of it. Don't do that.
Wow.
Don't be
don't do
stupid. If you get punched trying to do that, I don't feel bad for
Yeah,
you.
you deserve it.
So,
Wait,
I did see a kid get buried underneath the goalpost.
yeah, I saw that too.
Yeah.
I don't know what he thought he was doing.
Are
Because
you-
even if the thing wasn't on like that power rotor,
Like,
you're not lifting up that goalpost.
Awareness rating of 0 for that kid.
Did you guys hear the Dion quote afterwards?
Yeah.
Where he was like, it was the funniest thing in real time. He was like, yeah, let him rush the field. How much that cost? That can't cost you too much. He's like, 50 what? 50,000? What? And he's just processing. And he said, let's put the coffee can out. We'll all just pay $1.
Yeah,
Fortunately, they didn't end up getting fined at all because they said that CU followed the proper procedures, whatever that means.
They had the guys with the rope out.
That was
Remember in
apparently
the
enough.
Super Bowl that you're about to have the reunion for?
Yeah.
I had to, like, the guy maybe, he's like, you got to get inside the rope because nobody else is going beyond us at this point. So right in the 2-minute warning, I had to duck under, and they set up the rope.
Wait, but explain
right
how
away.
CU did that?
CU did the exact same thing, about 2 minutes, because we all saw it. So like about 2 minutes, like the 2-minute timeout, the 2-minute warning. I don't know why they just can't call it that.
I know, right?
You know, guys, because a yellow rope and some cones can really hold back a crowd.
Well, it's
Especially if
security
you
guards
got-
are holding it, but
If you got
they're not
an Argus jacket on, you're good.
But yeah, all the students started coming down, and we could tell, all right,
Here it comes.
when you're coming out of the top down to the bottom, we know what you're up to do.
Right.
So anyway, whatever. Were you going to ask me, am I Rush the Field guy?
Yeah.
I like students having fun. That one was as controlled as I've seen, so whatever. For my job, it's a freaking nightmare. Here's the other thing I find weird. I'm 50. I'm not going to sit there and get a
You're a
selfie
grown man,
with an
Andy.
18-year-old. That's a little odd to me. You know, guys here, what are you going to do with that? What are you going to do with that?
What's the age cutoff? What's the age cutoff for rush of the field?
Oh, non-student.
Just be a student.
Yeah, you're a student. If you're a non-student,
If
what
the
are you doing
kids
up there?
are-
Wait,
you know
hold on. What if you're
If your
4
son,
years
your
out?
daughter, let the kids
What if
have
you're-
fun.
what if
You graduated 4 years ago.
Yeah, what
If
if you're
you
in your
need help getting
PhD
over the barrier
program?
and back, no, it's not for you.
Okay,
You're
all right.
34 years old in a PhD program.
You're good. Run.
Go.
Run on the field if you're in the PhD program.
But if you're a man, you're 50. No.
Well, if you're in the PhD program, you're good, though.
Oh.
I mean, if you're in school, if you're enrolled, even night.
Sure.
How about night classes? What if you're taking night
Yeah,
classes?
whatever.
So as long as you got
I'll tell you one way they
If you're
clear that
giving your
field.
money currently to the school, what are you going to do? You're helping pay the fine, I guess.
Right.
But I don't know, man. Whatever. But no, I'm glad people have fun. I'm glad people are enjoying it. You know what? This has been kind of a wild year. I'm not going to lie to you. Most of the games we went to, I'm like, well, they're going to get smacked today, and they haven't. Which is why I say they're a good team with a bad quarterback. So,
I mean, during the Carl Jarrell, though, the only guy that got rushed the field was Brian, the photographer. And
no, they rushed. They rushed
he
when
rushed.
our guy when our guy Sanford won the Cal game. They rushed. And I was like, well, might as well. You're not going to rush the rest of the year, and turns out they didn't. All right, you want to do the little top of the hour thing, and then I got
Oh,
I
did I
got
not do
news
that?
for you.
Oh God! All right, yeah. Hold on. KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. News.
Dre Greenlaw back on the practice field, seeing all
Saw
the
that.
tweets popping right now. Do we agree? Do we think we're going to see this guy this week, or do we think if he gets through the whole week, will they wait till next week?
Wait,
Should they
was
need Dre
wait,
Greenlaw
was he on
for
the side?
Giants?
Was he on the side?
No,
or-
he was in practice, according to
then he
Kosmider and the whole crew.
Then he should play.
You don't think they'll get well because Malcolm Roach, they do a ramp up, then they let you play. Because
Right.
remember, Roach ramped up the Eagle week, but then played against the Jets.
Honestly, I think it would be wise to give this guy a week or two of practice.
What-
The last thing we need to do is have him go out there because he's not in football shape and re-injure that thing.
What about a pitch count?
And when you consider the team that you're playing as well, the Giants are not exactly offensive juggernauts.
Get him out there. Put him on a pitch count.
Yeah, whatever. How good are they going to be when he gets out there? That's what I can't wait to see.
I know.
How good is Talanoa Hufunga, by the way?
He saved
Phenomenal.
the game.
He did.
I mean, it might have
He
been.
did.
It was probably the biggest play of the game because if Garrett Wilson catches that ball, they're kicking a field goal.
He was about to.
We're losing. That was
Oh, yeah.
that was a good. I think Fields hesitated just like a scooch. Thank God, because he probably could have got a little quicker.
You know what? Wilson slipped on that route too.
Yeah,
That was London turf for the win right there.
yeah, but
that helped a lot.
But if Hufunga's not there, though,
He was there. There's no doubt, but he slipped.
okay, all right. But are you
Listen,
saying
if we're not
he's-
playing the Jets, you don't win that game. I'm sorry.
I think Hufunga won the game right then and there for him.
I
He's a
agree.
great player.
I'm just saying, man.
Great
that
freaking
thing was. I had to look that back. I was like, what is going on? And then you decide, we've got 8 sacks. Let's not kick a field goal. Let's drop back one more time.
How do they not try a 62-yard field goal?
Because they're incredibly stupid.
Stupid. That was stupid. That was really, really
His career
stupid.
long is 58.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Listen,
it's not that.
What are you doing?
Your,
gotta
option,
ask
your
you.
options were trying to complete a 4th and 8 when you've been sacked 8 times, or going for your career-long field goal to win the game. You got to be bonkers that you didn't try the field goal and you thought for whatever reason Justin Fields was about to get a 9-yard pass. Never going to happen.
I don't disagree. I got to ask you, have you ever, I don't know if you would have seen it, because I guess me asking you this question would mean you were probably on the field. Have you ever seen an offensive staff as locked up at the end of the half as you saw the, I mean, I don't think they knew what they were doing. It was unbelievable. They kept showing like every coach on the sideline, and they're like, I don't know. Is that your area? Are we calling a play? What are we doing?
Well, that's why Garrett Wilson was screaming at Glenn.
They
Glenn's explanation
they
was
had a
comical too.
discussion.
Well, Glenn's thing was like, well, I guess we're just going to get the ball. Glenn was basically saying, I don't trust anything for my team.
The whole thing was
Period.
just insanely confusing. The way they handled the whole thing was.
Does it anger you that those guys are all coaching and you're here with us?
You know, sometimes
That's the bigger question.
sometimes you do look at things and you're just like, you get paid $15 million.
Yeah.
And I feel like I know this situation better than you do. How does that happen? How? Aaron Glenn does not look very inspiring to me.
So that's a yes.
Yeah.
Hey, look, if I could be getting that paycheck, I'd be pretty hacked off about it too. They're not getting the what was that?
The best part to me was Aaron Glenn running into halftime with a big smile on his face. Like, hey, we handled that great, boys. Way to go.
Yeah, well, because that shows he's not done being defensive guy, right? His defense had played well, and so that's what he was satisfied with.
Way to go, boys.
Well, there's still a better gig. Don't forget. James Franklin still has the best gig in America.
Fitty Mill. Fitty them things.
That guy, even like Brian Callahan is looking at that and going, man, I wish I got that deal right now.
All you got to do is get fired once, boys. You're set for life.
So Fox Sports was putting out there on our very network today that Cam Ward is terrible, and they think it was that two pros and a cup of Joe. And they were saying they think Cam Ward may be one and done. You buy that?
One and done.
No.
You buy that?
No,
is he really terrible? He's not terrible, right?
No, when we watched him in the opener,
you guys, against us, I mean, if
coaching.
he had a wide receiver that could have caught a ball, I would say
Yeah.
he played really well in his debut.
Listen to this, by the way. There's the great thing on ESPN.com every week where the insiders get together and just kind of like empty their notebooks with each other. And I always read this. Listen to this, okay? First off, New England plays Tennessee this week, so Vrabel's going back to Tennessee. So that's a fun little storyline. And by the way, Vrabel has 4 wins this year. Callahan won 4 games in his entire time with Tennessee. But listen to this. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN wrote this. Some people I've talked to believe Vrabel's presence was a factor at least subconsciously, one industry source told me half jokingly they didn't want Vrabel to be the one to dunk on Brian Callahan and got out ahead of it and fired Callahan before they could play New England.
I buy that.
Wow.
Vrabel, I bet you Vrabel would have tried to put 70 on him. He didn't win college game.
Well, because, guys, and also remember this, like Schefter tweeted like an hour before Callahan got fired, like, no coaches are getting fired this week. And then, like, clearly, like, whatever her name is, Adam Strunk came in there and was just like, no, I want that guy out of here.
Not so fast, my friend.
Exactly. So, clearly, like, the GM or somebody told Schefter, like, no, we're not firing him this week.
You think I see Brian at the reunion this weekend?
Well, he's got nothing else going on.
Might as well. Come on
Allison
down, bud.
enjoyed her time here, too. Just bring the whole family back.
Come on.
Nothing but free time on his hands. Yep. Tyler Polumbus, everybody. PhD every day, noon to 3, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is time for the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We are live in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Your input is welcome today. Engage in sports talk radio discourse with us. 303-504-0925. We call that the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Nick Kosmiter of The Athletic. Nick will join us today at 4 o'clock. We'll get the latest from what's going on in Bronco Land, Bronco Nation, all that good stuff.
Bronco Land.
Plus,
Broncos Nation.
I am told there is the possibility of an Avalanche joining us today here on the show.
Not just anybody. Who? Or guy?
Well, it's
a fella?
Maybe.
It's a possibility.
Dude.
Don't know.
We'll let you know if and when that's going down today here on the program. So we'll dig into all of that. This Giants game, Andy. Okay. This game sets up weird. Like weird as hell.
Oh yeah.
This game sets up as the Giants come to town. They're coming off the mini bye.
Oh yeah.
Like they played on Thursday last week. They beat their rivals, the Eagles. By the way, the team that the Broncos had played the week prior to that. So you get a lot of comparables on film and everything, given the common opponent. They get the mini bye. Now they come out here. The Broncos have been on a sort of different sides of the ocean, and they've either been living 2 or 7 hours ahead when it comes to time zone, plus all the jet lag and the travel and everything else that goes into doing the Philly to London hop, skip, and a jump that they have been up to, and now they're back home. The situation is bad for the Broncos.
Yeah.
And yet I can't find a way to get worked up over this game because it's the Giants. It's a rookie quarterback, and I cannot convince myself to get all that worried about Jackson Dart, who plays a dangerous brand of quarterback, and I can't figure out a way to get worked up over the fact that his backup is Russ. I can't find a way that the Giants win this game other than like stupidity.
Sure.
Other than, for example, the Broncos fumbling the ball on their second or third offensive play, whatever it was last week against the Jets. Like, if you do that 3 more times and, like, stupid stuff happens, sure, because any given Sunday, all that blah, blah, blah cliche stuff. But this Broncos defense should just swallow Jackson Dart.
All right, my friend, if you need a reason to maybe get worried.
Okay.
Sounds like a lot of the conversation when we were heading into an October game against the New York Giants once upon a time in 2017.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
And you know what was going on? Eli Manning had been benched, only for him to be unbenched by Ben McAdoo. Remember us? Got some Ben McAdoo in your life?
I remember Ben
Good old
McAdoo.
Ben McAdoo. Looked like he was a psychotic office employee.
Where is that guy now?
No idea. No idea.
I have to Google Ben McAdoo now.
And so, how about this? The Giants come to town and beat the Denver Broncos. They led it half 17-3.
Mm-hmm.
They would finish with a win of 23-10. Eli Manning, a robust 128 yards passing, but he was 11-19 for 1 TD. I don't even know this first guy's name, but it's O. Darkwa was the running back that got 21 carries for 117 yards.
It was a big Evan Engram game.
Evan Ingram,
Yeah,
5 receptions,
he killed the
82
Broncos.
yards and a tutty.
Yeah, he killed the Broncos that day.
Jason Pierre-Paul decided he'd get 3 sacks that night. You like 3 sacks? Jason Pierre-Paul does.
I only have 1.
So, and then 8 tackles by Jason Pierre-Paul as well. The Broncos outgained. Thank you, Jim. Outgained the Giants that night 412 to 266. They had 20 first downs to 12. Anything else, Vance?
Did we really?
Matter of fact, they both had an equal number of penalties. 5 apiece. The Broncos, though, found a way. Does this sound familiar to you? To go 5 of 17 on 3rd down. They were 0 of 2 on 4th down. They were 1 of 4 in the red zone. And they were dead even in possession time, despite 376 yards passing from your guy, Trevor Siemian. Did you look this up, or do you know who the running back or record was that night? I forgot this guy played that year. He's a very famous player, just not for the Broncos.
Jamal Charles?
Yes, sir!
Okay.
19 rushing yards for Jamal Charles to lead the team. Our guy, Demaryius Thomas, who will be honored this weekend, went for 10 receptions for 133 yards. What am I missing there? Let me squint. Oh, there's no TD listed. Von Miller had a sack, and Justin Simmons, as he was apt to do during his time in Denver, led the team in tackles with 11. Probably wasn't good that Justin Simmons led the team in tackles with 11. So yeah, Nate, there's reasons to always fear the Big Blue.
So that Broncos team did.
Oh, that was the end.
Capital S. Suck.
But they started 3-1, if you remember.
They were 3-1, and I believe they had won a game the week prior, having scored 16 points. So that team was coached by Vance Joseph.
Yep. In year 1.
That team had Trevor Siemian, Paxton Lynch, and Brock Osweiler in their quarterback room.
I don't think Osweiler was even a part of this just yet, but he might have been. You might be right.
You're right. I don't even know if he was here by then.
Because remember, Siemian got hurt, then everybody's getting signed.
Yeah, I see your point.
You think Jackson Dart could throw 128 yards and maybe lob a TD? Probably.
I was going to say, I'm not sure he can, but...
Well, against this defense, you may be right.
Yeah, that's just it. Again, like, this is one of those games where the mismatch between what the Giants are offensively and what the Broncos are defensively is just so massive. Like, don't forget, like, this team doesn't have Malik Neighbors out there anymore. Like, their number 1 wideout is Wan'Dale Robinson. Do you know who their number 2 wideout is right now?
Lil Jordan Humphrey.
It's Lil Jordan.
Who's been released. Like, he got more yo-yo time with them than he did in Denver.
Yeah. And
he signed there and got released right away.
Jackson Dart, basically, you know, he's booked for a trip to the blue tent every single week.
And at some point, the NFL is going to say you can't keep having him pass concussion protocol.
He's taken
3 times already this year.
A lot of hits out there. Look, the Cam Scadaboo thing is fun player.
Sure.
There's no doubt about that. And here's what I will say for the Giants. Same difference.
Kind of the same deal.
Yeah, same difference.
Green, blue, whatever.
But their defensive front is friggin' legit. Okay? Like, those guys, Dexter Lawrence and Brian Burns are 2 of the best football players in the world. They got Kayvon Thibodeau coming off the edge. Like, there's talent all over the place. That, believe it or not, Cordell Flott, a guy named Flott, pretty good corner.
He's
like,
flat out good.
Yeah, well done. So good player there. There's pieces on that defense, to be sure. The mismatch to me is so great on the other side that I can't talk my way into somehow the Giants winning that game, and yet, like, the situation is so this is what you would call a scheduled loss in the NFL for the Broncos, and I'm not sure the Giants are good enough to do it, actually.
Broncos are currently 4-2.
Yeah.
That Bronco team was 3-2 and 3-1 at home. The Broncos, I don't believe, have lost a game at home. Both were on the road. Both were the Chargers and the Colts.
Yeah.
But again, here's the
thing.
They
barely played any
Here's
home
what
games.
I would say these two teams share in common, as any team would. Every team in history shares this in common. If you're going to lose the turnover battle 3-0, anything's possible, and we've seen this team kind of pull that trick.
Very true. Very true. Kreckman and Lindahl, I can't figure out a way to think that the Giants are going to win this game other than something stupid could happen. But you know what? An exhausted football team can do stupid stuff out there, so something to watch out for. But we're rolling with you. We got Nick Kosmider coming up at 4 o'clock. The Nuggets played last night. Some stuff to take out of all of that, including I gotta ask Andy if he's still drinking the haterade on one particular Denver Nugget. We'll be doing that today. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nate and Andy, I love those guys, and I love Roller Auction. You can get to roller.bid and check out their website. Such a user-friendly website, roller.bid. All of their auctions are online. You don't got to go out and have somebody talking really fast at you or anything else like that. You bid on items, and then you watch them online and figure out when it's going to close and keep a close eye on it, and you get alerts and all that good stuff. That's what they do over at Roller Auction if there's something you're really after. And they got some great auctions available for you to be able to bid, some that are open right now. Another one that is coming up right here, Blue Spruce Cyclery Auction. This one's going to be opening up here very, very shortly. Mountain bikes, road bikes, kids bikes. If you're looking for tools, supplies, racks, all that good stuff, check out this auction that's available to be able to bid and get some great deals right now at Roller Auction's website, roller.bid. And make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. Why? Because you can win tickets from us. We got Nuggets Heat tickets on November 5th, and this month's winner is going to get a signed Nikola Jokic photograph. That's right. Go to roller.bid/altitude, sign up, get on the email list, win tickets, and then bid at Roller Auction's website, which is roller.bid. You can watch us on Twitch. Our Twitch feed is presented by Safeway. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl. We check in with Nick Kosmider at 4 o'clock. Sean Payton wrapping things up with the media. Here are a couple of updates post-practice from Nick Kosmider. Linebacker Dre Greenlaw on the field stretching and then going through individual drills during the media viewing period, meaning his 21-day window to return from IR has opened. He says we'll see how he progresses through the week, but is eligible to return on Sunday. I'm assuming he'll be listed as a limited participant today, Andy.
Yeah, I'm with Tyler.
I think Tyler's I think his forecast was probably correct. I would see this as the practice week, and next week would be the return week for Dre Greenlaw.
Which would be the Cowboys, right?
Yes.
So,
yes.
yeah, I don't know, man.
The Broncos generally, they slow play these things, and also, like, again, it's the Giants. You already have the best defense in the NFL. It's not as though anybody's looking at this defense and going, oh, man, if they only had Dre Greenlaw out there, they'd be okay. Like, no, you haven't had Dre Greenlaw, and you're the best defense in football. So you can slow play this thing a little bit, get him back. I think he's going to be a tricky player to keep healthy all year long.
I don't disagree with you.
Because that's all we've seen since he's been here.
Well, and it's a muscle thing. And sometimes those don't let up all year long.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's
soft tissue.
He's also so rocked up. I've had guys tell me the guys that are just so muscular sometimes have trouble keeping them healthy.
Yeah, same. Yeah. I know. Broncos right tackle Mike McGlinchey said that Matt Peart tore his MCL on the third play of Sunday's game, still played every offensive snap.
Good for him, man. Good for him.
Yep. Saying, quote, he fought through it for us. The character of him to do that for us and our football team to get a win, how gritty that is, it's impressive, close quote. Did he know? Did he, tell everybody, ow, my medial collateral ligament?
I'm sure wasn't feeling good with every play.
Right.
But, yeah, that MCL, I think, can be pretty painful.
Football adrenaline is something, isn't it? Jonathan Cooper on Denver's defense. I don't think anyone is satisfied or feels like they have reached their peak.
Good.
AFC Defensive Player of the Week, Jonathan Cooper.
Congrats to him.
Well
That's
done.
awesome.
He's having a great year.
First time they've had back-to-back DPOWs.
D-Pows.
That weren't the same guy.
D-Pow. So well done for the Broncos right there. Yeah, the defense continues to be really, 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 really good. By the way, Andy, Ben McAdoo, senior defensive assistant for the New England Patriots.
Good for him.
He's got a job.
It's funny that they're all hiring these offensive, because isn't that the same sort of title that Haxie has at the Packers, where they hire all these offensive guys to say, where do you see the flaws?
So he was a senior offensive assistant last year for the Patriots under Gerard Mayo. Now he's a senior defensive assistant. He also, Ben McAdoo, looks like a person that is actually like a police sketch. He looks as though somebody was describing him and it came out and you're like, nobody actually looks like that. Ben McAdoo does.
Literally every police sketch. He's been arrested multiple times because of police sketches put out to the public. Way to figure out, no, the guy was coaching football.
No, you robbed that 7-Eleven.
He was here
and
the whole time.
No, you did, you creep.
I don't like how you look. He's getting worked over by Sipowicz.
The Long Island Groper. We know what you're up to.
We know who you are.
So anyway, that's your Ben McAdoo update today.
They had to start putting, it's not Ben McAdoo. Don't call us in with McAdoo sightings.
Andy, the Nuggets, they looked good last night. 124-117 over the Bulls. Weird preseason basketball, but the starting five it appears to be absolutely awesome right now. Joker, 18 points, 8 boards, 8 assists in 24 minutes. He's ready to rock.
He's good to go.
Yeah, don't worry about that. Christian Brown had 5 assists last night. We're seeing a little bit more playmaking out of CB. He's facilitating quite a bit out on the floor, which is fun. Aaron Gordon's pull-up jump shot appears to be fantastic. Cam Johnson last night, 11 points, 3 boards, 2 steals in his 21 minutes. He's not shooting great right now. I could see him starting slow. I'm not going to worry about it until, I tell you what, December 1st.
Sure.
Let's put December 1st on the calendar.
Let's get it together, guy.
Cam Johnson and Tim Hardaway, I'll worry about their shooting then. I think Cam's just got to get comfortable in here. You've seen possessions in this preseason where he just looks a little... He's figuring it out. He's figuring out the spacing. He's figuring out where the ball is going to be. Hit a 3 last night after off a nice DHO, so that was good to see. But, I think it's just going to take a minute for him to hit shots.
Yeah. It also, we saw this with the AG, did we not?
Yeah.
Because you get here, you're with the best player in the world that, first off, you got to, you got to get your head around how good this guy is. You got to get your head around the fact that even if Joker just rebounded a ball and his back's to you, he may still whip it to you in the corner, so you better be ready to catch that thing. And by the way, he's going to get through 3 people in the process. And it's a really good team. And he's been on, just like Aaron Gordon was with the Orlando Magic, he was on a bad Brooklyn team.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you want to impress your new teammates. I'm not going to worry about this stuff. Just at some point, I bet you they take him aside like we heard they did with AG and just say, look, man, just be you. We just want you. You don't have to be, the Superman version of yourself now. You get to just be you.
I think it's also it's weird when you step into a starting 5 with 4 other dudes that have played so much basketball together, and won a championship and have all that inherent chemistry. So I think that's a little bit tricky for him. Andy, Jamal went for 30 last night.
My guy.
30 spot. He's having a very good shooting preseason.
He looks fit, doesn't he?
He's getting to the rim. He's finishing. Are you allowing yourself to be excited about Jamal Murray's potential?
Yeah, because I've always loved the guy. I have. Now, again,
it's a rocky marriage.
Well, like your children, sometimes I need you to quit pouting about what, I'm sorry you had to invite all the kids from your class to the party or whatever it was with Russell Westbrook last year, whatever the weird thing was. He was weird. Look, man, I feel like he was weird from that, what was it, the 23 playoff. Then it led into all last year.
And he also wasn't healthy last year.
I get it.
Yeah.
But you know what? You got, I guess the thing that bothered me was you got your contract. I could understand all this perceived bitterness or whatever this is, this mood you're constantly in.
Sure.
If you had not got paid and you felt disrespected, but you got paid. You've been respected. You got respected with the money. That's what you need.
You don't think, though, that with the inherent, and guys talk about this all the time, with the contract comes an inherent pressure, and if you don't feel fully healthy 100%, that the feeling of living up to that pressure, it just gets that much tougher?
Well, probably, and he had a weird Olympics.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, terrible.
We got to remember that.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, after all that kind of faded away and we got into the doldrums of December, he just seemed to always have a bad vibe about Russ that frankly didn't leave until April when they all buckled down, decided they wanted to win.
Well, to be fair to Jamal Murray, didn't we all have a weird vibe about Russ?
I get it, but
Speaking of Russ
got a new team.
Big day. Congratulations. He's a Sacramento King now. Yes, Russell Wilson gets himself a new pair of sweatpants, or Russell Westbrook, excuse me.
Russell Wilson may join him.
Called out the wrong Russ, but let's be honest.
They're all moving around year to year.
Same Russ, let's be honest. But yeah, Russell Westbrook, he has agreed to sign a minimum deal with the Sacramento Kings. I want to read a note for you here, Andy. Tell me if this sounds familiar at all. This is from Sam Amick's story in The Athletic. Several of the Kings veterans had been campaigning for Westbrook to be added since free agency began, per team sources.
Sure. Who would have been that? Who would it have been?
Zach LaVine?
Yeah, who's the... do they have a joker? Because I would have said Valanciunas wanted it, but no, he's with us.
DeMar DeRozan? Sabonis?
Who did we give them in the trade? Did they get... They got Dario Saric, didn't they? Did Saric campaign for him to come? Hey, I was with this guy last year. He played, I didn't.
Could have
Get him in here.
Dario Saric is, I guess he's on their roster.
Yeah.
Hey, good for Dario. Is he going to get minutes? I hope so.
What do you think, Sean?
So there you go. Russell.
Any one of the selection of no's.
Any number of them.
Look at him. He's looking at the catalog. There it is. There, he found the no he wanted.
I will always come back to this with Russell Westbrook, Andy. I don't think you win the Clippers series without him, and you got your asses kicked by the Thunder largely because of him.
Fair enough.
And so it wasn't a great experiment, but also, and this is another thing I think with hindsight I can honestly say about the Russell Westbrook experience as a Denver Nugget. They weren't doing anything last year anyway.
Yeah, this all had to end once he blew the 60-20-10 game or whatever it was, right?
61-10-10.
Yeah. When you screw that up.
Yeah. Oh, it was there was no chance of him coming back
That thing
ever.
should have been a dub.
Right.
One of the greatest dubs ever.
One of the other things that this team has going for it, and I noticed it the other night. I was watching the fourth quarter of the Clipper game on ESPN, and they were talking about it on that telecast of just like, look at the Clipper bench. They're all sitting. Look at the Denver bench. They're all up when the third team was in there, when, the Hunter Tyson, Spencer Jones, Jalen Pickett group was out on the floor. The entire bench was up and like cheering on their guys. I think the camaraderie and the vibes around this team are really good right now. And I think in many ways, like, this team has gone from win a championship to air quotes hunted team to bottoming out. And by the way, losing in Game 7 in the second round of the playoffs is bottoming out for this group because that's just how good Jokic is.
Well, especially when you had that 1 year where you're up 20.
Right. And now it's like, okay, there's new life in this thing.
Yeah, and I think it's all because Joker feels good.
Yeah.
And the guy's good mood just seems to pop through the screen. He's happy to be here.
And
he seems to like that there's a new mix of people.
I think he likes his new guy. Yeah, exactly. The new guys. I think he likes having Val around. I think he likes having Hardaway, just a veteran you can bring onto the floor. First off, I think Peyton Watson's looked great this preseason. Like, I'm very excited about what he is going to do. Having Bruce back. That's the ultimate vibes guy in Brucey B.
Brucey B.
To have that dude back. Yeah, so I think Joker is happy. I think Jamal is healthy. I think Aaron Gordon is just really, really friggin' good. I think CB's only getting better. I think Cam Johnson is, again, like, I think the shooting's going to take a minute. I think everything else, he's just going to be great from the jump. And, yeah, I think they're going to win like 54, 55 games and roll into the postseason, and it's all going to be matchup dependent once they get there, but they're going to be good.
Could they push 60? With what David Adelman told us about how I'm going to play, we can't, just mail it in the first 2 months.
Right.
At his introductory press conference, are they going to push 60?
The only reason why I would, I think they're good enough to. The only reason why I would say no is the inherent injury issues that you deal with a veteran basketball team. That's the only reason why I would say no. But
are we going to see an actual second unit together? You did talk about the second unit minutes.
I think so. I really do think so.
Could we see a full hockey line sub maybe?
I don't think they're going to do that.
Still staggering guys?
Yeah, I think there's still going to be a stagger, and my guess is it will probably be Jamal at the start. But I mean, I think Aaron Gordon's going to get some of those minutes. I think Christian Brown's going to get some of those minutes. Legitimately right now, between Brucey B, Valanciunas, Tim Hardaway, and Peyton Watson as a second unit, I think the Nuggets are legitimately 9 deep. Like 9 dudes deep. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I think if they wanted to be, they could play as many as 10 or 11. Like, I didn't even mention Julian Strother.
Yeah.
Who, when his shot is there, is dangerous.
Are you going to mention Deron Holmes?
You mean future Grand Rapids Gold star Deron Holmes? Yeah,
Katie's warned us about that.
Yeah.
So.
I think he's going to be up and down this year. I don't know. Maybe later in the year. For now, I don't think Deron Holmes is going to have a big impact early. And I think if right now, if I'm telling you, like, they could go like 11 deep, either like Zeke or Spencer Jones, one of those two could get minutes and take up time and be big out on the basketball court.
Is Spencer Jones worthy of taking the Zeke minutes? What are you doing with Zeke? I mean, we've done the Zeke thing for how many years? Is it time to just go ahead and
Is your pug worthy of taking the seat minutes?
Yeah. Zed's got some spice to him. I give you that. He'll get in there.
Yeah, plucky little fella.
He likes to bite crotches, I hate to tell you, judging by how he goes to the big dogs, but leads to issues. Don't know what his deal is.
He's going to run into those technical problems. He's like Rasheed Wallace.
Yeah.
You got to worry about that 17th
He's
tech.
just constantly, it's like, I know why you're getting your butt kicked all the time. So.
I think Spencer Jones is, he's just big. He's a big dude.
Yeah, but I mean, you want to get some tough rebounds. Lady gets in there, he, plays physical. I'm into it.
Yeah. I could see this being, as many as 10 or 11 could play, but I think the playoff rotation, like you can see what it looks like right now. It's a long way away, but I think they can get to that place.
Now let's get this sucker going.
That's what I'm saying,
we
man.
got a week?
We got
10
a week.
days?
Yeah, next week, Golden State, they open up. It's going to be fun. The Denver Nuggets. This is your home for the Denver Nuggets, Altitude Sports Radio. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, Sean Payton was in a mood today.
Sure. He's not slept enough yet.
The jet lag has still got Shawnee a little crabby. So we're gonna hear from the Broncos head coach when we come back. Specifically, what does he think about the potential return of Dre Greenlaw? It's coming up next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Fun commercial break rabbit hole today. People that are from Sacramento. I went deep here. A lot of names in there, Andy. A lot of names.
Yeah.
I tell you what, man, Sacramento does okay for itself. Booming.
People will find out why later.
Booming metropolis.
It is. Yeah.
Molly Ringwald. Sacramento.
Really?
There you go.
Think Moj ever dated her? They run across each other?
That would be a hell of a feather in the cap.
Well, yeah.
Let me tell you, that would
Was
be.
she there long enough for Moj to run into her?
That would be quite strong. I would have a new level of respect for Moj.
Of all the Breakfast
Club,
I
would have some respect for Moj.
Cracker, you would start to get respect for Moj. Of all the Breakfast Club characters, who do you think Moj was?
Judd Nelson.
I was about to say, you're thinking Bender all the way, right? John Bender. His overcoat.
Not going to blaze up in here, wastoid.
Yeah. He definitely wasn't the wrestler.
Emilio Estevez?
Yeah.
No.
But he wasn't Brian, the little kid, either.
Anthony Michael Hall? Mm-hmm. I can keep dropping knowledge on you.
Hey, was he Richard Vernon?
Dick Vernon.
He's a janitor.
Was that why he tweeted you that the name of that street the other day? Because he was Dick Vernon?
That could be it.
Could be it.
I give him credit for finding that street.
That was pretty good beef tweets this week between you and Moj. I enjoyed that. I
was having fun. I will tell you guys this, because you told me that they mentioned it on Altitude TV, and I was like, what? I didn't realize how many people were tagged in that tweet because they showed the replay. I was like, well, I might as well go see what the shout out is. And then when they put it up on the Altitude postgame thing, I was like, wow, there are a lot of people in that tweet. I just thought, it was guys having fun.
You wanted everybody to be able to have ammunition to make fun of Moj's pants.
He did look like he was vacuum sealed. You can't tell me. It looked like he even had like the little wrinkles you get, and he looked like they vacuum sealed asparagus with those legs he's got.
Those were tight pants. And
skinny legs.
He was trying something. That was a confident man that was trying something.
But did he just have like a terrible static day though?
It's possible.
I don't think that was what he was going for.
No. I don't think that's what he was going for. As he said on the post game, he had mail ordered the pants. The very pants I was set to return. But which we've all been there. We've all
been victim of that. I own a stupid gazelle. Who am I to say anything?
We've all opened a package
all had a bad idea or two.
Put a shirt on and been like, this is your idea of large.
This sucks.
Well, I guess I'm an XL in this brand. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
That's a lot of information. Now, if you're Moj, you just pack them up and you
wear them anyway because that's all you had planned for the trip and nothing was clean. That's what that told me.
Which, been there. All right.
Bear couldn't have been around for this, right? If Bear is truly involved,
my guess is
she wouldn't have let this happen.
My guess is there was no he had not tried them on.
Yeah.
I bet you he opened a package. They were probably still in the shrink wrap. He threw them in the bag and he went on with his life. And then he put them on and he was like, "These are the only pants I have.
Yep.
This is what's happening today." And how much do you want to bet he told the camera guys, like, "Waist up only, fellas. Keep it up."
Which I think they obliged.
They tried.
But the social media people did not.
See, that's where you caught them.
You can't go out on the road with a bunch of hockey players and think you're not going to have that happen.
Well, that's the other thing, too, is like hockey players, those guys can pull off tight pants like it's nobody's business.
That's all they wear.
Yeah, they all got the Euro fashion sense thing going on. And they have the bodies to support.
Right. They all have
tight pants.
A percentage of body fat. That's it. Not even a full one.
Those are all men in their prime.
Sure. Do a lot of cardio.
They sure do.
All the time.
By the way, did you happen to, speaking of hockey players, did you see the ESPN top 100 players in the NHL?
I did not.
This was fun. So here's what's wild about it, okay? This blew me away. And it makes sense. I don't argue with any of it. The top 4 players in the NHL, 2 teams.
Avs?
They went McDavid 1.
Yep.
Cale 2.
Yep.
McKinnon 3.
Okay.
Draisaitl 4.
There it is.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah. I don't argue with it. And I got to tell you, I don't argue with Cale being ahead of McKinnon.
I there's no wrong answer, right?
Really isn't.
Yeah. They're both freaking incredible. And like, look, Kale's the favorite to win the Norris every single year. Like McKinnon does have to deal with, like Draisaitl and McDavid when it comes to winning the Hart. So it's a little bit tougher for him, but they're both phenomenal. Other Avalanche that were listed on here, Andy.
Taves
came in at 73.
Okay. How about Natchez?
63. And the name that surprised me that wasn't on the list was Val Nichushkin.
I was going to say, but out of sight, out of mind. Although, man, he was really good last year, and there were no issues. He's had a rough start to this season, I guess you could say. It's barely, a week old?
Yeah,
rough start might be overdoing it a little bit.
By the way, Mikko number 10 on this list. Yeah, Mikko coming in at number 10. Yeah. But and they do go honorable mentions on. Yeah,
he has a good year this year. He can move up the list quite fast.
I do also want to point out, friend of the program, Ryan S. Clark was one of the guys that compiled this, who covered the Avalanche for years here in Denver. So this dude knows the Avalanche, knows them very well. So this is we have a trusted voice in the room putting together this list.
Should we get to an angry voice in the room?
Let's hear an angry voice in the room. Salty, grumpy. The jet lag's got him. Sean Payton's getting ready for the Giants. And today, linebacker Dre Greenlaw returned to the practice field, at least doing stretching and individual drills during the media viewing portion of practice, which, when we say that, by the way, guys, that means the first 20 minutes. So when it gets to the regular season, they let the reporters come in. They can watch the first 20 minutes. They can shoot some, the camera guys can shoot some B-roll. Hey, here's Bo Nix throwing the ball. Like
10 minutes usually is them stretching.
Yeah, and then
they get a couple drills
in. And then they tell you, hey, beat it, losers.
You're gone.
And then football practice starts. So naturally, the reporters then want to know about, okay, we saw Greenlaw on the field. What did he do in practice? Let's listen to this exchange between our local media and the head coach of the Broncos, Sean Stephen Payton.
How did Dre Greenlaw look today, and what are your thoughts on his status moving forward?
Yeah, he practiced today. It was good.
Coach, when Dre Greenlaw does play, what does he bring to this defense?
These are the hypotheticals, right? I love them. No, I can't say anything about injury. He practiced today. He practiced today. He's been working out, like he's been rehabbing, and today was a good day. Next question.
Wow. Next question. First off, Sean, when he plays, what does he bring to this defense? Is not an injury question.
Nope.
That's not an injury question.
Is it really a hypothetical? You knew what you wanted him for. There's a guy that could cover backs a lot better than I think the guys you got trying to do it now.
Didn't he play in training camp?
Yeah.
Saw him out there.
He's also a physical presence. He's a bit of an intimidator. I can think of 3 or 4 things based off what we got to see in training camp as it is.
Yeah. When he plays, what does he bring to this defense? I'm not answering injury questions. Shout out Zach Stevens of DNVR. That was not an injury question. So that was Sean getting his panties in a bunch.
Was that Thomason jumping back in there too?
Sure was. Uh-huh. Yeah.
Chris Thomason, if he thinks you're a little bit frustrated, flustered in a bed, whatever the word,
he'll keep peppering.
Coming right back in.
Yeah, he'll go
coming right back in the gate.
That guy has been F-bombed out by so many coaches in the world.
He does not care.
He is oblivious. Those arrows bounce directly off of him. Mm-hmm. Even Legwold sat that one out. Jeff was just like, hey, why don't you guys have at it for a minute?
Be my turn tomorrow.
Jeff will ask further questions tomorrow, and we'll find out. He doesn't want to talk about Dre Greenlaw. What is... Seriously, though.
Well, I'm sure he's frustrated.
But like this...
He being Sean.
Yeah, sure. He wants the football player out there, but like there's nothing to be gained or lost by acknowledging the man's existence.
I agree with you.
I don't.
But he's also an old school coach, and old school coaches, right or wrong, they came up with the phrase in the old school, the best ability is availability.
Yeah.
And if you ain't available, again, I always tell the story about a guy getting hurt for the year, and the guys I know from the old school throwback Bronco line Alex Gibbs, their coach, said, he's dead, move on, he can't help us.
Yeah.
As if the guy just doesn't exist the minute you're injured anymore. Sean comes from that school. They were all playing in the same recess yard. So I'm sure Sean's hacked off that this has continued to be a thing. And you got to remember, they kind of changed the schedule up today, didn't
But
they?
Andy, like they signed off on signing a guy that was coming back from an Achilles.
You're 1,000% correct.
Like this is what I will say about the signings that they made, okay? And I'll raise my hand and say I said this over the summer. They were all high-risk, high-reward signings, which is what a team at the Broncos level, that's what they can do in free agency, right? Like, you can kind of afford to miss. So far, Hufanga has been...
He's an A.
10 out of 10. Fantastic, okay?
Ingram's a C. Greenlaw's an F.
And Ingram is getting healthier, and I thought he played well last week. Not that anybody on the offense necessarily shined against the Jets, but, like, Evan Ingram was a guy. I smacked him on the butt on Monday. I was like, you know what? He did what he was brought here to do. He converted 4 first downs in that game. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay? That's what you have him here to do. So it's like starting to work on that one, and I think he's getting healthier and getting better. And so far, Dre Greenlaw is a swing and a miss. But I would say right now, 2 out of 3, pretty good.
And there's absolutely plenty of time with 11 games left for that grade to change.
Yep.
It's good news.
Yep.
He's failed the first couple of pop quizzes. The final, the midterm, they haven't happened yet.
Yeah, plenty of time right there. Yeah, this one, it feels to me like it's an unnecessary fight to pick, but also, like, I also think there's this part of it. I think Sean Payton kind of likes this stuff.
Yeah, well, you could tell. I don't think he enjoyed the film he watched, A, especially offensively, and B, he's told people I'm not going to talk about it. He wants to be listened to. They're not going to listen to you. It's going to go on all year.
Exactly, and I think he likes the
adversarial nature. But he made his decree
nature.
like your dad, and
right.
they're like, well, you're not my dad.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not my dad.
We don't actually work
We're
for
the
you.
stepkids.
Kreckman and Lindahl, Nick Cosmine are coming up here on the other side. We'll get all the latest from our guy, Kazi Cosborn, freshly back from England. We're breaking down Broncos coming up next. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hour number 2, live in the Backus and Shanker studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. On Wednesdays, we visit with our pal Nick Kosmider of The Athletic, covering the Broncos as Denver got back to work today in preparation for the New York Giants. Nick, give us the general lay of the land down there today, because you're back from essentially, I don't know, what was it, an 8 or 9 day trip, whatever you had to endure going to Philadelphia and then going over to London. The football team had to do much the same thing. Like, what is the general energy level like down at Dove Valley right now?
Yeah, it was definitely interesting talking to some guys in the locker room who expressed feeling some of the same way that I do, right? Of like, first couple nights back, you're waking up at weird times for reasons you don't quite understand, because your body is telling you it's time to get up and have some breakfast beans. Like that's sort of like the feeling that it's been the last like 24 or 48 hours. And it's unique, right? Like most of the time you have a bye, and the Broncos are of course going to be the first team to have played in London and then have their game the next week in the Mountain or Pacific time zone. So, it is a little bit different. They kind of got a workout in, Monday after getting back, just players, trying to get loose after a long flight and some sleep, and kind of aiming to get on back something of a normal schedule. But I think, here we are midweek. A couple guys still express that they're still kind of fully adjusting to being back.
All right, what do you got? We heard the exchange between, I believe it was Sean and Chris Thomason, mainly about Green Law. You got any guesses as to what happens this week, or do you think they do what they did with Malcolm Roach and this is the slow play week and we see him against the Cowboys?
Well, Malcolm Roach, when he did get back, when they opened his window, he was limited and the first day, and then practiced full the next 2 and played. So this was kind of that day. We just saw the injury report. Greenlaw was limited in what he did. Pat Surtain was up there saying that he looked sharp. We got to see him moving around in individual drills, which has not been kind of a normal sight, obviously, since August for us to see him out there moving around. I thought looked like he was moving pretty well. So we'll just have to kind of see how the rest of the week goes. Of course, you're weary of a guy who has had some setbacks with this injury, but again, when they put him on IR, the whole idea was, kind of taking some of the pressure off the return, that this IR stint was supposed to kind of be more than enough time to fully get back. And so it would appear that he's on schedule. Roach limited the first day, even though we saw him, kind of going through individual stuff. Was the same thing with Greenlaw today. So the hope, I guess, would be that he gets to active status on Thursday and Friday, and then is ready to play, in some fashion. Now, the thing they're going to have to decide is what does that look like? Are you going to kind of have a package of plays for him to let him kind of get the conditioning going and things like that? Because again, he hasn't played since last year, and Justin Cernat is playing pretty well, particularly as a blitzer. So it's going to be interesting to see how they handle that situation once Greenlaw is on the field.
That's our dude, Nick Kosmider of The Athletic. He joins us on the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, a medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Nick, you had a really, I thought, just a great summation in The Athletic about the 10-day trip that the team was on, and about what's working and sort of what's not with this football team right now. Let's talk about special teams. There was a transaction this week. They bring in JT Gray. The kick coverage is bad, and Darren Rizzi's unit is struggling. And as you pointed out in your piece, like, hey, dude, you're one of the guys that lobbied for the dynamic kickoff, and it's not really working out for you so far. What have you been able to break down, Nick? Why are they so bad at this? Why do teams keep having excellent starting field position against the Broncos?
Yeah, it really is puzzling, Nate. I mean, this is a group that performed really well last year. In kick coverage in particular were really good. Now, of course, last year, because the kickoffs only came back, to the 30 instead of the 35, a lot of teams were content with touchbacks last year. Broncos being one of them. Anytime they wanted to, they could have Will Lutz boot the ball out of the end zone. So they were certainly not covering as many kicks. some of this is a percentage game when you're having this many of them, in this kind of style of coverage. You're going to break a few, but right now they are dead last in terms of opponent starting field position after a kickoff return. They're almost at the point of like maybe they themselves should just kick it into the end zone, because that's about where teams are starting when you factor in the explosive returns that they've had, 2 of them for more than 70 yards. It's something you have to get fixed, because you have a game like the Jets. They weren't doing anything offensively that you were not giving them, and so to gift them, the 3 points with the turnover, and then turn around and do it again with a kickoff return. This defense is playing too well to put them in compromising positions. And so you look at a signing of J.T. Gray, a guy that Darren Rizzi has a lot of familiarity with. It's clearly, whether that's just them showing that they're trying to do something, or they think this guy is going to really be able to be something of a missing piece to what they're not having right now. Time will tell. But the bottom line is they have to get it figured out, because again, this defense is playing too well to just put them in compromising positions.
All right, if you had to put your finger on one thing you witnessed in London, what was the problem with the offense? Was it the fact that Pert was clearly compromised? The left guard position threw off the balance of the offensive line? Were guys not getting open? What was going on that the offensive performance outside of the touchdown drive, which frankly was really nice in rhythm, I thought it was going to get him going, then it just didn't. What were the problems that day?
Yeah, I think it definitely paints some new context when we just heard, not that long ago from Mike McGlinchey in the locker room, and he revealed that Matt Parrott tore his MCL on the 3rd play of the game. So that kind of gives you a little bit of a new light of why it went the way it did for him and that offensive line in general. There was just constant pressure, the pocket getting dented, and it really prevented them from getting anything going. They just too continuously face these 3rd and long situations where the playbook just isn't expansive to the degree that Sean Payton wants it to be. And I think on Sunday, a lot of that had to do with the fact that pressure was coming, early. You were not getting, appreciable gains running the ball on 1st or 2nd down. And then again, you're into these spots where the defense is dialing up pressure and that kind of thing. One thing looking at the numbers that I think this offense could really benefit from is playing no huddle or tempo a little bit more frequently than what we've seen to this point. The numbers will tell you that the Broncos, when they do that, when they go no huddle, are pretty efficient, eighth in the league in EPA per snap in those situations. They're not doing it a whole lot though, and you saw in the game against the Jets that touchdown drive you just referenced, Andy. They go no huddle after Marvin Mims gets a 5-yard gain on the left side on a little swing pass. They're now in 3rd and 5. They go no huddle to the line. They get Evan Ingram open on that up the seam where he goes around the linebacker, 16 yards immediately to the line of scrimmage. The Jets can't match up. They get Nate Atkins wide open in the front of the end zone, another 16-yard play and a touchdown. And then on the field goal drive, when they finally did get a little bit of rhythm going there, back-to-back first downs when you were in no huddle. Like this might be something that they can work with a little bit more. Bo Nix has made it clear he likes operating that way because he thinks that they can kind of dictate the tone and not let the defense sort of, get into the positions that they want all the time. So I'd like to see them, operate that way a little bit more often. Sean Payton a couple of weeks ago said, you don't always want to go tempo because, you can tire out your defense if you're going a quick 3 and out. Well, they're going 3 and out anyway, way too often. And so, a few extra seconds because you went in the huddle but still went 3 and out, I don't know how much that's making a difference versus the upshot of, hey, Mike McGlinchey even said that when I asked him about it too, is like that's one thing where you can find a rhythm. You just get up to the line of scrimmage, you're seeing positive plays happen back to back, and all of a sudden you feel like just about anything you do can work. I think they got to use that a little bit more to search for that rhythm that just hasn't been there.
Yeah, it's what is working, and yet, we talked to Chad Browning about it yesterday, Nick, like there is a cost, and it does have an effect on your defense. Like that's a tough balancing act for Sean Payton to play. Your colleague Ted Wynn's got a pretty good film breakdown on Bo Nix up on The Athletic right now. And anecdotally, I could have told you this was the truth. I did not realize the numbers of how bad Bo is throwing to the intermediate parts of the field. It's all, it's all that tight to the line of scrimmage stuff, or it's downfield shots, or basically, where he's having any kind of success. he also wasn't good in that part of the field last year. Nick, are we getting to a point now with Bo Nix where like this is what he is as an NFL quarterback?
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point, it kind of is showing you that this is what you do, right? But the other part of that is I think it's also a byproduct of Sean Payton's play calling. Like they often have, his offenses often have played horizontally quite a bit, like stretching you to the side and then hitting you up the seam. That's a lot of what they did. Now you had
need that seam part to start working, Nick.
Well, I mean that's okay. So that's the kind of play like the one that they had to Evan Ingram, where he curls around the linebacker, gets his depth on that target, and then comes back into the middle, into the seam. Like that's, I think, if you're looking for sort of signs that you might have something that can attack that middle of the field. I look to Pat Bryant as well. Like he's a guy that you have on the field a lot right now because he's probably their best run blocking wide receiver. He's kind of like a supercharged Lil Jordan Humphrey because he's a little bit younger and he's more athletic. Obviously, Humphrey got used a ton in that role last year. And Bryant, in the opportunities that he has had to kind of, be over the middle of the field and make plays through contact, he's shown a knack for that. And so I think continuing to get him a little bit more involved, on those kind of slant routes and digs in the middle would help you open that up. But again, a lot of this has just been kind of how Sean Payton has called it. The problem is that they're really not getting anything out of their screen game too. That's another problem, is that last year, about, midway through the season, they really got something going with, using the screen game a little bit more and being able to produce. I think a game against the Falcons where I think they had 2 different touchdowns, on running back and wide receiver screens, and we saw a little bit more efficiency from there. They're using them a lot, but the efficiency has not been there. So they need to kind of, I think, take an evaluation of how they're calling those, who they're putting in those positions, because right now they're not getting enough explosives out of that either.
Nick, we got to get going next week because we have time before the trade deadline. I want you to think about, would you trade if you were to trade for the Broncos, either at the tight end or the receiver position? And we want to have a discussion with you about that.
Homework. I like
homework.
It.
You like homework, and then you can talk about it on the podcast.
And then you can write about it at theathletic.com.
Yes.
I can always count on you guys for generation of ideas.
For assignments you didn't ask for?
That's what we're here for. Nick Kosmider, everybody. Subscribe to The Athletic and read his stuff. Listen to his podcast. It's called the Not Another Bucking Podcast, and it is wonderful. Nick, great stuff, man. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
All right, good stuff right there with our buddy Nick Kosmider. Andy, you may have seen a shot of a scoreboard on Twitter today. There was a basketball game that was played this week that was just an unbelievable ass kicking. I need to tell you the story of how one of the biggest blowouts that I've ever looked at, how it actually happened. It turns out NBA coaches, they're even bigger psychos than you realized. I'll tell you that tale coming up next. Kreckman and Lindahl. Broncos injury report powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Broncos. Nick Bonito, wrist, full participant today. Alex Singleton, thumb, full participant today. By the way, speaking of thumb injuries, how about the club interception from the Buffs the other day? Bayard picking that thing off with one hand and a cast. That play was awesome.
Yeah, that kid, boy,
Tough
he
play.
read that well.
Yeah, he sure did.
By the way, though, what did you think of them calling off the flag? Like, we didn't know what to make of it. There technically was interference in the back of the end zone, but the throw didn't even make it that far. Like, again, it was like not catchable for different reasons. He threw it to the goal line, and the interference that they were alleging happened in the back corner in the end zone.
When a guy with a cast makes an interception,
You let it stand.
on a ball, it wasn't even like it went into his chest and he corralled it. He caught it over his head. You let that play stand. Jonathan Cooper limited today, quad. Dre Greenlaw limited today, quad. We don't know how limited. Still no Jonah Ellis because of the shoulder injury.
That stinks.
Yeah, that's not great. But that's the update right there. I mean, they had 9 sacks without Jonah Ellis last week.
Well, Nick Bonito's on there with the wrist. Now, he was full, and so was Singleton, but I don't love it.
Yeah, okay.
They're a little dinged up.
Not could be worse.
Real quick,
you could be the Niners.
I got to hear this story about the basketball game, but I do want to ask you because it's interesting as you read the injury report. Look, it could be a lot worse. Basically, there's 2 guys they're concerned about, right? And we'll monitor the Cooper thing. Again, Nate mentioned it earlier. For those that missed it, Jonathan Cooper, AFC Defensive Player of the Week. The D-Pow.
D-Pow.
But Sean chose, and really I don't disagree with the decision-making. I'm not saying I don't. Because I get it. Sean wanted a later bye, so he said, no, don't give us a mid-October bye after the trip to London.
Yeah.
I'd rather have it in, he got it in November or whatever they got. Do you agree with the decision? Do you think in hindsight we're going to look back and think he should have stayed with that? I think I probably would have made the same decision. Want to make clear I'm not criticizing it. But, this team is built on its defense, and after putting a guard on IR yesterday, for those that missed it, Parrott is on IR, and Throckmorton's probably next up in the rotation to get his shot. Could this have been a good bye week for them?
It works out well because you're playing the Giants.
Okay.
That's why it works out well. That is the one thing. Now, again, the Giants have a huge scheduling advantage because they played on Thursday, and so they give mini bye, and they come into this game, but
they also have a huge injury list.
And a rookie quarterback. And I know Jackson Dart's doing some good things. Like, I think Dable is figuring out some things and how to make it work with him. But, I know Scadaboo is good. The receivers stink. The Broncos secondary is going to swallow these guys up, and he's a rookie quarterback that's going to be staring at Vance Joseph's assorted different pressure looks that he's going to be throwing at him. Good luck. Unless the offense goes out and just loses this game with bad play and turnovers, the Broncos, as a touchdown favorite at home against the Giants, they should be able to handle this thing. Now, the following week against Dallas, I think
there's a lot to talk about there.
I think that game gets hairy for you because Dak's playing at an MVP level right now, and he's been doing it without CeeDee Lamb out there and with a banged-up offensive line. But the thing about the Cowboys is they're getting healthy. They think CeeDee's got a chance of coming back this week. Tyler Booker, the starting guard, and Kevontae Turpin, the rookie receiver, they could all return and play on Sunday. They got a home date with the Manders this week. So that Dallas can flat out score points. Now, their defense bites. I mean, they are awful. But offensively, Dak is playing as well as any quarterback in the NFL. You know what Dak Prescott is right so far this year? He's Joe Burrow right now.
Sure.
If his team was 5-1, we'd be like Dak Prescott MVP candidate.
Yeah.
Well, we're not there because again his defense stinks.
Maybe didn't trade the DPOY.
Yeah, and kind of
potential DPOY.
Kind of one of those things that you did to yourself. The Dallas game is interesting to me. Road game in Houston, their defense is awesome.
What is going on with that Houston defense? I saw that I think Denver's given up 54 points or something. They've given up 51.
Yeah, they're awesome.
It's ridiculous.
They're past.
How?
It's another team. Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter and.
All right, yeah. And they got a defensive-minded head coach.
They're loaded, man. It's another team.
Turns out D'Amico Ryan's pretty good at this defense thing.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah. Offensively, they've been uneven to say the least, but their defense rules. So that's and we looked at it coming into the year and we're like, yeah, Denver, Minnesota, Houston, maybe Seattle in that conversation. I think we put Baltimore in that conversation, and they've been the worst defense in football. Everybody's hurt. That's not helping them. But for the most part, the big defenses have lived up to the hype, including Denver's. Sean Payton acknowledged last week, by the way, after the game, like, we're a defensive team. I will hand the ball off to the fullback on 3rd down and 10. They know how they're going to win the game. And I think that's what they're looking at with the Giants.
But do you think he gets a little loose? We'll have to talk about it more as we go along, but this the week he tries to get a little loose.
I got to share this tale with you.
Yeah,
Andy.
I need to hear this.
So I saw this on Twitter. This was kind of a thing, okay? The Boston Celtics media, like the local reporters, the assorted, Boston Globe, Boston Herald, Athletic, blogger dudes, they played in a pickup basketball game against the Boston Celtics coaching staff.
Why would they do that, Nate?
This was yesterday at the Auerbach Center, which is the Celtics practice facility. So, according to an account of the game, which was written by Jay King, Celtics reporter for The Athletic, who played in the game, they were told it was supposed to be like an event that they were promoting, like a junior Celtics thing, and they wanted to get the reporters out there, and so they're like, okay, we'll have a media pickup basketball game, and we'll do a little thing, okay? Media pickup games they're not new. The Nuggets have held them on the Ball Arena court low over the years. Like, it's a fun thing. I've never actually done one of those. I played in the Rapids media pickup soccer thing. I did that. That was an awful lot of fun. So this is not a new thing.
Mammoth used to give guys sticks. They couldn't play, but they'd be like, go try. Just shoot on the goalie.
Yeah, go have some fun or whatever. Run out there, nerds. Enjoy yourselves. So this is not an atypical thing, but apparently when the Celtics media showed up to the event, told, oh, you're not playing each other. You are going to be playing the coaches.
The coaches. All of whom I assume have some connection to a high level of basketball at some point or another.
So I want to read this directly from the piece because I want to get it right, okay?
Yep.
Sam Cassell.
Okay.
Phil Pressey, Emil Jefferson all played in the NBA.
Yep.
Joe Mazzulla, the head coach of the Celtics, and Deshaun Butler were two of the best players on a West Virginia team that beat Kentucky on the way to the Final Four. Tony Dobbins, Defensive Player of the Year award winner 3 times in France's top professional league. DJ McClay played on a Bucknell team that went to the NCAA tournament as a 13 seed. And here's a throwback name from last week, Andy. God Shammgod, the Providence legend.
Yes, who should have been on the NBA's greatest names list.
His son, God Shammgod Jr.
Because why would you waste that name?
Is a Celtics assistant, and he played D2 Fairmont State.
No big deal.
Okay, so this is the group that's going up against the Celtics media, all right? Again, I'll read this from the piece. Even the few of us who once played basketball at a decent level, and I use that term generously, did so a long time ago and now drink more beer than we should. Our only chance of keeping the score at least mildly respectable would have been if the coaches had taken it easy on us. That is not what they did. Joe Mazzulla, in a 12-minute game, Andy, full court press, the full 12 minutes against the media.
Of course they did.
Full court press, okay, for a 12-minute basketball game. The final score was Celtics coaches 57, Celtics media 4.
Well, who got the baskets or the points? Maybe one score? Were there any fouls called?
How did they got buckets? So as he writes, I'm pretty sure we only crossed half court with the basketball once over the first 6 minutes of the game. And on that play, Mazzulla stripped me before I could drive to the basket. I don't remember whether the coaches scored in transition on the ensuing possession, but they probably did. They scored at will. When they didn't score on their first chance, they usually grabbed the offensive rebound and converted the second chance opportunity. At some point, after Mazzulla started screaming threes to the other coaches, they began hunting nothing but outside shots. Their decision not to hunt for layups and dunks could have helped us. Instead, they just rained down three-pointers from all over the court. He also adds that at the buzzer, God Sham God Jr. hit a half-court shot.
Because why wouldn't he?
Why wouldn't he?
Just the cherry on top.
To make it 57-4.
Whew.
A 53-point win.
In 12 minutes, people. 57 points in what is basically an NBA quarter of play.
Also, listen to this. After a pressy three-pointer extended the coach's lead to 47 with 1:32 left, Joe Mazzulla clapped like his team had just moved within one game of the NBA Finals. He was out for blood.
Oh, my gosh.
Also, apparently, all the Celtics players stood and watched the entire time and heckled the media.
So they had to be hooting and hollering and let everybody have it. And so what do you think Joe Mazzulla thought he was accomplishing? That he'd get softer coverage, that they won't write the same critiques, that...
No,
because none of that's going to happen.
No, I
he just wanted his 5 minutes of...
I think it was pure pettiness.
Yes, just...
I think, first off, I think Joe Mazzulla, as we have seen, has absolutely no sense of humor.
No.
Is a competitive psychopath, and merely just wanted to humiliate the local media, and he did full court press.
Yeah.
You didn't let him get over half court. Like, again, it's supposed to be a pickup basketball game. Like, presumably, like, this is supposed to be fun.
Yeah, the guys showed up, as you said. They showed up thinking, well, we'll play each other.
Right.
Maybe some of the teams, like equipment staff or something. Mm-hmm. But we get to play on the Celtics court. That's still fun, even if you're in the media. Right? It's a Celtics logo, I'm sure, all over the place, their gear. And instead, the coaches said, no.
No.
Don't tell me Sam Cassell. Sam Cassell was a notable psychopath, too, when he was in Houston.
Well, and, like, you got to remember, like, NBA coaches, like, they play basketball all the time.
Yeah, it's how they pass time.
They're
in the gym.
And they're out there doing drills.
They're coaching.
They're working out every single day, so they're in crazy good shape, which, again, they're going up against the local media, who are just a bunch of schlubs, and they destroyed these guys. That is 57-4.
Who do we have to get out there to try to break the full court press? You'd have to have Kosmider out there, right?
I mean, Demps. You have to have Demps probably.
Demps has got to play.
Running the floor.
Vic is going to want to play.
This is the thing, though, is like, again, like we can point out the guys like Mahrez had game. He was good. Dover's a good player. Like there's guys locally here.
Mark Johnson played in college, but you have to get his damn boots off first.
You do have to deal with that. But then, like, remember, like, the Nuggets coaching staff has J.J. Barea.
Yeah.
You know? And
put a 3 in when he liked it.
Jared Dudley.
Yeah.
They got Rodney out there. Rodney Billups.
Hey, what about last year's staff? I wouldn't want any part of Popeye Jones.
Sticking his rear into you.
I'm not going for a rebound with Popeye in the paint, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, no, these guys, they can all ball. That's why they're NBA coaches. They're all incredible. And they either played extremely high-level college basketball or they were professional basketball players themselves.
Yeah.
Those poor schmoes.
Okay, but again.
57-4 in 12 minutes, by the way.
12 minutes.
And we're going to press the entire time.
1 quarter.
Full court press. Full court, just stole the ball on every inbounds. He said they didn't get it over half court the first 6 minutes of the game.
Yeah, I get that.
Like, can we get running clock?
Yeah.
What can we do?
Can we end this misery? This isn't fun anymore.
To hurry this up right now because this is an all-time shellacking. Freaking brutal. How can you be that cold-blooded? Like, isn't there a point, though, like when you're up 30 where you're just like, okay. Let him get a shot
I haven't
off.
seen what they've written.
And instead, Missoula's just like, nope.
Well, I do wonder how many of these guys are probably like, Coach, we're going to let up yet? But he's like, no, into the ground. We're going to make them never want to show up here again.
Right, exactly.
But the problem is I could see this just backfiring where some guy is going to he's going to let you have it. Again, remember, they were without Jason Tatum all year, right?
That's true.
He got hurt late in the playoffs last year.
Although,
in the Eastern Conference Finals, wasn't he?
Have you seen some of the footage on him, though? He's like out there and ambulatory, and it's like, okay, I know Achilles injuries, like guys heal faster than they used to, but what is going on
I
here?
agree with what you're saying, but at the same time, remember, Jamal Murray, how many times did we see some pretty good gym footage of him?
It's true. It's true.
It still was every bit the timeline they promised.
Yeah. No, you're right about that. Absolutely.
Just saying, Missoula, these guys have memories too.
Mm-hmm.
And they got a pen. They got a chance. They can influence fans. You may not love your decision here. I hope your 12 minutes of pure joy was worth getting, I promise you one of those writers is not going to cover this thing fairly the rest of the time.
As well he should not. Get your revenge. The thing about it, though, is like, it's the Boston media. They were going to be jagoffs anyway. So
it's funny. Will Nelson, I call him Willie, says, do you know what Sean Payton would try to do to Legwold if they scrimmaged? Dude, I just got to tell you, Leggy was a linebacker, and he was from, like, the rail yards part of Chicago. I don't think you want to – I wouldn't fire up the leg master.
I mean, Sean Payton played at Eastern Illinois. Look out. He was a Leicester Panther, Andy, as we learned last week.
Yes.
Yeah.
I liked it better when I thought it was Leicester.
When did you think that?
When I'd seen it at the random spots in my life. Oh, Leicester.
Leicester.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Do you like Worcestershire sauce?
Yeah, I do. I could go with that, too. Favre, Roy, stuff like that.
Do you like the chicken from Colonel Sanders? It's the
Colonial Sanders.
To be fair, as a kid, when every time I would play Clue, I'd be like, "What's the deal with this Colonel Mustard guy?"
What's this?
Yeah,
come from a colony.
The hell do you get Colonel out of that word?
You jerks!
I don't understand it.
Oh, the languages are so hard. Really? Try there.
57-4. Full court press. What a jerk.
At what point did everybody, how bad were they trying to sub out?
Right. I'm winning.
Good.
Get in here. It hurts. It all hurts. Yeah, probably. Also, I'm assuming a bunch of those guys probably like tore their hamstrings and now can't even walk properly. Can't even go and like pick up their kids anymore.
You know what you need to do one day? I need to bring a basketball, and I just want you to try to dribble it past Scotty in this hallway.
Oh, I guarantee you I couldn't.
You can't fathom the length of that person. It is unbelievable. It's just hands and chest. What the?
They're superhumans, man. By the way, you got to look it up. So my Mountain West interview this week is with the linebacker from Wyoming. His name is Braden Johnson. Okay, number 9. You may remember him from when the Buffs played him. And I'm in a side by side on this interview with this dude, and his neck is like wider than my entire body.
Yeah.
It was really showing to me the difference in size between me, white dork Nate Kreckman, and Division I athlete.
You should have seen me hunt down Jordan Seaton after the game.
That's a big boy.
I was like, dude, can we talk? And I don't think I've actually I haven't raised the mic to too many football players, but he was one of them.
Mm-hmm.
And he went from like, yeah, can we talk? Yeah, let's talk. And I was like, I don't need all serious guy now. Come on, now what happened to the guy who's high-fiving everybody?
You just won.
Yeah, now I'm not trying to sack your quarterback. Let's just have a chat.
Take it easy on me. I'm just trying to do my post-game interview. Kreckman and Lindahl, we're rolling with you. We got so much to cover. Sean Payton talked about his quarterback today. We need to hear the latest on the season that Bo Nix is having. Plus, Andy, I got to get into some of these numbers on the intermediate throwing of the football. That's coming up next. Andy, do you think Bo Nix is having a sophomore slump?
Great question. I don't know how to answer that. I think he's been scouted out, and I don't think – here's to me – God, now we're going to do a semantics thing. I'm not trying to drive you crazy. I would call it a sophomore slump if it looked like the teams were still giving him the stuff he had a year ago and he was missing it. I feel like the teams have taken away what he did so easily a year ago, as we all assume they would.
Yeah.
As Chad Brown told us in one of our interviews, NFL coaches, despite Sean's protest to the idea all summer long, do break down guys they think are a new threat in the league, and Bo certainly was announced as a threat to the league a year ago, so I think they've taken away his comfortable throws. So is it a slump, or is it just the test got harder? Your numbers are going to tell me other things. Let's get to your number. I'm not trying to screw up what you want to do here.
No, I think you're absolutely right about that. I think that is why sophomore slumps are a thing, because the league now has a book on you. And football coaches are smart, man. Like, even Aaron, as much as we rip Aaron Glenn for how he coached that game last week, terribly, he had a good defensive plan against the Broncos. And it generally was, I am not afraid to load up the box on you and contain your run game, and let's see if your quarterback can beat me on the outside and beat me in the intermediate part of the field. And the answer is, he generally can't. Broncos offense has failed to score more than 21 points in 4 out of 6 games so far this season. And Bo Nix is not playing at a terribly high level right now. And one of the big issues that they're having is it's a boom or bust offense. Like, we look at those passing charts every single week, and they look much the same as they did last year. It was a lot of behind the line of scrimmage stuff. It's a lot of the horizontal passing game that they're relying on. And when they get in rhythm, it can work. Like, Sean schemed up a beautiful play for the touchdown to Adkins, but the problem is opposing defenses they're sussing that stuff out because they know that that's what Denver's got for them. And the screen game, I would say both the bubble screen game and just throwing screens to the running backs, neither of them are working right now.
No, nobody's breaking anything big.
Yeah.
Bo has missed on his deep shots. Some of the receivers also have not helped him out on the deep shots. And those deep shots, I think, are what kept defenses honest to keep the underneath stuff he was thriving on a year ago going. But without somebody making a big play or getting something, again, they've not been great at getting more on a play than what it was designed for. So even that touchdown to Adkins, beautiful play design, it was right there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know, had he had people in trail, it would have been interesting to see if that wasn't like the end of the drive because it was a touchdown. But it's been a head scratcher.
So defining intermediate throws is 11 and 19 air yards. Nix is 15 to 28. That's a 53.6% completion rate. 2 interceptions, 29th in EPA per pass in the NFL.
Not good.
Really bad. On passes, okay, let's go further down the field. Passes of 20-plus air yards, 6 of 22. He's completing 27% of those. Now, I'm not saying there's nobody in the NFL that completes 60% of those passes or anything like that, but 27% is very bad. Again, his completion rate on those throws, 29th among qualifying quarterbacks. And teams are very clearly they're not scared of it right now because Bo's missing too many of those throws. And some teams just like they're not afraid to too high shell that thing, keep everything directly in front of them, and then rally to the football. Like, basically, I think Jesse Minter probably had the best game plan of any defensive coordinator against Bo Nix so far this season, and you're just going to see copycat after copycat doing that. And now this week, you go up against a Giants team that has a really good front seven.
Yeah.
They can rush the passer. So, yeah, is Bo Nix having a sophomore slump, or is this just a kind of a continuation of what he was last year?
It is. And it's also, again, the thing that I am befuddled by is I don't understand where he picked up the skip jump, whatever that extra step is in the long throws he keeps doing.
That's not helping him.
When last year, because they've he's overthrown everybody when he's done it, and a couple of times in Indy, he had wide open guys that he overthrew by 10 yards. if he would just set his feet like he did a year ago, and we could, again, go back to some of the big plays we saw him throw, chief among them, the one against the Browns to Mim, the one in the playoff game to Franklin. He had his feet set on that. So I don't know where, I don't think working with Tom House told him, hey, hop, skip into your throw. I just don't think he needs to do it, and yet he feels like he has to. I don't know why.
By EPA per drop back right now, this is all throws. He's 18th in the NFL currently. You know, you look at a lot of the counting stats, and he's a bottom third quarterback in the NFL, and that's largely what he has been so far this season, which, again, like I will look at it and I will say, all right, I also see a head coach that is kind of coaching to Bo's play, and he's calling things really conservatively. He's trying to make sure there aren't any turnovers. He's saying we're going to lean into our defense and try to not, don't take sacks, don't throw picks. If you don't do those things, like, we'll find those moments in the game where, and especially using the tempo stuff, he can kind of get into a little bit of a rhythm. I want to play a cut of Sean Payton talking about kind of why they use tempo with Knicks a lot of the time. This was Sean today talking about sort of how that all can help Bo Nix and this offense.
Look, a lot of it is dependent on what personnel we're in. What do we want to get to? Yeah, I think it's always part of our plan. And then, getting into it, whether it's run or pass, is there's a list right in front of me. It's just a matter of, where we're at field position-wise and what we're trying to accomplish.
How much would it help maybe if he would chill on some of the personnel stuff?
Hey, 1,000%. Yeah. And not only, this is not just a Bo thing. Let the guys get in there and get a rhythm together, okay? Mm-hmm. Let Dobbins get a froth going. Let a few receivers, let Pat Bryant run a few things,
right?
Okay? Let Mims get a few plays. It shocked me, the play count you gave me for Mims yesterday, because it just felt like he had, again, you're not really noticing anybody other than Cortland Sutton and Evan Ingram. And to find out that Franklin played more plays than Mims, and right. I think you even said Pat Bryant played more plays than Mims,
sure did.
Didn't you?
Yeah.
So that was kind of surprising to me. Look, and if the run game could get going, just give them something else to focus on rather than sitting back and trying to make life hard for Bo with no place to throw.
Right. There's right now, I think with this offense, like, number one, the run game's got to be better than it was last week, and I think the backs average fewer than 3 yards per carry. Like, that in the games where the run game has worked, it's opened up a couple of things for Bo Nix, because it opens up the middle of the field a little more. I think it opens up his field of vision, and he's able to do a few more things. That didn't happen against the Jets. I think it's going to be tough against the Giants as well. So in the meantime, like, I do think we're going to see the Broncos probably continue to play a really conservative brand of offense, and Sean's going to look at it and he's going to say, the other guys have a rookie quarterback, and I got the best pass rush in the NFL. I'm going to rely on my defense to keep this thing tight, and then I will trust my veteran team in crunch time to be able to pull out a victory. And I think for a while here, that's what the recipe is going to look like. The Dallas game in 2 weeks, how's it going to look, because when they've gone up against offenses that can really move the ball, and when they've gone up against Daniel Jones and Justin Herbert this year, it hasn't gone their way.
No, because eventually Sean feels like he's got to open it up.
Yeah.
And opening it up has not been good for this team.
Has not been the strength. It's time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. When we come back, latest on the Broncos injury situation. Let's find out what's going on with those New York Giants. And we got to check in with the Kansas City Chiefs. What is going to be the plan for Rashee Rice coming off the suspension? We'll get all of that coming up next. Kreckman and Lindahl, time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Let's dive right into the football news to begin hour number 3 live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Hey, Mark.
Hey, Nate. Hi, Andy.
Howdy.
Let's do the high five. And we start with, of course, Broncos news.
The Broncos!
Jonathan Cooper is your AFC Defensive Player of the Week. He had 2 sacks, a tackle for a loss, 5 total tackles. He wins the AFC Defensive Player of the Week after he helped sack Justin Fields 9 times on Sunday morning. Let's take a look at the Broncos injury report. It is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Dre Greenlaw has been designated to return from injured reserve. His 21-day practice window has opened. He could potentially play on Sunday against the Giants. Jonathan Cooper, aforementioned, was limited with a quad injury. Dre Greenlaw off IR, limited with a quad injury.
Okay, let's jump back to Jonathan Cooper here for a moment. All right, Andy. So I'm looking at NFL Pro right now. Nick Bonito leads the league in total pressures with 34, leads the league in total sacks with 8 so far on the year. Aiden Hutchinson, 32 pressures, 6 sacks. By the way, did you happen to catch the Aiden Hutchinson interview with Melissa Stark before Sunday Night Football against the Chiefs the other night?
Yeah, it was weird, right?
You're allowed to use words, guy.
What did she ask him, though? Maybe, I can't remember.
Her questions were fine. Her questions were fine. He was weird as hell. Just, okay, guy, like, you're doing a television interview, just like, you can say more than 7 words at a time. You're allowed to do it. You're not giving anything away. It was really strange.
Yeah. Didn't you keep asking him, though, a year later, how you're reflecting this, that, the other? I
thought her questions were fine. I thought he was super weird.
I just don't think you're going to get a lot out of a guy right before a game. Like, that should have been something maybe you taped as soon as you got to the stadium.
Yeah, maybe.
Not when he's 10 minutes away. I don't know when they do the interview.
He was just
like,
it was right before kickoff.
Right.
He was in full intensity mode.
Yeah, because I've heard him do interviews where he's really good.
Yeah.
I just think that was probably the bad timing. Maybe get him out right before stretch or something. I don't know.
You're on America's most popular television show, guy.
Yeah, but he's not thinking about that right now.
Yeah, I know. Micah Parsons, 30 pressures. Karlaftis has 29. Tuli Tuipolu has 27, linebacker for the Chargers. Jared Verse of the Rams has 27. Jonathan Cooper, 26 pressures on the year, which puts him in the top 7 in terms of pass rushers in the entire NFL. 4.5 sacks so far on the year, which I believe through the first 6 games of the year is the best ever for a 7th-round draft pick. Woo! Jonathan Cooper.
Good for him, dude.
Pretty good, man. Pretty good draft pick. Good, but also a good player that has put in the work to be this good. And yeah, it's like, you know, we kind of wondered about with this team. And I remember the Bo Nix draft. Actually, it was like I was looking at it and saying, pass rush is a weakness with this team. I wanted him to draft Laiatu Latu out of UCLA that Indianapolis took, I don't know, 5 or 6 picks later. That was my favorite pass rusher in that draft. That was who I wanted Denver to take. And instead the Broncos went quarterback. But hey, Jonathan Cooper has been that guy. And Jonah Ellis, who missed last week, when he's on the field, he's an impact player as well. Like, the edge guys that they have right now are really, really good.
Well, and credit Zach Allen. Credit DJ Jones, Malcolm Roach, the guys on the line. They're getting it done. John Franklin Myers, man. The whole operation's working the way that it should, and that's good to see.
Yeah, no,
so congrats to Cooper, though. That's really cool.
Yeah, very cool. Also, the Broncos have a high, they have a high blitz rate, but like they rush 5 a lot of the time because their secondary is so good. This defense, again,
historical.
I don't want to not talk about it. I don't want to do the thing that I saw happen in 2015, which was a Broncos season that, hey, I know your team won the Super Bowl. Don't be fronting Broncos country. You hated that team.
We both were on the air. We took your calls.
Yeah.
You know how you felt.
That was an entire football season of people complaining about the offense and complaining about Kubiak and complaining about Manning and then later complaining about Osweiler. And it was
they wanted Osweiler until he was in.
And it's like you got a top 5 defense in the history of the sport on the other side of the ball. They're finding ways to win every single week. They won multiple games that year without scoring an offensive touchdown. And yet people all they wanted to do was complain about the offense. And after a 13-11 game, and, like I get on Twitter and tweet during games, and then I start looking at the replies, and it's just like people are miserable. And I get it, like 13-11, it's not the fireworks that you were hoping to wake up and see. But your defense just gave up 82 total yards to an NFL opponent. Like, recognize, like, is the offense kind of lame right now? Without a doubt. But the defense is one of the best that we have ever seen in this town. Let's make sure we enjoy it while it's happening in front of us.
Fair enough. I am surprised. I guess I don't tweet during games too much anymore because it just feels like in the modern NFL, that's a good way to look stupid 2 hours later because games can flip different crazy directions so often. I didn't realize Bronco fans were that miserable with it.
Yeah.
I guess you shouldn't be terribly surprised. It looked this way preseason, camp, the whole deal. Look, the 2015, everybody was shocked because Peyton Manning was quarterbacking that squad.
And people didn't know Peyton was falling off a physical cliff the way that he was.
So I understood it then. Look, even I was shocked. Every week I kept thinking, this is a week they'll figure it out and at least get us 21. No, not this week either. But you should not be surprised with this necessarily.
Again, like it's so funny because I roll in here on Monday and I'm just like Mr. Sunshine, like defense rules, offense is playing complementary football to the defense. But I'm not stunned by it, Andy, because I stood there and I watched that training camp this year, and training camp is when that's when I form my opinions of what the football team is going to look like. And Andy, the entire tenure that you and I have been together, you've been, optimistic Broncos fan. I can see you, and I'd sit here and I'd go, they suck, okay? And they always sucked. This year, I stood there and I watched that camp, and I was like, this offense is not finding its way right now, and Bo Nix is not comfortable staying in a pocket. But you know what? I'd like to see what it looks like when they play, different defenses or suboptimal defenses. But my God, this Broncos defense is a crusher, all right? And what has happened so far has been when this offense goes up against lamer defenses, generally they're
okay. They're
middling.
Fine. You can get it done.
Yeah, mediocre-ish,
points,
average.
Whatever.
Yeah, and when they go up against good defenses, and the defense rules. That's what this football team is. That's what I've been saying since the summer that this football team is. So the fact that they're 4-2 right now, winning games exactly like I thought they were going to win games, I'm just like, hell yeah, this is working, man. This defense is so good that they can win the AFC West just with what they're doing on the defensive side of the ball. And Sean Payton is another guy that is smart enough to recognize all of that and is just willing to look at it and say, I will play to my football team's strength because all that matters is I walk off the field and we have more points than the other guy.
I just wonder if it breaks him at some point.
It gets tough.
I just wonder if he wants it to be, because again,
Andy, there's those weeks you're gonna have to score 30.
Well, we got one coming up after the Giants. I think.
Sure do. Yeah, and that's gonna be a tough game for the Broncos. And I think the Chargers are going to be tough, and I think the Chiefs are going to be tough. All those things can be true, but this defense is going to give you a chance to win every single game that you play. Something about football news. Let's go, Spring.
High five. All right, I should add one more note from the Broncos injury report. Jonah Ellis didn't play in London. He did not practice today with a shoulder injury. Let's look at the Giants injury report. We'll focus on the DNPs. One of their top three cornerbacks, Deonte Banks, did not practice due to personal reasons. A couple of backup linebackers, Swazi Bozeman and Demetrius Flanagan Fowles, both did not practice with injuries. And their starting center, John Michael Schmitz Jr.,
holy cow,
did not practice, coming off a concussion. Hey, let's hear from Jackson Dart. He's unflappable, this Jackson Dart.
Can't be flapped.
He's 2-1 as the Giants starting quarterback as a rookie. Check out the New York media asking him this today.
Does anything intimidate you? Does anything make you nervous? Does anything keep you up at night?
Well, this week we got a really good defense to go against, so that's what's keeping me up and trying to just prepare as much as I can.
The Broncos defense keeps him up at night.
Is that Roy Firestone? So one time you were startled as a kid by a balloon pop.
What do you fear?
You afraid of balloons?
I don't want to step on a beehive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My hair falls out.
Rabid dogs.
I don't know. Scattaboo getting all redlined and running up my backside
Rock
because he's
slides.
just that guy. You know,
I'm assuming there's numerous things that he probably fears.
Concussions,
Yeah.
Sure.
CTE.
A bus blowing a red light and destroying me.
Getting some bad borscht at a New York restaurant, having it stay with me for 24 hours.
Skin cancer.
Sure.
There's a lot of things out there.
Plenty of things that could be listed.
Yeah. I fear nothing.
Yeah. That
Except for
towel,
Nick
that
Benito.
towel snap urban legend you called it.
Oh, speaking of things to fear, I've got an update from Milwaukee for you. This out before the show is over, Andy. You're gonna love this story about everybody's favorite hotel in Milwaukee. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, let's look at the AFC West. Let's start with the Chiefs. They're 3-3. They host the 2-4 Raiders. Kansas City is going to get wide receiver Rashee Rice back. He is back from suspension.
Speeding his way back into the lineup,
Yes,
Spring.
yes. His street racing days are over. And he will suit up for Kansas City against the Raiders at 11 a.m. on Sunday. The 4-2 Chargers will host the 5-1 Colts Sunday afternoon, 2:05 CBS. And Khalil Mack, the edge rusher for the Chargers, he has been designated to return from IR. His 21-day practice window is opened. He is back at practice with the Chargers. Jim Harbaugh was asked today, how big would it be for the Chargers to maybe get Khalil Mack back this weekend or even the week after?
Yeah, it'd be big when he's able to come back, and you know, great player, football player in every way, tremendous leader, coolest guy on the team, in my opinion. Well, I'll give you the latest example. You know, with the just non-mandatory things that, you know, guys are able to do, you know, he does the most. And some things that some people think aren't cool, you know, he does. And to me, if the coolest guy is doing something, then everybody else is going to think it's cool.
When this is all over, me and you should get an apartment together.
Do you ever feel like he's just sitting in a rocking chair up there and started? I'll tell you another thing that's cool. I didn't ask. I asked about something else. I mean, what? Let me give you another example.
But contrast that with Sean Payton,
Yeah.
who was like, basically like got the same question. Hey, it's going to be good when you get Dre Greenlaw back, right? That was the question Zach was trying to ask him. And Sean's
hypotheticals.
Right. So I would say there's a spectrum there. And you could probably just fall somewhere in the middle where you're just like, yeah, great football player. Can't wait to have him back.
Sean McVay, maybe?
Right. I think there's a middle ground between Sean Payton, I hate you all, and Jim Harbaugh. Let me tell you why he should be elected student council president.
Come here, little fella. Sit down. No, please. Just the question, Jim. I don't have time today.
Let's get one more in here, Spring.
High five.
All right, the Arizona Cardinals host the Green Bay Packers Sunday afternoon. Cardinals have a long list of injuries on their injury report. Their head coach, Jonathan Gannon, talked to the media today. Now, he started his NFL career back in 2007 with the Atlanta Falcons as their defensive quality control coach. Michael Vick was the quarterback of the Falcons at the time.
Sure was.
Jonathan Gannon was asked this today.
Coach, how early in your career did you have to start trying to figure out how to take the emotion out of coaching, as far as when you have all these injuries and you have all these different pieces? When's the first time that you can recall that?
2007, when our quarterback went to jail.
All right. All right. Pretty easy.
I didn't have to think about that one for long. Well, see, we had a quarterback, and he went into the federal clink.
Yeah.
So.
And our backup sucked and couldn't do what he did because, well, nobody on earth could do what he did. Have you seen Prime Michael Vick? We weren't finding another one of those to come and play for us.
How do you deal with losing guys? Well, let me tell you.
Yeah, I drink heavily.
We really lost a guy.
Tell you about this.
Like we weren't even allowed to have contact with him.
All of a sudden, everything was done.
If I wanted to talk to him, it was over the phone through a plate glass window.
Yeah.
That's a great answer.
You ever seen The Departed?
That's an
How about
awesome
the town?
soundbite. Well, if you want me to tell you the truth, good answer. Well done. Nice job, Gannon. His seat's getting warm. Kreckman and Lindahl, 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. All right, Andy, tell you what, let's dive into it right now, okay? The latest dispatch from Milwaukee, where the Brewers are down 2-0 to the Dodgers. Series is now moving back to Dodger Stadium. Apparently, Teoscar Hernandez's wife said they had to leave the Pfister Hotel.
Yeah.
Haunted.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
There it is.
Mookie Betts refuses to stay at the Pfister.
Yep.
Uh-huh. So when the Dodgers come in, he always gets an Airbnb. And now Teoscar Hernandez wants out because his wife is freaked. He said, I don't believe in ghosts, so what do I care? But he said, my wife is on this trip. She doesn't want to stay there, so we have to go find another hotel.
But aren't they done? Aren't they going back to...
They're going back to Dodger Stadium, but apparently while they were in Milwaukee, Teoscar was not staying at the team hotel.
Wasn't he the one thrown out on the weird play?
The play at the plate?
Yeah. Wasn't he the one trying to go home? Wasn't he the one that should have run the minute it hit the wall?
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Yeah, ain't a ghost, pal.
Must have been the ghost.
That's called the rule book.
Uh-huh. So this story, by the way, goes into some of it. However, this is kind of funny. Apparently, guys will say like your clock radio suddenly will turn on, your television will suddenly change channels. But in this story, one of the an MLB executive confirms he used to get bored and go up and down the hallway with the remote and change people's TVs.
Just mess with them because he heard about
because
that?
apparently the doors, they leave like an inch gap, and he would just go and reach under there and then just change the channel and watch everybody freak out. So apparently players are known to really mess with each other when they're at the Pfister.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have to see.
You're a big ghost guy.
Yeah. Scotty's told me. Some people at the Nuggets staff that they're out of the one in Oklahoma City. I know that.
Yeah.
Not going there again.
I
told you.
I don't believe in ghosts, so I've never seen a ghost.
Okay.
Yeah. You have to believe in ghosts to see ghosts.
We can go deep one time. We got a Friday Halloween show. Maybe we'll get a little nutty. I'll tell you some stories.
I'm available for it. I want to hear all of these stories.
I'll tell you a couple on air.
Yes.
I told you one involved Johnny Walker.
Not the
booze, although some would think.
The only people that see ghosts are people that believe in ghosts. I don't believe in ghosts, so I will never see a ghost in my life. But
We'll see.
I will see, because what my brain does is, the blinds blew. It was the wind. Like I find the logical, plausible explanation in these things. I don't
Even
sit
when
there
there's none?
I don't sit there and go, oh my God, somebody must have been murdered right here.
We got to take you to the Melting Pot is a famous haunted restaurant.
I've been to the Melting Pot.
Well, not at the appropriate time.
Oh, I didn't.
Peter Boyle used to stay overnight there.
At the Melting Pot?
Yeah.
He really liked fondue, huh?
Well, he was hunting the ghosts.
Did he see any? Answer?
Yes.
Of course he did, because he was doing a bit where he wanted to see ghosts.
Well, but it's also the hearing of things, and it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, that's what's so funny about this is, like, in this story, people are like at the Pfister. They're like, oh man, like I heard doors shut and I heard footsteps. You're in a hotel, you morons. There's other people there.
Can we get you in the Stanley? How about the famous? There's a couple famous Stanley rooms.
I'll go to the Stanley.
We need to get you into what used to be called the Crook-Patterson Mansion. Last year, Jack Osborne, son of Ozzy.
I will go to all these places and I will not see a ghost.
Jack Osborne, son of Ozzy, went to whatever it was the Crook-Patterson Mansion. It's like 11th and Washington downtown. It's just up the street from our place.
And he did a show about ghosts, so he saw ghosts.
Oh, they captured all sorts. Dude, our guy saw one, so we'll do it.
Who's our guy?
Casey Lamb was me and Scotty's guy.
Okay.
At that place.
He saw a ghost?
Yes.
Okay. Because he wanted
sketched and everything.
Because he wanted to see ghosts.
No, he did not. He was not right for a good couple weeks.
Yeah, it's
I
like
love it. I love your
it's like
just complete doubt.
The ghost hunting apps, and people are like, "Ooh, I turned on the app and I found a ghost." Of course, it's the ghost hunting app,
I'll
you
give
morons.
You this. They used to have like really fun ghost shows, and now the ones where, I got this, this whatever meteorology thing. There it is. There's the stick figure. Oh, the stick figure's on top of you. No, it isn't. I'm not buying any of that. I quit watching it because of all that. But they've got some pretty cool stuff on video.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine, dude. It's fine.
The Pfister.
We're going to keep you there. We're going to start at the melting pot. It'll be the and Abby tour.
Can I get the fondue?
Fine. Yeah, why not?
Can I dip the fruit into the chocolate?
You could. Now, here's my problem. You know my problem with the fondue shops? If I'm going to pay you a couple $100 for the meal, why am I cooking it? Just bring it out done. I'm not showing up to cook my own food. What is this? I want it done. I want it cooked. I want it done. Let's do it.
So your answer is fondant. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, Altitude Sports Radio.
Cheese fondue.
Kreckman, Lindahl. I'm Kreckman. He's Lindahl. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Got some Bo Nix comments I want to get to here in just a moment. But first, Andy, the NFL trade deadline is like kind of fun now.
Yeah.
Trades really happen.
You know what? I think they ought to push it. Remember, people don't remember this, probably. It used to be really early in the year, like this week.
Yeah.
And yet they used to think, well, if we do it early, everybody will. No. Teams wanted to figure out with the salary cap and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Do we have a shot before we make any trades? So they pushed it later, 5 years ago, about the time you and I started the show. And now I think they ought to push it till around Thanksgiving. Can you imagine the kind of trade action we get?
Oh, yeah.
Because you'd have the teams ready to sell and the teams ready to buy.
Yep. It could be even better than that. And I also I think the NFL was just kind of slow to arrive at the idea of like, your team sucks, just get picks. Okay? Like, basically the NFL has been run by a whole lot of people like the Monforts for a really long time. It took them a while to realize to come around on this whole thing. But we're getting to that place, and the trade deadline is kind of fun. And there's names out there, Andy. There's names, including the part where the Saints could potentially look to move Chris Olave, the wide receiver. Okay. Does Denver need help at the skill positions? And if so, where?
All right. So there's a lot of intriguing names out there, like you said. David Njoku could probably be traded for, but I don't think there's a Browns player possibly you couldn't get your hands on if you wanted to. Let's be honest about it.
Okay.
So David Njoku's a guy that was even thrown around in the offseason by a few people. Mark Andrew of Baltimore has been mentioned. Now, here's the thing. Mark Springer in the high five that we had yesterday had played the cut from John Harbaugh, because we love us some Harbaughs on this show, but John Harbaugh talking about he thinks we've got a bye week, we'll get healthy, get the defensive players back, the division's still there, they play the Steelers twice. I'm not positive they think they need to be dealing players. But I would be intrigued in adding a big name tight end. Olave would be I think Chris Olave could be a very good number 2 on this team.
Sure.
I'll be honest with you, Nate. I love Cortland Sutton. You know, I've talked about how good we think he is, considering teams know that they're going to go to him and they can't seem to stop him a lot of times. But if you got a bona fide number 1 wide receiver, I don't know if I'd be too frustrated by that either, frankly, but the price for that's pretty high. But do they need a guard? Do they need offensive line help? Like, where would you go for this team? A guard would make sense, but again, how much money are you spending on that? Remember, you want Ben Powers back, and that's a guy you paid a hefty sum of money to.
Teams also are loath to trade guards.
Sure. Because everybody needs them.
Yeah, if you even crap teams are like, well, we got to keep our quarterback upright.
Sure.
You know, like
we don't want to be the Bengals.
Exactly. So that's guards are tough to find.
All right.
Generally in the trade market, unless you're paying like premium price.
So we know Sean Payton has an affinity for his old New Orleans Saints.
Sure does.
If I were to give you the choice between Mark Andrew, tight end of Baltimore, or Chris Olave, Saints receiver, as the trade target, the one trade target for this team, which way are you going?
I'd probably go Olave. Because, again, Sean's familiarity with him, and I think that he could step on the field and contribute immediately.
Okay. Of the two players, I feel like I like Mark Andrew better, especially if you can get out of the contract at the end of the year. And who cares? The Russ cap, it's finally gone next year, although I think a lot of these extensions you signed will start kicking in. But that said, to your point, you know, someone texted us this when Sean was signed. And I didn't think too much of it. But I keep thinking about this text the more, especially this year, I watched the Evan Ingram experiment. Does Sean really love featuring tight ends? He's told us about the Joker a million times.
Sure.
And I know Ingram's been injured.
When he had Jimmy Graham, he sure featured him.
He sure did. But, and I think he's mentioned Shockey, Jeremy Shockey in the past too.
Kevin Shockey too.
Well, that's your boss.
Okay.
Jeremy Shockey was the type. Don't do this to me now. You know me. I'm never sure about this as it is.
No, you were right with Jeremy Shockey.
Okay. Because I'm pretty good at being wrong. You know that. That's why you do that all the time right there. But seriously, I think I would lean your way towards Olave because I just think he'd get more use in this offense, and it feels like the tight ends are destined to right now.
Yes. I wonder what New Orleans, like, the part where Spencer Rattler isn't complete junk and you used a premium pick on Tyler Shuck, if you're like, well, we're only going to learn about our quarterbacks if we have decent enough targets to throw the ball to.
They got to have somebody.
Right. That's one of those kind of tricky things that you have to deal with. Like pass catching talent, because it's a little bit harder to find. Like running backs, like I could see the Jets moving Breece Hall like no problem, right? Because Davis the backup, and Braylon Allen is, I know he's hurt, but like you can put a warm body back there at running back and essentially be fine. Like receivers they're tougher to find.
Well, yeah, and people do seem to be looking for him. Now, again, it's about how much money you're going to spend this, that, the other. But I'm telling you, I just thought we would have I didn't think it'd be Pat Bryant. Frankly, I thought Pat Bryant's role would be bigger on this team than what it's been to this point. Now, I know he's been big in blocking for the run game, but you and I talked about it. I really thought he'd be a red zone weapon for them. The way that guy wins quick, and has the big body.
He's the little Jordan guy right now.
He is,
and
right.
His snap count reflects it, the way that he's getting used in this offense.
I would go for Olave if the price is right, but what's the price? 5th, 4th? Are you going any higher than a 4th?
No.
I'm with you.
Yeah, but a 4th is I think a 4th would be a good price to bring that guy in.
Is this team ready to deal with a guy that would be like A.J. Brown if the Philadelphia Eagles decide they just had enough? That's a big contract, man.
Right. And I don't know, the A.J. Brown thing, the more reporting that I read out of Philadelphia, the more it's just I think he hates his OC.
Yeah, I would say so, because it's a block-first offense for him.
And they're not running the RPO stuff, and they're not getting the downfield shots the way that they were last year. Also, their O-line has been a little bit banged up, so they haven't had a run game to be able to loosen things up like they were a year ago. But I think he's more frustrated with the play calling than he is with either Jalen Hurts or Saquon or anybody else right now.
I think Hurts is a real 1B for him.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with the OC, but I think it's a real 1B.
I don't think Denver needs to go in that direction. I would
agree,
because Bo Nix has a hard enough time getting the ball to his receivers without anybody demanding it from him.
Right, and going to be cranky in public.
Right.
Nobody's cranky in public right now.
Exactly.
They need that to continue.
Yeah, everyone's kind of saying the right thing, and I think, quite frankly, I think that's a credit to Cortland Sutton, who sets a really good agenda over on that side of the ball. I think it's a credit to. I mean, here's another part of it. All right, you really only have a leg to stand on to demand the football if you get open.
Sure.
And who are they going up against in practice every single day? The best secondary in football. I don't know, Andy. I was at that training camp. Did you see a bunch of guys just running open in the secondary?
No,
I didn't really. So it's you can complain, but unless you can beat those guys, again, it's one of those things that sort of sets a good culture with this football team. It's one of the things I think the Broncos have going for them right now is I think the culture is strong with this group. I think they really legitimately have good dudes kind of running the show and setting the agenda with the football team. And I'll say this, I think Bo is one of those guys too. And I looking over some of Bo's comments today, I think he's just he's talking with some humility about what's going on with this offense right now and talking about how tough he is and how unsatisfied with his own play that he is right now. Okay, good.
And I don't doubt it. I don't think he's just QB speaking up there. I think he means it.
Yeah, I think he's frustrated with himself. In fact, I want to hear this cut right here as he kind of talks about the balance of, enjoying the successes, but also recognizing that he needs to play better.
Well, you just got to, hold the highest standard yourself and do the best you can to be as great as you can be. And, to me, it's not letting guys like Court and the O-line and all those guys down. They've been working hard for a long time. It's my job to go out there and do my job and execute at a high level and, not let them down. So I'm motivated, by a lot of reasons. Don't let the team down. Do whatever I can to help this team win. But also, I hold myself to a high standard and, I I just think that goes a long way. But there's also times, you get away from football and, catch your breath, take a break, and then, when you get back to it, you're going full speed.
Accountability to veteran teammates. That's kind of that's the leadership structure that they've got going on over there.
It's why they loved him.
Right.
It's why they all loved him. I do believe he's legit frustrated. Whew. I just don't know what the easy answer for some of this stuff is. Because he mentioned Cortland. I mean, look, you know what? We've taken our turns pointing out the throws that he's got to make better. But again, I'd also like to see Marvin Mims maybe lay out for a couple of those.
Troy Franklin, don't fumble.
Troy Franklin, don't fumble.
Yeah.
Make a catch. Again, Bo needs to make some better throws. You need to make some catches that you aren't expected to make either. Cortland Sutton does it all the time. Goes to your point. Unless you're doing what Cortland does, where you make a couple where it wasn't the perfect pass, but you made the catch anyway. You can't be demanding anything.
No, Sutton is one of those dudes that he's not afraid to just leave his feet and contort his body in the air and catch balls that are thrown behind him, knowing that he's probably going to take a shot. Now he's a big boy, like Cortland's. He's a sturdy fella, so he trusts himself out there, but he also he makes those plays. And that's why I think he is so respected in that room right now. Damn good player. I want to get one more. Jeff Legwold asked Bo kind of about when they put the game plans together, and what plays does Bo kind of circle, put the dot on, so to speak, when he sits down with Sean and figure out how many plays that he is endorsing to run that week.
Yeah, I think I got to pick my spots and definitely, they've been doing this for a long time. They know how to game plan, and sometimes I'm sure I haven't been a coach yet, but I'm sure it's irritating if your quarterback just continuously brings you plays. So I just try to pick my spots and make sure that I can back it up with the film that I'm watching, and it's not just the play that I like because I've repped it before and it's a cool play, but it's got to be able to fit with what we do and got to fit against what the opposing team is doing. So usually it just goes with film study. Just kind of look at certain plays, what we're doing, see how we can find plays that we like off of plays that we're already doing. And, so I just don't necessarily push them, but, definitely every once in a while I'll have something that, hey, I remember this was in. You think we can put this back in or something? And they're very receptive to it. Usually, what happens, but I definitely don't want to be too pushy.
I think Sean is scheming some really good stuff for Bo. I think he's doing a good job, but I'd have no problem with Bo being a little more pushy.
I was about to say maybe a little more pushy and also be pushy about the personnel group. So
right.
Just go, look, I respect you. I love you. We're working on this thing together. Give me a little less.
Yeah.
Let's keep a few guys in for a few plays and get a lather going, like I said.
Simplify the thing. Kreckman and Lindahl, Wednesday afternoon. We're talking about the Broncos getting ready for the New York Giants coming up here this week, and Jackson Dart specifically. I want to mention something about quarterbacks as it relates to the trade deadline and specifically the New York Giants. I'll tell you about that next.
What are the general thoughts on the inconsistency of the offense, just the lulls coming at different times? I mean,
Yeah, listen.
It was a slow start and then Jets slow end.
So what's the question?
What are your thoughts? I mean, it's not like a trend. You don't know.
I listen. I think it's something that we've got to have a heightened awareness to and attention to detail, and it's the little things. It's reducing in the plan, and that has to happen fast.
What's the question? He's grumpy today.
Well,
jet lag getting him. His offense stinks. His offense has not been good. That's his side of the ball. His special teams stink. Not a good look for the Riz man, who was his handpicked guy. Vance Joseph right now, he gets to walk around the facility with his chest puffed out these days. Right now, Vance Joseph, he's the man around that place.
I would say that game probably got to Sean Payton more than he would want to admit.
Yeah.
Because that was a defense. I think they ranked 20th overall.
Pretty bad
That's
defense.
a defense you probably should have got a few numbers racked up against.
And they didn't do much of anything.
None of us are upset about what happened in Philly. That's a pretty good – A, it's a Super Bowl champs. B,
Yeah.
still a pretty good defense.
Well,
Vic Fangio's the guy I have most respect for of any of the DCs, although Vance Joseph's about to overclimb him at the way this thing's going. But
Aaron Glenn, former Sean Payton assistant, sure seemed like he had a beat on it, didn't he?
He did.
Andy, it's not just him, man. That a lot of that fake boot, the play action naked boot stuff that they love to do, like it's not it is not as effective as it had been. Teams are figuring it out. Right now they're taking away some of the easy stuff and they're forcing the Broncos into being, behind the sticks. The success rate stinks right now, and they get into that horizontal passing game, and it's not terribly effective because nobody's worried about the Broncos beating them over the top.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's been a couple themes to both the Buffs and the Bronco games I've watched, and you can't, like you said, you can't keep throwing outside. You got to get vertical at some point.
Right.
So you got to make them pay if they're not going to see. Again, it's like you go back to the Indy game. They don't need to hit all these. They don't need to have 100 of these. But if you hit that first pass to Mims where he's 15 yards behind the defense, changes how they got to play the rest of that game.
Sure would have helped. Yep, sure would have helped. I want to drop a note really quickly here. This was from Dan Graziano and Jeremy Fowler today on ESPN. They write, I've spoken to some teams that believe that trading marquee quarterbacks such as Russell Wilson or Kirk Cousins will be a challenge due to a scarcity of jobs. The Bengals had an opening last week, but opted for a financially sensible option in Joe Flacco. And both the Falcons and the Giants have quarterbacks who have an injury history, Michael Penix, or play a physical style that could lead to injury, Jackson Dart. Keeping their respective number 2 quarterbacks could pay off. It certainly makes sense with the Jackson Dart thing. Because that guy, like you pointed out, Andy, that guy's getting banged up every single week.
He's been every game he's played, he's gone to the blue tent.
Right.
And we usually find out to get the concussion readings.
Yeah. Like nobody's
and that goes back to the preseason.
Nobody's arguing that Russ is the version of him that we saw back in 2019 or anything like that. The version before he showed up here in Denver. But he at least gives you a chance. By the way, one other note.
Are you a little surprised, though, they wouldn't go to Jameis? What is Russ worth in the trade market right now? I'm dead serious.
I don't think anybody wants to play Jameis Winston.
But what about? But
I think the league is beyond it. I want to hit this note. How about this? Okay, so Mike Tomlin, after his team beat the Browns, took a shot at Andrew Berry.
Yep.
Said he must know something that I don't.
The Browns GM.
Yes.
For trading Flacco.
So the Steelers are in Cincinnati on Thursday night.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Last year, Joe Flacco replaced an injured Anthony Richardson, and the Colts beat the Steelers.
Yep.
Mike Tomlin has played, I believe in his career, 24 games against Joe Flacco. I think some of the frustration with Andrew Berry and the Browns was he was pissed off that Joe Flacco stayed in his division.
Yes.
Mike Tomlin doesn't like coaching against Joe Flacco. And I think he's worried about this game coming up on Thursday and there's some comments in here and some quotes from Tomlin where he's just like, Joe Flacco can do everything out there. And he may not be athletically what he once was, but there's something about veteran quarterbacks that know what the hell they're doing, and Flacco's got some of that going on right there. So I think, if anything, I think Tomlin was just pissed because he's going to have to see Joe Flacco probably 2 more times this year.
And Flacco's seen his defense a million times. Remember, Flacco was a Raven. They've had legendary battles against each other. And not only that, I will say this, as we mentioned the Mark Andrew thing going on about him possibly being a trade target, but I think Tomlin wants his big. Obviously, it's the most obvious statement out there. I'll say it anyway. Tomlin and the Steelers want the biggest lead possible on the Ravens before they get people back.
Yeah.
Now, you think 1-5 could be a death nail, but it ain't a good division. And if the Ravens do get people healthy, they could feast off the Bengals. They could feast off the Browns. On any more matchups we have with those guys, but there is a path, especially with them facing the Steelers twice, that they could get back into this thing. And I don't think Tomlin loves that on a Thursday night he's got to deal with a guy that's seen his defense a million times. There's 2 pretty good receivers to throw to.
Dodgers up 2-0 in the NLCS. That series will resume tomorrow at Dodger Stadium. They look unbeatable.
Seattle's looked pretty good against Toronto.
Sure have. By the way, Dodgers figured out the life hack for the crappy bullpen. Just don't use them.
Sure.
Yamamoto twirled a gem last night. Complete game 3-hitter. This was again after a game 1 in which Blake Snell went for 8 innings. And by the way, your bullpen almost blew it. So that's really working out. Toronto and Seattle tonight. Shane Bieber and George Kirby is the pitching matchup.
How can you not root for Seattle?
Oh, I know. The Mariners are
just let them have it.
They're cooking right now, and Toronto appears to be in a lot of trouble. Certainly looks like we're headed to a Dodgers-Mariners World Series. By the way, I was looking this up, some Dodgers postseason complete game stuff. So Jose Lima threw one back in 2004 because last night Yamamoto's complete game was the first since 2004. Prior to that, the Dodgers had not had a postseason complete game since Oral Hershiser in 1988.
Wow.
Did you realize in that postseason, Hershiser threw 3 complete games? He had 1 in the NLCS and he had 2 in the World Series.
That's amazing.
I know, right? Man, Oral Hershiser. And that's back when guys used to throw complete games. They don't really do that very much anymore. But yeah, that's what's happening in baseball.
They
Toronto
played
and
less
Seattle.
playoff baseball too, though.
They did, yes.
Was it? There was no division.
You just
series.
went NLCS straight to the World Series back then.
Now, was that the Gibson fist pump around first year?
Off Eckersley, game 1. Mm-hmm. I don't believe what I just saw. Yeah, the oof. That was was that the year the Yak won the Cy Young too? God, he might have. He had like an 0.67 ERA that year. He was absolutely unhittable. And then Kirk Gibson walks up there with one leg and puts that thing in the seats. Pretty classic. Good stuff. That'll do it for the Kreckman and Lindahl show here this afternoon. We are back tomorrow at 3 o'clock, and we look forward to talking with you then. The Blitz with Berto and Spring is coming up next. Thanks again to Nick Kosmiter. We have got the Avalanche tomorrow in Columbus.
So we're off early.
Oh, yeah.
We'll have a little Dempsey appearance tomorrow, get some nuggets in. You better show up on time, people. We're blitzing ourselves tomorrow.
Yeah, they kick us out early tomorrow. And yeah, so that's what we'll do tomorrow from 3 to 4:30 here on Altitude Sports Radio. For Mark Springer, for Andy Lindahl, I am Nate Kreckman. Have a lovely evening, everybody. Stay away from